Madman of the Sword Chapter 1995 to Chapter 2081. Little Yu, Datong. Bai Qianqi also greeted them with a smile. Then, he said to Lin Xian, these two are second senior brother Qixing's disciples. Then, Bai Qianqi said to the two people on the red-crowned crane, Little Yu, Datong, this is the Peak Master's new disciple. Greetings, young Uncle Master. The young man and woman on the red-crowned crane hurriedly bowed to Lin Xian. You don't have to be so polite. Lin Xian smiled. He did not expect that he would suddenly become an Uncle Master. At this moment, Bai Qianqi said, Brother Lin, logically speaking, I should also call you Uncle Master because the Peak Master's disciple has the same status as an elder. And we are the elder's disciples, so according to seniority, I should also call you Uncle Master. Forget it, Brother Bai. Don't make fun of me. Lin Xian shook his head. Lin Xian felt very strange to have someone so much older than him call him Uncle Master. Although he felt a little uncomfortable, he knew that this was very normal behavior. It was like this in the cultivation world. Seniority was not determined by age, but by one's actions. Even if one was only 7 or 8 years old, if one's cultivation had reached the almighty level, a group of old men would probably respectfully call one a senior. Uncle Master, please come with us. The two people on the red-crowned crane said respectfully. Then, Lin Xian nodded and said goodbye to Bai Qianqi. Then, his figure swayed and he got on the red-crowned crane. The red-crowned crane spread its wings and flew like a shooting star, quickly streaking across the sky. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the red-crowned crane finally slowed down and stopped in midair. Young Uncle Master, we're here. The two people next to him said respectfully. Lin Xian nodded slightly and looked ahead. Then, his figure swayed and he left the red-crowned crane. The young man and woman behind him also landed. Then, the red-crowned crane cried and spread its wings to fly away. Uncle Master, please. The young man and woman led the way, guiding Lin Xian towards the huge and majestic palace. The palace was extremely luxurious. After entering, Lin Xian realized that the floor of the palace was actually paved with spirit stones. This was truly extravagant and extravagant. Most people wouldn't dare to use spirit stones to pave a road. Even if they wanted to, they didn't have the financial resources to do so. Lin Xian walked on the floor paved with spirit stones and followed the young man and woman in front of him into the main hall. There was a figure standing in front of him. That person was currently sitting cross-legged on the ground. Mysterious runes were flickering around him. His jet black hair fluttered even though there was no wind. His eyes were tightly shut, and his cheeks were as sharp as a knife. Sensing that someone had entered, the man in front slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were long and narrow and deep, as vast and boundless as the stars. Master. The young man and woman at the front bowed respectfully. The black-haired man nodded slightly. In the next moment, his gaze swept past the young man and woman and landed on Lin Xian at the back. Immediately, a smile appeared on his face. As his smile spread, his chiseled face no longer became sharp. Instead, it was replaced by a touch of gentleness. You should be Master's new junior brother, right? The black-haired man in front of him said softly. That's right. Lin Xian nodded, then cupped his fists. Greetings, senior brother. In the next moment, the black-haired man slowly stood up. His body was slender, like a sharp sword. Although you've been accepted as Master's disciple, you still have to undergo some tests to obtain Master's true inheritance. Let me remind you, this test isn't simple. It's even a little dangerous. Of course, you can refuse. That way, you'll still be Master's disciple, but only in name. You won't be able to learn Master's extensive and profound Abhijna. So, junior brother, are you willing to participate in this test? Test? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't know about this before, but he was very curious about what this test was. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, he nodded slightly. Yes. Very good, Master didn't misjudge you. The black-haired man smiled. Then, he stretched out his hand and quickly formed a seal. Buzz, 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 imprints formed in the air, then formed a strange pattern. Suddenly, thousands of rays of light were emitted from those imprints. Not only that, mysterious runes appeared on the crystal floor under his feet. Countless rays of light wrapped around Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian didn't resist. He knew that there was no danger, and that he should have entered the so-called test. When the surrounding rays of light disappeared, Lin Xian looked around. He was surrounded by endless white fog. It was so vast that he couldn't see the end. However, in the next moment, his surroundings changed instantly. Mountains, rivers, palaces, and pavilions appeared around him. In front of him was endless white fog, which condensed into a beautiful figure. Morong Qingqing. The figure that condensed was Morong Qingqing. However, after her, the figures of Zhao Shui and Shen Jingqiu condensed. The three of them were exactly the same. It was impossible to tell them apart. Their gazes were like limpid autumn water, and they shrouded Lin Xian. Xian. At this moment, a calm voice sounded behind Lin Xian. Then, Lin Xian's body trembled and he turned around abruptly. He saw a middle-aged man standing there. He was like a god of war, handsome and extraordinary. Father! Lin Xian exclaimed subconsciously. However, he soon frowned. Because he knew that everything was an illusion. It wasn't real. The surrounding scenery also changed crazily. Finally, it formed a huge mansion. The vermilion door flickered with light. On the door plaque, 3 large words were written in flamboyant calligraphy, Sword Pool Manor. Was this the first test? Looking at everything around him, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Follow his heart. Lin Xian smiled and took a step forward, holding the hands of the 3 women beside him. Then, he walked towards the Sword Pool mansion with the tall middle-aged man. Lin Xian was going through the test while the young man and woman in the main hall had already retreated. Only the black-haired man was left. There was a ball of light floating in front of him, displaying the scenes that Lin Xian had experienced. When he saw Lin Xian holding the hands of the 3 beauties and entering the Sword Pool mansion, he suddenly exclaimed softly. Follow his heart? This guy is really bold. Isn't he afraid of getting lost? This junior brother's method is quite unique. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Then, the void fluctuated and a blue figure appeared in the main hall. She was dressed in a long blue dress that was like the sea. This woman had an exquisite appearance and her jet black hair was tied up with a red string. His eyes were very bright, but there was a hint of sharpness in them. Senior sister, you're here. The black-haired man smiled when he saw the woman in blue. He was the Peak Master's second disciple, and the woman in blue was the eldest disciple, Qin Lan. Qin Lan said coldly as she stared at the ball of light floating in the air. This person's method is actually the same as that person's. They both chose such a dangerous method. Looks like he's not an easy person. Senior sister, there's no need to be nervous. It's very easy to lose oneself by following one's heart. Even if he can persist, he probably won't be able to persist for long, 7 Star said indifferently. However, Qin Lan's expression was ice cold. Don't forget what happened 300 years ago. Don't forget that there was a person who used the same method 300 years ago and stayed inside for 100 years. 1 day outside was equivalent to 100 years inside. 7 Star's face stiffened, and even the smile on his face disappeared. But he quickly returned to his senses and smiled. Senior sister, you're overthinking. After all, that person is a peerless genius. One can only come across it by chance. Not everyone is able to persevere for such a long period of time. I wonder how long this brat can persist? Inside the test, Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, Zhao Shui, and Shen Jingqiu started their lives. Not only them, but Lin Xian's parents, grandfather, uncle, and the entire Lin family also started their lives. They started their lives together in Sword Pool Manor. This kind of life was very peaceful and tranquil. Outside, Qin Lan and 7 Star's expressions were also extremely solemn because Lin Xian had stayed inside for a day already. In other words, he had stayed inside for 100 years. This made them extremely solemn. This was because the person from 300 years ago only stayed inside for a day. But now, Lin Xian had stayed inside for a day and still hadn't come out. This made both of them somewhat anxious. This was because the first test tested one's heart, which was very important. Furthermore, it was extremely mysterious and couldn't be described with words. It was even more impossible to figure it out because everyone was different. However, they knew that the longer they stayed inside, the greater their future achievements and the broader their future martial path. Furthermore, there were many choices for the first stage. For example, he and Qin Lan had chosen a different path, which was to directly kill everything in their way to clear the stage. The other was the same as Lin Xian, who chose to accept the illusory realm and experience countless baptisms. The latter choice was extremely dangerous, because over time, the cultivator would get lost in it. Would they not be able to distinguish between reality and illusion? However, if he could persevere in the end, the benefits he would gain would be self-evident. First of all, their martial hearts would become firmer, and even their soul force would be nourished and enhanced. Lin Xian stayed for an entire day, making Qin Lan and Big Dipper very uneasy. In the middle of the mountain range, there was a palace that was surrounded by mist. A golden figure was sitting cross-legged inside. There was also a ball of light in front of him. At this moment, the scene of Lin Xian also appeared. The golden figure looked at the ball of light and nodded slightly. He was very satisfied. One day passed quickly, and then the next. This kind of life was very pleasant, like a quagmire that could make people sink deeply into it. However, Lin Xian opened his eyes inside the illusory realm at this moment. Golden light flickered in his eyes, and all the illusory realms were destroyed in an instant. Lin Xian took a step out and left the illusory realm. This guy actually stayed for 2 days. He stayed an entire day longer than the person from 300 years ago. That was an additional 100 years of experience. This made 7-star and Qin Lan very uneasy. Humph, Qin Lan coldly snorted. Her tone was extremely cold. She turned around and directly left the great hall. Meanwhile, the black-haired man, 7-star, looked at the ball of light with flickering eyes that carried a trace of coldness. Lin Xian left the illusory realm's test but did not return to reality. Instead, he came to another space. The surrounding scenery changed drastically. Ancient lands appeared below and formed a huge arena with a radius of 10,000 miles. Fight? Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile as he looked at his surroundings. He was not afraid of a fight. Sure enough, a black figure condensed on top of the huge black arena. He was pitch black, and his eyes emitted a cold light. There seemed to be a pair of black wings growing on his back. Humph, the black figure snorted. The wings on. His back flapped, and he turned into an afterimage that charged toward Lin Xian. He arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. Then, he clenched his hands, and a black spear quickly appeared. With a shake of his hands, the black spear turned into a black dragon that swept toward Lin Xian. Boom, Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Then, he waved his hand and quickly struck out with the frost palm. Instantly, a palm that flickered with blue light and carried with it wind and frost slapped forward. Boom boom boom, there was a shocking collision, and then Lin Xian and the black figure fought fiercely. The two of them fought fiercely, but at this moment, Lin Xian frowned. This was because he had the God's eye of heaven and his powerful soul power. It could be said that his perception surpassed ordinary almighties. At this moment, he could sense that there seemed to be a pair of eyes watching him. This feeling made his heart beat wildly, so he decided to conserve his strength and not use the power of the dragon sword soul. Instead, he only used the power of the sea god's eyes to fight. Therefore, after 200 moves, Lin Xian was stabbed by the other party's spear. However, he was not injured. The black spear head passed through his body, and it was very illusory. Then, the black figure turned into a cloud of thick fog and disappeared into the sky. 200 moves, huh? It's beyond my expectations, but it's still not ridiculously strong. The black-haired youth, 7-star, muttered to himself. At the same time, in another mysterious palace, the golden figure's eyes flickered. However, he did not say anything. The second stage was passed just like that. The third stage was even simpler. It was a test of bloodline power. However, Lin Xian did not have any bloodline power, so this test was extremely ordinary. This made the black-haired youth breathe a sigh of relief. Although the other party's performance in the first stage was very valiant, the third stage was truly too ordinary. He did not have any bloodline power at all. He was simply an ordinary person. One had to know that 7-star also had a type of bloodline power. Hence, 7-star's lips curled up into a smile. On the other side, Lin Xian's figure gradually faded as he exited the test and entered the palace. Congratulations, little junior brother, you've successfully passed. When Lin Xian came out, the tense and cold expression on 7-star's face completely disappeared. Little junior brother, come with me. I'll bring you to your residence. 7-star waved his sleeve and opened the palace's doors. Dazzling sunlight spilled in and illuminated the surroundings. Then, he stepped into the air barefoot and walked into the distance. Lin Xian followed beside him. The two of them flew over countless mountain peaks and arrived at a verdant valley. There were many palaces and pavilions inside, and there were also array formations flickering in the surroundings. Little junior brother, you'll live in that valley. 7-star chuckled as he rapidly descended. Lin Xian nodded and followed him. The valley below was very ethereal and quiet, very suitable for Lin Xian's current residence. 7-star took out some clothes, some tokens, and other items. He then said, as the Peak Master's disciple, your status is equivalent to an elder, so you can order around those ordinary disciples. As your cultivation increases and you break through to the Almighty Realm, your authority will increase. You'll naturally understand these things once you're familiar with this place. After explaining a few more matters, 7-star left. Lin Xian placed these items to the side. He didn't plan on staying here for long, so he didn't pay too much attention to these matters. In the following days, Lin Xian was peaceful. That Peak Master seemed to be in seclusion and didn't summon him. 7-star and Qin Lan also didn't look for him. They seemed to have forgotten about Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't care about this at all. He quietly cultivated and increased his strength on a daily basis. That night, he was going to do some scouting. Thus, he concealed his aura and transformed into a wisp of nothingness, disappearing from the valley. Then, he came to an uninhabited mountain peak and used his heavenly secret divine eyes to look down. Golden Tao patterns surfaced in his golden eyes. They were extremely mysterious, as if they were the eyes of a god overlooking the mortal world. Under Lin Xian's Tianji god eyes, the locations of the experts were all revealed. This was because their qi and blood were like dragons under the heavenly secret divine eyes. In the distance, 7 beams of light circled around. It was like a celestial realm, and it was even more resplendent. Lin Xian knew that this was the core area of the prince's mansion. Looking at that place, Lin Fan's body swayed as he executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and flew towards that place at high speed. Not long after, he arrived nearby. When he got closer, he discovered that the 7 balls of light were similar to dragon balls. They revolved around him, forming a light curtain. Only after entering the palace would one be able to reach the core area of the prince's mansion. But thinking about it, he would definitely attract the attention of those people if he went in. Therefore, Lin Xian sighed and left. It was impossible to sneak in. It seemed that they could only enter the core area of the prince's mansion through normal means. Lin Xian decided to find an opportunity to ask around and see if there was any way to quickly enter this place. On the other side, a mysterious figure also appeared in the valley where Lin Xian lived. That figure was like a ghost. It was very strange. Like lightning, it kept shuttling back and forth in the valley. But soon, he frowned, and a trace of doubt appeared in his long and narrow eyes. There's actually no one? The next moment, the black fog on his face dispersed, revealing a chiseled face. It was second senior brother 7-star. He wasn't here to assassinate, but he wanted to check if Lin Xian had any other secrets. However, what surprised him was that there was actually no one in the valley. He's just a guy who just arrived. Where can he go? 7-star frowned and then snorted. This guy is indeed very strange. After pondering for a moment, 7-star disappeared from the valley. Whoosh, not long after, Lin Xian returned to the valley. But as soon as he entered, the dark red divine dragon sent a voice transmission. Boy, my array has been tampered with. Someone's here. Lin Xian also frowned and was very vigilant. The next moment, his soul power covered the entire valley and discovered that there was no one inside. Presumably, they had left. It seemed that this Jin Jianfeng wasn't too peaceful either. Lin Xian sneered. No matter who came today, he wouldn't let them have an easy time since they dared to target him. After 2 days, the valley regained its peace. On this day, several red-crowned cranes flew across the sky. Eh? There's actually someone below? Several handsome young men stood on the red-crowned cranes and exclaimed as they looked down at the valley. What? There's someone? Don't joke around. This is Xianxia Valley. How can someone dare to live here? Aren't they afraid of death? Another person sneered. There's really someone. There's an array fluctuation and the aura of spirit power below. Let's go down and see who has the guts to live in Xianxia Valley. They immediately rode their red-crowned cranes and rushed down. That fellow below, hurry up and come out. A cold shout was heard and turned into rolling thunder that rushed down. Below. In the valley, Lin Xian, who was cultivating, opened his eyes and frowned. The next moment, he swayed his body and appeared in the sky. He looked at the red-crowned cranes in front of him and the 3 or 4 young men standing on them. Lin Xian frowned. Immediately. Who are you? Oh my, you don't even know who we are. Seems like you're new here? Lad, are you a new disciple of Jin Jianfeng? You're too reckless. How dare you live in such a place? I thought you were some powerful figure. I didn't expect you to be a 6-star beginner challenger. You're simply courting death by letting such a person live here. What did you say? Lin Xian frowned. He couldn't understand what these guys were talking about. What's wrong with this valley? I've lived here for a few days and didn't notice anything unusual. Forget it if you don't understand. We don't have any other intentions. We just want to see who's so daring. Now that you've seen it, we'll take our leave. The few young men sneered and rode their red-crowned cranes away quickly. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he watched them leave. Although he didn't know what they were talking about. He knew that there was something wrong with this valley. Although he hadn't discovered the problem yet, these people's behavior shouldn't be fake. If there was something wrong with this valley, why did they let him stay here? Wait, this valley was arranged by 7-star. Could it be that there's something wrong with 7-star? Lin Xian sneered when he recalled that someone had secretly come to the valley before. Could it be that 7-star was a smiling tiger with a knife hidden behind his smile? Lin Xian's eyes turned cold at the thought of this. However, he still decided to stay here for the time being. Because he wanted to see what was so special about this valley. It was actually so surprising. In the next few days, there was nothing unusual. But on this day, a full moon hung in the sky like a silver plate, illuminating the entire land. Lin Xian was still cultivating, but at this moment, he suddenly felt something unusual. So in the next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. Because he discovered that all the vitality in the entire valley seemed to be rapidly disappearing. Instead, it was replaced by a cold and incomparably dark aura of death. Boom. Boom, boom. Streams of death aura appeared, transforming into ghostly hands that swept towards Lin Xian. Not only that, but headless beasts and powerhouses that had been pierced appeared around him, floating non-stop. A series of terrifying afterimages appeared beside him, as if they were ferocious ghosts, howling as they pounced towards him. Get lost, Xian roared angrily, and the dragon sword domain instantly appeared, enveloping him. Then, tens of thousands of sword chi slashed in all directions, sending all of these phantoms flying. At the same time, all of the surrounding death aura was destroyed. However, it was useless. More death aura and phantoms came, wrapping around Lin Xian without any regard for their lives. As for Lin Xian, the great dragon sword soul in his body surged, and the dragon sword domain emitted light. Then, his entire body soared into the sky, transforming into a sharp ray of light. He broke through the endless death aura and left the valley. It was too dangerous. This death aura was very terrifying. Even if a mighty figure was entangled, they would probably be killed. Lin Xian's face was extremely gloomy. Now, he finally knew why those young men sneered a few days ago. There was indeed something wrong with this valley. In the sky, looking at the pitch-black valley below, Lin Xian's face was extremely gloomy. He had been schemed against, but why? Could it be that he had revealed some flaws? That shouldn't be the case. This was Zhongzhou, no one knew who he was, and those people from the eastern wasteland wouldn't have chased him here. It wasn't his former enemy, and he didn't show the slightest interest in the nest of 10,000 dragons. In other words, it was a new enemy. But who was it? Su Chen thought about it and realized that only second senior brother, 7 Star, was the most suspicious. After some judgment, Lin Xian knew that the person who plotted against him was very likely that second senior brother 7 Star. When he thought of this, his expression immediately turned cold. He had no enmity with the other party, but the other party actually plotted against him? This caused Lin Xian to be filled with killing intent. However, now was not the time to make a move. However, Lin Xian decided that as long as he had the chance, he would definitely kill the other party. Looking at the black valley below, the aura of death permeated the air. Lin Xian knew that he could no longer stay in this place. Therefore, with a sway of his body, he landed in a nearby valley. Then, he flicked out a few strands of sword chi with his finger and opened up a cave abode. Then, he set up a formation and went in to rest. The next day, when the sun rose, the aura of death in the secluded valley disappeared, and peace was restored. In the sky, 2 rays of light flew over. They quickly came to the vicinity of the valley and scanned the area. Suddenly, they fixed their eyes on a mountain peak and sneered. "Over there, let's go." After the 2 rays of light disappeared, they were 2 young men. Their expressions were cold and arrogant as they quickly arrived in front of a mountain peak. Then, one of them shouted coldly and struck out with his palm. Boom, the spirit chi in the sky gathered and formed a huge palm that covered an area of 100 kilometers. It slammed down fiercely. Boom, if the palm landed, it would definitely flatten the mountain peak. However, when the light palm landed in midair, rays of light suddenly lit up below. Then, a formation was formed and blocked the shocking palm. Seeing this scene, the 2 young men above frowned. The young man in red who attacked sneered. In the next moment, he shouted coldly, "Who is it? Get out here." There was a cave abode on the mountain peak below that was opened up by Lin Xian. In the cave, Lin Xian frowned and slowly opened his eyes. He could naturally sense the situation outside, and his face immediately darkened. When he heard the other party's arrogant voice, his body flashed and instantly disappeared from the cave. In the next moment, he appeared in the air opposite the 2 young men. "Who are you? How dare you disturb my rest?" Lin Xian asked coldly. He was still in a very bad mood after being ambushed yesterday. He hadn't expected that someone would come looking for trouble the next day at daybreak. Did they really think he was easy to bully? "Who are you, kid? How dare you open up a cave abode here?" However, the young man in red asked coldly. The young man in blue also said, "We're not disturbing your rest, we're enforcing the law." "What, enforcing the law?" Lin Xian furrowed his brows when he saw their arrogant and cold attitudes. "What, can't I open up a cave abode? You don't have the right to open one." The young man in red sneered. "Every inch of land here belongs to Valurium Manor. Only Valurium Manor's people can open up a cave abode. Everyone else can only live here. Even Jin Jianfeng's elders can't?" Lin Xian asked again. "Of course not. That's why you've broken the rules. Come back with us obediently." Lin Xian's face darkened when he heard this. In the next moment, he waved his sleeves and sent countless boulders downwards. The cave abode quickly disappeared. The formation around it turned into rays of light and disappeared into Lin Xian's sleeves. Lin Xian said in a low voice. "Is this enough? Humph, do you think you'll be fine after filling up the cave abode? You've already opened up a cave abode. Of course you've broken the rules. We're going to take you back to the law enforcement hall for punishment. Come back with us obediently, kid. Otherwise, you'll suffer a terrible fate." The 2 men sneered. The young man in red didn't say anything else. He reached out and grabbed at the space in front of him. An enormous palm of light immediately covered the sky and enveloped Lin Xian. Humph. Lin Xian was infuriated as well. These people were unreasonable and wanted to capture him by force. Moreover, they'd come here so early in the morning. It was obviously premeditated. After all, there were hundreds of thousands of people in Jinjianfang. There were countless mountains and lands. Who knew where a newly opened cave abode would be, but these two people had been able to find it so precisely, and when the aura of death had just disappeared from the valley. It was obvious that this was a meticulous plan. Their goal was to capture him. The cold light in Lin Xian's eyes grew even colder when he thought of this. In the next moment, he waved his hand. A frosty aura filled the air and froze the enormous palm of light in an instant. You dare defy us, kid? Kid, it looks like you don't know what's good for you. No one dares to stop us enforcers from doing our job. Even the elders have to follow us back obediently. How dare you resist? You're dead meat. Dead meat? Lin Xian sneered. Is that so? I don't think so. It's easy if you want to take me back. Just do it and I'll go back with you. If you can't do it, you two can get the hell out of here. At the end of his words, Lin Xian's body glowed with a sharp light. It transformed into countless rays of sword light that swept in all directions. You're courting death. The blue-clothed youth was furious. He attacked as well. The blue-clothed youth was also a frost cultivator. Thus, he transformed into a giant ice cage that enveloped Lin Xian. All of a sudden, countless pieces of ice appeared around Lin Xian, making cracking sounds as they formed a huge cage, trapping him within. Looking at the ice cage around him, Lin Xian snorted coldly and punched out. Boom, the terrifying fist transformed into a black dragon. It swept out and shattered the ice cage into pieces. Not only that, Lin Xian swung his fist and charged forward. You're courting death. How dare you attack us? Are you tired of living? The two youths were enraged when they saw the scene. The blue-clothed youth was especially furious. He hadn't expected his opponent to break out of his cage so easily. Not only that, his opponent had even attacked him. The two youths were members of the Valurium Palace's enforcers. Moreover, they were both peak 6th star cultivators. Their opponent was only an early 6th star cultivator. How dare he attack them? What a fool! However, as soon as they finished yelling, the black fist came crashing down. The blue-clothed youth stretched out his hand and gathered the power of frost in the air. It formed an ice shield in front of him to defend himself. Crack, boom, however, it was useless. The giant ice shield shattered into pieces in an instant. Not only that, the blue-clothed youth was also hit. He was sent flying, spitting out blood. Damn it! How is this possible? How can he be so powerful? The blue-clothed young man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his face became extremely ugly. That punch just now had shattered half of the bones in his body. This made him extremely terrified. He had no choice but to take out a large number of spirit medicines from his ring of holding and quickly swallow them. At the same time, he circulated his cultivation method to heal his injuries. Brat, you dare to hurt me? I'm from the law enforcement hall. Kneel down and accept your death. On the other side, the red-clothed youth was enraged when he saw this. Clang, he drew the red sword from his waist and slashed forward. The red longsword expanded in the wind, transforming into a gigantic flaming sword that was over 1,000 feet long. As the sword slashed down, the airwaves surged to the sky. Boom! Boom! Faced with such a terrifying flaming greatsword, Lin Xian unleashed his black fist and attacked wildly. In the end, the huge flaming sword was shattered into pieces. How is this possible? The red-clothed youth was extremely shocked. He held the broken red sword in his hand, and his arm was numb. The spiritual power in his body could not circulate smoothly. He was simply too shocked. Who exactly is this person? How can he be so powerful? Isn't he just a beginner 6-star challenger? The two youths looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. In the next moment, their scalps went numb, and they turned around to flee. Trying to escape? Lin Xian sneered. How could he let these two go? He stretched out his hands, and 2 streams of sword chi turned into long dragons that rushed in all directions, trapping the two youths and pulling them to his side. Sensing the fierce aura, the two youths' faces turned extremely pale. What are you trying to do? I'm warning you, we're from the law enforcement hall. If you dare to touch us, you're dead meat. Even if you're the Peak Master's disciple, you'll still be finished if you offend the law enforcement hall. The two youths roared crazily and struggled with all their might. You actually know my identity? Lin Xian was shocked. He originally thought that the two youths did not know his identity, so they attacked him. However, it seemed that this was not the case. The two youths actually knew that he was the Peak Master's disciple and dared to attack him. It seemed that they had something to rely on. At the thought of this, Lin Xian's face darkened. He asked coldly, "Who sent you to deal with me? Also, what's going on in this valley? What secrets does it contain? Don't even think about it. Although you caught us, don't think that you'll get any information from us." The two youths snorted coldly. Although their faces were pale, their eyes were filled with malice. Not going to talk? Lin Xian sneered, reached out his hand, and grabbed the other party's head. Suddenly, a terrifying icy aura poured into the other party's body. The red-clothed youth screamed crazily. The icy aura around his body surged, and a thick layer of frost formed on his body. Cold, it was really too cold. It felt as if his soul was about to be frozen. Are you going to talk? Lin Xian snorted coldly. At this moment, the blue-clothed youth gritted his teeth. Attack me if you dare. He was also one of the Ice Five, so he was confident that he could resist the ice. However, Lin Xian sneered. Alright, since you asked for it, I'll fulfill your wish. As he said that, his left hand pressed on the blue-clothed youth's head. In the next moment, endless black flames surged out and enveloped the blue-clothed youth. Flames? How is this possible? You're not an ice-type warrior. How can you have flames? The youth screamed crazily. He felt as if his entire body was about to be ignited, and even his soul was about to be burned into nothingness. Damn it. You're an ice-type and fire-type king. He was really scared because he did not expect the other party's flames to be so powerful. His icy aura was completely useless. Can you tell me now? Seeing the two youths on the verge of death, Lin Xian withdrew his hand. The two youths were terrified. They looked at Lin Xian, their bodies trembling. They did not dare to be arrogant anymore. Instead, they quickly said, "It's your second senior brother, 7 Star. He sent us." It really was him. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, and a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. His guess was right. It was indeed the second senior brother, 7 Star. Why is he targeting me? Also, what's the matter with the valley below? Lin Xian continued to ask. The valley below is called the Yinyang Valley. Usually, there's nothing there, but every time there's a full moon, endless death aura will surge out, turning it into a death valley. At that time even mighty figures would not dare to enter. The red-clothed youth said, "As for why your second senior brother wants to kill you, I think it's because he's jealous of you. After all, having one more person would threaten his future inheritance." Fear? What's going on? Lin Xian was puzzled. He did not display his strength in front of the 7 Star. Why would the other party be afraid of him? One had to know that he was only a 6-star king on the surface, while the 7-star king was an almighty. It was a joke for an almighty to be afraid of a 6-star king. It said that you're very similar to that person from 300 years ago. At this moment, the blue-clothed young man said weakly. The person from 300 years ago? What's going on? Tell me clearly. Actually, the Peak Master of Jin Jianfeng has 3 disciples, not 2. There was one before you, but he betrayed us. Betrayed us? Where did he go? Why did he betray us? I don't know why, but that person is very powerful. He was able to suppress senior sister Qin Lan at such a young age. The 7-star second senior brother was no match for him. That person lived in the Yinyang Valley back then. Where is he now? Lin Xian asked. He did not expect the Peak Master of the Golden Sword Peak to have a disciple. That person left long ago. It said that he joined the Yinyang sect. He even became an elder of the Yinyang Horn. Joined the Yinyang sect? Lin Xian was shocked. If he remembered correctly, the Yinyang sect should be a powerful sect in middle ground. It was very ancient and powerful, similar to the sacred grounds in the eastern wilderness. He did not expect Jin Jianfeng to have such a thing. But what did it have to do with him? Why was he similar to the person who joined the Yinyang sect? What was the similarity between the two of them? Lin Xian could not figure it out. The two young men did not know either. They looked at Lin Xian and asked in a trembling voice, can you let us go now? Let you go? Sure, but since you dared to provoke me, I'll cut off one of your arms as a warning. Lin Xian's eyes turned into sharp sword qi and slashed at the two of them. Immediately, one of their arms was cut off. The two of them screamed and rolled in the air. Their blood dyed their clothes and the sky red. Get lost. If you dare to provoke me again, I'll kill all of you. With that, Lin Xian waved his sleeve and sent the two of them flying. The next moment, he turned into a bolt of lightning and flew down to the valley below. The Yinyang Valley had returned to normal. Not only that, but there were also a few strange purple trees in the valley. Their branches were like long dragons, and they were abnormally dark and thunderous. God knows how long they had existed. At that moment, several black and white fruits were growing on the purple tree. What's that? Of. Could it be related to the death aura from last night? However, right at this moment, a delicate shout came from behind. Then, a figure streaked across the sky like a bolt of red lightning, heading straight for Lin Xian. A sharp aura spread out and turned into a red saber light that slashed down fiercely. The saber light soared into the sky. Before it landed, cracks appeared in the sky. Even Lin Xian's clothes fluttered in the wind. Lin Xian frowned and suddenly turned around. He realized that the red saber light was coming for him. He immediately snorted coldly. In the next moment, he clapped his hands and faced the attack. Boom, a blue ice ball appeared in his palm. Then, it collided with the red saber light and made a clanging sound. The void cracked, and the red saber light was completely frozen. The figure was also knocked back. The light disappeared, and then a figure appeared. It was a woman with a beautiful face. However, there was an unknown anger in her beautiful eyes. She stared at Lin Xian. Who are you? How dare you stop me? Get lost. The Yinyang fruit is not for you. The woman shouted coldly. Yinyang fruit? Hearing that, Lin Xian frowned. Could it be that the black and white fruit was called the Yinyang fruit, the valley was called the Yinyang Valley, and it was indeed mysterious that the Yinyang fruit could be produced here. However, what was the use of the fruit, Lin Xian did not know. However, he thought that it should be a treasure. Otherwise, the woman in red would not be so angry. I don't care about the Yinyang fruit. From now on, this valley is mine. Therefore, the things inside are naturally mine as well. Who are you? Get lost. Lin Xian looked at her and said coldly. What? This valley is yours? The woman in red was stunned when she heard that. Soon, she sneered. Are you kidding me? No one lives in the Yinyang Valley. It has been ownerless for 300 years. Who are you, kid? Get lost. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you. Lin Xian snorted. No one has lived in this valley for 300 years, but from today onward, this valley is mine. You're courting death. The woman in red was furious when she heard Lin Xian's arrogant and domineering words. In the next moment, she held a long saber in her hand. The sharp saber light soared into the sky and slashed down at Lin Xian. At the same time, the woman in red's body swayed and disappeared on the spot. Whoosh, Lin Xian flicked his fingers. Sword chi surged out and resisted the sharp saber light. However, at this moment, the space beside him split open. The woman in red suddenly appeared and slashed at Lin Xian with her long saber. Clang, Lin Xian's arm was imbued with boundless ice. He slapped the blade with his palm, sending the blade flying. In the next moment, he threw a punch at the woman in red. A violent aura appeared between heaven and earth. Black dragon tattoos wrapped around his fist and turned into a black dragon that charged forward. The world lost its color. It was as if only the black dragon was left roaring. When the woman saw this, her body stiffened and the spiritual power in her body froze. Her pretty face became extremely pale. She did not expect this young man who was only at the beginning of the 6-star level to have such a powerful fist technique. This fist technique made her body tremble. She wanted to run away, but she found that her surroundings were frozen by endless ice. She had no way out. Therefore, she could only grit her teeth and resist with all her might. A red light appeared. The woman waved her hand and a set of bright red armor covered her body. Not only that, her dainty jade-like hands were rapidly forming hand seals. She gathered in front of her and formed a light screen to resist the black fist. Boom! Boom, boom. Everything seemed to be in vain. The red light screen became fragile under the black fist. After that, the black fist ruthlessly smashed into the red-clothed woman's armor. Immediately, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Ah! The woman screamed in agony as she flew backwards, turning into a streak of red light. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Her body smashed into a mountain peak, causing it to break apart. Junior sister! At this moment, a furious roar came from afar. Soon after, several rainbows appeared in the sky and streaked across the sky like lightning. Buzz buzz buzz, the rainbows danced in the air, turning into 3 figures. They came to the woman's side and helped her up. There were 2 men and 1 woman. One of them was a middle-aged man, and the other 2 were a young man and woman. The young woman quickly took out a pill and fed it to the woman in red. The other 2 glared at Xianxia furiously. Kid, how dare you hurt my junior sister? I'll kill you. The young man drew his long sword from his waist. The middle-aged man's expression darkened. Who are you? He asked coldly. Get over here and kneel for your death. These people were furious. They'd come to Yinyang Valley to pick the Yinyang fruit. However, they didn't expect that someone would come before them and even injure their junior sister. They wouldn't let this go. Who am I? Xianxia sneered. And who are you? This is where I live. Aren't you afraid of being punished by my residents for causing trouble for no reason? He knew that those who could come here were all from Balurium Palace. These people were strong, but he'd never seen them before. Presumably, it was not from the Golden Sword Peak. Perhaps it was from the other peaks. It was hard to say. But no matter who they were, Xianxia wouldn't let them enter Yinyang Valley and cause trouble. What? Your territory? The 3 newcomers were stunned when they heard this. The young man snorted. Are you kidding? Yinyang Valley is ownerless. Since when did it become your territory? Kid, don't lie. The young woman snorted as well. The middle-aged man's expression darkened. Who are you, kid? You don't look familiar. Jin Jianfeng is new? You dare to be arrogant in front of us? And who are you? Xianxia asked. Even we don't know? Kid, listen carefully, we are the disciples of Tai Yunfeng's 3rd elder. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and get over here to die. Otherwise, if we catch you, we'll definitely let you know the feeling of living a life worse than death. The 3 of them had ice-cold expressions. Apart from the injured woman, the middle-aged man among the 3 of them was at the perfection 6 stars realm. As for the other 2, they were both peak 6 stars. When the 3 of them joined forces, it could be said that they were very powerful. Furthermore, in their opinion, the other party was only an elementary 6-star cultivator. Such a person was not even worth mentioning in their eyes. They felt that their junior sister's injury must have been caused by carelessness. How could an early-stage 6-star King Realm cultivator possibly injure them? Brat, since you don't want to die obediently, then I can only make a move. The young man stood up. Ka, a suit of armor appeared around his body, enveloping his entire body. Then, he unsheathed the sword at his waist. Wang, terrifying sword aura surged, piercing through the clouds and shining brightly. In the end, the long sword slashed down. Instantly, a sword aura that was almost 1,000 feet long descended rapidly from the sky. Kid, go to hell. The young man sneered. Humph. Xianxia snorted coldly. That's not how you use your sword. That's not how you use your swordsmanship. At the next moment, He slapped his palm toward the sky and collided with the sword aura. Instantly, there was a huge explosion in the sky. The terrifying sword aura that was 1,000 feet long was directly shattered. He can actually block my attack? This kid is much more powerful than he looks on the surface. The young man frowned. The middle-aged man also said, "Junior brother, be careful. This kid is very strange. He might be able to fight someone of a higher level." "Don't worry, senior brother. So what if he can fight someone of a higher level? In front of me, it's still not enough." The young man sneered and was prepared to attack again. However, Lin Xian stretched out his palm. In the center of his palm, a black aura spun rapidly, forming a powerful suction force that shrouded the young man. How can this be? The young man was sucked forward by the powerful suction force. He could not control himself at all. He roared crazily, trying to break the suction force, but he could not do it at all. Boom, in the blink of an eye, the young man arrived in front of Lin Xian. Then, his neck was grabbed by the other party. His entire body was pressed into the void, unable to move at all. "You want me to kneel and wait for my death? Kneel and wait for your death first." Lin Xian kicked out and broke the other party's legs. Then, the other party knelt in the air and screamed crazily. Damn it! How can he be so powerful? The young man was in so much pain that his eyes were filled with fear. That was because he could not believe that the other party was too powerful. "Senior brother! Save me! Hurry up and save me!" He did not dare to be arrogant anymore and quickly asked the middle-aged man for help. That was because he could not fight against the other party alone. Perhaps only his senior brother could fight against the other party. "Kid, you're courting death. Let go of my junior brother." The middle-aged man's face turned gloomy when he saw that. In the next moment, his aura exploded like a mountain that one could only look up to. "You're too arrogant. How dare you offend our Iron Cloud Peak? You should know that our Iron Cloud Peak is more powerful than your Golden Sword Peak. If you know what's good for you, let go of my junior brother and hand over the yin yang fruit. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. You talk too much. Come and save your junior brother yourself if you can." With that, Lin Xian waved his hand and threw the young man aside. Then, he used the ice cage to control the other party. "Kid, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish." In the next moment, the middle-aged man stretched out his right hand. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light appeared in his right hand. Then, a golden spear slowly took shape. Boom boom, the spear pierced out like a golden lightning bolt, shaking the entire sky. The terrifying golden spear pierced through the void and viciously stabbed towards Lin Xian. Boom boom boom, the void was pierced full of holes in an instant. The middle-aged man's strength was several times stronger than the young man's. When he attacked, the wind and clouds changed. Complete 6-star Great Circle? Is that what gives you the right to be so arrogant? Lin Xian sneered. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the golden spear. Humph, what an idiot. How dare you grab senior brother's golden spear? In the distance, the two women sneered when they saw that. When he said that, the golden spear shone even more brightly. Endless light flickered in all directions. Golden thunder fell from the sky, causing the entire sky to tremble. Buzz, however, the spear stopped in the next moment. The terrifying scene around them also froze in an instant. Then, the lightning and golden light that filled the sky disappeared without a trace. A strong and powerful hand grabbed the golden spear head. That hand belonged to Lin Xian. He seemed to have grabbed the poisonous snake's weak spot and subdued the golden spear in an instant. Damn it! How is that possible? He can grab my weapon. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted, and his face was full of disbelief. In the next moment, he roared crazily and waved his hands, trying to pull the spear out. The great perfection of 6 stars? That's all there is to it. You don't have the ability to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He exerted strength in his arms and immediately waved the spear. As for the middle-aged man who was holding the spear, he was also lifted up into the air, dancing non-stop in the air. Boom, Lin Xian waved the spear and smashed it hard on the ground. Immediately, the middle-aged man's body fell to the ground, creating a deep pit. Cracks spread in all directions, and it was extremely terrifying. "Ah, I'm going to kill you." The middle-aged man got up from the ground and roared crazily. Endless sacred light erupted from his body. The terrifying aura shattered the void. Boom, however, at that moment, a foot stepped on his head. Immediately, his body that had just gotten up was stepped back down again. Not only that, but his head was also stepped on into the soil. "You still want to fight back? Do you have the ability to?" Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. The young man who was trapped and the two women in the distance were stunned when they saw that scene. They did not expect their powerful senior brother to have his head stepped on and unable to resist at all. It was really hard for them to believe. "Now, do you still dare to have any ideas about the yin-yang fruit?" Lin Xian asked coldly. Hearing that, their bodies trembled, and deep fear appeared in their eyes. What kind of joke was that? They would never dare to have any ideas about the yin-yang fruit even if they were beaten to death. That was because the young man before him was simply too powerful. Moreover, it was very strange. He was clearly only at the early stage of a 6-star martial artist, but his combat strength was so strong that even a 6-star martial artist at the consummation stage was no match for him. Could it be that the other party had already reached the almighty level? They were all terrified. "No, I wouldn't dare." The middle-aged man struggled to open his mouth and said, "We were blind and didn't know that the Yin-Yang Valley was still young master's territory. Please forgive us, young master. I hope young master won't blame us." The other three also hurriedly apologized as their bodies began to tremble. "Tell me, what is the use of the yin-yang fruit?" "The yin-yang fruit will bear fruit once a month. However, there are very few of them each time, only 3 to 5. This yin-yang fruit is very magical. It can help you concentrate and train your qi. After consuming it, the soul power and spiritual energy in the body will be refined. If taken over a long period of time, it can even purify one's soul and improve one's physique. It might even give birth to bloodline power." The middle-aged man didn't dare to hold anything back. He explained all the uses of the yin-yang fruit. When Lin Xian heard this, he was greatly surprised. The yin-yang fruit was special. It could only be found in the yin-yang valley. No other place would have it. Lin Xian hadn't known before, but now it seemed that the yin-yang fruit was truly a treasure. Not only could it improve a cultivator's physique, but it could also strengthen one's soul. However, he was very puzzled. Why didn't Valurium Palace want such a good thing? Why did they leave it here for others to fight over? But soon, he understood. There were simply too few of the yin-yang fruit. Although it could improve one's physique and even strengthen one's soul, it needed to be consumed over a long period of time. If 3 to 5 of them were taken each time, who knew how long it would take to gather enough yin-yang fruit? That was why Valurium Palace didn't monopolize the yin-yang fruit. Instead, they let the other 5 peaks benefit. In the past, the 5 great winds would fight over the yin-yang fruit. At the very least, Jin Jianfeng and Tai Yunfeng's men would fight. However, because of Lin Xian's arrival this time, Big Dipper and Qin Lan didn't come. However, Tai Yunfeng's men had come. They fought Lin Xian, but the result was a crushing defeat. "Alright, get out of here. Also, Yin-Yang Valley is my territory from now on. Don't come here again. Otherwise, I'll break your legs the next time I see you." Lin Xian removed his foot and sent the middle-aged man flying with a kick. In the next moment, he removed the cage of ice and snow. These people immediately fled and disappeared into the sky. The yin-yang fruit was a treasure. Lin Xian entered the valley and plucked 3 yin-yang fruits. He looked at them and saw that there were 2 more. In other words, there were only 5 yin-yang fruits at a time. Without hesitation, he took one and put it into his mouth. The yin-yang fruit was very miraculous. It melted in his mouth, turning into pure yin and yang qi that quickly entered Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian could feel that his physique was quickly absorbing the yin-yang qi. His soul seemed to have been tempered as well. Soon, he opened his eyes. It seemed that there would only be obvious changes after consuming the yin-yang fruit for a long time. If he only ate 1 or 2, there would not be any obvious changes. It would only be a slow increase. However, this was already good enough. At least Lin Xian still needed to stay in Yinyang Valley for a while. He ate another one and then divided the rest among the dark red divine dragon and the little white monkey. The news that Lin Xian owned Yinyang Valley quickly spread. The people from the 5 peaks were greatly shocked. That was because Yinyang Valley had been without an owner for 300 years. They did not expect to welcome a new owner this time. However, some people were not convinced. After all, Yinyang Valley could produce Yinyang fruits. Therefore, many people came to attack Yinyang Valley, but they were all beaten away by Lin Xian. Therefore, after a while, everyone knew that a ferocious person had come to live in Yinyang Valley. Even a great perfection 6-star cultivator was no match for him. For a time, no one dared to behave atrociously in Yinyang Valley. Lin Xian could be considered to have settled down in Yinyang Valley. On the other side, in Hui Hong's main hall, the black-haired man, 7-star, had a cold expression. All the Golden Sword Peak disciples thought that this 7-star was a good-natured second senior brother. However, they did not know that this 7-star was a person who hid a dagger behind a smile. At this moment, there was no one in the main hall except for 7-star, so he would not hide anymore. His chiseled face was incomparably cold. Damn fellow, he can actually dodge the death aura. How did he do it? To be honest, 7-star was very surprised. Because even he could not resist the death aura in Yinyang Valley. However, the other party was safe and sound. Not only that, but the people from the Hall of Law Enforcement had also been sent running. Even a great perfection 6-star cultivator wasn't his match. This shocked 7-star even more. This was because even though Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the elementary 6-star level, his battle prowess was simply too terrifying. No one below the rank of great expert was his match. 7-star took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Then, he began to organize his thoughts. According to the news from the manor, this kid could fight above his level. He could even fight the Mountain Razor General to a draw when his cultivation was suppressed. This meant that he had the strength of a quasi-great expert. But so what, he's just a quasi-great expert. He's not a true great expert. He's nothing compared to me. 7-star's lips curled into a cold smile. However, he didn't relax his frown. His master was in seclusion right now, so he hadn't attracted his master's attention. However, the manor will hold a great competition in 2 months. If he shines in the competition, his master and the manor will definitely take notice. What if his master takes a liking to him and imparts him with some real cultivation methods? With that guy's talent, it won't be long before he breaks through and becomes a great expert. At that time I won't have any advantage. 7-star's eyes shone with a fierce light. Little junior brother, I won't let you shine in the competition in 2 months. Qin Lan is a proud and aloof woman. She probably won't make a move in secret. Moreover, no one in Golden Sword Peak's younger generation is his match. It seems that I should think about the other 4 peaks and see if I can instigate others to kill him in advance. Even if I can't kill him, I can at least severely injure him. However, the disciples of ordinary elders really aren't his match. Only the disciples of the 5 peak lords can. 7-star thought about it and realized that Lin Xian was truly a monster. No one below the rank of great expert was his match. This drove 7-star crazy. Kid, it seems that I still need to end you with my own hands. Lin Xian began to cultivate after no one disturbed him. However, he received some news during this time. Valurium Manor would hold a great competition in 2 months. This grand competition was Valurium Palace's test for the 5 peaks. Anyone who performed outstandingly in this grand competition would be chosen by Valurium Manor and nurtured with all their might. It was even possible that he could enter the heart of Valurium Palace. Upon receiving this news, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the large competition in 2 months was his only chance. He had to enter the heart of Valurium Palace and use it as a springboard to enter the heart of the Taiyu dynasty. Only then could he obtain more information about the nest of 10,000 dragons. I remember that when I received the token, that disciple once said that this token would allow me to obtain some cultivation resources every month. Lin Xian recalled. Then, he took out his token and flew off into the distance in a flash. In the distance, immortal mist was faintly discernible. A 7-story pagoda towered into the clouds. Lin Xian arrived at the bottom of the pagoda. Immediately, someone flew up and shouted coldly, "Who goes there?" "I'm Jin Jianfeng's third disciple. I'm here to collect cultivation resources," Lin Xian said in a low voice and took out his token. The guards took the token and examined it carefully. Then, they respectfully handed it to Lin Xian and said, "Senior uncle, please." Lin Xian nodded and followed them into the 7-story pagoda. The interior was incomparably spacious. Runes flickered on the walls and floor. It was obvious that this pagoda was unusually sturdy. There was absolutely no need for anyone to cause trouble here. When they arrived at the 3rd floor, the disciple said, "Senior uncle, please enter. Hand over the token and you'll receive the resources you need." The disciple waited on the side and didn't enter. Lin Xian nodded and pushed open the door alone. After he entered, the stone door behind him slowly closed with a rumbling sound. Although the door was closed, it wasn't dark inside. On the dark walls and ceiling above him were fist-sized luminous pearls that flickered with light. On the wall in front of him, there were many boxes with titles engraved on them. In front of the wall, there was a huge copper lamp with mysterious runes engraved on it. It was abnormally complicated and dazzling. It had an unfathomable aura. Lin Xian walked forward. However, at this moment, the huge copper lamp in front of him flickered. Then, at the mouth of the lamp, a cloud of green mist gushed out and quickly condensed into the appearance of a gigantic spirit. "Halt. Report your name," the spirit-gathering spirit said. His voice was like thunder, but it didn't spread out of the room. The runes in the entire room flickered and blocked all auras. "I'm Jin Jianfeng's third disciple," Lin Xian said in a low voice. He didn't say his name. Moreover, the items here weren't collected according to one's name. Instead, they were collected according to their titles. For example, if Qin Lan came to collect, she would be Jin Jianfeng's eldest senior sister. If Jin Jianfeng came to collect, he would be Jin Jianfeng's second senior brother. As for him, he was the third disciple. With that, Lin Xian waved the token in his hand. That Cyan Juling God Phantom received the token and then danced towards the back. The token flew out and embedded itself in a box on the wall. Immediately, there was a clicking sound. Jin Jianfeng's third disciple. You haven't collected cultivation resources for 300 years. Are you going to take them all out at once? What? Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. Originally, he had just arrived and thought that he could only take a month's worth of cultivation resources. However, he didn't expect that he could take all the resources for 300 years. This was really surprising. Suddenly, he remembered that the Gold Sword Peak's peak master seemed to have taken in a disciple before. However, he later left and joined the Yinyang sect. That person was probably the third disciple at that time. He was now the third disciple. Moreover, this place only collected resources based on their titles, not their names. Therefore, the things that the previous person hadn't collected for 300 years were all given to Lin Xian. Thinking of this, Lin Xian felt excited. Happiness came too suddenly. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Take them all out." He couldn't help it. He was really too excited. After hearing this, the spirit condensation god nodded. Then, he waved his arm and a storage ring floated in the air. Then, it flew towards Lin Xian. All the cultivation resources for the next 300 years are here. Take them. Lin Xian took the storage ring and probed it with his soul power. In the next moment, his pupil shrank. This was because there were 360,000 supreme-grade subdivine crystals neatly placed inside. Lin Xian knew very well how rare it was to have a nerve. It could only be cut out from those wondrous stones. Moreover, it was extremely rare, but now, he had obtained a resource similar to a divine crystal. How could he not be excited? In the next moment, he put away the storage ring, retrieved the token, and turned around to leave. What a pleasant surprise. With these 360,000 substandard divine crystals, Lin Xian believed that he could increase his cultivation again, after obtaining these abundant cultivation resources, Lin Xian immediately returned to the Yin-Yang Valley and prepared to cultivate in seclusion to increase his cultivation. However, he frowned when he returned to the valley. "Who is it? Show yourself, you sneaky bastard." Lin Xian snorted coldly. His voice was as sharp as a sword, bombarding the surroundings. "Hee, brother, your soul power is quite sharp." Soft laughter sounded at this moment. Then, the void rippled and two figures appeared. "Who are you? What are you hiding here for?" Lin Xian looked ahead and asked coldly. There were two figures in front of him, a man and a woman. The man wore a blue robe and had a handsome face. The woman wore a black dress and an icy expression. "I'm from Blue Haifeng. She's from Black Jade Peak." Blue Haifeng and Black Jade Peak were both part of the 5 Great Peaks. However, Lin Xian didn't know what they were here for. "We're here for no reason. We just want to inform you of something. That is, brother, please give up on the competition in 2 months." "What?" Lin Xian was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect this to be their request. He sneered, "Do you think it's possible for me to give up on the competition?" The competition in 2 months was Lin Xian's opportunity to enter Valurium Palace's core. Even if that wasn't the case, Lin Xian wouldn't listen to them. He wasn't a lamb to be slaughtered. Why waste your breath on him? Just attack. The woman in black said coldly. Her expression was unusually cold. The blue-cloaked young man smiled and said, "Brother, we didn't intend to target you in this matter. It's just that someone doesn't want you to participate. Since you won't listen, then don't blame us for being rude." "Impolite? How impolite?" Lin Xian sneered. Both of them were 6th-star Great Perfection cultivators. The man in blue in particular was even stronger. He was about to enter the realm of great experts. But even so, it wasn't enough. Lin Xian didn't take these two people. The two of them did not attack Lin Xian immediately. Instead, they took out 2 jade pendants and put them together. Immediately, a dazzling light bloomed, forming countless multicolored lights that rushed into the clouds. In the next moment, 18 large flags appeared in the sky and began to flutter rapidly. Every one of them was like a huge mountain, black and oppressive, carrying a heavy aura. "We know you're powerful. You can even kill a 6th-star Great Perfection cultivator. So, we don't plan to attack you. We only need to trap you for a few months. After the competition, we'll let you out. Go." The woman in black snorted and waved her hand. The 18 swaying flags in the sky were quickly inserted into the ground below, surrounding the entire valley. Then, the 18 flags formed an extremely mysterious formation cage that covered the entire Yin-Yang Valley. With the 18 iron blood flags, that kid won't be able to get out. Even a great expert can be trapped for a year or so, let alone him. That kid could have provoked anyone, but he provoked that smiling tiger. He's unlucky. Let's go. The two of them talked for a while. Then, they turned into a long rainbow and disappeared into the sky. The 18 flags below fell to the ground and formed a formation. Then, they disappeared. Ordinary people couldn't see it at all. However, it formed a mysterious force that covered the entire valley. The people in the valley couldn't get out. Humph, Lin Xian stood in the valley and looked around. He snorted when he sensed the mysterious aura. Needless to say, it was the doing of second senior brother, 7-star. It seemed that the other party had put in a lot of effort to suppress him. To think that he would even resort to a method like sealing the formation. However, how could a mere formation seal him? In the next moment, Lin Xian clapped his hands and blue frost turned into a huge ice palm that slammed forward. Boom boom boom, there was an intense collision and countless ripples appeared in the sky. However, this time, the ice palm didn't break through the void. Instead, it was shattered. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was surprised. Buzz, in the next moment, he bent his fingers and flicked out a wisp of sword chi that surged forward. Then, it expanded in the wind and turned into a sword light that was 100 feet long. It slashed down from the sky. Clang, air waves rolled and the void cracked. However, it didn't break the formation formed by the 18 flags. Interesting. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect the other party to have such a mysterious formation. He wouldn't be able to break it in a short time. However, he wasn't worried because he had the dark red divine dragon. With the dark red divine dragon's means, it wouldn't be a problem to break this kind of formation. Sure enough, when he summoned the ruffian dragon, the dark red divine dragon said, "Don't worry, kid, I can break it." That's good. Lin Xian smiled but then said, "Don't be too fast. If we break the formation now, they'll probably attack us again. Why don't I cultivate in seclusion while the formation is still here? We won't be disturbed. We just have to break the formation before the competition starts." Lin Xian smiled. He was originally worried that 7th Star would attack him, but now he was trapped by the formation. He thought that the other party wouldn't cause trouble for him anymore. This made it convenient for him to cultivate in seclusion. Other than the dark red divine dragon reminding them during the full moon, the two of them could avoid death. Lin Xian had been cultivating in silence. He took out 360,000 supreme-grade substandard divine crystals and used the dragon sword field to refine them. The energy of the supreme-grade substandard divine crystals was completely absorbed by the dragon sword field and transferred to Lin Xian's body. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. During this time, many newcomers were sent in and assigned to the 5 peaks. The people from the 5 peaks were also excited. It didn't matter if they were newcomers or those who had arrived long ago. It didn't matter if they were ordinary disciples, elders' disciples, or even peak masters' disciples. At this moment, all of them were excited. This was because the competition of the Wang Mansion was coming. If anyone could stand out in the competition, the Wang Mansion would definitely take a fancy to them and nurture them with all their might. After all, the 5 peaks were only branches of the manor. The entire Valurium Manor was incomparably powerful. It wasn't inferior to some of the great sects. Everyone was accumulating strength and cultivating madly, preparing to display their prowess in the competition. Buzz, a 72-level cultivation pagoda suddenly opened, and an icy figure walked out. She was wearing a blue dress and was standing on a blue greatsword. Her face was beautiful, but her eyes were unusually cold. She was the eldest senior sister of Golden Sword Peak, Qin Lan. Although Qin Lan looked like she was in her 20s, her true age was more than 300 years old. However, compared to those old monsters who were easily thousands of years old, she was still part of the younger generation. Therefore, she was naturally qualified to take part in the Prince's Mansion competition. The same was true for second senior brother 7 Star. There were very few people like Lin Xian, who was only 24 or 25 years old, but possessed heaven-defying strength. Every one of them was a peerless genius. Only the holy sons and daughters, as well as the princes and princesses, could do so. Apart from them, the others were all youths who were a few hundred years old. They might be old in the eyes of the common world, but they were very young in the world of cultivation. With the arrival of the competition, not only were the 5 peaks excited, but the entire manor was bustling with activity. This competition wasn't just an internal affair of Valurium Manor. It also invited nearby experts, families, and other factions to spectate. It was a grand event. For one thing, Valurium Manor could show off the strength of its young disciples. Moreover, this was an opportunity for Valurium Palace to cooperate with the other great factions in the area. Therefore, Valurium Manor attached great importance to the competition. The disciples of the 5 peaks were all mobilized. Apart from registering for the competition, they were also receiving the various experts. The manor had limited manpower, and those who were stronger wouldn't do such a thing. It wasn't appropriate for the weak to be sent out to receive the strong. Therefore, the genius disciples, elders, and disciples of the 5 peaks were all mobilized. Senior Feng, please come in. Greetings, Master Skyfire. My master misses you very much. Brother Hong, you're early. Laughter rang out as Valurium Manor's disciples welcomed the various experts and geniuses. Among them, even 7 Star and Qin Lan were sent out. Wang, in the sky, a rainbow streaked across. Then, the light dissipated, and a child appeared. The child was not even half a meter tall, but he had a big head and a beard. His face was no different from a middle-aged man's. This strange scene caused the surrounding disciples to be slightly stunned. However, Seven Star's eyelids were twitching wildly. He quickly walked up and said respectfully, "Greetings, Master." He didn't dare to be careless at all because the short middle-aged man in front of him was extremely terrifying. Even though they were both almighties, the other party's strength far surpassed his. He had reached an unfathomable realm. Moreover, he had a bad temper because he was a natural dwarf. Unlike the dwarfs in the normal world, this was a race. Therefore, even if this middle-aged man cultivated to the level of a powerful being, he would still be short and couldn't change his size. However, his temper was extremely violent. If anyone dared to speak rudely to him, he would definitely torture them to death in an extremely cruel manner. Therefore, Seven Star didn't dare to be careless in front of such a person. Not only Seven Stars, but Qianlan also met a big shot. Clouds roiled in the sky as an old man slowly descended on a white cloud. The old man was tall and big, with a hooked nose and piercing eyes. However, his arms were missing. His empty sleeves fluttered in the wind. The demiurge crippled master. This was also an extremely terrifying almighty. Even with Qianlan's arrogant personality, he still forced a smile and took it seriously. "What a beautiful child. I remember you. You should be one of Jianfeng's people." The demiurge crippled master looked at Qianlan, his eyes quickly roaming over her body. Qianlan froze when she was enveloped by his gaze. Intense anger rose in her heart. However, she didn't dare show it on her face. She couldn't beat the person in front of her. Moreover, this was a critical moment. She couldn't make a move. Therefore, she welcomed the crippled old man with a smile and invited him inside. Qianlan and Seven Star weren't the only ones. Genius disciples from all directions welcomed the experts into Valurium Manor. This was a grand occasion. Congratulations came from all directions. Valurium Manor was currently open to all but the most central areas of the manor for these people to enjoy. There were also places to live. Mountains, pavilions, terraces, and towers sparkled with light. These were all places for people to live. Spirit beasts danced in the air around them. Mountains and rivers were places for people to enjoy. More and more people arrived. Finally, Valurium Manor welcomed the official start of the grand competition. The weather was clear and sunny. There were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles. Valurium Manor was bathed in multicolored light. An enormous mountain peak floated in the sky. The magnificent sight was admired by tens of thousands of people. The mountain peak was enormous. However, it didn't have a peak. Someone had sliced it open in the middle with a single stroke of a sword, creating a vast expanse of flat land. There were exquisite palaces and pavilions on the flat land. There were even springs and waterfalls above. All kinds of spirit beasts ran about. This place was called the Immortals' Advent Terrace. It was the most important and noble place for the grand competition. It was also where King Valurium would appear. Apart from King Valurium, the most important people of Valurium Manor would also appear here. Apart from them, very few people who came to pay homage were qualified to come here. Anyone who could ascend to the Immortals' Advent Terrace was an earth-shattering figure. However, there weren't too many of them in total. There were no more than 100 people. There were also 5 floating mountains around the Immortals' Advent Terrace. They had also been sliced in the middle, revealing a vast expanse of flat land. These were 5 viewing platforms that were 1 level below the Immortals' Advent Terrace. They were 1 level below the Immortals' Advent Terrace. Those who could come to the 5 great beer temples were no ordinary people. After all, other than the 5 great spiritual altars, there were countless other viewing spots that were prepared for other people. Although Venerable Master Tian Can and the dwarf boy were feared by Qianlan and Seven Star, they couldn't ascend to the Immortals' Advent Terrace. They could only sit on these 5 platforms. Those people took their seats one by one. No one dared to disturb them, and no one dared to forcibly occupy a good place. It would be too humiliating to be beaten down in front of so many people. There weren't many people in the vicinity of Xianxia Valley, not even birds or beasts. No one dared to come here because of the presence of death. At this moment, Xianxia Valley was unusually calm. However, it did not take long for the void to start boiling. It was as though the void was boiling, making loud splashing sounds. An extremely handsome young man was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the valley. His hands were constantly changing mysterious seals. In the next moment, he opened his eyes. Sword light dozens of meters long tore through the air. His aura suddenly erupted, rushing in all directions with the force of an avalanche. Thunder and wind began to howl in the valley. It was as if the end of the world was coming. Whoosh, a long howl turned into rolling thunderclouds. The young man stood up, his aura rising steadily. Finally, he rose from an early 6-star king to a mid-6-star king. At the same time, the 360,000 supreme-grade subdivine crystals behind the young man shattered and turned into ashes in an instant. This young man was Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at the 360,000 supreme-rank subdivine crystals behind him. His lips curved into a smile. After 2 months of absorption, he had broken through to a mid-6-star king. His strength had also increased once again. In the next moment, he raised his head and looked into the distance. There was a dazzling light in the distance, as if an immortal palace had opened. It was about time for the competition to begin. He said, "Ruffian dragon, it's time. Let's do it." "Haha, I've been ready for a long time." The dark red dragon had deciphered more than half of the 18 flags of iron and blood over the past 2 months. Only the last step remained. When he heard Lin Xian's command, he waved his claw. Several mysterious runes appeared and floated in the air. In the next moment, a crack appeared. "Let's go." Lin Xian's figure flashed and he left the crack with the dark red divine dragon. He turned into a ray of sword light and flew towards the dazzling light in the distance. Valurium Palace was unusually lively at this moment. Voices and laughter could be heard from time to time. The Immortals' Advent platform at the center shone so brightly that one could only look up at it. The 5 spirit platforms around it were even more lively. On one of the golden spirit altars, there were many experts here, including Jin Jianfeng's eldest senior sister, Qin Lan, and second senior brother, Jin Jianfeng. Other than the 2 of them, the 9 elders of the Golden Sword Peak were also present. Other than that, there were also other experts who had come to congratulate him. Their eldest martial sister Qin Lan had an ice-cold personality. Thus, in this sort of situation, she would not agree too much. The younger generation was naturally left to second senior brother 7-star. As for the elders of the older generation, they were received by the great elder. At this moment, second senior brother 7-star stood up and smiled. "Seniors, fellow Taoists, 7-star salutes everyone." "Well said, well said." The older ones all laughed. As for those martial artists of the same age, they stood up one after another. The group of people drank. At this moment, a hurried sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Then, a sharp sword light pierced through the clouds and flew over quickly. The sword chi was sharp and very eye-catching. Therefore, everyone on the golden spiritual platform looked up at the sky at once. What a sharp sword chi! The elders and experts were all astonished, and the younger generation exclaimed in shock. Who would come at this time? Second senior brother 7-star's face darkened when he turned to look at the sword chi. He even spilled some of the wine in his hand because he discovered that the sword chi was actually released by Lin Xian. Damn it, how is this possible? Wasn't that guy trapped by the 18 flags of iron blood? How could he come out? 7-star was extremely surprised because he had already sent people to use the 18 flags of iron blood to trap the other party. That kind of array formation was very terrifying. Even an almighty would not be able to come out without a year or so. But now, the other party actually came out. How did he do it? Could it be that someone helped him? But after thinking about it, 7-star realized that unless an almighty level array master made a move, no one could break it open. Even then, the commotion would be very big. With his means, he could quickly obtain news. However, he did not receive any news at all. This made him even more puzzled. Damn it, this brat's aura has become tyrannical again. What shocked 7-star even more was that the other party's cultivation seemed to have broken through and reached the mid-stage. 6-star monarch realm. This made his expression very ugly. Off to the side, Qin Lan naturally noticed Lin Xian as well. However, her face was still cold and expressionless. Although she somewhat disliked this new junior brother of hers, she did not think much of him. A mere 6-star monarch was beneath her notice. Therefore, she would not secretly attack him. However, when she saw 7-star's expression, she knew that he must have attacked the other party. Moreover, the other party had successfully escaped. Qin Lan's lips curved into a cold smile when she thought of this. Damn it. We can't let him in. 7-star's expression darkened, a trace of iciness appearing in his eyes. In the next moment, he put down his wine cup and waved his sleeve. He shouted coldly, "Who dares trespass on Valurium Manor? Today is the day of celebration for the manor. Trespassers will be killed without mercy." He roared angrily, a biting cold killing intent radiating from his body. He wanted to kill the other party before they could make a move. To prevent future trouble, otherwise, the things he had done would be exposed. If his master found out, he would be severely punished. Therefore, 7-star attacked without any hesitation. With a wave of his hand, a blue pagoda quickly flew out. It expanded in the sky like a star and enveloped the sword light. The 7-star pagoda, the crowd cried out in surprise. They didn't expect 7-star to be so decisive as to use his weapon right from the start. Who dares trespass on Valurium Manor? Are they not afraid of death? Who knows? Maybe it's a hothead outside who wants to join in the fun. Who cares who he is? He's dead meat. 7-star is a great expert, and he's even used his weapon. That person can't resist at all. In the sky, Lin Xian frowned as he looked at the blue pagoda flying towards him. It seemed that 7-star was the culprit. 7-star had attacked him as soon as he saw him. He obviously wanted to kill him to silence him. Since the other party had already made up his mind to kill him, why should he hold back? He, Lin Xian, wasn't someone who could be trampled on. Therefore, in the next moment, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He didn't face the pagoda head-on. Instead, his figure flickered as he used Empyrean Dragon's 8 steps. He turned into a streak of light and rushed out of the 7-star pagoda's range. Boom, the 7-star pagoda missed its target and shattered the void. The people on the Jinling platform below were extremely surprised. What? He actually dodged it? How is that possible? Could he be a great expert? That person was so fast. Exclamations of surprise rang out. They thought that no matter who the other party was, they would be dead for sure. The other party actually dodged it so easily, which truly surprised them greatly. 7-star was even more surprised. His pupils constricted as he pushed the 7-star pagoda in the sky, wanting to attack again. Buzz, however, he still underestimated Lin Xian's speed. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he instantly appeared on Jinling platform. His black hair fluttered, and his red robes fluttered in the wind. His gaze was like lightning, turning into a sharp blade. Lin Xian shouted coldly. Despicable villain, plotting against me time and time again. Do you really think I don't dare to kill you, what? It's actually a young man. Everyone looked at Lin Xian and exclaimed in shock. The powerhouses who came to congratulate were all puzzled. Who is this person? So domineering. He even dares to threaten 7-star. Meanwhile, Jin Jianfeng's elders were all astonished. They recognized Lin Xian. Wasn't he taken in as the Peak Master's third disciple? Why was he constantly in conflict with 7-star? At this moment, the first elder also stood up and said coldly. Lin Xian, today is an important day for the monarch residents. Don't mess around. Mess around? Lin Xian sneered. Sure. Make this fellow kneel and kowtow to me an apology, and I won't mess around. What? Everyone's eyelids twitched wildly. Make second senior brother 7-star kneel and apologize? How was that possible? That was 7-star, the Peak Master's disciple. His status was equivalent to an elder, moreover, 7-star was an almighty and could be said to have a noble status. How could he kneel to a 6-star monarch? 7-star's face also darkened when he heard that, and thick killing intent surfaced in his eyes. First elder snorted coldly. What nonsense are you talking about? That's your senior brother. My senior brother? Are you sure he's my senior brother? Do you know what he did to me? Lin Xian sneered. Do you know that my senior brother tried to assassinate me more than once in order to protect his status? If I wasn't strong enough, I probably would have been killed by now. Assassination. Hearing this, everyone was even more shocked. Not to mention the people from the Golden Sword Peak, the experts from the outside world were even more surprised. But very quickly, their lips curled up and they looked like they were watching a good show. This was originally Jinjian Peak's matter, so what did it have to do with them? However, with such a show to watch today, their trip was not in vain. Nonsense. 7-Star also roared. He would never admit to something like this. Little junior brother, I don't know why you are framing me like this. But today is the day of the prince's mansion. Don't let the outsiders see you as a joke. You won't be able to bear the blame of the Wang mansion and master. So, you'd better go back home and reflect on your mistakes. What? You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it? Lin Xian sneered, you really are a coward. Someone like you wants to take over the Peak Lord's position? How laughable. You're courting death. 7-Star's face was extremely gloomy. No one had ever dared to mock him like this, and this brat in front of him was actually so reckless. If today wasn't the important day of the prince's mansion, he dared to guarantee that this brat would have died a few hundred times already. Enough. First Elder also roared, brat, hurry up and go back. Don't behave atrociously here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Impolite? How are you going to be impolite? Try being impolite. Lin Xian did not back down. He took a step forward, and the aura on his body suddenly erupted. Instantly, a terrifying blast of air surged out in all directions. Whoosh, feeling this sharp aura, everyone exclaimed in shock. The younger disciples even revealed horrified expressions. As for the older generation experts, their brows were tightly knitted together. They did not expect that although this young man in front of them only had the cultivation of a 6-star intermediate rank king, the aura he emitted was truly too terrifying. If you don't give me an explanation today, I won't let this go. Lin Xian said coldly. He was truly too furious. If he did not kill the 7-star today, his cultivation and strength would be in vain. Stubborn. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. First Elder's voice was icy cold, and he was about to make a move. However, at this moment, a red-robed elder stepped forward. He was the 8th Elder. The 8th Elder said, Big brother, there's no need for you to make a move. I'll capture this brat. He sneered. He and Lin Xian originally had some enmity. Lin Xian was accepted as the Peak Master's disciple, which made him somewhat nervous. Moreover, he could not take revenge on the hatred in his heart. After all, after becoming the Peak Master's disciple, his status was equivalent to theirs. However, it was different now. This brat actually dared to openly cause trouble on such an important day of the prince's mansion. He would definitely be severely punished. Moreover, that brat was unwilling to stop now. It was the best time to kill him, therefore, 8th Elder decided to personally make a move and kill him, even if the other party really died. The Peak Master and the prince's mansion would probably not blame him. Instead, they would reward him greatly. Therefore, he stepped forward without hesitation. Brat, you really don't know what's good for you. Isn't being your 3rd disciple quite carefree and happy? You actually came here to behave atrociously? Since you're courting death, then don't blame me. 8th Elder sneered, and endless flames appeared on his body. 7-Star also laughed when he saw 8th Elder make a move. He naturally knew that 8th Elder and Lin Xian had a feud. Presumably, 8th Elder would definitely not show mercy when he made a move. Moreover, 8th Elder was also a mighty figure. Dealing with a 6-star monarch was absolutely a piece of cake. This way, he could get rid of a potential enemy without having to make a move. Why not? Old thing, I gave you face last time and didn't make a move on you. I didn't expect you to be so reckless. You still dare to find trouble with me now? Since that's the case, then there's no need for you to live. Lin Xian stared at 8th Elder, his eyes filled with murderous intent. 8th Elder actually jumped out at this time and wanted to kill him? How could he let him go? You're courting death. 8th Elder roared furiously, and his red palm shot out rapidly. Flaming Divine Palm. A terrifying flame aura soared into the sky, and a terrifying heatwave swept out in all directions. 2 large red palm prints of light dyed the entire sky red. They ruthlessly slammed toward Lin Xian. At this moment, it was as if the god of fire had descended. It was incomparably powerful. Buzz, Lin Xian snorted coldly, and frost surged on his body. Instantly, a blue fist shot into the sky. The terrifying frost aura was piercingly cold, and it instantly formed a layer of frost on the entire spiritual platform. Even the surrounding martial artists were covered in a layer of blue ice shards. What a terrifying frost aura! I wonder who will win. What a joke. 8th Elder is a mighty figure. Isn't it easy to deal with a 6-star monarch boy? 8th Elder sneered disdainfully. He already knew that Lin Xian was an ice attribute martial artist, and he immediately sneered. Brat, you want to compete with me with this frost aura of yours? Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, the 2 flaming palms became even brighter. They were like scarlet divine flames that were dancing. Boom, the 2 palms collided and kept rumbling. However, what was shocking was that the 2 of them were evenly matched. The icy flames did not shatter. Instead, they formed a powerful and effective attack to fight against the flaming palms. How is this possible? He can fight against the 8th Elder? God, are my eyes playing tricks on me? He has the strength to fight against an almighty. Exclamations of surprise could be heard. At this moment, not to mention the people of Golden Sword Peak, even the experts from the outside world were shocked as if they had seen a ghost. Previously, they wanted to watch the show, but they did not expect the young man to be so domineering. He did not back down in the face of an almighty. In fact, the fact that they were evenly matched with each other was truly shocking. Genius, a peerless genius, everyone exclaimed. They did not expect the arrogant young man to have such strength. The 8th Elder's face also stiffened. A hint of shock and disbelief appeared in his eyes. He did not expect the young man to be able to fight against him. It was really unexpected. The next moment, his face became abnormally ferocious. Die, kid. The 8th Elder was furious. He could not tolerate a 6-star king being able to fight against him. Therefore, he threw out more than 10 palms in a row. The flames were monstrous and dyed the entire sky red. The airwaves rolled and the surrounding space trembled violently. The flames on the palms turned into a big red bird in the air. It was as dazzling as a phoenix. The terrifying aura made it difficult for people to breathe. Boom, the big red bird roared and flapped its wings. It carried a monstrous air wave and quickly charged toward Lin Xian. 8th Elder? An almighty? Do you think you can do whatever you want? Today, I'll let you know the consequences of provoking me. Lin Xian was also furious. In front of everyone, the 8th Elder spared no effort to use his ultimate move. It was obvious that he wanted to kill him on the spot. If that was the case, why should he hold back? Therefore, at the next moment, he roared and clenched his fists. Suddenly, a terrifying destructive aura formed a black storm and swept in all directions. Boom, he threw out a punch, and the roar of a dragon resounded. An arm stretched out like a black dragon and collided with the red bird. Instantly, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Sparks flew in all directions. The destructive aura formed a black blade that cut through the void. The fiery red bird was smashed into pieces in an instant. It screamed and disappeared into the void. As for Lin Xian, his 5 fingers turned into claws, and a black dragon coiled around his 5 fingers. It turned into a huge palm that covered the sky, and it quickly slammed towards the 8th Elder. What? He's so strong. Everyone was stunned. They quickly retreated and rose into the air. Their faces were filled with fear. Yi Shiwen was too strong. He was able to shatter the 8th Elder's ultimate move with just one punch. It was unbelievable. Not only that, he even took the initiative to kill the 8th Elder, which was hard to believe. The 8th Elder's pupils shrank. His opponent's fists were too violent. However, he was incomparably furious because the other party actually dared to attack him. He really didn't know what death was. In the next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out balls of fire, which turned into fiery meteors that soared into the sky. He wanted to shatter the huge black palm. The huge black palm carried with it a violent aura. 5 dragons coiled around it. It was extremely ferocious and terrifying, as if it could tear everything apart. Therefore, the fiery meteor-like fireballs were unable to withstand it and were completely shattered. Not only that, but the 8th elder was also instantly enveloped by the huge black palm. In the next moment, he was trapped in darkness. The 5 dragons roared ferociously and turned into rays of sharp sword radiance. They moved quickly and slashed towards the 8th elder. Buzz, the 8th elder roared. He waved his hand and a fiery red light screen appeared. The runes on it shone and formed a solid defense. Clang! Clang! The sword chi blasted on the red light screen and a deafening sound was heard. In the outside world, everyone could only see a huge palm that covered the sky and wrapped around the 8th elder. They could no longer see what was happening inside. Only terrifying voices could be heard echoing in the air. At this moment, an extremely miserable voice rang out from the huge palm that blotted out the sky. When everyone heard the sound, their scalps went numb. However, the faces of the people from Golden Sword Peak changed. This was because they realized that the sound came from the 8th elder. The 8th elder is injured? How is this possible? These people widened their eyes in disbelief. That's an almighty. How could he lose to a mere 6-star king? Boom! In the next moment, the huge palm that covered the sky loosened. Then, a ray of red light escaped into the distance. It was the 8th elder. At this moment, his hair was disheveled and he was in an extremely sorry state. There were several sword wounds on his body that had split his body open, revealing deep white bones. There was even one that almost split him in half. He's really injured. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. They were only guessing at first, but now that they saw this scene, they knew that the 8th elder was really injured. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. What kind of existence was this young man who could defeat an almighty? They did not dare to imagine. 7-star was also stunned. To be honest, he did not expect this to happen either. That was the 8th elder, he was an almighty who was not inferior to him. But now, he was being chased like a stray dog. A cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. He swore that he would kill the other party today. Because if the other party continued to grow, it would not be long before he would not be able to suppress the other party. Stop! 7-star roared and waved the 7-star pagoda to block Lin Xian's path. At the same time, he said coldly, "What are you doing? Do you know how big of a sin it is to injure the 8th elder? Moreover, this is the Lioli royal residence. How dare you fight here? Do you want to die?" Humph, Lin Xian ignored 7-star. He snorted and used the chaotic doppelganger to perform the 6 gods sword technique. Suddenly, 3 doppelgangers appeared. Each of them had monstrous sword chi. Like the god of death, they instantly caught up with the 8th elder. A terrifying sword essence erupted and shot into the sky, turning the sky into nothingness. The 8th elder was also pierced by the sword chi. His eyes were wide open as he fell from the sky. What? The 8th elder has been killed. Everyone on the spiritual platform went crazy when they saw the scene. They could not believe it at all. Injuring the 8th elder and killing him were two different things. Almighties usually had life-saving means. Unless they fought desperately, it was rare to be able to kill an almighty. 7-star's pupils constricted. He hadn't expected 8th elder to die just like that. In the next moment, he laughed maniacally. Haha, kid, you're an idiot. I don't even need to do anything to kill 8th elder. The Hall of Enforcement will arrest you. They'll pull out your tendons, flay your bones, and tear you to pieces. Indeed, Lin Xian would be arrested by the Hall of Enforcement after what had happened. At that time, the other party would definitely be dead. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. I'll deal with the Hall of Enforcement when they come. But now, it's time for you to die. With that, he stared coldly at 7-star. You want to kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. 7-star snorted. The blue pagoda floated above his head, shrouding him in a myriad of blue rays. Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. I'll capture you and kill you with my own hands to avenge 8th elder. Let's see if you have the ability to talk so much. Lin Xian sneered, releasing a biting killing intent. 7-star also released a blue light. Then, the two auras clashed in the air. Terrifying energy soared into the sky. This scene wasn't just seen by the entire Jinling platform. The other 4 platforms and all the cultivators below saw it. Even the great personages on the Immortals Advent platform at the very center saw it. Only great personages could ascend the Immortals Advent platform. A stalwart middle-aged man sat at the very front. He wore a crown on his head and wore a long robe. His aura was powerful. He was King Valurium. Beside him, there were several experts. Among them were Lihua General and Moving Mountain General. Even the peak leaders of the 5 peaks were present. The rest were all experts who'd rushed in from outside. Each of them was a peerless expert, their auras as deep as the sea. These people were originally discussing martial arts, but soon, they frowned. This was because an extremely sharp aura came from afar, disturbing their state of mind. The experts from outside were silent, their brows tightly knitted. This was Valurium Palace. They shouldn't be asking questions. Valurium would surely give them an explanation. Sure enough, King Valurium's face darkened when he sensed the change in the energy. What's going on? Could it be that someone wants to cause trouble? The others found it hard to believe as well. After all, who would dare cause trouble in Valurium Palace? At this moment, the steward of the prince's mansion came and quickly explained what had happened below. What? The 8th elder was killed. Hearing this, the expressions of the people in the Wang mansion changed. It seemed that not only was someone causing trouble, but it was also very big. This was simply looking down on the Wang family. Humph! Who dares to be so bold? Which peerless almighty is it? The peak master of Iron Cloud Peak snorted coldly. Not a peerless almighty, but a 6-star king. King? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. What kind of joke was this? A 6-star king had killed an almighty? Wasn't this a fantasy? Even the foreign experts looked at each other in dismay. The housekeeper continued, this 6-star king is also a member of our Wang mansion. To be exact, he is the 3rd disciple that Peak Master Jin Jianfeng just accepted. Whoosh, even though these people were all peerless experts, they were still in an uproar when they heard this news. The Peak Master of Gold Sword Peak's eyelids were twitching wildly. He had indeed just accepted a young disciple, but he couldn't believe that this young disciple of his could be so arrogant and powerful. He dared to kill the 8th elder at this time, and he even succeeded. For a moment, countless gazes fell on the Peak Master of Gold Sword Peak. The Peak Master of Gold Sword Peak was a middle-aged man. He wore a golden robe and looked extremely valiant. But at this moment, being stared at by so many experts, he was drenched in cold sweat. Especially when he saw that King Valurium was also looking in his direction, his heart beat wildly. Although he was strong, he was only a subordinate of King Valurium. There was no way he could resist the will of a king. I will go and capture that animal right now. The Peak Master of Gold Sword Peak braced himself and said. But at this moment, the Mountain Raiser General said coldly, wait. To be honest, when the steward said that it was a 6-star king, the Mountain Raiser General thought that it might be Lin Xian. When he heard that it was the Peak Master of Gold Sword Peak who had just accepted a disciple, he was sure that it was Lin Xian. Beside him, the Lihua General was also surprised. The two looked at each other. Then, the Mountain Raiser General stepped forward. Your Highness, this kid is the young man I told you about. Oh? It's him. Hearing the Mountain Raiser General's words, King Valurium raised his eyebrows and showed a trace of surprise. The Mountain Raiser General had told him that an incredible young man had come to the king's mansion this time. He was able to fight the Mountain Raiser General to a draw when his cultivation was suppressed. King Valurium was very clear about the Mountain Raiser General's strength. Even if his cultivation was suppressed, he was still very strong. However, the fact that a 6-star king could fight against him was enough to prove his strength. King Valurium wouldn't miss such a person, therefore, the murderous intent in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by a trace of excitement. The next moment, he said, what is that kid doing now? Your Highness, he is fighting against the 2nd disciple of Gold Sword Peak, 7-star king. Oh, hearing this, the crowd was surprised. They didn't expect that the kid would not only kill the 8th elder, but also fight now. The Peak Master of Gold Sword Peak was sweating profusely because he knew that this matter was too serious. Therefore, he asked nervously, "Your Highness, this," King Valurium chuckled and said slowly, "It is indeed a headache to have a disobedient disciple under my command. However, the purpose of this competition was to let my subordinates compete. I didn't expect it to start in advance. Since this is the case, why don't you all watch with me?" Many people were stunned when they heard this, because they realized that King Valurium didn't mean to blame them. In fact, he seemed to be happy. This surprised the crowd. But after thinking for a while, they understood that King Valurium must have taken a fancy to the young man. Thinking of this, the Peak Master of Gold Sword Peak breathed a sigh of relief. The other 4 Peak Masters were shocked. The foreign experts were even more surprised. What kind of young man could be so important to King Valurium? Whoosh! At this moment, the Mountain Razor General reached out his large bronze hand and waved it forcefully. Immediately, the surrounding clouds rolled and quickly dispersed. The scene below was revealed. Then, the people on the Immortals' Advent Terrace turned their heads to look down. They were all peerless experts, so they could see clearly. Below, on the Gold Spirit Terrace, Lin Xian and Qi Xing were facing each other. Boom! Boom, boom. The two forces collided, creating earth-shattering tremors. At this moment, everyone in the manor was paying attention. Those from the law enforcement hall roared angrily, wanting to stop the fight. However, they soon received voice transmissions. Immediately, they stopped and did not attack. "Elder, what's going on? Aren't we going to intervene?" A disciple from the law enforcement hall asked, extremely puzzled. This was too abnormal. Today was an important day in the manor. They should have stopped to fight in time. However, at that moment, their elder stopped. The elder from the law enforcement hall took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "We have orders from above. We don't need to interfere in this matter. You may all return." Orders from above. Everyone's eyelids twitched when they heard this. The law enforcement hall's status was already very high. Above them was the core of Valurium Manor. Since it was an order from such an existence, they could only obey. Therefore, the law enforcement hall members retreated to the side. However, they quickly activated the formation to prevent more buildings from being destroyed. Below, in the void, 7-Star floated in the air, the blue pagoda above his head emitting a resplendent radiance. He was like a god looking down on the world below. Lin Xian's clothes fluttered as well. An enormous sword aura soared from his body, piercing through the clouds. "Die, brat." On the other side, 7-Star snorted coldly and swiftly charged over. Lin Xian's expression was calm. He stomped his foot and mysterious sword runes appeared, covering the entire Golden Spirit platform. In the next moment, the earth trembled. The sword runes flickered and turned into a sharp sword light, slashing forward. This sword was extremely sharp, like a true dragon soaring into the sky. Everyone exclaimed when they saw this sword light. It was so sharp that it felt like it could cut the void in half. Some of the weaker ones didn't even dare to look directly at this sword light. "It's useless. You have no chance of winning against me." 7-Star sneered. He held the blue pagoda in his hand and launched a powerful attack downward. A blue radiance swept over quickly, like starlight filling the sky. Soon, it collided with the sword light, causing a huge explosion in the void. "Brat, you may be strong, but you still have no chance of winning against me." 7-Star's expression was cold. He no longer hid his strength. The power of a great expert surged wildly. "I will kill you with my own hands to avenge 8th Elder. But I think it's better for you to go to hell and meet him." Lin Xian's expression was extremely calm. He stomped his foot, the sword runes under his feet. Then, the sword light turned into shocking sword chi, soaring into the sky. This time, Lin Xian not only used the demon-slaying sword formation, but he also used the power of the great dragon sword spirit. Immediately, the sword light, 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 the sword light. Each of these azure dragon sword chis was hundreds of meters long, and their bodies were covered with shining azure scales. The sword chi was the sword chi. What is that? A true dragon? Or sword chi? When the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, their scalps went numb. The reason for that was because the sword auras were simply too sharp. Moreover, the true dragon he turned into was like a real divine beast. It was impossible to tell which was the real one. The dragons swept in all directions, their bodies as sharp as divine swords. They cut through the blue radiance in the sky in an instant. Not only that, they roared and charged at 7-star. Boom boom boom, 1, 2, 3, finally, a dozen or so sword chi soared into the sky, transforming into true dragons that breathed divine power. A terrifying power stirred up the entire void. The entire Valurium Manor was shocked. Everyone was taken aback by this heaven-defying move. Even the bigwigs on the Immortals Advent platform squinted their eyes in awe. Their expressions were extremely grave. Is this kid really just a 6-star king? What a joke. The Peak Lords of Iron Cloud Peak were shocked beyond words. Even the Peak Lord of Metal Sword Peak felt his scalp go numb. He'd accepted the kid as his disciple because he'd thought the kid was talented. However, he'd never seen this disciple before because he'd come out of seclusion to attend the banquet. He hadn't expected his new disciple to be so powerful. His combat strength was no weaker than a great expert's. Sure enough, he's very strong. The Mountain Razor General and Flaming General were also excited. King Valurium's eyes flickered, turning into 2 sharp rays of light as he stared down. Excitement. Too much excitement, King Valurium was overjoyed. He hadn't expected to meet such a peerless genius here. One had to know that the 27 houses of the Tai dynasty were all peerless geniuses in the world. But since they were called peerless geniuses, they were very rare. It wasn't easy to find them. Therefore, King Valurium hadn't found many after searching for a long time. But he hadn't expected to meet a peerless genius here. In his own manner, he was too excited. Below. 10,000 swords flew out, turning into true dragons that stirred the clouds. The entire sky was filled with endless sword light. In the sky, 7-star was under great threat. Streaks of sharp sword chi surrounded her. These sword chi transformed into true dragons that roared incessantly. The dragon claw waved and easily tore through the void, causing him too much trouble. He roared angrily, and the blue pagoda above his head blossomed with light. Blue aura drooped down to protect him. At the same time, a sea of stars quickly appeared. Buzz, the originally clear sky instantly darkened. In fact, countless stars had even appeared. It was as if day had suddenly turned into night. This was 7-star's king domain. At this moment, it enveloped the entire sky. Brat, you've successfully angered me. I'll let you see my true strength. Big Dipper formation. 7-star roared angrily. Immediately, the 7 stars above his head flickered rapidly, forming the appearance of the Big Dipper. In the next moment, the Big Dipper blossomed with light, casting down a terrifying power that swept down. Boom boom boom, in an instant, many of the sword chi around 7-star were swept away. The power of the stars was simply too terrifying. It possessed a mysterious and unfathomable power. Even though the sword chi was very sharp, they were still sent flying. After succeeding in one move, 7-star urged his star domain even more frantically. Immediately, the Big Dipper blossomed with a terrifying light and once again cast down a mysterious power. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly when he saw this scene. He waved his arm, and the demon-slaying sword formation changed again. An even more terrifying sword chi rushed out. In the past, it was a single sword chi. Now, under Lin Xian's control, these sword chi began to combine. Not only that, but the power of the dragon sword soul was also added to it, causing this sword energy to be lifelike and full of spirituality. Boom. Boom, boom. Tens of thousands of sword energies spiraled around each other, forming 9 true dragons that intertwined and formed a sword energy dragon diagram that enveloped the front. Sword energy dragon, splitting the sky with one sword. At this moment, Lin Xian also pulled out the 9 darkness demonic sword, his aura incomparably powerful. Boom. Boom, boom. The sea of stars in the sky collided with the sword energy dragon diagram formed by Lin Xian. Cracks appeared in the void and extended for dozens of miles. The surrounding martial artists kept retreating, frantically avoiding the aftermath of this energy. At the same time, they were extremely horrified. The reason for that was because the two of them were simply too powerful. Boom, there was an earth-shattering collision, followed by blood sprinkling down from the sky. Someone's injured. Everyone was shocked and looked over carefully. The next moment, they were stupefied because the one injured was none other than Seven Star. In the sky, the sword energy dragon diagram rapidly flew upward and confronted the stars in the sky. Sword energy slashed out, annihilating those stars and piercing through the void. There was even a sword energy hole that pierced through Seven Star's shoulder, causing blood to instantly spray out. At this moment, all the martial artists were stunned. This was because Lin Xian actually managed to injure Seven Star. This was truly too shocking. As for the seniors and peerless powerhouses, they were even more astonished. This was because Lin Xian was only a 6-star king, while 7-star was a true almighty. But at this moment, a 6-star king with heaven-defying combat strength injured an almighty. This was truly too shocking. The sword energy dragon diagram was still rapidly pressing upward and was about to completely envelop 7-star. 7-star's expression completely changed. Fury surfaced in his eyes along with a trace of horror. This was because he didn't expect that the other party could actually injure him. This was unacceptable to him. If an almighty could injure him, he would accept it. However, the other party was a 6-star king. How could he injure him? Ah! Scram! 7-star roared madly. He waved his arm, and the star chart above his head swiftly pressed down. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper flickered and landed beside him, forming terrifying stars one after another. It quickly circled around, resisting the sword chi dragon diagram. Boom! Boom, the two collided once again, causing even more cracks to appear in the void. However, at that moment, the first elder coldly snorted, "Enough, stop fighting." He could also tell that Lin Xian had the combat strength of an almighty. Moreover, if they continued to fight, the two of them would definitely suffer heavy injuries. Or, 7-star might be killed. From the looks of it, 7-star was being suppressed by Lin Xian. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was the truth. Elder 8 had already been killed in front of him, so he wouldn't allow 7-star to be killed as well. This was because he was the future hope of the Golden Sword Peak. Thus, at the next moment, the Great Elder took action, releasing a screen of light, wanting to separate the two. Humph, however, Lin Xian snorted and executed the Heavenly Dragon 8 steps. Using his extreme speed, he instantly dodged the Great Elder's attack. Then, he appeared in front of 7-star, and the demon sword in his hand swiftly slashed down. Boom, the sword slashed down, and the void completely exploded. Terrifying air currents rolled, and sharp sword lights flashed. The entire sky was trembling. This was the demon sword. Coupled with the power of the dragon sword's soul, it was abnormally powerful at this moment. Boom, even though 7-star had the starlight screen and was an almighty, he was still sent flying by the sword. Poof, 7-star spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Buzz, however, Lin Xian didn't stop. He stomped his foot, and his entire body turned into a shooting star as he chased after 7-star. At the same time, the demon sword in his hand slashed out crazily. Poof, 7-star gritted his teeth and roared crazily. The entire starry sky formed a Taoist robe that draped over his body to resist. However, he was still struck by the two-sword chi and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. He was in an abnormally wretched state, suffering serious injuries. Ah! I don't believe it. 7-star roared crazily. He couldn't accept this fact. The other party was actually stronger than him. How was this possible? First Elder's expression also changed. He didn't expect that Lin Xian could still injure 7-star even after he made a move. This made him incomparably furious. The next moment, he roared angrily and transformed into a bolt of lightning, instantly arriving in the sky. Then, he clasped his hands together, and a divine thunder hammer rapidly appeared and slammed toward Lin Xian's black demon sword. Clang, with an earth-shaking sound, the two weapons collided, causing a terrifying earthquake. Countless bolts of lightning descended, and sword chi crisscrossed. Many of the martial artists on the Gold Spirit platform were directly sent flying. Because this collision was truly too terrifying. Old fogey. You want to stop me too? Today, I'll slay you too. Lin Xian looked at First Elder with an icy expression. He seemed to have transformed into a killing god as countless sword chi rushed out of his body. It swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The dragon sword spirit domain was executed and instantly enveloped the front. Courting death. First Elder was also enraged. The other party actually dared to attack him. He brandished the Thunder God hammer in his hand and swiftly counterattacked. Clang, another collision, and a terrifying sound wave tore through the void. Meanwhile, First Elder retreated 3 steps. His face was pale, and his entire arm involuntarily started trembling. What powerful sword chi! How is this possible? First Elder was astonished. The other party's sword chi could actually numb his arm. It was truly too unbelievable. At this moment, Lin Xian charged over again with the demon's sword in his right hand. First Elder also roared angrily, and Lin Xian behind him roared even more crazily. Carrying the stars that filled the sky, they wanted to converge with First Elder and slay Lin Xian together. That's enough. However, at this moment, a majestic voice sounded. Instantly, a golden giant appeared in the sky. His body was suffused with a glassy light as he stood indomitable. 2 enormous palms waved and blocked Lin Xian, First Elder, and 7 Star. Whoosh, a terrifying aura surged between heaven and earth. The golden giant was like a celestial god, instantly blocking the 3 of them. Buzz, Lin Xian also stopped in his tracks and didn't attack again. However, his expression was extremely solemn. The dragon sword soul in his body could explode at any moment because the golden giant in front of him was too much of a threat to him. It far surpassed ordinary almighties. On the other side, First Elder and 7 Star felt their scalps go numb when they saw the golden glassy giant. They didn't dare to attack anymore and stood respectfully in the void. 7 Star Heart kept coughing and spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. His injuries were very serious, so he hurriedly consumed some spirit medicine. At this moment, the golden giant rapidly transformed into a beam of golden light and charged into the clouds. Then, the clouds that filled the sky parted, and the spiritual immortal platform slowly descended. Everyone was excited. The pressure that the golden giant brought to them was truly too great. Those from the prince's residence were even more shocked because this Valurium giant was one of King Valurium's ultimate moves. Needless to say, King Valurium had made a move just now. Sure enough, King Valurium stood up and strode into the sky. He spoke loudly like a king. The 2 of you are indeed not bad. 7 Star, your strength has increased again. It won't be long before you break through again. King Valurium waved his sleeve as he spoke, and a vast amount of mighty power poured into 7 Star's body. It healed his injuries. Thank you, Your Highness. 7 Star knelt on one knee excitedly with a respectful expression. The others exclaimed in surprise because they could see that 7 Star's injuries were very serious. However, this King Valurium was too heaven-defying. He healed such a terrible injury with a wave of his sleeve. It was truly shocking. Even the peerless experts were shocked by King Valurium's move. Lin Xian was also surprised. King Valurium had exceeded his expectations. At this moment, King Valurium's gaze shifted from Lin Xian to Lin Xian. Little fellow, you're even better. You're a young 6-star king, yet you possess the combat strength of a mighty figure. It's truly rare in 1,000 years. Your Highness is too kind. Lin Xian cupped his fists and said. You're indeed very good. You've exceeded my expectations. Your talent, I have only seen it in my son and the other princes. Everyone was in an uproar when they heard this because this evaluation was too high. Princes were the children of the various princes in the prince's residence. They could be said to be favored by the heavens. Moreover, they were all born with spiritual treasures in their mouths. Such people were naturally terrifying. However, no one expected that the young man in front of them could be mentioned in the same breath as princes. It was truly beyond their expectations. At this moment, King Valurium said loudly, "Come with me." With that, he waved his sleeve and enveloped Lin Xian. Then, a prismatic light dragged Lin Xian into the sky. Lin Xian did not resist because he realized that the other party had no ill intentions. Soon, he was carried by the light into the clouds and landed on the Immortals Advent platform. Seeing this scene, everyone went crazy. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to ascend the celestial arrival platform. That was a place only the core members of the Wang clan were qualified to ascend. Now, a 6-star king had been invited by King Valurium to ascend the Immortals Advent plateau. This was a meteoric rise. As expected, the eyelids of those from the Golden Sword Peak twitched violently when they saw this scene. First Elder's expression became extremely grave while 7 Star's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth, and his lungs were about to explode from anger. Jealousy, incomparable jealousy. Originally, ever since the other party had just entered the Golden Sword Peak, he had already begun to be wary of the other party because he was afraid that the other party would surpass him. It would have a huge impact on him taking over Jinjian Peak in the future. However, he did not expect that he had still underestimated the other party. Not only had the other party surpassed him, but he had also surpassed the entire Jinjianfang. This was because in the entire Golden Sword Peak, only the Peak Master had the right to ascend the Celestial Advent platform. However, the Peak Master was already a mighty figure who had lived for thousands of years, while the other party was only a youth in his 20s. When the two were compared, everyone could see at a glance who had greater potential in the future. To be personally invited by King Valurium to ascend the Celestial Advent platform was a supreme honor. For a moment, 7 Star was extremely jealous. As for the others, they were even more envious. Eldest senior sister Qinlan was also stunned. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Previously, she knew that Lin Xian's talent was not bad, but she did not think much of him. Because she was a mighty figure, and he was only a 6-star king. The difference between the two was like the difference between a wild goose and an ant. Unless the other party could truly break through and become a mighty figure. Otherwise, no matter how talented he was, there was no way he could be compared to her. But now, everything had changed. First, the other party had displayed powerful strength that was not weaker than a mighty figure's combat strength. Now, he had ascended the Celestial Advent platform. This was an honor that no one in the younger generation had ever achieved. At this moment, the difference and status between the two had changed. The other party was the eagle that soared in the sky, while she, Qinlan, was nothing but a laughable egomaniac. Lin Xian did not expect King Valurium to invite him to the Celestial Advent platform. But since he was already here, he would not go down. In the next moment, he looked around and bowed slightly in greeting to the seniors. Good, good, good. Heroes come from the young. I'm old. The younger generation these days is truly heaven-defying. King Valurium is so fortunate to have found such a peerless genius. In the future, you will be able to surpass the other houses. Congratulations sounded one after another. King Valurium laughed heartily and called out loudly, "Servants, give me a seat." Soon, a few stewards appeared and took an exquisite chair and a white jade platform at the end of the banquet. Lin Xian thanked them and sat down. Although he was at the end of the banquet, his status was completely different. Apart from the external experts, those from the other 5 peaks who ascended the Celestial Advent platform represented that they had truly entered the core of the house. This was something that many people dreamed of, and Lin Xian had accomplished it in only a few months. Next, Lin Xian and the others watched the fights between the cultivators from the 5 peaks. Those who stood out would receive special attention and training. The banquet lasted for 6 days. No one left during these 6 days. At their level, it was very easy to watch the competition for 6 days. It was as frequent as eating and drinking. After 6 days, the competition came to an end. Those who performed well were summoned by the house and trained with all their might. As for the other experts, they also congratulated him one after another before leaving. King Valurium once again projected a glass screen and led Lin Xian away from the Celestial Advent platform. A ray of glazed light soared into the sky and instantly turned into a bolt of lightning, disappearing into the air. This speed was much faster than Lin Xian's Sky Dragon's 8 steps. They weren't even on the same level. Lin Xian was extremely shocked as he was enveloped by the aura of glass. He knew that King Valurium was no ordinary person. Judging from his speed, he was at least a peerless expert. But where was he taking him, he didn't know. But soon, he narrowed his eyes. Lin Xian saw 7 dragon balls in front of him, forming a screen of light. This should be the heart of the Valurium Palace. He had come here to investigate before and knew that he had to enter openly. Otherwise, he would definitely be discovered if he sneaked in. He didn't expect that King Valurium would personally take him to the heart of the palace 2 months later. However, when they noticed Valurium's presence, the aura quickly dispersed like the tide. Although it was only for a moment, Lin Xian still felt cold sweat trickle down his back. The murderous aura was too terrifying. It was the aura of a great expert. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, he wouldn't be able to defeat dozens of great experts at once. Fortunately, he hadn't recklessly barged into the heart of Valurium Manor. After entering, Lin Xian looked around curiously. He discovered that the heart of the manor was even more magnificent and vast than the outskirts. There was no trace of it, as if it was a kingdom. Valurium flew at top speed, passing through countless mountains and rivers. Finally, he came to a stop in front of a black mountain. Whoosh, with a wave of his hand, the aura of Valurium on Lin Xian's body disappeared. Lin Xian's figure then appeared in front of him. Around him was a continuous mountain range. In front of him were 3 peaks. There were 3 towering mountains that towered into the clouds. Moreover, the aura of these 3 peaks was terrifying. It was as if they were the mountains of the divine realm. They exuded a terrifying aura. If that was all, Lin Xian wouldn't be shocked. What shocked Lin Xian was that the 3 peaks in front of him all exuded a terrifying aura, but upon closer inspection, they were all different. The peak on the left was fiery red. Flames and magma filled the sky, forming a world of fire. That terrifying fire elemental energy shocked even Lin Xian. He could feel that this flame was even more terrifying than the Nethersky flame he'd obtained from the sky nether bird. The mountain peak in the middle was surrounded by bolts of black lightning. The berserk power continued to pierce through the void. Lin Xian had never seen the power of lightning in his life. As for the 3rd mountain peak, it was completely white. The peak was covered in white snow, and a terrifying ice chi could be felt even from far away. Each of the 3 peaks towered into the clouds. They contained 3 different types of energy. What do you think of these 3 peaks? King Valurium asked in a low voice. It's mysterious and contains great power. Lin Xian replied. He didn't know why Valurium King had brought him here. Hearing Lin Xian's words, King Valurium nodded. It was indeed very strong. Even great experts would benefit greatly from it. Do you want to go in? Let me in? Lin Xian was taken aback. He hadn't expected King Valurium to ask such a question. Then, his eyes blazed. Indeed, the 3 mountains before him contained more power than the wind, fire, and lightning forces he possessed. If he could go in and refine the energy inside, his strength would definitely increase again. However, there was no free lunch in this world. Why is King Valurium helping him? Is it just because he is talented? Of course I want to enter such a strange mountain. I just don't know what conditions your highness has. Lin Xian asked. Valurium smiled when he heard this. You're a smart kid. I do have some conditions. Let me introduce you to these 3 peaks first. Instead of stating his conditions, King Valurium began to introduce the 3 mysterious peaks in front of him. Have you heard of the Cerberus? The Cerberus, Lin Xian was shocked. He had indeed heard of it before. He was no longer a newbie. The Whispering Headhound was one of the most powerful demon beasts on the sky ranking. It was said that it specialized in suppressing the 9 hells. It was extremely terrifying. Then, Lin Xian's pupil shrank. His face was full of shock. Could it be that these peaks are related to the Cerberus? He was indeed shocked. The Cerberus not only possessed great strength, but also 3 heads. As for the 3 heads, they respectively grasped the power of fire, lightning, and ice. It was similar to the 3-headed vermilion blood bird, but it was much more powerful than the latter. Indeed, these peaks are related to the Cerberus. As for how they are related, that is a secret of the matter. I can't tell you. But you only need to know that it is a great fortune to be able to enter. Lin Xian took a deep breath. The Whispering Headhound's reputation was too great. He didn't expect that the peaks in front of him were related to the Cerberus. Moreover, whether they were related or not, just the energy of the three attributes that he felt now was enough to move him. Therefore, he asked again, "What are your conditions, Your Highness?" "Help me do 3 things. As long as you succeed, I will let you enter the Purgatory Peak." 3 things? What 3 things? Lin Xian asked. These 3 things are not simple. They can even be said to be very dangerous. I can't tell you all at once. I will only tell you the next mission after you complete one. Because there was more than one person who accepted this mission. Unfortunately, none of them completed it. Are you willing to accept this mission? None of them completed it? Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. Could it be an earth-shattering mission? Thinking of this, he said, "Your Highness, I am just a little 6-star king. Although I have some strength and can fight against the Almighty. But if it is beyond my strength, I am afraid I can't accept it." "Don't worry, it will not exceed your strength. At least, it will not make you fight against the Almighty." King Valurium said, "You are the one I have chosen. I still need you to help me fight against the other mansions in the future. That's why I won't let you throw your life away. However, although there is no Almighty, it is still very dangerous. So, it is your choice whether to accept it or not. I can agree to your 3 conditions, but you must let me enter one of the peaks first." Lin Xian said. "No problem. I can let you enter the Fire Peak first. Then, you can go and complete the first mission." King Valurium said. Then, he waved his sleeve. Suddenly, the clouds in front of him rolled. The aura of Valurium filled the sky and quickly formed a bridge. It connected Lin Xian's feet to the Hell Peak in the distance. "I will let you enter the Fire Peak. As for how long you can stay there and what kind of fortune you can obtain, it is entirely up to you." "Thank you, Your Highness." Lin Xian cupped his fist and strode onto the Valurium bridge. He looked at the distant peak with sparkling eyes. At the same time, he was extremely excited. Soon, his speed became faster and faster. In an instant, he was in front of the Fire Peak. In the next moment, he took a step forward and entered the Fire Peak. "Kid, let me see if you have the strength to help me complete that mission," King Valurium said in a low voice. He did not leave. Instead, he waited there quietly. On the other hand, Lin Xian entered the Fire Peak. After entering, he felt a monstrous heat that turned into a sea of fire surging towards him. "Humph," Lin Xian snorted. Black flames rushed out of his body and turned into a black light screen, enveloping him. It resisted the sea of fire around him. Whoosh, this flame was the heavenly demonic flame. It was rolling and fighting against the sea of fire. The 2 flames collided and made crackling sounds. Obviously, the heavenly demonic flame could not resist at all. Because the surrounding flames were more violent and there were more of them, therefore, the light screen formed by Lin Xian's demonic flame was on the verge of collapse and would break at any time. What a terrifying flame! Lin Xian's eyes flickered. The power of the flames here was beyond Lin Xian's expectation. He did not expect the heavenly demonic flame on his body to be so weak. It was suppressed by the surrounding flames. However, this made him even more excited. The stronger the surrounding flames were, the more powerful they would be after he absorbed them. Therefore, Lin Xian did not hesitate to use his means to absorb and refine the surrounding flames. To be honest, the flames here were very terrifying. Even a mighty figure would not dare to stay here for a long time. Lin Xian was also in trouble. Fortunately, he had the Great Dragon Sword Soul. He used the Great Dragon Sword Soul to release streaks of Dragon Soul Sword Chi. The terrifying sword aura extinguished the surrounding flames, creating a vacuum. That was why Lin Xian was able to cultivate in such a safe and secure place. He did not miss any opportunity to absorb the surrounding flames and fuse them with the heavenly demonic flame. Whoosh, a month passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Xian was still cultivating with his eyes closed. Outside, King Valurium frowned. To be honest, he expected Lin Xian to last for a few days at most before he could not withstand the power of the flames inside. Even a mighty figure could last for 10 days at most. The stronger ones could last for half a month. any longer, and they would not be able to stay any longer. Now that a month had passed, Lin Xian had not come out. This was beyond his expectations. He even suspected that Lin Xian had been burned inside. Therefore, King Valurium's expression was solemn. He stretched out his hand and formed a seal. Immediately, his gaze became extremely sharp. It pierced through the void and looked inside. Then, he let out a sigh of relief. That was because he discovered that the other party had not been burned to ashes by the flames. Instead, he was still cultivating. This made Glazed Tile heave a sigh of relief. At least the other party was fine. However, he soon revealed a look of shock. That was because the other party was actually able to persist for so long. Even ordinary almighties were unable to do so. How did he do it? Lin Xian opened his eyes when he felt King Valurium's gaze. He sensed that someone was watching him, so he stopped cultivating and withdrew from his state of cultivation. Because he didn't want his secret to be discovered. In the next moment, the surrounding flames gathered and poured into Lin Xian's body. From now on, I'll call you Hellfire. Lin Xian was from the infernal realm. This flame came from the Cerberus, so it was naturally called the infernal flame. At that moment, the flames on his body were still black. However, their might was no longer the same as before. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Xian took a step forward. He tore through space and instantly appeared near King Valurium. King Valurium said, I didn't mean to spy on you. I was just worried about your condition. That's why I did it. Don't worry. If you can complete one task, I'll let you enter the Fire Mountain again. Thank you, Your Highness. It's about time. I can go complete one task now. Lin Xian said in a low voice. All right. King Valurium smiled when he heard this. Then, he began to transmit a message to Lin Xian. Lin Xian left the area and even left the heart of Valurium Manor. However, Lin Xian did not leave the manor. Instead, he flew towards the east. Iron Cloud Peak was one of the 5 great peaks under the manor. It was the most powerful peak. As the strongest peak under the manor, Iron Cloud Peak was not only powerful, but also had some special uses. For example, there was a super transportation formation on Iron Cloud Peak. This super transportation formation was located in a valley under Iron Cloud Peak. This valley was heavily guarded. There were 36 teams silently watching over it. The leader of these 36 teams was an old man. His hair was white, but his eyes were unusually bright. The aura of his cultivation had reached the great perfection of 6 stars. The old man patrolled around the valley, constantly observing to make sure that there was no danger. At the same time, he thought to himself. There were still 3 months left. 3 months later, his task of guarding the valley would be completed. At that time, he would no longer be the leader here. He would be transferred back. That way, he would be able to cultivate in peace. He was already at the great perfection of 6 stars. Perhaps he could break through to the great perfection realm after a dozen years of seclusion. But if he could become a great perfection realm expert, everything would be different. Regardless of whether it was his strength or his status, there would be an earth-shattering change. Therefore, becoming a great perfection realm expert was the old man's lifelong goal. While he was thinking, the sound of wind breaking came from afar. Then, a sword light flew towards him like lightning. Someone is coming. The old man frowned, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes. The aura in his body was secretly circulating. His right hand reached into his sleeve and grabbed a black flag. As long as he waved the black flag, he could immediately summon the 36 teams around him to fight against the enemy. However, he did not act rashly because he did not know who was coming. The next moment, he was stunned. Because when the sword light disappeared, a young man was standing in the void. He had a handsome face and was wearing a red robe. His black hair was casually tied with a red string. He was about 24 or 25 years old, and his expression was very calm. Sensing that there was no murderous intent from the other party, the old man's body swayed, and he came to the other party and said coldly. Who are you? Lin Xian. The young man said in a deep voice. Then, he stretched out his palm. In his palm, there was a golden token that emitted thousands of rays of golden light. There was a word token written on the token, and behind it was a flying dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. The azure token, seeing the token, the old man became unusually respectful. He knelt on one knee on the ground. Although he did not know who the young man in front of him was, he was sure of the token. This token belonged to King Valurium. Only the most important people in the prince's residence were qualified to have it. Seeing the token was like seeing King Valurium. That was why the old man was so respectful. Get up. Xianxia said in a deep voice, I want to activate the super teleportation. I'll go prepare now. 2 hours later, there was a blinding flash of light and a tremendous amount of spirit energy. Then, the light disappeared. Peace returned to the pavilion once more. The change happened so quickly that only Iron Cloud Peak's men noticed. The other peaks didn't notice at all. However, in a pavilion deep within Valurium Manor, King Valurium stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were like torches as he looked into the distance. Beside him was a handsome young man. He wore purple robes and his expression was somewhat similar to King Valurium's. He stood next to King Valurium and asked in a low voice, Father, why did you give him the medallion? If he fails, won't his identity be exposed? Don't worry, it's a temporary medallion. It's only enough for him to use the super transportation formation. If he really is killed and the mission fails, the medallion will disappear. King Valurium said faintly, but I think he has a chance. Is that so? Is he stronger than those great experts? The young man in purple didn't quite believe it. However, King Valurium narrowed his eyes. Stars flickered in his pupils. The central continent was incomparably vast. Aside from the Tai dynasty, there were 8 other great dynasties. The Ninli dynasty was one of them. The Ninli dynasty's territory was connected to the Tai dynasty's territory. The borders of the two empires often had conflicts. Overall, however, it was very peaceful. There was a special area near the border between the two kingdoms. They were the Easternly clan. The Ninli clan was divided into 2 branches, East and West. The Ninli dynasty was currently under the control of the Western Ninli clan. Eastern Jiuliu had been pushed to the outskirts. There was a city here called Lilac City. Not only was the city filled with lilacs, but even the surrounding area was filled with lilacs. A faint fragrance gathered in the air and refreshed anyone who smelled it. Young master, please buy a lilac flower. The buildings in the city were tall and majestic. The streets were like a long dragon that stretched as far as the eye could see. There was an endless stream of people coming and going. It was very prosperous. On the side of the road, a little girl held a lilac flower and asked a passerby, Are you an idiot? There are lilacs everywhere in this lilac city, is there still a need to buy them? One of them sneered disdainfully and shot a glance at the little girl on the roadside. No, those lilacs are all golden. My lilacs are white. The little girl said weakly, but she was ignored. However, the little girl did not give up and continued to ask by the roadside. Soon, she saw a handsome young man in a red robe walking over. She immediately ran over. Brother, buy a lilac, my lilac is white. Which family's little girl is this? How dare she deceive people here? No one will buy it. How can there be white lilacs? She's obviously a liar. It's dyed with dye. The passers-by shook their heads and sneered. However, the red-robed youth stopped in his tracks. This red-robed youth was none other than Xianxia. He'd used a super transportation formation from Valurium Palace to Ninli Dynasty. Now, he'd come to Lilac City according to his mission. Xianxia lowered his head to look at the thin little girl and said, All right, I want one. How much? 1 supreme-grade subdivine crystal. The little girl said weakly. The surrounding people were even more shocked when they heard this. Damn, is this little girl crazy? She dares to ask for a supreme-grade subdivine crystal? It's just a broken flower. Is it worth that much? However, Suchin took out a supreme-grade subdivine crystal and handed it over. Then, he took a white lilac from the little girl's hand. Brother, this lilac will protect you. Good girl. Lin Xian rubbed the little girl's head and asked, "Little girl, do you know where Ninely Tower is?" "There." The little girl pointed into the distance. Then, she skipped away with a piece of substandard divine crystal in her hand. Soon, she disappeared into the crowd. The surrounding people were in an uproar. They looked at Lin Xian and discussed among themselves. Is this kid an idiot? He actually used a supreme-grade subdivine crystal to buy a broken flower? He's not just an idiot. I think water has entered his brain. What a wastrel. A supreme-grade subdivine crystal is so expensive. He actually used it to buy a flower. Many people shook their heads and sighed. However, a few people in the crowd revealed cold smiles. They stared at Lin Xian with greed in their eyes. Although they didn't know Lin Xian, a person who could take out a supreme-grade subdivine crystal so casually must be rich. Moreover, the other party's aura wasn't too strong. Therefore, in their eyes, this was a fat sheep. They wouldn't miss such a prey. Immediately, a few cultivators retracted their auras and quietly followed Lin Xian. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as a cold smile appeared on his lips. There are really people who aren't afraid of death. How dare they follow me? However, he didn't care because his target this time was Jiuli Tower. Jiuli Tower was easy to find because it was very magnificent and majestic. It stood on the ground like a heavenly pagoda. It was filled with the vicissitudes of time. However, there were few people around Jiuli Tower and basically no one would come here. Lin Xian came here and looked at the tall Jiuli Tower in front of him. He fell into deep thought. But soon, he frowned and said coldly, "Come out." "Humph. Your soul perception is not bad. You can actually detect us." "So what? He's just a kid. Can he run away?" The three of them sneered. "Kid, I advise you to be obedient. Hand over your storage ring and I'll let you go. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." These three burly men were looking at Lin Xian with cold smiles on their faces. "Get lost. I don't want to kill anyone," Lin Xian said coldly. F***ck. How dare you be so arrogant? Do you know who we are? Kid, no one dares to talk to us like that. You're the first. I'll let you have a taste of what it's like to be dead. Don't talk nonsense with him. Hurry up and do it. The three of them sneered. In the next moment, 3 king domains rushed out from their bodies and overlapped with each other, shrouding Lin Xian. 3 king domains in the later stage of 6-star? Humph, Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. Such people were nothing in his hands. In the next moment, a black flame appeared on his body and enveloped him. Then, it spread in all directions. Suddenly, the 3 king domains burned fiercely. Damn it! How is this possible? The three of them were horrified because they couldn't believe that their king domains had been ignited. Moreover, they were burning. The next moment, they screamed in agony. Not only were their king domains affected, but their bodies were also covered in flames. They were instantly burned to ashes. In the blink of an eye, the 3 late-stage 6-star kings were reduced to ashes. As expected of the hellfire, it was indeed powerful. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Xian's face as he gazed at the black flames. This was the hellfire that was formed by fusing the flames in the fire peak. This kind of flame was already at the level of an almighty. It could easily burn 3 late-stage 6-star kings to death. Feeling the power of the hellfire, Lin Xian was even more excited. He wondered what kind of powerful ability he could condense in the other 2 peaks. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and looked at the Jiuli Tower in front of him. Only by completing the first mission could he continue to enter the 3 hell peaks. However, at this moment, Lin Xian was extremely solemn. Although he had not entered the Jiuli Tower yet, he could feel a mysterious energy fluctuation in front of him. This power made him shudder with fear and trepidation. What is this Jiuli Tower? How can it have such terrifying energy? Lin Xian frowned. At this moment, the dark red dragon also said, "Kid, be careful. I'm afraid this place is not simple." Lin Xian nodded, but he did not enter. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings and thoroughly understood the surrounding environment. After all, he was not here to admire the scenery, but to carry out the first mission. When he made his move, there would be a big battle. He had to figure out the situation here first. Otherwise, if he was trapped here, he would most likely die. Lin Xian was not in a hurry. He did not make a move these 2 days. Instead, he stayed in Lilac City and waited for the opportunity. In fact, it was not just Lin Xian. Lilac City welcomed another 2 powerful figures. One of them was a woman dressed in white, as beautiful as a fairy. The other was a tall young man who looked like a demon king. These 2 people did not come together, and they were not in the same group. They entered Lilac City at different times. However, without exception, the auras of these 2 people were extremely powerful. One look and one could tell that they were heaven's favored children. Moreover, the 2 of them were accompanied by many powerful guards. It seemed that his status was either honorable or noble. Therefore, in the past few days, other than Lin Xian, there were 2 other groups of people that appeared from time to time in the vicinity of Jiuli Tower. They seemed to be investigating the situation as well. This scene attracted Lin Xian's attention. Although the other 2 groups of people had concealed themselves and were secretly investigating the situation, the other 2 groups of people had already concealed themselves. But how could she hide it from him? With Lin Xian's soul power and Tianji God eyes, he was able to track the other party's movements. Therefore, Lin Xian frowned. Could it be that there's someone else that has designs on the Jiuli Pagoda? Lin Xian frowned. He'd come here to complete Valurium's mission. However, why did the others come here? What was his goal? Did they have the same goal as him? Lin Xian didn't know. Therefore, he used his Chaos Doppelganger to secretly follow these people back. He wanted to investigate the situation of these people. The 2 Chaos Doppelganger disappeared into the void and quickly left with the 2 groups of people like ghosts. Luohua House was a very famous pavilion in Lilac City. However, it had already been booked by someone else. There was no one else in the pavilion. Only a woman in white stood there, looking up at the setting sun. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on her body, as if a layer of golden gauze was draped over her body. It set off her delicate face and made her even more beautiful. One of the 2 scouts had come to Luohua House. However, they didn't know that a Chaos Doppelganger had also sneaked in. Soon, a middle-aged woman walked up to the 7th floor with graceful steps. Then, she said softly, "Princess, I've finished my investigation." "Very good." The woman in white nodded slightly, a smile on her beautiful face. Now, it was time to act. However, Princess, it is not easy to enter Jiuli Tower. Although Dongli tribe has declined and is suppressed by our Shili tribe, Jiuli Tower is still very dangerous. The middle-aged woman frowned and seemed to be very worried. The beautiful woman in white smiled and said, "Don't worry, there will be an imperial edict in 2 days. When that time comes, most of the experts in Jiuli Tower will leave and only a small number of people will stay. At that time, Jiuli Tower will be at its weakest. We can take advantage of the opportunity to enter. That thing has been in Dongli tribe for thousands of years. It's time to return it to our Shili tribe." However, at this moment, a furious roar was heard from Luohua House. Then, a huge amount of soul power gushed out quickly, forming a towering pressure that shrouded the entire Luohua House. Boom, then, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The powerful soul power turned into a soul sword and slashed down quickly, killing the Chaos Doppelganger instantly. "What's going on?" The woman in white frowned and asked coldly. At this moment, the void rippled and an old man appeared. He said in a deep voice, "Princess, someone is eavesdropping." "Eavesdropping? Who is it?" "I don't know. It has been killed. However, it seems to be a doppelganger, so we can't get any information." "A doppelganger?" Hearing this, the woman in white frowned and said, "Be careful. Why do I feel that someone has the same idea as us?" On the other side, the tall young man also received the news. Then, a smile appeared on his face. "I didn't expect Jiuli dynasty to help us. There will be an imperial edict in 2 days. Great, then we will take action in 2 days. However, we must be careful of Princess Bai Wei. That woman is not simple. Don't fall into her trap." Buzz, as he spoke, the palace under his feet suddenly shone brightly. Then, a huge array shrouded it. Suddenly, the tall young man frowned and asked, "What's going on?" "Young lord, someone has sneaked in." Then, an old man appeared. "Find him. We must not let him go." "He might be sent by Princess Bai Wei," the tall young man said coldly. His gaze was as sharp as a divine weapon as it streaked across the void. Soon, a chaos doppelganger was found. However, Wonton's doppelganger exploded instantly, turning into a strong light and dissipating in the void. Damn it! The people on the tall young man's side gritted their teeth when they saw this scene. In this way, they had no idea who was eavesdropping in the dark. However, after thinking about it, they all felt that it must be Princess Bai Wei's doing. However, in an ordinary inn, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Although the two clones had been destroyed, he had heard the news from both sides. 2 days later, Jiuli Tower's defense would be at its weakest. It seemed that he could only wait until then to make his move. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He did not expect that there would be people from the Ninli dynasty eyeing the Jiuli Tower. What exactly is that thing? Even people from the Ninli dynasty are eyeing it? Lin Xian was indeed puzzled. Judging from the white-clothed lady, she should be from the Ninli dynasty. The young man should also be a prince. Therefore, he did not know which dynasty he was from. Moreover, King Valurium was from the Tai dynasty. Therefore, there were at least 3 dynasties eyeing the Jiuli Tower. It was indeed surprising. Could it be that there are some secrets in the Jiuli Tower? Sure enough, an imperial edict arrived 2 days later. Most of the experts in Lilac City and Jiuli Tower went to receive the imperial edict. Princess Bai Wei and the tall young man also went to receive the edict. However, they did not bring the people beside them. Instead, they had the people beside them wait outside to receive them at any time. Princess Bai Wei and the tall young man entered the Jiuli Tower by themselves. Of course, there was another person, and that was Lin Xian. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Therefore, when the experts of the Jiuli Tower went to receive the imperial edict, Lin Xian hid in the void and set off towards the Jiuli Tower. Most of the experts in the Jiuli Tower had left and it was empty. Therefore, Lin Xian was safe for the time being. He did not advance rashly. Instead, he carefully checked his surroundings. Therefore, his speed was not fast. As for the other 2 people, the tall young man and Princess Bai Wei, they were very fast. Soon, they arrived at the center of the Jiuli Tower. The Jiuli Tower looked magnificent from the outside. Inside, it was filled with vicissitudes. Every stone and building had existed for countless years. There was even a mysterious power lingering on it. When the tall young man arrived, he looked around and carefully sensed his surroundings. Then, his lips curled into a smile. He realized that the information he had received was correct. The item was indeed here, and there was no one around. It seemed that this time, he would definitely succeed. However, at this moment, the void suddenly trembled. Immediately after, the tall young man's expression changed, and he turned around to leave. But soon, he froze, cold sweat dripping down his face. This was because the entire void had been sealed. It was as if there was a pair of invisible hands firmly suppressing him. At this moment, an aged voice came from behind the tall youth. "Young man, your reaction is quite fast. You were actually able to detect it in advance. But so what? You can't escape from me." The tall young man's face turned extremely ugly, and at the same time, his heart beat wildly. An expert, this was definitely an expert. He never expected that there would be such an expert in the Jiuli Pagoda. Originally, he thought that there were not many experts left in the Ninli Pagoda. However, it seemed that he was wrong. There was a peerless expert guarding this place. Judging from the other party's aura, he should be close to the level of a peerless powerhouse. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to immobilize him so easily. However, at that moment, the aged voice sounded again. "Little doll, you should come out as well. Or do you want me to do it myself?" As soon as he said that, the pressure in the air became even more terrifying, as if it was going to freeze the entire sky. However, this time a white light lit up in the void, and then a woman in white appeared. Roar, Taking advantage of this opportunity, the tall young man roared angrily, and suddenly, a red light rushed out of his body. His body suddenly expanded, and then he forcefully broke the seal of the void, and quickly retreated to the side. In the next moment, he saw that the person who had immobilized him was an old man in gray. He wasn't tall, and he had a hunchback. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary old man. However, the tall young man didn't dare to let his guard down, because he knew that this ordinary-looking old man in front of him was extremely powerful. The old man in gray looked at the woman in white and the tall young man, and he sighed softly. This belongs to the Jiuli tribe, and outsiders can't get it. Indeed, there was that thing. Hearing this, the tall young man's eyes lit up. Previously, although he had received the news, he wasn't sure. However, at this moment, with the words of an expert in the Jiuli tribe, he was finally sure that there was that legendary thing in the Jiuli tribe. However, the woman in white snorted coldly. The Jiuli tribe is also divided into the east and the west. Don't you think that this thing doesn't belong to the East Jiuli tribe? The atmosphere in the main hall was very solemn. However, they didn't know that when they were confronting each other, a figure was hiding in the distance. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. At this moment, he was hiding in the void, and he didn't let out any aura. He had the Great Dragon Sword Soul, so he could use the Great Dragon Sword Soul to imitate the Great Void technique of the Gu family. Although it wasn't 100% the same, it was 70% to 80% similar, so he didn't let out any aura. However, cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. Fortunately, he was very cautious. If he had rushed out, he would have been discovered by the old man in gray. The old man in gray was extremely terrifying, and he was definitely not an ordinary almighty. In fact, he was close to being an exceptional almighty. Such a person could be said to be extremely terrifying. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that these people were here for the thing in the Jiuli pagoda. Moreover, he faintly felt that this thing might be the thing that he wanted to obtain. Damn it, this King Valurium is really despicable. The first mission is already so dangerous. Lin Xian's face turned black. No wonder those who had come to accept the mission failed. Jiuli was such a terrifying place that even an exceptional almighty wouldn't be able to succeed. This damned King Valurium, how dare he say that there isn't an exceptional almighty? If it wasn't for the imperial decree, there would be even more terrifying experts in the Jiuli pagoda. At this moment, Lin Xian frowned. This was because he could feel a few powerful auras rushing in from outside the Jiuli pagoda. Indeed, in the next moment, the old man in the main hall sighed, and his eyes lit up again. He looked at the long passageway in front of him and said loudly, "You guys are here." Buzz buzz buzz. Indeed, in the next moment, the void split open, and 5 figures appeared in the main hall. The person in front was an old man with a head of white hair, and his aura was fierce. Behind him were 3 men and 1 woman, all of whom looked middle-aged. The old man in the lead had a stronger aura and was close to that of a peerless expert. His strength was similar to the grey-robed old man in Jiuli pagoda. "Western Jiuli, it's you. It's been so long. Haven't you given up yet?" The grey-robed old man looked at the 5 figures floating in the sky and sighed. "Give up? Why should we give up?" The 5 newcomers sneered. "You should be the ones giving up." The white-haired old man snorted. "This thing has been in your hands for thousands of years. It's time to change it. This belongs to Eastern Jiuli. No one can take it away from us. Not even Western Jiuli can take it away." Speaking of which, the surrounding void flickered once more. Then, a few figures walked out swiftly. There were 4 or 5 experts. They were wearing the uniform of Jiuli pagoda. Their eyes were sharp and their expressions were cold. Obviously, they were the experts guarding Jiuli pagoda. Xian took a deep breath when he saw the scene. This is 2F** King terrifying. He wouldn't be able to fight back against such a lineup. There were at least 10 experts in the main hall. 2 of them were close to the level of a peerless expert. Such a lineup was absolutely terrifying. At the same time, Lin Xian was even more puzzled. What is it that could attract so many people's attention? Why does King Valurium want it too? The news he got from King Valurium was that he was going to take a mysterious box. There was a picture of Jiuli Pagoda on the box and a hexagram formation on the back. King Valurium didn't say what was in the box. Lin Xian knew that there must be a treasure in the box. However, he didn't expect the treasure to be so heaven-defying. In such a short time, there were already 10 experts fighting each other. King Valurium must be hiding some important information. In front of them, the experts from both sides were confronting each other. Terrifying sounds of collisions could be heard in the void. The white-robed lady and the tall young man took the opportunity to escape from the gray-robed old man. Then, they quickly retreated in the opposite direction. At this moment, the gray-robed old man in Jiuli Pagoda spoke again. People of Western Jiuli, I'll give you one last chance. Leave now. I can choose not to attack you. This is something left behind by our East Ninely sage. It's not something you can touch. However, the white-haired elder sneered, you're wrong. It's the Ninely tribe sage. We, the Western Jiuli, belong to Jiuli as well. Naturally, we deserve to have it. It's just that your East Jiuli is too domineering. You have been hogging it and refusing to share it. That is why we had no choice but to act. Speaking of which, you guys are too greedy. As the white-haired old man finished speaking, his aura suddenly erupted. Waves of air quickly swept in all directions. Clang, inside the Nine Dawn Pagoda, there were countless runes flickering on the walls and floor. The entire Jiuli Pagoda was abnormally sturdy. The Jiuli Pagoda was a building that had been passed down since ancient times. It was extremely sturdy and could definitely withstand such a violent attack. This was also the reason why the experts from the Ninely Pagoda dared to make a move here. Since you're courting death, don't blame us for taking action. The gray-robed old man from Jiuli Tower snorted and waved his hand. Immediately, the few almighties around him began to attack. Buzz, a bright light shone in the sky. Following which, a fiery red domain flew forward and enveloped the people from the Western Jiuli. The people from the Western Jiuli did not want to be outdone and sneered. In the next instant, a blue domain shot out from one of the almighties and collided with the fiery red domain. When the two king domains clashed in the sky, terrifying spatial cracks were formed. The spatial cracks were like dancing lightning snakes. It was a ghastly sight. However, the entire Jiuli Pagoda shone with a mysterious and ancient array that blocked the spatial cracks. These people were so strong, Lin Xian, who was hiding in the dark, was also shocked. Although they were all almighties, it was obvious that their strength was even more terrifying. The people from the Jiuli tribe were indeed not simple. Raging waves, at this moment, one of the Western Jiuli tribe's almighties in blue waved his hand. Then, the blue king domain above him surged rapidly. The energy that filled the sky turned into waves and swept forward at high speed. Boom! Boom, boom. The void trembled and was instantly torn apart by the blue waves. The terrifying waves were as heavy as 1,000 pounds. It was as if a blue mountain was pressing down from the sky. Raging flames burned the sky. On the other side of the Jiuli Pagoda, the almighties in red also launched a fierce attack. His fiery red spirit domain turned into a fiery giant that instantly resisted the seawater that filled the sky. The two types of energy, water and fire, intertwined in the sky and shattered the void. The terrifying energy turned the space into chaos. Although the Jiuli tribe was extremely strong and could use the mysterious ancient array to defend against such an attack, it was still weak. However, the entire ground started to tremble rapidly. In an instant, the Jiuli Pagoda also started to shake. Not only that, but the nearby buildings also started to shake. After the two almighties exchanged blows, the other almighties also made their moves. They each looked for an enemy and started to fight crazily. A terrifying battle broke out. King domains appeared one after another. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. A battle of this level was enough to make even him shudder. Therefore, he quietly retreated, afraid that he would be affected by the energy. The battle here finally attracted the attention of the entire Lilac City. Instantly, a group of martial artists flew over, wanting to find out what was going on. The Jiuli Pagoda was a sacred existence in Lilac City. Now that a battle had broken out, they naturally could not tolerate it. It's over. Lin Xian sighed. He turned around and was about to leave. That was because he knew that it was impossible for him to obtain the treasure. If it were him, he might be able to take advantage of the situation. However, such a large-scale battle had happened. Dozens of Almighties were fighting, and their momentum had attracted the attention of the entire Lilac City. He probably had no chance at all. If he continued to stay, he might be discovered by others. At that time, he would be treated as an enemy and hunted down by the powerhouses of the Jiuli Pagoda. Therefore, Lin Xian prepared to retreat. However, just as he retreated, a white light flashed. Then, it condensed in front of him and formed a beautiful figure. The woman in white appeared in front of him. The woman in white frowned. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise and shock. She did not expect that there would be someone else here besides the eastern and western Jiuli tribes and the tall young man. She did not notice this person at all. She blocked the way and stared at Lin Xian. She asked coldly, "Who are you? Which faction do you belong to? Kid, you're quite bold to hide near us. Are you trying to fish in troubled waters?" At this moment, the void on the other side fluctuated. Then, the tall young man walked out. His eyes were scarlet like two sharp swords as he stared at Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Xian was attacked from the front and back. He was in a very dangerous situation. Lin Xian's current situation could be described as extremely dangerous. However, Lin Xian wasn't nervous at all. With a wave of his sleeve, he immediately released the dark red divine dragon. "You're finally out. I've been holding it in for so long." The dark red divine dragon laughed like an old monster when it came out. As for the white-clothed woman and the tall youth, they both frowned. They did not expect the other party to have a helper. However, when they saw that it was a red snake that crawled out, they all had a look of disdain on their faces. Soon, they were frightened by the other party's aura. The aura was so fierce that they had to be careful. It was 2 against 2. It could be said that both parties were evenly matched. However, Lin Xian smiled and said, "I don't mean to attack you. Also, I have an idea. I wonder if the 2 of you would agree?" "Idea? What idea?" The lady in white frowned and asked. "Speak." The tall young man said in a cold voice. "It's very simple. The 3 of us will work together to retrieve the treasure of Jiuli. What do you think? You're really here for the treasure?" The tall young man's eyes were cold, but the lady in white's eyes were flickering. To be honest, she was tempted by the idea. Because now, those powerful experts have already started to fight. If they were to attack now, they might be able to retrieve the treasure of Jiuli. "Kid, what right do you have to join forces with us?" The tall young man sneered. "You'll know whether I have the right or not after you try." Lin Xian was not angry. In the next moment, he waved his hand and a ball of black flame rushed out. "You dare to attack me? You're really overestimating yourself." The tall young man sneered. Red light burst out from his eyes. A strong and fierce aura was emitted from his body. Then, he threw out a red punch. The terrifying punch was like a fire dragon that swept across the void. Boom, in the next moment, a deep sound was heard. The 2 of them collided and a black hole was formed in the void. The entire space trembled along with it. However, in the next moment, the 2 of them retracted their palms. Lin Xian stood there calmly. However, the expression of the tall youth changed. He did not expect Lin to be able to fight with him. This surprised him. At this moment, Lin Xian asked, "What do you think? Am I qualified to join forces with you?" Humph, hearing this, the tall young man coldly snorted. His expression was gloomy and cold. However, it seemed that he had tacitly agreed. On the other side, the woman in white nodded in agreement. That was because the most important thing now was to retrieve the treasure. She believed that with her strength, she would definitely be able to obtain the treasure in the future. The 3 of them discussed and prepared to attack immediately. In the next moment, the 3 of them moved and quickly flew deeper into Jiuli Tower. "I know where it is. Follow me," the woman in white said coldly. She took the lead and turned into a white flash of light. She led Lin Xian and the tall young man to a secret chamber. Along the way, there were many formations. However, the three of them used their tyrannical methods to destroy the formations. Although the three of them were not almighties, they had the strength to fight against almighties. Therefore, when the three of them attacked together, it was really terrifying. Even if one or two of the formations were especially powerful and the three of them could not destroy them, they could easily break them with the help of the dark red divine dragon and Lin Xian. Finally, they arrived at the deepest part of Jiuli Tower at their fastest speed. The three of them stopped in their tracks. This time, even without the woman in white saying anything, Lin Xian and the tall young man were shocked. This was because they could already sense a heart-palpitating power coming from the front. It was as if there was a huge creature that was in a deep sleep. Although the aura was not strong, the coercion within it made one want to kneel down and worship it. This is the place. The woman in white took a deep breath. The tall young man's eyes were burning with passion as he curled his lips into a cold smile. On the other hand, Lin Xian frowned as the aura was beyond his imagination. What exactly was it that was so terrifying? This belongs to a sage. The dark red divine dragon said. This aura is too terrifying. It is definitely the aura of a sage. Even an invincible king would not be able to emit such an aura. A sage? Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Indeed, he recalled that when the eastern and western branches were talking, the people from East Jiuli had said that this was something left behind by their sage. Lin Xian swallowed his saliva and secretly asked, "Little White, can we use space shift to get out?" Inside the black earth, the little white monkey hugged the spiritual fruit and shook his head with a helpless look. Although he had the treasure bowl and could move items out of thin air. However, the treasure in front of him was at the level of a sage. With the little white monkey's current strength, it was impossible for him to take it out. It seemed like he could only force his way in. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Then, the tall young man and the woman in white looked at each other and the three of them attacked together. The woman in white slashed out a bright sword light. It was dazzling and extremely sharp. The tall young man threw out a punch. His fiery red fist brought with it a sky full of magma as it surged forward. Lin Xian also threw out a black fist that turned into a black dragon and roared out. Three terrifying attacks flew forward, trying to destroy the secret chamber in front of them. Boom, there was an earth-shattering sound as a huge crack appeared in the secret chamber. However, at this moment, an even more violent aura came from the secret chamber. Suddenly, the huge wall shattered into pieces. When Lin Xian and the other two saw that the secret chamber had been opened, they wanted to go in. However, they immediately stopped in their tracks. There was even a hint of shock in their eyes. That was because they felt two powerful auras under the sage aura. There are people. The three of them stopped in their tracks and looked forward with solemn expressions. Sure enough, two figures slowly walked out from under the crumbling wall. They were tall and strong, and they walked with majestic gait as if they were gods of war. They were middle-aged men, and they were wearing the clothes of Jiuli Tower. One of them held a silver spear in one hand, while the other held a golden saber in one hand. The two middle-aged men exclaimed softly when they saw Lin Xian and the other two. A trace of surprise appeared on their faces. It's three kids. I thought they were the experts from the Shili tribe. The other middle-aged man said, it seems that the Jiuli Tower has been quiet for too long. Even the younger generation dares to fish in troubled waters. The two men's voices were sonorous and their expressions were extremely cold. Lin Xian and the other two frowned because the aura of the two men in front of them was too strong. They were definitely the elites among the almighties. They did not expect the layout of the Jiuli Tower to be so exquisite and meticulous. They even arranged for peerless experts to be in the secret chamber. This made their faces very gloomy. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man with the silver spear in his hand snorted, "Since you're here, don't go out." Having said that, he stabbed the silver spear in his hand. The silver light shone and lit up the entire space. It was as if a silver waterfall was falling from the sky. This attack was very sharp and the middle-aged man was very arrogant. He attacked Lin Xian and the other two with his spear. The other party dared to look down on them and this made the tall young man very unhappy. Therefore, he roared and attacked with his palm. The fiery red palm turned into a huge handprint and slapped forward. It was as if it came out of a sea of fire and the space was trembling. On the other side, the woman in white also attacked quickly. She quickly swung a white sword. Suddenly, the sharp sword light shone and turned into a huge sword light that slashed forward. Lin Xian did not show any mercy. He formed a seal with his palm and the black flames in the sky gathered to form a black flaming bottle. Lin Xian held it in his hand. The bottle's mouth was facing down and the black flames in the sky poured down and enveloped the two middle-aged men. Although the three of them were not almighties, each of them was a young genius and their strength was terrifying. At this moment, the three of them attacked and the momentum was even more terrifying than the almighties. As for the two middle-aged men, they were not ordinary almighties. They were the elites among the almighties. Therefore, 3 against 2, the two sides were actually tied. Spatial cracks spread out as energy storms swept out in all directions. At this time, Lin Xian sent a sound transmission to Ruffian Long, you and Little White go to the secret room to get something. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Ruffian Long's face. The little Snow White monkey also came out of the black earth. Then, the dragon and monkey quietly headed towards the secret room. On the other side, the two middle-aged higher beings furiously roared as their king's domains covered Lin Xian and the others. Then, he dragged Lin Xian and the other two and flew outside. Even though the Jiuli Pagoda was exceptionally sturdy, the battle between the 5 of them was simply too terrifying. They were afraid of damaging the treasures in the secret chamber. As such, the 2 of them used their king's domains to try and drag Lin Xian and the others away. It had to be said that these two middle-aged almighties were extremely powerful. The 2 of them joined hands to suppress Lin Xian and the other 2. Furthermore, they forced Lin Xian and the other 2 to retreat. The battle outside was even more terrifying. More than 10 mighty figures attacked, their momentum shaking the heavens. However, the people in the Jiuli Pagoda also had the same thought. They were forcing the people from the western Jiuli Pagoda to fly out. They wanted to join forces with the martial artists outside the Jiuli Pagoda to take down the people from the western Jiuli Pagoda. Damn it, when Lin Xian and the other 2 were forced to retreat outside, another 2 mighty figures and many martial artists joined the battle. Instantly, the pressure on Lin Xian and the other 2 multiplied. This was only because Lin Xian and the other 2 were strong. If it were any other 6-star king, they would have been turned into a bloody mist in an instant. Humph, the tall young man roared as a red glow appeared in his body. Then, his body suddenly expanded. 2 red wings spread out and covered the sky, forming a huge red tornado that swept the surroundings. This was the bloodline of the dragon sparrow. Damn it, you are from the great Xia dynasty. When the people in the Jiuli Pagoda saw this, their faces changed. They did not expect this tall young man to have such a background. The Great Xia dynasty was also one of the 9 great dynasties of the Middle Ground. The people from the Great Xia dynasty possessed the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the Great Xia dragon sparrow. At this moment, the tall young man was using the bloodline of the Great Xia dragon sparrow. The red wings on his back became more and more real, as if they were really the wings of the Great Xia dragon sparrow. They were unusually sharp. They were like 2 red heavenly blades that swept the surroundings. In an instant, the 2 mighty figures who were attacking him were forced to retreat. On the other side, the lady in white also shouted. A mysterious Dao mark appeared on her forehead. Then, an illusory figure appeared behind her. It was like a demon god that stood tall. Boom, when the illusory figure appeared, the surrounding people were all sent flying. When the people in the Jiuli Pagoda saw this, their pupils shrank and they were extremely shocked. Jiuli totem, you are from the Jiuli tribe, they were too shocked. Indeed, they were very familiar with the tall illusory figure. It was the totem of the Jiuli tribe. However, this totem could only be activated by someone who possessed the power of the bloodline. Moreover, the stronger the power of the bloodline, the stronger the totem that was summoned. They did not expect the lady in white to be from the Jiuli tribe as well. Moreover, she possessed such a strong bloodline. In an instant, the people in the Jiuli Pagoda were extremely shocked. However, they would not let these people have their way. Therefore, a large number of experts came forward to suppress them. Buzz. Buzz, at this moment, the 2 mighty figures in the Jiuli Pagoda roared. Mysterious Dao runes also appeared on their foreheads. 2 demon god phantoms also appeared behind them. totem against totem. Terrifying energy tore through the void and formed a storm of energy. Lin Xian also felt a great pressure. The tall young man and the lady in white displayed their powerful bloodline power. Instantly, those who were sent flying did not dare to move forward. Instead, they stared at Lin Xian. This was because they felt that Lin Xian was the weakest among the three of them. At least until now, he had not displayed any powerful bloodline power. Therefore, many people surrounded Lin Xian. Humph, seeing that these people dared to target him, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Indeed, he did not have any bloodline power. However, his keen domain was extremely terrifying. In the next moment, the dragon sword domain appeared and tens of thousands of sword chi surged in all directions. Instantly, the warriors who surrounded Lin Xian were sent flying again. However, the middle-aged almighty with the golden saber was nailed to Lin Xian. He waved his arm and the illusory figure behind him stretched out a huge illusory hand and grabbed at Lin Xian. Buzz, it covered the sky and the earth and brought with it a monstrous pressure. Seeing this, the tall young man and the lady in white did not help. Boom, in an instant, the illusory palm grabbed Lin Xian and quickly closed around him. Crack! Crack, crack! The surrounding sword chi was instantly crushed by the force of the illusory palm. Just as Lin Xian was about to be crushed, a dragon's roar was heard. Then, two sharp sword chi turned into a cross and shone in the air. Then, with a bang, the enormous hand shattered into pieces. What? Seeing this scene, the surrounding experts were all stunned. The middle-aged almighty holding the golden saber was also stunned. But soon, they felt a terrifying aura coming from the front. The aura was so sharp that they felt like they were being penetrated. Damn it, who is this kid? In the next moment, everyone looked forward and their pupils constricted. Because in front of Lin Xian, a green sword shadow appeared. It was as if a huge dragon was circling there, and it looked very lifelike. What kind of bloodline power was that? What a terrifying sword chi! At this moment, even the top almighties felt a chill run down their spines. The woman in white and the tall young man were also shocked. Especially the tall young man, his face was gloomy. Originally, he thought that the attack just now would be able to kill Lin Xian, but he did not expect Lin Xian to not only dodge it, but also use such a terrifying sword shadow. Even though he had the bloodline of the great Xia dragon finch, he could not help but tremble in front of the sword shadow. Fortunately, he was able to restrain himself. However, he was extremely shocked in his heart. The appearance of the great dragon sword soul had caused a change in the battle situation. Although Lin Xian did not have the bloodline power, the strength that he displayed was not inferior to the woman in white and the tall young man who had the bloodline power. In fact, he was even more powerful. Therefore, Lin Xian and the others who were originally suppressed were now at a disadvantage again. Hurry up and stop them. We must not let them escape. The middle-aged almighty holding the silver spear roared crazily. However, at this moment, a white figure streaked past him. Then, a little white monkey appeared in the void. It was very cute, and its big eyes were like gems. At this moment, it was dancing with joy. On top of its head, there was a furry little paw, holding up an antique box. The box was not big, only the size of a palm, but it was very simple. Engraved on it was the image of the Jiuli Pagoda. Below it was a 6-point array formation that was emitting a faint golden light. Not sure what to do, the snow-white little monkey hugged the ancient box and looked around, jumping around in the air. I'll go, little one. Slow down. Behind him, the dark red mystical dragon sighed. Even his body was charred black from being struck by lightning. This was because there was a powerful array protecting the antique box in the secret chamber. If the dark red divine dragon wasn't an array master, it wouldn't have been able to open it in a short period of time. But even so, he was still struck by the thunder and flames in the array. Fortunately, he had the physique of a divine beast, so he was not damaged by the thunder. However, it still made it grimace in pain. Looking at this scene, the surrounding experts were all stunned. Especially the experts from the Jiuli Pagoda, they were all dumbfounded. That was the relic of the saint that they had guarded for thousands of years. With the powerful array formation protecting it, even a peerless almighty would not be able to break it. But now, it was taken out by someone. How did this monkey and dragon do it? They could not believe it. But the truth was right in front of them. Kid, I got it. The dark red divine dragon came to Lin Xian's side, grimacing in pain. However, there was still an uncontrollable excitement in his eyes. However, the people from the Jiuli pagoda had indeed gone crazy. They stared at the snow-white little monkey anxiously. At the same time, many people quickly turned around and blocked the path. Buzz, at this moment, a red ray of light pierced through the void and struck the snow-white little monkey. It was the tall young man who had made his move. The red wings behind him quickly streaked across the sky like a heavenly knife, slashing at the snow-white little monkey. The snow-white little monkey was frightened. Its body swayed and it wanted to leave. However, in the next moment, the tall young man reached out and grabbed the antique box. Boom, I got it. The tall young man held the box in his hand and a smug smile appeared on his face. Then, he roared angrily. The red light on his body exploded and shrouded the entire space. He flapped his huge red wings and turned into a gust of wind as he escaped into the distance. Damn it! Chase after him. Don't let him get away. Stop him. The people from the Jiuli pagoda roared angrily. The people from the western Jiuli pagoda were also shocked. They did not expect that after snatching for such a long time, they would end up benefiting someone else. People from the great Xia dynasty, how dare you snatch the relic of the Jiuli tribe? Do you want to start a war between the two countries? Angry roars could be heard. However, the tall young man did not care about them. He used his maximum speed to escape. Buzz. Stay here. At this moment, a huge hand that covered the sky stretched out and covered a radius of 1,000 miles. It even covered the tall young man. However, at this moment, the sound of space being torn apart could be heard near the tall young man. Then, a few almighties appeared and attacked the huge hand rapidly. These people were the tall young man's subordinates. They had been waiting outside. When they saw the tall young man and received his message, they attacked him crazily. Ha 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 ha. Jiuli pagoda, thank you for the relic. The tall young man laughed maniacally. Then, he was protected by a group of people and they quickly escaped into the distance. The lady in white snorted and flew up to the sky. She led the experts from the western Jiuli tribe and chased after the tall young man. The people from the 90 pagoda were not to be outdone. They roared angrily and swore that they would find the people from the great Xia dynasty. For a moment, no one cared about Lin Xian. Lin Xian was stunned. He pulled the little white monkey and the dark red divine dragon over and asked. Did someone snatch the relic? He was puzzled. That was because the two of them were greedy and it was impossible for them to lose the relic so easily. Even if the relic was lost, the two of them would be the first to take action. However, the two of them did not seem to have any intention of taking action and were even laughing slyly. The box was indeed taken away. The dark red divine dragon laughed. However, the relic was not in the box. Wooji, the little snow-white monkey also grinned. There was a trace of cunning in its gem-like eyes. Where is the relic? Lin Xian asked. The dark red divine dragon said, I took it out a long time ago. It is still in the secret chamber. You two go quietly. I'm too big of a target. I'm afraid I'll be targeted by them. Lin Xian said. He didn't follow anyone. Instead, he soared into the sky and left. The dark red dragon laughed proudly. The two of them turned into a ball of light and disappeared into the void again. Outside, the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The entire void was filled with violent energy, tearing thousands of miles wide cracks from time to time. At this moment, the cultivators of Lilac City raised their heads and cried out in alarm. They didn't expect such a fierce battle to break out. It had been many years since something like this had happened. In an ordinary inn, Lin Xian was waiting anxiously. At this moment, two flashes of lightning came from outside the window. Then, they turned into a snow-white monkey and a dark red dragon. It's here. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He raised his hand and formed countless formations, enveloping the entire room. Then, he asked, Did you get it? I got it. The dark red dragon said. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a red ball of light. The red ball of light was filled with dancing flames. Inside, there was a spotlessly white hand bone. Kid, be careful. This thing is too terrifying. If I hadn't wrapped it in dragon flames, I wouldn't have been able to take it out. I've already used more than a dozen formations to protect it. The dark red dragon said with a fearful face. Indeed, this was the first time it had come into contact with something left behind by a saint. And from the looks of it, it was a saint's bone. A saint's bone. Lin Xian was also very excited. He stared at the red ball of light in front of him and the white bone inside. Is this really a saint's bone? Lin Xian was very shocked. Then, he said, Ruffian dragon, tear a corner of your formation. I want to take a look. He was indeed very shocked. This was the treasure that King Valurium wanted him to take. He didn't expect it to be a saint's bone. This was definitely a heaven-defying treasure. He just didn't expect King Valurium to be so bold as to ask for such a thing. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the dark red dragon waved its dragon claws and tore a corner of the formation. Lin Xian walked up and observed with rapt attention. However, at this moment, the spotlessly white finger suddenly blossomed with a golden light. Then, a golden pillar of light gushed out. In the blink of an eye, the golden light arrived in front of Lin Xian. On the other hand, Lin Xian's pupils shrank as he felt a sense of impending death. At the next moment, without any hesitation, the black robe battle armor instantly enveloped his body. At the same time, he summoned the dragon sword realm to form a huge divine shield in front of him. However, it was still useless. The golden light instantly pierced through the battle armor and the dragon sword spirit domain. It was too terrifying. This was the killing intent emitted by the saint's bone. No one below the king realm could resist it. The crimson divine dragon and the snow-white monkey's expressions changed drastically. They did not expect such a situation to occur. However, at this moment of crisis, a lilac flower suddenly flew out from Lin Xian's sleeve and blocked in front of Lin Xian. This was just an ordinary lilac flower. However, at this moment, it actually blocked the attack of the saint's bone. Then, the golden light disappeared and the white lilac flower slowly fell to the ground. The petals scattered all over the ground. Kid, are you all right? The crimson divine dragon hurriedly closed the formation. At the same time, it retracted the saint's bone. I'm fine. That was close. Cold sweat flowed down Lin Xian's forehead. This bone was too terrifying. It was almost pierced through. Then, he looked at the lilac flower on the ground with a face of lingering fear. He had bought this flower for fun when he had nothing better to do. He did not expect that it would really save her life. Forget it. Let's seal it first. The saint's bone is too terrifying. I don't think we can handle it at all. Put it in the black earth. It's safe there. Lin Xian did not dare to let the saint's bone stay outside. If it caused another mutation, the people from Jiuli Tower would definitely come for it. Then, Lin Xian placed the saint's bone in the black earth. Then, he and the crimson divine dragon quietly left Lilac City. Along the way, they heard the surrounding cultivators talking about Jiuli Tower and the Great Xia dynasty. It was clear that this matter had spread and caused an uproar. The people from the Great Xia dynasty must have found out that the box was empty. However, when the time came, they would not be able to explain themselves. The people from Jiuli Tower would not believe them at all. Moreover, they would not be able to guess that the real saint's bone was in their hands. However, Lin Xian still had a doubt. This was because this was something that the king of Valurium wanted. If he gave it to the king of Valurium, he would not be satisfied. After all, this was the saint's bone. It was extremely precious. However, if he did not give it to the king of Valurium, he would not be able to enter the 2 mountains behind to cultivate. Therefore, for a moment, Lin Xian was hesitant. Forget it. Compared to the saint's bone, the 2 mountains were nothing. Lin Xian thought for a moment and decided to keep the saint's bone. After all, saints were legendary existences. In the current world, there was no trace of them at all. They were existences that were even more terrifying than invincible kings. Even the 4th-generation successor of the Great Dragon's Sword had not reached the saint realm. One could imagine how terrifying a saint was. The bone left behind by a saint was definitely extremely precious. Moreover, the world now knew that the people from Jiuli Tower were chasing after the people from the Great Xia dynasty. The king of Valurium must have received the news. If he said that he did not find it, the king of Valurium would not suspect him. Therefore, Lin Xian prepared to return. With a wave of his hand, a spirit boat appeared and carried him away. His soul entered the Black Earth. In the Black Earth Kingdom, He too was also very excited. To be honest, he had never obtained the saint's bone before. Therefore, at this moment, he was extremely excited to have such a treasure in his hands. Kid, I have to say that you are really surprising. You can even obtain something like the saint's bone. Seeing Lin Xian enter, He too shouted excitedly. How is it? Do you have a way to use it? Lin Xian asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. If he could not use it after obtaining it, that would be the most frustrating thing. It was like guarding a mountain of gold and silver, but not being able to spend a single cent. That kind of feeling was unbearable. However, He too had followed the fourth-generation successor of the dragon sword. His understanding far exceeded Lin Xian's imagination. Don't worry. Although I have never seen the saint's bone, I still have a way to use it. It is said that when one reaches the saint realm, they cultivate the law. Therefore, this bone definitely has the aura of the law. Moreover, this saint's bone was abnormally strong. In fact, I think it's possible to refine the saint's blood from this bone. If that's the case, it'll be the best. The saint's blood is unimaginable. It's extremely beneficial to refine a cultivator's body. It can even be used as a source of energy for Black Earth. Even though it's just a small hand bone, it's full of treasures. Alright, then I'll have to trouble you. This matter will be left to Black Earth. Lin Xian can't help much now, so he can only use all his strength to drive the spirit vessel. Taiyi Dynasty, Valurium Palace. It was early in the morning. The sun had just risen and thousands of rays of light shone on the mountains. At this moment, a gray light like sword light streaked across the void and quickly shuttled through the mountains. Then, it entered the depths of Valurium Palace. Your Highness, there's news. The gray sword intent turned into a gray-robed man and said respectfully. Boom, the door of the palace slowly opened and King Valurium strode out. He wore a crown and a royal robe. His aura was like a dragon. Speak. A majestic voice sounded. The saint's relic in Jiuli Pagoda has been stolen. It's Prince Xianxia of Great Xia Dynasty. It's really stolen? King Valurium asked again. It's indeed stolen. Now, the entire Jiuli Pagoda, including the people of Western Jiuli, are chasing after Xianxia. Father, we've failed. At this moment, a purple-robed young man came from behind. He frowned and seemed a little unhappy. No. King Valurium smiled. Do you think an almighty can enter Jiuli Pagoda and steal the saint's relic? It's obviously impossible. Father, do you mean that you've never thought of getting the saint's relic? This thing is so precious. We must send a lot of elites to get it. Even an almighty can't get it with just one person. So, we're sending people to disrupt the battle. Once the news of the nest of 10,000 dragons is out, the 9 nations will be stirred. Taiyi Dynasty will definitely be caught in it. It's better to cause a war between the 2 nations now and deplete their strength. This way, we'll have an advantage when the battle for the nest of 10,000 dragons starts. In the past, those people failed because they didn't disrupt the war at all and couldn't cause the 2 countries to go to war. And now, that brat has succeeded. I believe that the relationship between the Ninli dynasty and the Great Xia dynasty must be very tense. Who knows, the experts from both sides might even fight. At that time, some of them will definitely die. We just need to watch from the side. Moreover, the things of the saints are just legends. Don't take them seriously. Even if there is, it's a hot potato. We can't eat it now. Father is wise. Behind him, the purple-clad young man's face lit up when he heard this. Have you prepared the things for the 8th prince? Valurium waved his hand as he spoke. Immediately, the gray-robed man who was kneeling in front of him left the hall. The purple-clothed youth said, Don't worry, father. Everything is ready. Hearing this, Valurium nodded slightly and said, "We're already on the 8th prince's side. There's no turning back. If the 8th prince fails in the end, I'm afraid our Valurium palace will suffer a great blow." "Don't worry, father. 8th brother has gathered many experts this time. He definitely has the strength to fight for the position of crown prince." Valurium nodded and looked into the distance, his eyes incomparably deep. 10 days later, a figure arrived. This person was Lin Xian. He was travel-worn, but he had rushed over and used the super transportation formation to return to Valurium Palace. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian strode into the depths of Valurium Palace. "Stand." There were 2 guards at the door, holding long spears in their hands, blocking the way. Lin Xian said in a low voice, "My name is Lin Xian. I have a matter to discuss with the king. Please pass on my message." "Wait." A guard went in to pass on the message. Before long, he returned and said respectfully, "Please, Sir Lin." Lin Xian nodded and followed the guard inside. In the distance, immortal mist drifted. A great hall was hidden in the clouds like an immortal palace. By the time he reached the steps of the great hall, the guard had already retreated. Only Lin Xian remained. Stepping on the stone platform, surrounded by clouds and mist, it was as if he was in an immortal realm. Creak. The vermilion doors opened and Lin Xian entered the great hall. It was empty inside. Only a stalwart figure stood at the front with his hands behind his back. "Greetings, Your Highness." Lin Xian cupped his hands slightly and said, "The operation failed. I didn't get the box you wanted." "You're back, Sir Lin." Valurium turned with a smile on his face, "I've heard about it. The whole world knows about it. The box was stolen by the Great Xia dynasty. Not only the Great Xia dynasty, but also the people of Western Jiuli. They were well prepared and brought a large number of experts to attack. It's normal that you didn't get it alone. So, you're not to blame for this." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned and was surprised. Because this was not what he had expected. He thought that Valurium King would be depressed and angry. But now, it seemed that he wasn't. In fact, Valurium King seemed happy. This made Lin Xian very confused. "What about the other 2 missions?" he asked subconsciously. "Continue with the other 2 missions. You can enter the other 2 mountains. As long as you complete the mission." Valurium King said with a smile, "Although you didn't get the box I wanted this time, you were able to retreat safely from so many experts. This is enough to prove your strength." He could continue. This made Lin Xian even more surprised. Could it be that Valurium King didn't want the saint's treasure at all? However, at this time, Valurium King spoke again, "Are you willing to accept the 2nd mission?" "Yes." Lin Xian nodded. "I'd like to see what Valurium King is up to." "The mission is very simple. Kill someone." "Kill someone?" Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. It was indeed simple and crude. He asked, "Who do you want to kill?" "Sword King of Breeze, by Zijing." Valurium King waved his sleeve and threw a jade slip to Lin Xian. Lin Xian reached out and took it. Valurium King said, "This jade slip contains information about Bai Zijing. It contains his cultivation, strength, and the characteristics of his cultivation method. Study it. Prepare to leave in 3 days." "Okay." Lin Xian nodded and left with the jade slip. Valurium King's eyes flickered. According to their strength, it's a tie. However, this Bai Zijing is a sword expert that the first prince paid a great price to invite. His existence is a great threat to us. So, let this kid make a move. Even if he can't kill the other party, injuring such a powerful sword king will be of great benefit to us." Hearing this, the purple-clothed youth also smiled. In other words, Bai Zijing might not die, as long as that kid can win. The Tai dynasty had a vast territory. With a large territory, there were many natural people. With many people, there were many opportunities to produce geniuses. Therefore, the Tai dynasty could be said to be full of geniuses and experts. However, among the younger generation, there was one person who was very famous. He was a swordsman. To be exact, he was a sword king. His name was Bai Zijing. Although Bai Zijing only had the cultivation of a 6-star perfection, his combat strength was already comparable to a mighty figure. He could even fight with a mighty figure. It was rumored that he had even killed one before. It was rumored that once his sword technique was used, no one could match it. Even the older generation had to retreat. And now, there was another crazy news that quickly spread throughout the Taiyu dynasty. That was, Bai Zijing wanted to challenge various experts to break through. Have you heard? Bai Zijing has already gone south. He's probably going to challenge Sky Sword Elder. He wants to challenge Sky Sword Elder? He's crazy. If I remember correctly, Sky Sword Elder is a mighty figure. And Sky Sword Elder is also a swordsman. A mighty swordsman is definitely terrifying. This Bai Zijing actually dares to challenge him. What exactly is he relying on? I don't know. I think he wants to break through to the realm of a mighty figure. After all, he's already a 6-star perfection now. He's only one step away from the realm of a mighty figure. When he becomes a true mighty figure, his strength will definitely be even more terrifying. I'm afraid that even those mighty figures who have cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years are no match for him. Heavens, this guy is too terrifying. Do you think he'll succeed? I don't think so. Sky Sword Elder isn't someone to be trifled with. Moreover, he's been famous for almost 1,000 years. The entire Taiyu dynasty was discussing this matter everywhere. Because this matter was simply too shocking, however, they did not know that at this moment, in a barren mountain in the south, two figures were confronting each other. One of them was a young man in white. He carried a green sword on his back and stood in the air, looking valiant and heroic. The other person was an old man wearing a Taoist robe. His gaze was gloomy and his face was withered. However, his eyes were extremely sharp, like a peerless sword that pierced through the void. Little doll, are you sure you want to fight me? The elder with a sharp gaze was none other than Sky Sword Elder. I'm naturally here to fight you. Sky Sword Old Man, draw your sword. The young man in white robes said coldly. He was Bai Zijing, a very young sword king. If that's the case, then don't blame me. Old Man Tian slowly pulled out a red sword and coldly said, my bloodthirsty sword will not return to its scabbard without seeing blood. Wang, as soon as he finished speaking, he raised his sword and a red sword aura shot out quickly. Like a river of blood, it shone in the air. Accompanying it was an extremely terrifying aura, as if a peerless beast had awakened in the air. Wind Slayer. Facing this terrifying sword, the young man in white, Bai Zijing, was very calm. He quickly unsheathed the green sword on his back and thrust it forward. Boom! Suddenly, the river of blood that filled the sky was cut in half, scattering countless blood flowers and surging in all directions. That sharp attack and murderous aura were also destroyed by a single sword strike. You can see through my flaws. Opposite him, Sky Sword Elder frowned. To be honest, although he had heard of the other party, in his opinion, the other party was not able to fight with him. He was an almighty, and the other party was only a 6-star king. Although he was also a swordsman, the gap between their realms could not be made up at all. However, he did not expect the other party to change his attitude after just one sword attack. Although it was just one sword attack, he had already realized that the other party's timing and the sharpness of the sword aura were not inferior to his. This made him extremely shocked. Interesting. Kid, I'll let you see my true strength. Sky Sword Elder snorted coldly, then attacked again. This sword pierced through the void, emitting a terrifying aura. It was like a divine red painting that pierced through the 9 heavens. This sword attack was too fast, so fast that it dazzled one's eyes. However, after attacking, Sky Sword Elder's pupils shrank. This was because he realized that the other party's sword was even faster than his. But how was this possible? He had already displayed his best sword technique, the Heavenly Sword technique. Even an almighty could not dodge the terrifying sword light. However, the other party's sword light was even faster than his. This simply made him unable to believe it. Who exactly was this young man in front of him? He was actually so powerful. Damn it. Sky Sword technique. Sky Sword Elder finally roared and fought with all his might. He realized that although the other party was a 6-star king, he was definitely not weaker than him. He had to fight with all his might. Therefore, he waved the red sword in his hand, and immediately, 18 red sword lights were drawn in the sky. They formed a mysterious pattern in the sky. Once the sword pattern was formed, its terrifying aura kept rising, and its power was several times stronger than the previous sword light. Buzz, this sword pattern shrouded the front, wanting to suppress the white-clothed youth, Bai Zijing. Finally using your ultimate move? On the opposite side, Bai Zijing's lips curled up slightly, and there was a sharp light in his eyes. Gale Sword Blade. Facing the terrifying red sword pattern, Bai Zijing did not dodge at all. Instead, he held the sword with both hands. Then, he attacked with the green sword in his hand. Boom, a hurricane blew in the sky. Then, a cyan sword light formed in the storm and slashed forward. The speed of this sword was extremely fast, and it was unusually fierce and powerful. Crack, the next moment, a corner of the red sword pattern was cut open, and the green sword light poured in like a storm. Oh no! Seeing this, Sky Sword Elder's face changed. Then, he blocked with his sword, forming a circular sword aura that condensed in front of him. Clang, that sword aura had just formed when the green sword aura slashed over. Then, it slammed into it. In the next moment, the sword light dimmed, and Sky Sword Elder was sent flying while vomiting blood. How is this possible? How is this possible? Because this was too shocking, too unexpected. A young man was actually able to defeat him. Furthermore, it was in terms of sword Dao. This was something that he could not accept. Kid, I admit that I've underestimated you. However, it's impossible for you to defeat me like this. Next, I'll show you the true power of the Sky Sword technique. Then, Old Man Sky Sword wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and held the red sword tightly. His entire body emitted a blood-red aura, and the surrounding sky was instantly dyed blood-red. He still wanted to fight, however. The white-clothed young man, Bai Zijing, frowned. His opponent had already lost, but he still refused to stop. This made him a little angry. Therefore, he snorted at the next moment and the aura on his body rose rapidly. Beside him, green sword edges revolved. In the wind, there were streaks of blue lightning that rose rapidly. You've already taken up too much of my time. Therefore, let's end this with a move of wind, Bai Zijing said indifferently. You're courting death. Old Man Sky Sword was furious. No one had ever dared to say such words to him. Therefore, he snorted at the next moment and there was a sharp light in his eyes. Sky Sword secret technique, sky killing. Old Man Sky Sword finally used his strongest move. Then, the sky changed color and there was a sea of blood surging. The red sword light slashed out at the fastest speed. This sword was too fast, so fast that it was hard to believe. In the blink of an eye, the sharp sword light was already in front of him. It was just like traveling through time and space. Competing in speed with me? You're not good enough. At this moment, Bai Zijing was also extremely terrifying. The green sword in his hand also slashed out instantly. Whirlwind Wild Cloud. Although it was released later, the speed of this move increased tremendously. In an instant, the red sword light in front of him was split into two. Not only that, the green sword light had already enveloped Old Man Sky Sword. Buzz buzz buzz, strong wind swept and Old Man Sky Sword retreated again with blood dripping from his body. A strand of pale hair also fell from the sky. 16 moves. In an instant, 16 sword scars appeared on his body. There was even one that brushed past his heart. Lost. Sky Sword Elder was completely defeated. His body began to tremble, and the hand holding the sword became unstable. This was because his opponent's swordsmanship was simply too powerful. In an instant, these 16 sword scars could kill him 16 times. It was just that the other party hadn't made a move yet. You won. Old Man Heaven. Sword said this softly and instantly, he seemed to have aged several hundred years. Hearing this, Bai Zijing withdrew his green sword and said in a deep voice, I won't kill you, nor will I ask you to do anything else. You just need to seal your sword for 30 years and not make a move. He had his reasons for saying that. The reason he challenged the various sword experts was so that he could surpass himself. Apart from that, there was another reason. It was to help the first prince clear the obstacles. Now in the Tai dynasty, all the princes were fighting openly and secretly, preparing to seize the position of crown prince. Among them, the first prince, the third prince, and the eighth prince were the most powerful. And he, Bai Zijing, was the first prince's man. Therefore, those who couldn't be recruited by the first prince, Bai Zijing wouldn't allow them to be recruited by the third prince and the eighth prince. Therefore, he thought of this method to make them not make a move for 30 years. All right. Hearing this, Old Man Heaven Sword nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. Not making a move for 30 years was nothing to him. It was because he only needed to go into seclusion. For someone like him, it would take at least 30 to 50 years to be in seclusion. After getting Old Man Heaven Sword's answer, Bai Zijing soared into the sky and left. Looking at Bai Zijing's back view, Old Man Heaven Sword had a complicated expression. He didn't expect this young man to be so powerful. He was afraid that the Tai dynasty wouldn't be peaceful for the next few years. He sighed because the third prince had once looked for someone to invite him, but he had rejected him for the time being. The reason why Bai Zijing looked for him was probably because of the fight for the position of crown prince. Not making a move for 30 years was also a good thing for him. It was because he could avoid such a whirlpool of power struggle. Every time there was a fight between the princes, countless experts would die. There would be people who would lose their lives because they stood on the wrong side. Not long after, the news of Bai Zijing defeating Old Man Heaven Sword swept through the Tai dynasty like a gust of wind. In an instant, all the martial artists in the Tai dynasty knew about it. Everyone was in an uproar as they discussed animatedly. Heavens, this Bai Zijing is too terrifying. He actually defeated Old Man Heaven Sword? Isn't Old Man Heaven Sword an almighty? Moreover, he's an expert in the sword Dao. How did he lose? Not only that, I also heard even more shocking news. It said that Old Man Heaven Sword failed and is not allowed to make a move for 30 years. Discussions sounded one after another, all about Bai Zijing and Old Man Heaven Sword. Ha 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 ha, great, in the palace of the Tai dynasty. A round-faced young man immediately bowed his head and laughed when he heard the news. He was dressed in a yellow robe and was slightly plump. His eyes were smiling like a Maitreya Buddha. He was the crown prince of the Tai dynasty. Bai Zijing, I really didn't misjudge him. Yeah, I didn't expect this kid to be so powerful. Even Old Man Heaven Sword isn't his match. Someone laughed at the side. They were all experts recruited by the crown prince. I reckon the third prince is going crazy with anger. The third prince originally wanted to recruit Old Man Heaven Sword, but he didn't expect us to beat him to it. Haha, the third prince will definitely go crazy with anger. I can already imagine the look on his face. The first prince laughed heartily. Then, a cold light bloomed in his long and narrow eyes. Don't worry, this is just the beginning. From now on, Bai Zijing will defeat all the sword Dao experts in the Tai dynasty. I will let everyone know that if they don't join me, no one else will be able to get them. In another palace, a tall and thin young man's face was gloomy and abnormally angry. Trash, a bunch of trash. The young man roared. He wore a crown on his head and a purple robe with golden flying dragons embroidered on his sleeves. He was the third prince. At this moment, he also received the news of Old Man Heaven Sword's defeat and instantly went crazy with anger. Prince, I think this should be the crown prince's action to target us. Someone said. The third prince snorted coldly. Nonsense, of course I know that. What you need to do now is to think about how to break out of this situation. After Bai Zijing defeated Old Man Heaven Sword, he went south again to challenge other sword Dao experts. Humph. That Bai Zijing is too arrogant. Does he really think that he can challenge all the experts in the world? I guess it won't be long before he is defeated. Someone was unconvinced. However, another middle-aged scholar holding a folding fan said, Your Highness, I think we should send someone to assassinate him secretly. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to recruit any experts in the future. Oh, what is Mr. Situ's opinion? The third prince looked at the middle-aged man holding a feather fan and asked in a deep voice. The first prince's move is very clever. It can stop many experts. However, he has forgotten that by doing so, he will not only be facing us. Everyone will become his enemy. Although the first prince is powerful and is born from the empress, do you think he can contend against all the other princes? Speaking of this, the middle-aged man smiled and waved the feather fan in his hand. The others understood what he meant. The third prince was overjoyed. He clapped his hands and said, "Yes, that's right. Not only will I be angry, but the other princes will also be angry. Boss, you've really made a bad move this time." The third prince smiled, "Hurry up and join forces with the others to kill Bai Zijing." "Oh right, especially Old Eighth. Old Eighth's strength is not weak. We must not let him hide his strength at this time." Orders were passed down one after another. Then, figures walked out of the palace. They went to contact the other princes and prepared to join forces against the first prince. Valurium Palace. At this moment, figures were moving around as news came in from the outside. They were collating the information and presenting it to the depths of Valurium Palace. In the palace, King Valurium looked at the news in his hand with a solemn expression. The purple-clothed young man beside him also had a gloomy expression. "Father, the first prince and Bai Zijing are too arrogant. Do they really want to challenge all the experts in the world?" "You are wrong. He doesn't want to challenge all the experts in the world. He wants to challenge the experts who oppose the first prince." King Valurium raised his head and placed the jade slips on the table. He then said in a deep voice, "Since they have taken action, let's take action too. Men, call Xianxia in." Valurium gave the order, and the guards at the door quickly left like ghosts. After the time for half an incense stick to burn, Suchen arrived at the hall and asked, "Your Highness, you were looking for me? You've already learned about Bai Zijing, right?" King Valurium asked. "Understood." Xian nodded, while King Valurium said, "Very well, you can go now. The bottom line I'll give you is to defeat Bai Zijing and prevent him from taking action for 100 years. Then, the second mission will be considered a success." "Got it." Xian nodded, then turned and left Valurium Manor. Looking at Xian's departing figure, the corners of the Valurium king's lips curled up into a smile. "First prince, Bai Zijing, have a taste of the surprise I've prepared for you." After Bai Zijing defeated Old Man Heaven's Sword, he consecutively defeated 2 Sword Dao experts. The 2 of them were older generation figures. They were powerful and had reached the level of almighties. Moreover, their attainments in the Sword Dao were extremely powerful. But even so, they were still defeated and forced not to take action for 30 years. These 2 pieces of news, coupled with the incident with Old Man Heaven's Sword, caused a stir among all the cultivators in the Taiyi dynasty. All the cultivators, especially the young ones, were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Because it was hard for them to imagine what level Bai Zijing had reached. And those older generation figures were even crazier. Because they had witnessed the rise of a genius. The Golden Age is coming. Some of the older generation figures cried out in surprise. That's right, the Golden Age referred to the era of cultivation geniuses and monstrous figures. They would appear in the same era and compete with each other. On the difficult path of martial Dao, dazzling sparks would be created from the collision. And every battle for the position of Crown Prince was the main factor that pushed the Golden Age forward. Those peerless geniuses and shocking experts would come out one after another and choose a prince to work for. Because when the prince they chose became the Crown Prince, these people would also receive great benefits. They would receive the baptism of the Taiyi dynasty's dragon vein. This was not an ordinary dragon vein, but the dragon vein that had allowed the Taiyi dynasty to last for a long time. It spiraled for thousands of miles like a giant dragon, hidden under the ground. This kind of dragon vein baptism could be said to have heaven-defying benefits. This was also why those peerless geniuses and experts would participate in the battle for the position of Crown Prince. For a time, the entire Taiyi dynasty could be said to be gathering. And at this time, Bai Zijing even announced that he would set up an arena at Mount Nanhua to welcome the challenges of various experts and peerless geniuses. Moreover, the time was set to be August 15th, a month later. August 15th, Mount Hua Sword Tournament. This news instantly swept through the entire Taiyi dynasty. For a time, countless people were shocked. And those experts and young geniuses all set off for Mount Nanhua. The other cultivators were even more excited because this was definitely a once-in-a-thousand-years grand event. They would definitely not miss such a good thing. Therefore, these people quickly set off and headed there one after another. The young geniuses snorted coldly and did not think much of it. They felt that Bai Zijing was too arrogant. He actually dared to challenge the world with his own strength. They decided that they must climb Mount Hua and teach this arrogant guy a lesson. At the same time, under the joint efforts of the third prince and the other princes, the third prince and the other princes also sent their experts to challenge Bai Zijing. This time, they must defeat Bai Zijing in front of everyone in the world. They wanted to ruthlessly slap the first prince's face in front of the world and let the world know that he was the most qualified person to become the crown prince. August 15th, Mount Hua Sword Tournament. Lin Xian naturally heard the news as well. The corners of his mouth immediately curled into a smile. This guy is really arrogant. Great, let's go and meet him then. With that, he boarded the spirit boat and flew in the direction of Mount Nanhua. Time passed day by day, and August 15th was getting closer and closer. Countless cultivators had arrived near Mount Hua. The cities near Mount Hua were filled with a large number of cultivators, and there was no lack of mighty figures among them. In fact, there were even those hidden experts, young geniuses, and terrifying swordsmen. In short, those experts that could not be seen usually had all arrived at this moment. On the streets and alleys, everyone was talking about the Mount Hua Sword Tournament and Bai Zijing. Have you heard? During this period of time, Bai Zijing defeated another two sword experts. One is an elder, and the other is a young genius. Do you think he'll really defeat all the experts in the sword meet on Mount Hua in a few days? I don't dare to say anything about the older generation, but I don't think many people in the younger generation are his match. Yeah, judging from his strength, he's definitely at the level of a prince. But those princes won't come here to fight. So, the number of people who can resist him can be counted on one hand. Not necessarily. You're underestimating the Taiyi dynasty. Those that you mentioned are all in the open. There are also some hidden in the barren mountains and swamps. They're hermit experts. They don't usually appear. If one of them appears, it'll definitely shock the world. That's true. I remember that a few hundred years ago, there was a person who came from the mountains. He defeated half of the dynasty. Basically, no one in the younger generation is his match. Now that you mention it, I remember it too. Indeed, there was such a person in the historical records. He's too heaven-defying. There are very few people like him. Who knows if he'll come to the sword meet on Mount Hua? If such a person doesn't appear, Bai Zijing will really defeat the younger generation. Sounds of discussion could be heard. It was obvious that everyone was worried about the upcoming sword meet on Mount Hua. In a city 30,000 miles away from the sword meet on Mount Hua, there was a huge super teleportation formation. The formation shone, and then a young figure walked out of it. He was tall and wore a brocade robe. His face was fair, but there was a hint of evilness. After coming out of the teleportation formation, the evil-looking young man raised his head and looked at the towering Mount Hua in the distance. Then, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Bai Zijing, how dare you challenge the heroes of Mount Hua? You're overestimating yourself. I'm here this time. Just wait to be defeated in front of the world. The evil-looking young man sneered, then his figure turned illusory and disappeared into the void. Time passed quickly, and it was already the 10th of August. There were only 5 days left until the 15th of August. During this period, a large number of experts came to Mount Hua. Most of them were from the younger generation, and those young geniuses also arrived one after another. Among them, the third prince and the eighth prince were the leaders, as well as the other princes. They sent out their capable subordinates, and those young geniuses also rushed over, preparing to kill Bai Zijing. Many veteran almighties had come as well. All of their expressions were cold, and their auras were solemn. It was because Bai Zijing had not only defeated the younger generation, but he had also challenged a few great existences. Such behavior infuriated the veteran almighties. As for the rest, most of them were here to watch the show. This was because they wanted to see what level Bai Zijing had reached. Among them, there was a young man who was valiant and heroic. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, floating in the void. A large number of young martial artists gathered around him. His name was Li Mengbai, and he was a very famous prodigy among the younger generation. He was a subordinate of the 8th prince. Brother Li, you've interacted with that Bai Zijing before. How is he? Is he as strong as the legends say? A warrior beside him asked. However, Li Mengbai said in a deep voice, he is indeed very strong. The rumors should be true. What? Hearing this, the expressions of the surrounding martial artists changed, and they were all extremely solemn. That was because they all knew of Li Mengbai. Furthermore, Li Mengbai was also a top-notch genius. They believed that Li Mengbai would definitely not exaggerate and praise her opponent. Since he said so, that Bai Zijing must be terrifyingly strong. Originally, they thought that the rumors were exaggerated and could not be trusted. But from the looks of it, that might not be the case. On the other side, on a lone peak, a man in a green robe stood on the peak. His robes fluttered in the wind, and his entire body emitted an extremely sharp aura. Gale Sword Hero, Bai Zijing, let me see if your Gale Sword technique or my Dian Sword technique is more powerful. The corners of the green-robed man's mouth curled up into a smile. If anyone heard this, they would definitely be extremely shocked. This was because the Dian Sword technique was very famous and came from the Dian Sacred Land. The Dian Sacred Land was a sacred land in Middle Ground. Its strength was extremely terrifying and mysterious. It was definitely an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the dynasty. Unexpectedly, the Dian Sacred Land also sent someone here. For the past few days, Lin Xian had been riding on a spirit boat and flying quickly towards Mount Hua. However, there was still some distance. He was not in a hurry. Instead, he quietly cultivated to maintain his peak state. This was because he knew that since the other party wanted to challenge the world's experts, he would not leave after challenging just 1 or 2 people. He had plenty of time and opportunities. The days passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was August 15th. On this day, everyone was excited as they climbed up Mount Hua, which was tens of thousands of feet tall. Since ancient times, Mount Hua had always been an extremely dangerous path. It was like a natural chasm. However, it was not a problem for these King Almighties. They quickly soared into the sky like lightning and arrived at Mount Hua. At this moment, there were already a few figures standing at the peak of Mount Hua. The person in the lead was a young man in white. He was like a peerless divine sword as he stood there quietly, emitting a sharp aura. On his back, he carried a green sword. He was Bai Zijing. This time, he did not come alone. There were still a few martial artists standing behind him. These people were sent by the first prince to prevent Bai Zijing from being beaten up by the crowd. Among them, a man and a woman stood very close to each other. They looked like Bai Zijing's lackeys. Oh, so many experts have come this time. The man in blue looked around and immediately narrowed his eyes. The woman in red beside him snorted softly. It was useless no matter how many people came. No one was a match for Bai Zijing. Unless a peerless almighty made a move. The auras of these 2 people were also abnormally sharp. They were also prodigies of the younger generation. Bai Zijing, the youngest sword king, you're too arrogant. Kid, let me break your legend. At this moment, a young man walked out with large strides. This young man was dressed in black and had a thin face. However, the aura on his body was extremely violent. There was a purple longsword at his waist. The sword was half a meter long and 3 fingers wide. There was no scabbard. One could see that there were incomparably simple sword patterns engraved on the sword. Who is this person? How dare he be the first to step forward? Don't you know him? He's the purple lightning sword, Liao Yin. What? He's Liao Yin, the legendary sword genius? I heard that his sword technique is extremely terrifying and comes from the 9 heavens' divine thunder. This is too exciting. I didn't expect the first to appear to be the famous Liao Yin. Everyone was excited. They didn't expect to see such an exciting battle as soon as they arrived at Mount Hua. Kid, did you hear that? Quickly draw your sword and let me defeat you. Liao Yin said coldly. On the other hand, Bai Zijing was calm. He glanced at Liao Yin, then retracted his gaze and said indifferently. No need, you're not my match. What? Hearing that, everyone was in an uproar. Sounds of discussion could be heard, like muffled thunder, spreading in the surroundings. Too many people came to the sword meet on Mount Hua this time. At a glance, there were more than 1 million people. Apart from the front where there was enough space, the other places, such as the sky, the distant mountains, the ancient trees, and the mountain streams, were all filled with martial artists. However, so many people were stunned when they heard that. What did he say? He's not my match? He's actually looking down on Liao Yin. This kid is too arrogant. As far as I know, Liao Yin is powerful and famous. He's not weaker than Bai Zijing at all. In front, Liao Yin's face turned gloomy when he heard that. His gaze was gloomy, and there was a cold glint in his narrow eyes. Good. I've always been the arrogant one. I didn't expect to meet someone who's even more arrogant than me today. However, kid, you'll pay the price for your arrogance. As he said that, Liao Yin took out the purple sword at his waist and stabbed it out. Boom, at the same time, purple lightning descended from the sky, forming a terrifying sea of lightning. Everyone felt their scalps go numb and their hearts skip a beat. That was because the power of lightning formed by the sword strike was simply too terrifying. However, Bai Zijing didn't make a move at all. He still stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "This person isn't worthy of my attack. Beichen, I'll leave him to you." "Alright, I'll play with him." At that moment, the blue-robed man behind Bai Zijing laughed. Then, he took a step forward, and a blue longsword appeared in his hand. The longsword was very strange. It was 1 meter long and there were 7 stars on it. They were like real stars that had shrunk countless times and were embedded in the longsword. Buzz, he swung the sword, and everyone's vision blurred. Then, starlight shone in the sky as if stars had descended, blocking the terrifying lightning. What? He actually blocked it. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Liao Yin was extremely terrifying. He was one of the top sword Dao geniuses of the younger generation. Who was this blue-cloaked man? How could he block Liao Yin's attack so easily? Everyone was stunned. That was because they had never expected such a scene to occur. Liao Tian's expression also changed. He also did not expect that his opponent would be able to block his sword. However, he quickly snorted coldly. So what if he blocked the sword? His strength wasn't limited to this. As expected, in the next moment, Liao Yin's swordsmanship changed again. Along with his purple sword, 3 purple flood dragons appeared around him. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they flew towards the man in blue. A terrifying killing intent pierced through the 9 heavens. The berserk lightning caused the surrounding cultivators to continuously retreat. Big Dipper Dusk, however, in the face of such a terrifying attack, the blue-clothed man remained calm. He waved the blue sword, and the 7 stars on it glowed together, forming a starlight screen in front of him. Clang! 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 The purple sword accompanied the 3 lightning flood dragons and collided with the Big Dipper star screen. Cracks even appeared in the surrounding void, and they quickly spread all over the place. However, the Big Dipper star screen was abnormally strong. It did not shatter under such a fierce attack. Liao Yin, is this your purple lightning sword technique? If that's all you've got, then it's over. The blue-clothed young man, Bei Chen, said coldly. You want to attack my brother, Bai Zijing, with just that bit of strength? You're overestimating yourself. Humph, you're the one who overestimates yourself. Liao Yin snorted coldly. How dare you go against me? This time, I'll let you know how powerful I am. In the next moment, he roared, and the light in his body shone even brighter. On the sword, streaks of sword chi surged out and turned into bolts of thunder, forming a terrifying sea of lightning. The purple sea of lightning lit up the entire sky. In an instant, a terrifying energy pierced through the void. Purple lightning sword technique, destroy. The purple lightning that filled the sky formed streaks of terrifying purple sword shadows that slashed forward. 1 purple sword shadow after another, a total of 6, circled around each other in the air, forming a purple sword curtain, and quickly chopped down with great force. Liao Yin finally used the purple lightning sword technique. It seemed that he was really enraged. Once the purple lightning sword technique was used, even a mighty figure would have to go all out to deal with it. That blue-clothed young man would probably not be able to withstand it at all. Indeed, this Bai Zijing was too arrogant. He didn't make a move himself but got his subordinate to do it. Just watch, he'll definitely lose this time. Big Dipper illusory destruction. At this moment, the blue-clothed young man, Bei Chen, also snorted coldly. His gaze became abnormally sharp, and there were stars in his eyes. The Big Dipper sword also released a terrifying radiance. On the sword, the Big Dipper shone, forming a beautiful sword light. Then, he slashed down with the sword. Boom! Boom, boom. Accompanied by this terrifying sword shadow, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. 7 huge star shadows appeared, forming the appearance of the Big Dipper. Thousands of starlight drooped down. These powers were all poured into that sword shadow. Immediately, the sword shadow's power skyrocketed. What kind of sword technique was this? It was too terrifying. The surrounding cultivators were shocked, and they felt a chill run down their spines. That was because this murderous aura was too terrifying and sharp. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, the two collided. Then, the 6 huge purple sword shadows in the sky were instantly blasted into pieces. And that Big Dipper sword light passed through the purple lightning that filled the sky and slashed heavily on Lei Outyan's body. Pfft! Lei Outyan vomited blood and flew out. What? Lei Outyan was defeated. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes widened, and their eyeballs almost fell out. Because this was simply too unbelievable. If Bai Zijing had made a move and defeated Lei Outyan, they might still be able to accept it. But now, Bai Zijing had not made a move at all. Just the blue-clothed young man beside him had defeated Lei Outyan so powerfully. This made them feel as if they had gone crazy. In an instant, everyone was in an uproar. However, in the crowd, those peerless prodigies and seniors were frowning. That was because they realized that the blue-clothed young man's victory was not luck at all, but strength. His strength was indeed above Lei Outyan's. Who was this blue-clothed young man? He was so powerful, whether it was in terms of speed, strength, or attainments in sword techniques, he was above Lei Outyan. Damn it! How is this possible? When did such a powerful helper appear by Bai Zijing's side? The first prince. They are definitely the first prince's people. This first prince is too terrifying. Where did he find so many young experts? Their strength is probably not much weaker than Bai Zijing's. There is still a woman in red beside him who has not made a move. Could it be that this woman in red is also an incomparably terrifying top genius? Discussions sounded one after another. Clearly, this scene was completely out of their expectations. Lei Outyan was already a very powerful young genius, but in front of Bai Zijing, he did not even have the strength to make him make a move. Thinking of this, everyone's scalps went numb. From the looks of it, if the weak stood out, Bai Zijing would not make a move at all. The 2 people beside him would be able to deal with them. In other words, if they wanted Bai Zijing to make a move, they had to first defeat the man in blue and the woman in red beside him. This also prevented everyone from using the wheel tactic on Bai Zijing to exhaust his strength to a certain extent. I'll fight you. At this moment, another loud and clear voice rang out. Then, everyone turned their heads, and a million gazes were all fixed on a figure. It was a tall young man, more than 2 meters tall, and his entire body was bronze in color. He was like an iron tower, giving people a heavy feeling. Sure enough, when he walked, the mountains below trembled. Who is this person? Ah, what terrifying strength! I reckon that he can crush this mountain range with one step. It's him. Berserk sword, Chong Lu, what? It's actually him. Hearing this, the surrounding cultivators were all extremely shocked. However, soon, someone frowned. Although Berserk sword Chong Lu was also powerful, he was still a little inferior to purple lightning sword Lei Outyan. Even Lei Outyan was no match for him, but Berserk sword Chong Lu actually dared to come out. To be honest, they were indeed puzzled. However, at this moment, a young genius spoke in a deep voice. It's not like that. Berserk sword Chong Lu is not as simple as you think. Indeed, Lei Outyan looked more powerful, but that was reflected in his speed and sword technique. Chong Lu's specialty was in his strength and defense. From the previous battle, it could be seen that the blue-clothed youth surpassed Lei Outyan in both speed and sword technique. Unless there was a genius far stronger than Lei Yin, only then could he defeat the blue-clothed youth. Otherwise, they could only attack from other places. For example, this berserk sword Chong Lu, his defensive power was amazing. Therefore, no matter how fast the other party was and how skillful his swordsmanship was, if he couldn't break through his defense, it would be futile. Furthermore, since he was known as the berserk sword, his swordsmanship and strength must be incomparably terrifying. He might not have been able to match up to the other party in terms of speed, but in terms of strength, he was definitely able to crush the other party. So that's how it was. Hearing this young genius's explanation, the surrounding crowd understood. Thus, they looked forward with great anticipation. The man in blue, Bei Chen, looked at the towering figure in front of him and smiled. The aura on your body is even weaker than Lei Yin's from before. It seems like your strength is inferior to his. Even he is no match for me. Do you think you can defeat me? Whether I can defeat him or not, we'll know after we fight. Wild Sword Demon Lord coldly snorted and stomped his foot. Suddenly, the mountains below trembled. At the sight of this scene, Bai Zijing let out a soft cry of surprise. Then, he looked toward the man who was like a metal tower. Immediately, he said, Beichen, be careful. This guy has a thick earth constitution. What? Thick earth constitution? Hearing this, the man in blue, Beichen, was also surprised. Then, he narrowed his eyes. You have the thick earth constitution, which is known to have an extremely strong defense. No wonder. No wonder you dared to come out and fight me. Come on, show me your thick earth constitution. Let me see if it's as strong and unbreakable as the legends say. You'll see. Wild Sword Demon Lord snorted coldly. In the next moment, a layer of earthy yellow light appeared on his body as if he was wearing a layer of earth armor. Lines of rock-like patterns appeared on its surface. Not only that, he also pulled out a huge black sword from his storage ring. The sword was very heavy, like a door plank. When it was waved gently, the pressure caused cracks to appear in the void. However, such a heavy sword was like straw in Demon Lord's hand. It was abnormally agile. Boom, in the next moment, Demon Lord held the huge sword and slashed out. In the sky, a rumbling sound rang out. This sword brought with it a terrifying force of wind and thunder. In fact, black cracks appeared in the sky. Large cracks appeared in the mountain range below. Countless mountain peaks collapsed, unable to withstand the force of all this. Big Dipper Curtain. Feeling the terrifying power contained in this sword, the man in blue, Bei Chen's pupils constricted. In the next moment, he waved the Big Dipper sword in his hand and quickly formed a curtain of stars. In the sky, 7 huge star illusions formed a curtain of light, blocking in front of them. Boom! Boom! The sound of a violent collision rang out, and a thunderous sound resounded in the sky. Everyone retreated frantically, afraid that they would be affected by this energy. However, what was shocking was that such a violent sword did not shatter the blue Big Dipper curtain. The Big Dipper curtain looked very thin, like a piece of paper, but its sturdiness was beyond everyone's imagination. Bai Zijing was still very calm, and the woman in red beside him also smiled disdainfully. It's useless. The Big Dipper curtain is very terrifying. Even a mighty figure can't break it, let alone that demon lord. Next, it's my turn to attack. The man in blue, Bei Chen, sneered. He tapped his longsword lightly, and light appeared in the sky, turning into a huge star that quickly smashed out. Boom, this sword was too fast, like a flying meteor. In an instant, it arrived in front of Demon Lord. Moreover, the blue starry sword light ruthlessly struck Demon Lord's body, making a terrifying sound. Cracks flashed in the void, and the surrounding people retreated again, their faces palpitating. However, Demon Lord did not dodge at all. Lines of rock-like runes appeared on his body, completely forming an armor of the earth. He actually managed to block this sword attack. He blocked it? He really blocked it. How is this possible? Heavens, I'm not dreaming, am I? This Demon Lord is too terrifying. His defense is so amazing. Even Lei Yin, who had been defeated earlier, was shocked. Because he knew the strength of the man in blue, Bei Chen. Even he did not dare to take that sword light head-on. However, Demon Lord blocked it without any damage. His defense was heaven-defying. Even the man in blue, Bei Chen, revealed a trace of surprise. Berserk Sword breaks the wolf. At that moment, Chong Lu suddenly took a step forward and slashed down with the giant black sword in his hand. He used a killer move. The terrifying giant black sword transformed into a black gust of wind that swept out in an instant. Boom, the sword was very sudden. Not only was it powerful, but it was also extremely fast. Therefore, the man in blue, Bei Chen, didn't have time to use the Big Dipper Star Curtain. He was struck by this violent sword strike and was forced to retreat. However, he was also a genius, so in the moment of crisis, he activated a set of star armor. Bei Chen was sent flying. Although he was sent flying, he wasn't injured. However, the blood in his body kept churning. Obviously, this sword had caused him to suffer a loss. Berserk Dragon breaks the sky. At that moment, Chong Lu attacked again. The giant black sword in his hand transformed into a giant black dragon that quickly charged over. This was a high-grade Earth rank technique. When it was used, the momentum was quite terrifying. Big Dipper connects the sky. Bei Chen's pupils shrank. He didn't expect that his opponent could use such a powerful killer move consecutively. He had just been hit, so the spiritual power in his body was very chaotic. Now, he could only react hastily. He roared and crazily urged his spiritual power to form 7 stars in front of him to block the terrifying black dragon gust. Bang bang, there was another earth-shattering collision. Bei Chen retreated dozens of steps again. Every step he took cracked the void. However, he used this opportunity to quickly stab out 3 times with his sword. Clang, 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 the 3 sword strikes were like a meteor shower that quickly crashed into Chong Lu's body. However, Chong Lu's defense was too terrifying, so Bei Chen still didn't succeed. When Chong Lu saw this scene, he laughed loudly. He was wearing the Earth rank armor, and his entire body exuded a dignified aura. The giant black sword in his hand stirred up a gust of wind as it continued to attack Bei Chen. The battle between the two was earth-shattering. The momentum was very terrifying. When the surrounding people saw this, they were even more amazed. Heavens, this Chong Lu is too terrifying. What kind of defense does he have? How can he be so strong? Earth physique. The legends are true. He really has the Earth physique. In the crowd, an elder exclaimed. The others were puzzled and asked, Senior, what exactly is the Earth Empress physique? Heavenly Earth Empress, these are 2 types of physiques passed down from ancient times. Among them, those who possess the yellow sky physique cultivate very quickly. They can be said to be the favored children of heaven and earth. As for those who possess the earth constitution, their defense is extremely strong. Even if they don't cultivate any special defensive techniques, they can still reach a heaven-defying level. It's actually a legendary physique passed down from ancient times. Everyone exclaimed after hearing this. He didn't expect that Chong Lu had such a background. In front of him, North Star was forced back once more. He was incomparably gloomy. In the next moment, he said coldly, I have a high-grade Earth rank martial art too. 13 starry swords. Bei Chen switched to a different sword technique. Suddenly, the aura on his body changed. He no longer focused on defense, but was filled with a terrifying killing intent. With a swing of his sword, the sky was filled with twinkling starlight. Then, streaks of sword light shot into the sky, turning into huge stars that shone in the sky. Everything within a radius of 10,000 miles was illuminated. A huge star map formed above everyone's heads. It spun rapidly and emitted a mysterious power. Then, these stars turned into sword light again and quickly slashed down. The sword light that came down was much more powerful than before. Each of them was extremely terrifying. In an instant, they enveloped Chong Lu. Chong Lu shouted loudly. Then, the earth armor on his body trembled and emitted a dazzling light. It continued to expand like an exquisite pagoda, enveloping him and forming a powerful defense. Mysterious runes began to form on his body. This was the power of his bloodline. It was his unique earth constitution. At this moment, when he used it, it was as if 10,000 mountains were pressing down on everyone's heads, causing their hearts to tremble. Boom! Boom! At the same time, he waved his huge black sword, bringing with it a terrifying power of wind and thunder, and quickly slashed forward. Boom! Boom! Terrifying sword light collided, causing heaven and earth to shake. Tens of thousands of rays of light shot out in all directions, and the entire mountain range trembled. The surrounding mountain range was also shaking nonstop. Some directly split open. So terrifying. Everyone looked at the piercingly cold sword light and felt a chill in their hearts. They couldn't resist such an attack at all. They couldn't even block it. Amidst the attacks that filled the sky, Chong-Lu relied on his terrifying earth constitution and didn't dodge at all. He stubbornly resisted. On the other side, Beichen executed his footwork. He stepped on the Big Dipper and kept dodging. Although there was no victor for a while, Beichen Lu was clearly at a disadvantage. But it was clear that North Star was at a disadvantage. It was only a matter of time before he lost. Damn it! How can this guy's earth constitution be so strong? Beichen's face was gloomy and unwilling. Because he didn't expect that the other party's constitution could actually restrain his attacks. It was really unexpected. However, at this moment, Bai Zijing spoke. He said in a deep voice, "Beichen, come back. You're not his match. Let Jianying go." As soon as he said that, Beichen's expression didn't change, but he still nodded. He stepped on the Big Dipper steps and quickly returned to Bai Zijing's side. On the other side, the woman in red took a step forward and walked up. What? There's a switch? Seeing this scene, the million people were shocked. Chong-Lu also stopped the huge sword in his hand. Millions of gazes looked at the woman in red in front of him. Everyone was puzzled. Who was this person? They had never seen her before. Could it be that this woman's strength is above that of the blue-clothed man? They had seen many female geniuses. However, pure female swordsmen were few and far between. After all, swordsmen were existences that only pursued infinite attack power. Among female cultivators, there were very few who had such extreme personalities. Clang, Chong-Lu stood the huge sword in his hand in the void, letting out a deafening sound. Then, he laughed and looked at the figure in front of him. Who are you? Tell me your name. After defeating Beichen, Chong-Lu's confidence increased greatly. Therefore, at this moment, when he saw the woman in red walk up, he didn't think much of it. Because he was very confident in his earth constitution. It could be said that his defense was unparalleled. Probably, other than Bai Zijing, he wouldn't be afraid of anyone here. The woman in red looked very delicate, and she had a unique aura. That's right, a valiant aura. Although she was beautiful, she didn't have the graceful aura of a woman. Instead, she had a heroic spirit. It had to be said that it was indeed rare. The woman in red walked forward and stood quietly. Then, she said coldly, "My name is Zhou Jianying. I'm Bai Zijing's junior sister." What? Bai Zijing's junior sister? Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. Bai Zijing was very terrifying. His junior sister should be pretty good too. On the other side, Chong-Lu also asked in a deep voice, "What? You want to stand up for your senior brother? In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless." The woman in red, Zhou Jianying, said indifferently, "If you have any means, just use them. However, I only need 3 moves to deal with you." What? 3 moves? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. Everyone had seen Chong-Lu's earth physique. Even a powerful swordsman like Beichen couldn't break through his defense. One could imagine how terrifying the earth physique was. But now, this woman in red who had just appeared in front of them actually said that she would finish him off in 3 moves. This was simply a fantasy. For a moment, even the older generation figures and the surrounding geniuses frowned. Could it be that this woman in red has some trump card or ultimate move? After hearing this, Chong-Lu laughed out loud. "Finish me off with a move. You're quite arrogant. However, you're underestimating my earth physique too much. You won't succeed. It's useless to say more. Make your move." The woman in red, Zhou Jianying, didn't want to say anything at all. Her jade-like hands gripped the longsword at her waist. It was a red longsword. It was very thin, only 2 fingers wide. Mysterious runes were drawn on the blade of the sword. Beauty, just make your move. I won't dodge. Chonglu laughed. He was very confident in his earth physique. Buzz, as soon as he said that, a red sword shadow quickly flashed in the void. Clang, immediately after, a deafening sound rang out. Then, everyone's ears went numb, and their faces turned pale. They quickly sealed their hearing, and all of them looked terrified. What happened? They were all stunned because the sword light was simply too fast. In the next moment, the surrounding geniuses and older generation experts all frowned. His expression was extremely solemn. Earlier, they had thought that the red-clothed woman was boasting. But now, it would appear that she was definitely not boasting. That sword strike just now made them feel a sense of fear and trepidation. They didn't catch the sword shadow at all. Demon Lord's complexion changed greatly. To be honest, he did not have an advantage in terms of speed. In fact, he was at a disadvantage. Because he was using a heavy sword, his speed was ordinary. Only when he used some unique skills could he increase his speed. Under normal circumstances, his speed was not fast. However, he was not afraid of fast opponents because his defense was strong. If his opponent could not penetrate it, it would be useless no matter how fast they were. But this time, he was truly stunned. That was because his opponent's speed was simply too fast. It was so fast that he couldn't even react in time. Fortunately, he possessed the Earth Constitution. Thus, he was currently wearing a layer of Earth armor. The sword strike just now had landed on the Earth armor, emitting an incomparably sonorous sound. Damn it! How could this be? Then, Demon Lord exclaimed. That was because a crack had appeared on the Earth armor he was wearing. From the looks of it, it was a full 1/3. What? The Earth armor was split open? Hearing this news, everyone was even more shocked. This was even more shocking than not being able to catch the other party's sword shadow. That was because the other party's speed was fast. If his attack power was not good enough, he would not be able to catch it at all. But now, it seemed that the other party was not only fast, but his attack power was also terrifying. One sword strike had split open the Earth armor. The second sword strike. Just as everyone was in a daze, the red-clothed woman, Zhou Jianying, spoke again. Then, another earth-shattering sound was heard. This time, they still did not see how the other party attacked. They did not see how the sword light appeared. They only heard Demon Lord scream. His eyes were wide open, and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. That was because the earth armor on his body had been completely split open. A vacuum was revealed. How is this possible? How is this possible? Isn't the other party's attack power too strong? 2 sword strikes and the earth armor had been split open. This made Demon Lord's hair stand on end. The earth armor was not a treasure. It was a kind of magical ability that extended from his earth constitution and bloodline power. Normally, even mighty figures would not be able to break it open. But now, it had been split open by 2 sword strikes. Everyone swallowed their saliva. The red-clothed woman in front of them was several times stronger than the blue-clothed man from before. However, at this moment, the nightmarish voice sounded again. The third sword strike. Damn it! Demon Lord roared angrily. Speed was not his strong suit, so he could not dodge at all. He could only take the other party's sword strike head-on. In the next moment, he changed his angle so that the earth armor that had not been split open faced the sword light. At the same time, he activated the defensive inner armor on his body to quickly resist. Bang! In the next moment, he screamed and was sent flying backward. His huge body directly tore through the void. It was useless. Everything was useless. Even though he had changed his angle, the other party's sword chi still accurately entered the armor that had been split open. Then, the inner armor on Demon Lord's body was also split open. Fortunately, he had the Earth Constitution. Otherwise, this sword strike would have directly split him into 2 halves. But even so, he was still injured. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth into the void. You've lost. In front, the red-clothed woman, Zhou Jianying, slowly withdrew her sword and said coldly. The surroundings were quiet. No one spoke. This was because everyone was stunned. The millions of cultivators were completely stunned by these 3 sword strikes. What kind of 3 sword strikes were these? They couldn't describe it at all. At this moment, they felt a surge of emotion. At the same time, there was a deep chill in their hearts because they realized that even if they faced these 3 sword strikes, they wouldn't be able to resolve it at all. Other than resisting it head-on, they couldn't think of any other way. But resisting it head-on was useless. Even Demon Lord, who had the Earth Constitution, couldn't resist it, let alone them. In the distance, Demon Lord struggled to stand up from the void. He covered his wound with a pale face. He wanted to fight again, but his body didn't allow him to fight anymore. Because he spat out another mouthful of blood. He was very unwilling. He came this time to challenge Bai Zijing, but now, Bai Zijing didn't make a move at all. Just a junior sister of the other party had seriously injured him. This made him extremely unwilling. At the same time, there was a strong fear in his heart. Unexpectedly, Bai Zijing did not make a move at all. Just a junior sister of the other party had severely injured him. This made him extremely indignant. At the same time, there was a strong sense of horror in his heart. His junior sister was already so powerful. What terrifying level had Bai Zijing reached? For a moment, everyone fell silent. What a fast sword! At this moment, a figure exclaimed from the distant horizon. This figure was a young man wearing a red robe and had a handsome face. It was Lin Xian, who had rushed all the way to Mount Hua. He had just arrived near Mount Hua when he saw Zhou Jianing's 3 sword moves. He immediately exclaimed. Because these 3 sword moves were too fast, even he was a little shocked. Could this be Bai Zijing's strength? He is indeed very strong. No wonder he is so famous. Lin Xian thought to himself. The next moment, a golden light appeared in his eyes as he looked forward. However, he soon frowned and even exclaimed softly. This was because he discovered that the one who attacked was not the legendary Bai Zijing, but a woman. A woman in red. Moreover, he was somewhat familiar with this woman in red. After thinking for a while, he remembered that he knew this woman in red. Zhou Jianing, why is she here? Lin Xian was surprised. This woman in red was none other than Lin Xian. Back in the Tiannan region, when the younger generation of the Azure Dragon Association was competing, Lin Xian had seen her before. Moreover, they had exchanged blows. At that time, Zhou Jianing was one of the 4 great geniuses of the Tiannan region, and her sword intent was very sharp. However, he did not expect her to appear here now. Furthermore, from the looks of it, the other party's strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Meeting an old friend here made Lin Xian very emotional. It seems that I'm not the only one who had a fortuitous encounter. This Zhou Jianing definitely had a great fortuitous encounter. Lin Xian muttered to himself in a low voice. Indeed, if not for a fortuitous encounter, how could she have come to the middle ground from the small island Nantian region? Moreover, her strength had become extremely strong. As for what kind of fortuitous encounter she had, Lin Xian did not care. What he cared about now was the other party's strength and which one was Bai Zijing. It was because Bai Zi was actually his opponent this time. Originally, Lin Xian thought that this was just a battle between the 2 of them. He did not expect Bai Zijing to create such a grand spectacle. It was no longer his business to challenge everyone on Mount Hua. Therefore, Lin Xian was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he quickly joined the crowd and watched silently. Lin Xian's arrival did not attract much attention. He was not famous in the Taiyu dynasty. Moreover, he was only a 6-star king right now. This kind of cultivation was not outstanding among the millions of martial artists. There were quite a number of mighty figures around. Apart from that, there were also peerless geniuses and powerful seniors. Thus, no one paid any attention to a mere 6-star king. At this moment, their gazes were all on the red-clothed woman, Zhou Jianing, in front of them. Who else wants to challenge me? Feel free to step forward. At the front, Zhou Jianing coldly spoke. Her voice clearly rang out in everyone's ears. If there's no one, you'll have to respect my senior brother Bai Zijing as the #1 swordsman of the younger generation. Hearing this, the millions of martial artists were enraged. Being the #1 swordsman was a supreme honor. That was because there could only be one number one in the younger generation. However, at this moment, loud laughter came from afar. The number one swordsman of the younger generation? What an arrogant tone. But I'd like to see if he's qualified or not. Hearing this voice, the red-cloaked woman, Zhou Jianying, raised her eyebrows and looked into the distance. The millions of martial artists in the surroundings also turned their heads. In the distance, a figure walked over quickly like a fleeting shadow. At first, he was still on the horizon, but in an instant, he arrived in front of everyone. What a fast movement technique. Everyone was shocked. Just by looking at the speed of the movement technique, they knew that the person who came was definitely not an ordinary person. Lin Xian was in the crowd. He also narrowed his eyes and looked forward. He saw that the person who came was a young man with an evil charm. He was wearing a black robe and had a handsome face. However, there was an evil aura around him. As soon as he appeared, he looked at Bai Zijing and said coldly, "If you want to become the number one swordsman of the younger generation, you'll have to ask if I, Shang Guanqi, agree to it." Shang Guanqi, he's evil sword Shang Guanqi. The surrounding martial artists exclaimed. They did not expect him to come too. Evil sword Shang Guanqi, the top swordsman of the younger generation. His reputation was on par with Bai Zijing's. However, Bai Zijing was the first prince's man while Shang Guanqi was the third prince's man. They did not expect him to finally come now. Things were getting interesting. The experts sent by the third prince were here. The eighth prince and the other princes would probably send experts here too. This time, it would be impossible for Bai Zijing to succeed if he wanted to challenge everyone. Yeah. Putting the others aside, Shang Guanqi alone is extremely terrifying. I wonder if Bai Zijing can defeat him? The surrounding martial artists discussed animatedly. The seniors and supreme talents also looked solemn. They knew that an expert had finally stepped up. However, the red-cloaked woman, Zhou Jianying, smiled and stared at Shang Guanqi. Your evil sword Shang Guanqi? Great. I wanted to look for you. If I defeat you, I should be able to become famous. Facing Shang Guanqi, Zhou Jianying was not afraid at all. Instead, she was excited. She felt that the sword aura in her body was surging rapidly. However, Shang Guanqi smiled evilly and said, "Girl, you're quite powerful, but you don't stand a chance against me. Let your senior brother do it. We'll know if I have a chance after we try." Zhou Jianying snorted coldly. In the next moment, her jade-like palm grabbed the red sword at her waist again. Buzz, another sonorous sound was heard. Then, a fine sword radiance flashed across the sky. This sword was so fast that the crowd could not catch it. Clang, however, Shang Guanqi was not afraid of such a fast sword at all. He drew out a grey longsword and blocked it in front of him. Suddenly, there was the sound of metal clashing. It was extremely terrifying. Shang Guanqi blocked the lightning-like sword aura calmly. He blocked it. The surrounding martial artists cheered excitedly when they saw this scene. That was because the red-cloaked woman's fast sword had given them too much pressure. In fact, they could not think of anyone who could block it. However, as soon as Shang Guanqi appeared, he blocked it with ease. This made everyone very excited. Shang Guanqi was indeed worthy of his reputation. His reputation was not inferior to Bai Zijing's. The surrounding martial artists were excited. The red-cloaked woman, Zhou Jianying, also frowned. This was the first time someone had blocked her sword. However, it was impossible to defeat her. Soon, Zhou Jianying would use her second and third sword. The terrifying sword light turned into continuous lightning, quickly slashing forward. However, the evil young man opposite her, Shang Guanqi, dealt with it calmly. The grey longsword in his hand also turned into a dazzling sword screen, blocking Zhou Jianying's attack. Both of them were very fast, and all kinds of sparks could be heard from time to time in the sky. Everyone was dazzled. Only the older generation experts and peerless geniuses could still keep up with their movements. The others couldn't see them at all. They could only see blurry after images. As expected of Shang Guanqi, he was indeed incomparably terrifying. Even a strong physique like the thick earth physique couldn't defend against the sword technique, but he was completely fine. That's great. I think Xianxia will definitely succeed. Not necessarily, don't let your guard down. That woman in red is also very terrifying. She's not famous at all, but she can actually fight to a draw with Xianxia. Don't you think it's too terrifying? Moreover, she's only Bai Zijing's junior sister. Do you think the two of them will win? Everyone was discussing. However, at this moment, Lin Xian said indifferently, although both of them are very strong, it seems that Xianxia will win. Hearing this, some people nodded, while others disagreed. Someone asked again, how many moves will it take for them to win? It seems that it will take at least 100 moves. Lin Xian voiced his guess. Hearing this, the others sneered and shook their heads. What a joke, 100 moves, why would there be a need for so many moves in a battle between experts? I think 30 to 50 moves should be enough. It will definitely not exceed 30 moves. This kid is obviously talking nonsense. What can an ordinary 6-star king like him know? He probably can't even see the speed of the two of them. Feeling the aura emitted by Lin Xian, everyone shook their heads. In their opinion, Lin Xian was just a person with good talent, but in front of so many geniuses, he was not enough at all. For a moment, no one believed Li Xian's words. The battle between the two was very intense. In the blink of an eye, dozens of moves had passed. However, at that moment, Zhou Jianying started to frown. She discovered that her opponent was truly very powerful. Furthermore, he was so powerful that it surpassed her expectations. One must know that she was very confident in her sword technique. Other than her senior brother Bai Zijing, she had never been afraid of anyone in the younger generation. But now, her opponent's swordsmanship was so sharp that it could block her attack, even the terrifying defense of the thick earth physique couldn't block it, but the other party actually blocked it. Weng. At this moment, Zhou Jianying shouted and raised the red sword in her hand. On the body of the sword, a bright light blossomed. Red runes flashed rapidly and connected together. For a moment, more than half of the space was enveloped by this red light. Terrifying sword runes flickered in the void, emitting a mysterious aura. Feeling this aura, the expressions of the surrounding martial artists changed. Some of them even cried out in alarm. Look, the other party is about to use his ultimate move. Blazing red rock slash. At this moment, Zhou Jianying used her ultimate move. With the red sword as the center, the entire space around it was covered with a layer of red runes. A terrifying murderous aura appeared in the void, shaking the void. Then, as the sword slashed down, the runes in the sky trembled rapidly. Ha 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 ha. Take my evil god sword technique. On the other side, Xianxia wasn't afraid at all. He laughed loudly. Immediately, the sword light in his body soared into the sky. A few terrifying sword chi enveloped him, forming a powerful battle suit. Not only that, but there were also streaks of gray sword chi circling around him. He seemed to have turned into a god of death and was abnormally sharp. Clang, clang. Clang, clang. The red sword light and the red sword runes in the sky collided with the gray sword chi, letting out thunderous sounds. The entire void was torn apart in an instant and countless spatial cracks appeared. Boom, then, the two collided intensely and a terrifying force surged into the distance. Suddenly, a terrifying hole was torn in the sky. A huge black hole appeared and spun rapidly, completely engulfing a mountain. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalp went numb. They swallowed their saliva and quickly retreated. That was because this attack was simply too terrifying. If they were hit by these attacks, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. These two people were too heaven-defying. Although they hadn't reached the almighty level, their combat strength had already surpassed ordinary almighties. Peerless geniuses, they were the true peerless geniuses. The surrounding people discussed animatedly and clenched their fists, extremely excited. In the distance, Bai Zijing stood with his hands behind his back, watching quietly. Meanwhile, the man in blue, Bei Chen, frowned. Because he was very clear about Zhou Jianying's strength. Other than Bai Zijing, there were probably not many people who could contend against her. But now, Xianxia could actually contend against her, and he could even withstand Zhou Jianying's ultimate move. It really surprised him. In front, the two of them fought even more intensely. Every time they collided, it was astonishing. However, at this moment, Xianxia snorted coldly. Streaks of gray sword chi were emitted from his body. They quickly intertwined and formed a terrifying domain that instantly covered the entire area. Oh no, Xianxia has activated his King domain. It's already been more than 90 moves. Is the outcome about to be decided? On the opposite side, Zhou Jianying also snorted coldly. The red sword light behind her soared into the sky, and she also activated her own domain. The two domains kept colliding and exchanging blows in the air. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 moves had passed. They had actually exchanged more than 100 moves, everyone exclaimed in disbelief. Originally, they thought that the outcome would be decided in 30 moves. They didn't expect that it would actually take more than 100 moves. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. This scene was similar to what he had expected. Next, it was time for Xianxia to use his ultimate move. Thinking about it, the battle should be over soon. Sure enough, at this moment, Xianxia floated in his own domain and laughed loudly. His black hair had actually turned gray at this moment, and it even carried an aura of death. Sword of the evil god, his handsome face became abnormally evil. Then, Xianxia swung his sword forcefully. Buzz, the sword slashed out, revealing its sharpness. The sky seemed to have been cut in half. An incomparably evil aura was emitted from the sword light, causing the surrounding people to tremble. Oh no, feeling the sword chi, Zhou Jianying's face also changed. That was because he realized that the sword chi was not only fast and powerful, but it could also affect one's soul. The sword chi actually contained a soul power killing move. Zhou Jianying was shocked. No wonder it was called the evil sword. It was indeed evil. A set of red armor covered her body. At the same time, she opened her mouth and spat out a curtain of swords, forming a Milky Way defense in front of her. Bang! Zhou Jianying was shaken by this tremendous power until she kept retreating backwards. Her delicate jade-like feet stomped on the void, creating one black hole after another. Seeing this, the crowd heaved a sigh of relief. Although Zhou Jianying was pushed back, she did not suffer any serious injuries. She was only lightly injured. At this rate, she would not be defeated. However, soon, they exclaimed in surprise. After Xianxia succeeded in his attack, he did not stop. Instead, he launched an even fiercer attack. Blade of the Evil Sword. Xianxia waved his long sword again. Suddenly, an even more terrifying gray sword chi slashed forward like a crescent moon. Damn it! Block it for me. Seeing that Xianxia was attacking her again, Zhou Jianying roared. The red long sword in her hand seemed to have turned into a ball of terrifying fire. The red light in the sky quickly shot up into the sky and formed a huge storm. It wanted to burn the gray sword chi. However, the gray sword chi was too terrifying. It extinguished the flames in the sky and slashed on Zhou Jianying's long sword. Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Zhou Jianying's arm went numb and she was pushed back again. Soul of the Evil Sword, seeing that his opponent was pushed back again, Xianxia laughed and launched an even fiercer attack. At this moment, his entire body was surrounded by gray sword chi. He was like the god of death, floating in the void. The king's domain around him surged quickly along with his arm. Boom, boom. Boom, in the sky, a huge gray sword chi slashed out and formed a demonic beast. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws like a dragon or a qilin. It tore through the void and charged toward Zhou Jianying. Red Lotus Sword Chi Protection. Seeing this terrifying attack, Zhou Jianying did not dare to be careless. Her long sword suddenly exploded and turned into a red lotus, instantly enveloping her. Clang, the gray sword chi was too terrifying. It split the red lotus shadow and slashed Zhou Jianying's body. Puff. Zhou Jianying flew out and crashed into a few mountains. Her delicate body trembled in the void. Not only that, but she also spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Her face was extremely pale. She was defeated. She was actually defeated. She did not expect that other than Bai Zijing to be able to defeat her. She was really surprised. The surrounding people were also stunned. The older generation experts and peerless experts were all frowning. Even Bai Zijing revealed a surprised expression for the first time. He squinted his eyes and stared coldly at Xianxia, who was standing in front of him. Bai Zijing finally met an interesting opponent. He revealed a smile. Of him. Of him. Geniuses were lonely. It was lonely at the top. When one reached a certain height, the feeling of not having an opponent was simply too unbearable. And now, he had finally found someone who could be his opponent. Beside him, the blue-cloaked youth, Bei Chen, sucked in a deep breath. This fellow is so strong. In the crowd, Lin Xian nodded slightly. Indeed, Xianxia was very strong. Even he had to be careful when dealing with him. As expected of the middle ground. Just the Tai dynasty alone had such powerful young geniuses. These people were definitely not weaker than the saints of the East. Now that they had reached their level, the meaning of the younger generation was different from that of ordinary people. Those below 300 years old were all called the younger generation. Lin Xian did not know the real age of these geniuses, but there was no doubt about it. These people were the ones who had the most hope of becoming higher beings in the shortest amount of time and obtaining powerful battle prowess. Lin Xian was calm, but in other places, the geniuses had lingering fear. Damn, these people are too strong. I originally thought that the gap between us wasn't big, but now it seems that's not the case at all. That's right. Fortunately, I didn't make a move. Otherwise, I would have been embarrassed. They were true peerless geniuses, far surpassing other ordinary geniuses. The older generation figures were also amazed. At this moment, Bai Zijing finally moved. He slowly stood up, looked ahead, and said coldly. You are qualified to be my opponent. Is that so? But I don't want to fight with you now. The evil-looking young man, Xianxia, shook his head. He had his own plans. Although he was strong, Bai Zijing was also very strong. He was definitely not weaker than him. And he had just finished a great battle with Zhou Jianying and had already exhausted a lot of energy. He had to recover now and reach his peak before he could fight with Bai Zijing with all his might. Otherwise, if he was not in the right state, he might very well lose. Therefore, he definitely would not fight with Bai Zijing immediately. Let me do it, Bai Zijing. I'll fight you. Another tall and straight figure walked out from the crowd. This was also a handsome young man. He was Li Mengbai, who had explained to everyone previously. Li Mengbai was also an A-list genius. He far surpassed the other geniuses and was very powerful. Therefore, when he came out, everyone also exclaimed in surprise, each and every one of them exclaiming in satisfaction. Because now, 4 or 5 peerless geniuses had already appeared. Each of them made them look up to and excited, making their blood boil. However, Bai Zijing furrowed his brows. He said, I remember that we seemed to have fought a year ago. At that time, you were not my match. Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. They did not expect that the two of them had actually fought before. Li Mengbai said in a deep voice, Indeed, I was not your match a year ago. But in the past year, my improvement is definitely not what you can imagine. Therefore, I am completely qualified to fight with you now. Speaking of this, powerful sword chi suddenly erupted from Li Mengbai's body. Streaks of sword light were like long dragons, spinning rapidly. Immediately, everyone felt an extremely terrifying pressure. Although Li Mengbai was defeated a year ago, no one dared to underestimate him. Because the aura he was emitting now shocked these millions of cultivators. A defeated opponent was not qualified to challenge Brother Bai. The young man in blue, Bei Chen, stood out. He pulled out the Big Dipper sword in his hand. Why don't I play with you first? Okay. Li Mengbai nodded and did not refuse. He knew that if he did not show off his powerful combat power, Bai Zijing would not fight with him. So at the next moment, he made an inviting gesture. Big Dipper connecting the heavens, Bei Chen used a powerful killing move the moment he attacked. The Big Dipper sword in his hand released a terrifying aura. Immediately, 7 huge star phantoms appeared in the sky. Together, a terrifying sword light slashed down. In the sky, 7 huge stars revolved, and the terrifying starlight turned the entire void into night. The power of the stars in the sky swept out crazily, completely enveloping Li Mengbai. Li Mengbai stood in the void with a solemn expression, and his body emitted sharp sword light. Facing the terrifying killing intent of the stars, he strode forward like a king. Buzz, he drew his silver-white longsword and slashed horizontally. Instantly, the illusory stars were destroyed one after another. What? He's actually so strong, Beichen was shocked. Seeing that his killer move had been destroyed so easily, he was extremely shocked. Because a year ago, when Li Mengbai fought with Bai Zijing, he was also there. At that time, Li Mengbai's strength was on par with his. But now, after just a year, Li Mengbai could easily destroy his killer move. This meant that Li Mengbai's strength had completely surpassed his. Damn it, how much? Did Li Mengbai's strength increase in a year? They were all geniuses and had similar resources. Logically speaking, the increase in combat power should be about the same. But now, it seemed that this was far from the case. Li Mengbai's increase in combat power far surpassed his. Therefore, Beichen was extremely shocked. No wonder Li Mengbai had the confidence to challenge Bai Zijing again. Bai Zijing also narrowed his eyes, slightly surprised. No wonder, your strength has indeed increased a lot. It seems that you're not weaker than junior sister Zhou. Since that's the case, you're qualified for me to make a move, what? Bai Zijing is going to make a move. Seeing this scene, everyone was abnormally excited. They didn't expect that after waiting for so long, Bai Zijing was finally going to make a move. On the opposite side, Li Mengbai also clenched the silver longsword in his hand tightly. This time, I won't lose to you easily. Make your move. However, Bai Zijing was very calm. His black hair fluttered, and his handsome face was extremely calm. His slender body exuded an extremely sharp aura. Come, let me see how much you've improved in this year. You'll see. Li Mengbai said coldly, and then he made his move. A silver-white sword light lit up, and then the world lost its color. The surrounding wind blew, and even many mountain peaks were directly sliced in half. Everyone exclaimed and retreated continuously, their eyes filled with intense shock. They thought that Li Mengbai was very strong, but they didn't expect that they had still underestimated him. This sword was even stronger than before. Wang, on the other side, Bai Zijing also frowned. He had not expected that the other party had hidden his strength. So in the next moment, he drew his sword. His speed was very fast, even faster than the red-cloaked woman, Zhou Jianying. No one could see the trajectory of his attack. They could only see a ray of light flashing through the void, followed by an earth-shattering sound. The surrounding gale and silver-white sword light were instantly split in half. What a terrifying sword art! Seeing this scene, those exceptional experts and people of the older generation felt their scalps go numb. Li Mengbai's expression was also extremely solemn. He naturally knew how powerful and terrifying the other party was. Therefore, he did not think that he would be able to succeed in one go. However, the fact that his opponent was able to easily cut through his attack still surprised him greatly. It seemed like he wasn't the only one who had improved. The other party's improvement in the past year was also frightening. White Dragon Pierce, Li Mengbai did not dare to be careless and hurriedly used her ultimate move. Boom! Boom! Above the longsword, a white dragon's shadow appeared, roaring in the void. As soon as it appeared, it shattered the surrounding void, forming a powerful and terrifying power that directly charged toward Bai Zijing. The million cultivators were shocked. They didn't expect such a terrifying killing move to appear right after they exchanged blows. It was truly shocking. Facing the white dragon's shadow, Bai Zijing also nodded slightly. Not bad, your combat strength has indeed improved greatly. However, your speed is not fast enough and can't hurt me at all. This is not fast enough? In the crowd, those geniuses were dumbfounded. This attack was already very terrifying, and they had no confidence in taking it on. However, Bai Zijing actually said that his speed was not fast enough. It was really despairing. Buzz. At the next moment, Bai Zijing took a step forward, and 10,000 rays of light flashed on his body. Then, 10,000 phantoms appeared, and each of them was exactly the same as him. They filled the void, making it impossible to distinguish between the real and the fake. Myriad mirror movement technique. This Bai Zijing had actually cultivated this movement technique to such a profound level. Some people of the older generation exclaimed. This was a terrifying movement technique that could instantly create 10,000 clones. Each of them seemed real, making it impossible to distinguish between the real and the fake. However, there was only one real body, and he was hidden among the 10,000 clones. Only by finding him would he be able to break the clones. Since I can't find him, I'll break all of them. Li Mengbai took a step forward, and the aura on his body also changed. He was no longer calm and composed. Instead, he was filled with killing intent. His hair danced wildly in satisfaction. Behind him, a silver-white sword light quickly interweaved, forming a terrifying domain. It soared into the sky like a wave. These sword lights blotted out the sky and covered the earth. They emitted an astonishing killing intent that enveloped those clones. Boom, boom, clang, the clones that filled the sky were pierced by the sharp swords and quickly disappeared. Those clones became fewer and fewer, from 10,000 to only a few hundred in the end. However, Li Mingbai's expression was grave. At the next moment, he frowned, and his expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated to the side. That was because he felt a biting cold killing intent coming from behind him. Poof, however, he was still a step too late. Behind him, a dazzling sword light transformed into a long rainbow, instantly enveloping him. Damn it, his real body is actually here. When did he come over? Li Mengbai was extremely shocked. He did not expect Bai Zijing to secretly come to his side and even emit such a terrifying sword aura. He could not dodge it. The other party's speed was too fast, even faster than Zhou Jianying. With Li Mingbai's current speed, there was no way he could dodge it. Boom, so at the next moment, he activated the ring in his hand. That ring was extremely black, and it was worn on his middle finger. Everyone originally thought that it was a storage ring, but now it seemed that it was not at all. That was because the black ring suddenly emitted a monstrous black light, and then a huge pressure was emitted. Immediately after, a black tortoise phantom appeared, completely enveloping Li Mengbai. Clang, Bai Zijing's sword aura slashed on the black tortoise, emitting a deafening sound. Countless cracks were torn in the void, and the black tortoise phantom also dimmed in an instant. However, it did not shatter. Li Mengbai was also forced back a few thousand meters. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and a strand of hair also floated down. That was too dangerous. A defensive Dharma treasure, the surrounding people exclaimed. That black tortoise phantom was indeed terrifying. Even Lei Outyan's expression was solemn. That was because that kind of defense was comparable to his Earth constitution. However, there was still a difference between the two. The Earth constitution was the power of the bloodline and could be used continuously. On the other hand, Li Mingbai's defensive Dharma treasure was obviously a treasure and could not be used for a long time. Therefore, it could only be used for defense and protection at critical moments. Black Tortoise Defensive Ring. It seems that not only did you grow stronger in this year, but you also had many fortuitous encounters. Bai Zijing was also slightly surprised. However, no matter how many treasures he had, it was useless. He took a step forward and attacked again. The Gale sword in his hand flashed rapidly. Gale sword blade. With a thrust of the sword, heaven and earth rumbled. The surrounding green gale spun rapidly and enveloped the entire void. It was not an ordinary gale but was formed by sword chi. Every gust of wind was a gust of sword chi. There were millions of them densely packed together. With a loud boom, heaven and earth were pierced through in an instant. The terrifying gale storm charged toward Li Mengbai. Boom, Li Mengbai was hit by the gale sword blade again and was instantly sent flying. The injuries on his body were even more serious. However, his eyes were extremely bright like stars. Floating light phantom sword, Li Mengbai gritted his teeth and roared as he quickly counterattacked. The silver-white longsword in his hand kept flashing, and the domain behind him was also rolling rapidly. Then, 36 light swords formed in front of him and quickly intertwined, forming a mysterious sword pattern. 36 sword lights were arranged neatly and combined together, emitting a monstrous killing intent. Then, they quickly turned into shooting stars and charged forward. Bai Zijing was also surprised again. He had to admit that Li Mengbai had given him too many surprises. He did not expect that in just a year, Li Mengbai could grow to such an extent. The sword pattern formed by 36 sword lights was already enough to threaten him. Therefore, he also used his ultimate move. Suddenly, the sky was filled with wild winds and lightning flashed in the wind. With a slash of the sword, the entire sky was cut into two halves. The sword pattern formed by 36 sword lights was also instantly split apart. Puff, Li Mengbai vomited blood and flew backward. A terrifying sword wound appeared on his body. Fortunately, Bai Zijing pulled back at the last moment. Otherwise, this sword might have cleaved him into two. When the crowd saw this scene, they cried out in surprise. As expected, Bai Zijing was too strong. No one could defeat him. However, everyone was shocked by the strength that Li Mengbai displayed. Because he was very strong, so strong that they couldn't fight against him. No matter which one it was, they were both peerless geniuses. They were not people they could fight against. Some of the geniuses in the crowd were discussing. This Li Mengbai is too terrifying. I was also present at the battle a year ago. At that time, he couldn't resist the white mirror at all. In fact, he was defeated within 10 moves. Now that they had exchanged close to 50 to 60 moves, it could be said that the increase in his strength was truly terrifying. That's right, this Li Mengbai was also a rare sword genius. On the other side, Lin Xian's eyes flickered as a smile appeared on his face. He knew he had met his match. This Bai Zijing was indeed strong enough. It was no wonder that millions of martial artists were afraid of him. He was definitely a terrifying opponent. However, he was not afraid. Instead, he was extremely excited. Because along the way, he had rarely met an opponent of the same level. Now that he finally met one, how could he not be excited? Moreover, the other party was also a sword genius, which made him even more satisfied. Do you think it's time for Shang Guanqi to make a move? Of course, Shang Guanqi has a lot of pills in his hands. He should be able to recover in this short period of time. That's great. I'll be able to see another battle between the two of them. Both of them were peerless swordsmen. I wonder who will be better. Sure enough, at the next moment, Bai Zijing also turned his head and looked at Shang Guanqi. Shang Guanqi stood up with a sinister smile on his face. He was about to say something when a voice came from the other side. Bai Zijing? I'll fight you, what? Hearing this voice, everyone was stunned. Why was there still someone coming out? Could it be that another sword genius had come? Everyone looked over. Even Bai Zijing and Shang Guanqi frowned slightly. They also turned their heads to look. Who is this kid? He's so unfamiliar. Could it be that a peerless genius had come? Everyone was discussing animatedly because although Lin Xian was only a 6-star king now, they didn't dare to underestimate him. However, no one dared to underestimate him. After all, those who dared to challenge Bai Zijing were all supreme geniuses. Kid, who are you? Shang Guanqi was a little displeased. He originally wanted to make a move, but he didn't expect another person to appear halfway. A handsome young man in a red robe slowly walked out from the crowd. My name is Lin Xian, and I'm here to challenge Bai Zijing. That's right, this red-robed man was Lin Xian. Lin Xian? Hearing this name, everyone frowned and fell into deep thought. However, after thinking for a while, they realized that there was no genius called Lin Xian in the Taiyu dynasty. Could it be that he's not a famous young genius but a newcomer? Everyone was puzzled, and the older generation figures also frowned. They had never heard of him either. Shang Guanqi had never heard of him either. He immediately frowned and asked, never heard of him? Who are you? What sect are you from? What are your achievements? I don't belong to any sect. I'm an itinerant cultivator. As for my achievements? Lin Xian thought for a while and then said seriously, I don't think I've lost before. Don't belong to any sect? Itinerant cultivator? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. How much can an itinerant cultivator achieve? No matter how talented you are, you can't do it without enough resources. These peerless geniuses all had powerful sects or families behind them. Those cultivation resources could be said to be endless. That was why he could surpass the older generation figures who had lived for thousands of years at such a young age. However, could an itinerant cultivator do that? Everyone was extremely doubtful because they had never heard of him. What shocked them even more was the last sentence. Never lost? How is that possible? Even peerless experts like Zhou Jianying and Li Mengbai had lost before, but this young man in front of them actually said that he had never lost before. This was even more unbelievable. Some people even sneered, "You haven't lost before because you haven't made a move at all. Kid, how many battles have you fought? How dare you say such big words? That's right, kid, who do you think you are? A prince or a princess? The saint is the reincarnation of a great emperor. How dare you be so arrogant? Do you know what kind of person Bai Zijing is? I'm guessing that this kid definitely came out from some mountain valley and probably hasn't seen much of the world. I thought that the entire Tai dynasty is the same as their small village. Kid, scram to the side and play. This is the sword meet on Mount Hua, a battle between top prodigies. Someone like you isn't qualified to participate at all." Cold shouts came over one after another. Bai Zijing frowned slightly, but he did not speak. While the man in blue beside him, Bei Chen, snorted coldly. "Want to challenge Bai Zijing? Bring out your strength, get past me first, or else you won't have any chance." Zhou Jianying frowned even more. Her gaze stared fixedly at Lin Xian. "Is it him? Why is he here? Could it be someone with the same name?" Zhou Jianying was extremely puzzled in her heart. But when she looked at Lin Xian carefully, she discovered that the other party was actually really that person she knew. Immediately, her mind went blank. Around them, discussions sounded one after another. No one believed it at all. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The next moment, he took a step out. His gaze became sharp, and the sword chi on his body suddenly erupted. Boom! With a loud boom, the world turned upside down. A beam of sword light gushed out from Lin Xian's body, then pierced through the clouds. The terrifying sword chi emitted a sharp aura. The entire space froze in an instant. The mockery on everyone's faces disappeared and was replaced by horror. Even their bodies started to tremble. Those martial artists in the vicinity were directly sent flying by this sword chi. So powerful. Who is he? Damn it, this sword chi. How is it possible? A million martial artists cried out in surprise. And those geniuses and older generation figures also had their pupils constricted abruptly. They felt pressure, tremendous pressure. Although it was just a beam of sword chi, it pressured them until they could not breathe. It was as if a divine sword descended from the heavens, hanging above their heads. Even Bei Chen and Zhou Jianying's bodies trembled too, a hint of shock appearing in their eyes. Because this sword chi made them feel a sense of horror. But how is this possible? Apart from Bai Zijing, who else could do this? This young man in front of them actually brought them such a huge threat. This made them dare not believe it at all, especially Zhou Jianying. She was even more shocked. She already recognized that Lin Xian came. But in her view, it was truly a surprise that Lin Xian could come here. But thinking about it, his strength should be inferior to hers. After all, the fortuitous encounters she had over the years were not something that ordinary people could understand. But unexpectedly, she was wrong. Furthermore, he was gravely mistaken. The aura that the other party was emitting at this moment was too sharp. It still surpassed hers. Moreover, she didn't know if this was the full strength of the other party, but without a doubt, it made her extremely shocked. The most shocked ones were the evil-looking man, Shang Guanqi, and the white-clad Bai Zijing. The two of them were extremely surprised. Originally, they did not pay any attention to this person who had suddenly appeared. But now, it seemed that the other party was very strong. He was definitely qualified to fight with them. Who was this guy? He was actually so powerful. Shang Guanqi's eyes lit up as he revealed an evil smile. He was so excited that he started to tremble. Bai Zijing's expression was solemn. He was indeed qualified to fight against me. Since that's the case, I'll watch another show. Shang Guanqi sneered. Then, his body swayed and he went to the audience to watch. Bai Zijing turned around and stared at Lin Xian. Then, a terrifying aura surged from his body. Both of their auras were extremely terrifying as they constantly clashed in the air. In the void, countless cracks began to spread out rapidly. The surrounding martial artists cried out in alarm and kept retreating, because this pressure was just too strong. The closer they were to the two of them, the greater the pressure. They could only retreat. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand it and their bodies would split apart. Buzz buzz buzz, their gazes also turned into sharp sword lights as they clashed in the air. The sound of collision was earth-shattering. Then, many cultivators bled from their ears and fell to the ground, fainting. Sword soul. This was a collision of sword souls. Everyone, retreat quickly. Some of the older generation exclaimed and retreated frantically at the same time. Both of their sword intents were very sharp, and their soul powers were very strong. At this moment, the power of their sword souls erupted. The 1,000,000 cultivators could not withstand it at all. The surrounding people all retreated. There was a black mass in the distance, and only 2 figures were left on Mount Hua. They were like 2 sharp swords confronting each other. Buzz, at this moment, Bai Zijing made his move. He was very fast. The crowd could not see him drawing his sword. They only saw a hurricane in the sky. Then, the light that filled the sky swept out like waves. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed. What a fast speed! It was too fast, far surpassing Zhou Jianying's previous speed. They could not see it clearly at all now. Even the other geniuses were pale, cold sweat flowing down their foreheads. But in the next moment, their pupils constricted as they exclaimed. Because they discovered that Lin Xian actually dodged it calmly. That's right, Lin Xian had indeed dodged it. The other party's sword speed was very fast, making him shocked. However, his heavenly dragon's 8 steps was not to be trifled with either. That kind of extreme speed was something that even a mighty figure could not compare to. Therefore, facing this biting cold sword light, Lin Xian executed the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and quickly dodged. At the same time, he flicked his finger. Immediately, the 9 underworld demonic sword appeared in the void and he grabbed it. Then, he slashed out with his sword. Black flames spread, and a terrifying heat wave swept across the sky. Everyone was surrounded by this heat wave as if they were melting. And in this sea of fire, streaks of sword light appeared and quickly slashed out. Those sword lights turned into black phoenixes that spread their wings and flew. They were like a black torrent as they quickly charged toward Bai Zijing. What a terrifying sword light, what a terrifying flame power! This person was not only a swordsman but also a fire elemental cultivator. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, before the monstrous flames arrived, Bai Zijing's robes were blown apart. Feeling this heat, he nodded solemnly. Not bad, very strong, far beyond my expectations. However, such an attack is still unable to defeat me. Speaking up to this point, he let out a long roar and waved his sword, bringing about a terrifying gust of wind to resist the black flames. Wind and fire clashed, energy surged, and the entire sky was completely engulfed. Buzz, not only that, his sword even turned into streaks of lightning as he slashed out crazily. Speed. He wanted to use speed to suppress Lin Xian. It was too fast. Everyone was dazzled and could not see it clearly. Those peerless geniuses were also terrified. At this moment, only Lian Beichen, Zhou Jianying, Li Mengbai, Lei Outyan, and the others could still see the other party's trajectory clearly. However, it was also very strenuous. Although their souls could capture it, their reaction speed was probably too slow to avoid it. This was the most helpless situation. In other words, they could judge it but could not avoid it. At this moment, Zhou Jianying muttered to herself, I wonder if he can dodge it. When Beichen heard this, he shook his head and sneered. What a joke. Even you can't keep up with such speed. But very soon, he was stunned. Because he discovered that Lin Xian had really dodged. He was in complete disbelief. Not only did Lin Xian dodge, but he also quickly attacked. In the sky, the duo's speed was even faster than lightning. Their sword lights completely exceeded everyone's soul perception. No one could clearly capture how many sword strikes they had made. Only to see cracks and black holes appearing in the sky one after another. Too fast. How could these two possibly have such fast speed? It was not strange for Bai Zijing to have such speed. Firstly, he was Zhou Jianying's senior brother. Zhou Jianying's speed was fast enough, so Bai Zijing's speed should be even faster. Moreover, Bai Zijing was a wind elemental martial artist and had an additional boost to his speed. However, what was even more surprising was that young man called Lin Xian. He was a fire elemental martial artist. Logically speaking, his sword chi should be incomparably violent. What was going on with this speed? He could actually keep up with Bai Zijing's speed and was not at a disadvantage at all. Everyone found this hard to believe. As they spoke, Bai Zijing and Lin Xian had already exchanged dozens of blows. Not only were their sword techniques fast, but their speed was even faster. At this moment, not to mention these sword lights, both of their bodies had disappeared. Everyone could only see each other's after images when they collided. Normally, they could only hear thunderous sounds. They could not see the duo's figures at all. Who exactly was this guy? How could he have such fast speed? Li Mengbai was shocked. His injuries had already recovered by 70% or 80%, but at this moment, his face was extremely pale. Because he could no longer keep up with the duo's speed now. He had personally experienced how terrifying Bai Zijing was. However, that young man called Lin Xian was also so terrifying. But why had he never heard of his name before? What was this kid's background? On the other side, Shang Guanqi also frowned. He was slightly stronger than Li Mengbai, so at this moment, he could clearly see the situation of the duo fighting in the sky. It was precisely because of this that he was extremely agitated. And the one who was the most surprised was Bai Zijing. Originally, he wanted to use the advantage of speed to suppress the other party. However, he did not expect the other party's speed to be so fast. Therefore, up until now, the two of them were still tied. In the next moment, his figure flashed and stopped in the void. Clearly, the speed suppression had no effect. He would use other methods. At the next moment, he decided to use his killer move. Weng, Storm Thunder Sea. Bai Zijing bellowed and slashed out with his sword. Suddenly, a gale flickered in the sky, and thunder and lightning descended. On one side was the power of wind, and on the other was the power of thunder. The two forces transformed into two sharp sword lights that intertwined with each other in the air. Then, it quickly slashed down. With a loud boom, a pitch-black hole was smashed open in the sky. Wherever the sword of wind and thunder passed, nothing could resist it. Furthermore, the range of the storm's power was simply too wide. Therefore, even Lin Xian was forced back. He revealed his true form and let out a long howl as he looked at the incoming sword light of wind and lightning. In the next moment, he stomped his foot. Suddenly, mysterious sword runes appeared in the sky. They were like small swords and were abnormally sharp. Demon-slaying sword array. Here, Lin Xian performed the demon-slaying sword formation. His aura changed. The fiery and sharp aura in the past became decisive and murderous. A monstrous sea of blood surged and quickly formed in this demon-slaying sword formation. The smell of blood made even those peerless geniuses frown. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, once the demon-slaying sword formation appeared, it enveloped the entire sky. Then, blood-colored sword lights that filled the sky rushed out and collided with the sword of wind and thunder, resulting in an intense explosion. The incomparably terrifying sword chi of wind and thunder was successfully blocked. Not only that, but it was also besieged by these blood-colored sword lights. In the end, it dimmed and even disappeared in the sky. What? Bai Zijing's attack was actually blocked. This was too unbelievable. This was the first time, right? This was too exciting. This person could really contend with Bai Zijing. Moreover, they were locked in a stalemate. The surrounding cultivators were agitated. Zhou Jianing also clenched her fists. What level had he reached? How could he contend with senior brother? In the sky, Bai Zijing was also surprised. The other party could actually block his killer move? It was indeed surprising. This was probably the most powerful person he had ever met in the younger generation. Therefore, he decided to go all out. You're very strong and are qualified to make me go all out, Bai Zijing said in a deep voice. On the opposite side, Lin Xian also laughed loudly after hearing that. Is that so? I just don't know if you can make me go all out. Arrogant, he's too arrogant. Facing Bai Zijing, was he still planning to hold back? Everyone was dumbfounded. Bai Zijing also snorted coldly. No one had ever dared to look down on him, yet the other party dared to do so. This made him furious. On the opposite side, Lin Xian stood in the demon-slaying sword formation and quickly counterattacked. Below his feet was the demon-slaying sword formation, and above him, Lin Xian displayed the dragon sword's spiritual domain. Immediately, the Cyan sword chi transformed into numerous true dragons. Terrifying roars and sharp sword light pierced through the clouds and shattered the void. The violent power made everyone tremble again. Heavens, he actually still had strength. This aura was even more terrifying than before. That was his king domain, it was actually a dragon. How did it form? Everyone was stunned. Bai Zijing's expression also froze. The other party's strength had indeed become stronger again. This was unexpected. Boom, in the sky, the green sword shadow turned into a huge dragon. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out black flames. It was like a black waterfall pouring down. Bai Zijing didn't dare to be careless. He gripped his longsword tightly and quickly waved it, forming a huge wind sword blade that enveloped all the flames in the sky. This wasn't the end. After the dragon head spat out flames, it started to spit out frost. In an instant, space froze and the ground was sealed in ice. The terrifying cold air made people tremble. Ice attribute. After the fire attribute, he displayed the ice attribute. Was he a dual attribute cultivator of ice and fire? Bai Zijing also frowned. He placed one hand on his longsword and flicked it lightly. Immediately, a crisp sword hum sounded, turning into thunderous golden ripples that resisted the frost in the sky. However, he still underestimated the power of the sea god ice. Therefore, for a moment, he was actually suppressed by the ice, snow, and hell flames in the sky. No way, was Bai Zijing going to lose? Heavens, this is too hard to believe, this person called Lin Xian was too terrifying. He could actually suppress Bai Zijing. Could it be that he was the #1 swordsman of the younger generation? Exclamations sounded one after another. No one dared to accept this reality. At this moment, even Li Mengbai and Beichen were shocked. Zhou Jianying shook her head. Impossible, senior brother won't lose. Senior brother still has many trump cards that he hasn't used yet. As Bai Zijing's junior sister, Zhou Jianying knew very well that her senior brother still had some powerful trump cards that he hadn't used yet. Therefore, she wasn't worried. On the other side, Zhang Guanqi also frowned. Although Bai Zijing was at a disadvantage now, he didn't think that Lin Xian would win easily. Because as a peerless expert, he had fought with Bai Zijing before. He knew that Bai Zijing's strength was definitely not limited to this. Whoever underestimated Bai Zijing would lose miserably. This was also why he didn't attack directly and had to adjust his body to the peak before daring to fight against Bai Zijing. Swift Storm Dragon. At this moment, Bai Zijing, who was suppressed by the ice and fire powers, suddenly roared. Then, his green sword turned into a hurricane that filled the sky, gradually condensing into the shadow of a dragon, and instantly slashed out. Buzz, crack, this sword was so sharp that the entire void was split into two halves. The ice and fire powers around him were also split apart by the sword. The power was much weaker. Not only that, the swift storm dragon circled around him, creating a vacuum around him. Without the threat of the ice and fire powers, Bai Zijing heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he waved his sword and the swift storm dragon charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian stomped his foot, and the demon-slaying sword formation under his feet immediately emitted 50 huge blood-colored sword chi that intertwined in the air, forming a huge blood-colored palm. It quickly slapped down and smashed the swift storm dragon into pieces. However, although the swift storm dragon was shattered, the energy exploded and blasted the blood-colored uncle into pieces. In an instant, the two attacks disappeared in the sky at the same time. Whoosh, Bai Zijing waved his hand, and the energy in front of him dissipated. Then, he didn't attack again. Instead, he stood quietly in the air. Kid, I have to admit that you're very strong. You've completely exceeded my expectations. To be able to fight until now, you're the strongest swordsman I've ever seen in the younger generation. However, do you think you can defeat me like this? Next, I'll let you see my true strength. Hearing this, everyone was shocked and their scalps went numb. His true abilities. This meant that Bai Zijing had yet to unleash his full power. Heaven. Without using his full strength, he was already so powerful. If he used his full strength, how terrifying would he be? At that moment, even the people of the older generation started to twitch their mouths. Lin Xian chuckled when he heard Lin Xian's words. However, it was a pity that he had hidden his strength as well. Let's see which of us is hiding more of our strength. He was also hiding his strength. Everyone was stupefied. This brat was too abnormal, wasn't he? He actually hid his strength as well. Damn it, I don't believe it, how could this kid be hiding his strength? He must be boasting. Bei Chen gnashed his teeth. Zhou Jianying's expression was solemn. To be honest, she didn't quite believe it either. But in the next moment, they all believed it. This was because Lin Xian's aura had exploded once again, reaching a new height. This height had completely surpassed them. Even Shang Guanqi, who was watching the battle from the side, had a terrible look on his face. Bai Zijing was the first to bear the brunt, and his expression was even more solemn. He shouted coldly, and the sword qi in his body also erupted. A green sword intent quickly appeared, rushing straight into the clouds, turning into a gust of wind that swept in all directions. The current Bai Zijing was incomparably terrifying, as if he was a sword god. The powerful pressure made everyone's scalp tingle. Lin Xian's body also flickered with sword light, carrying an incomparably domineering aura. There were even dragon roars that sounded. Everything under the 9 heavens and 10 lands was connected by his sword qi. At this moment, he was like a supreme king, looking down on everything. This time, both of their auras were very powerful, and they clashed in the air. Boom boom boom. Thunder descended from all directions, and the two sword lights quickly collided, turning into the most dazzling fireworks that bloomed in the sky above everyone. Then, they quickly disappeared. Bai Zijing's expression was solemn. He didn't expect that when he used his full strength, the other party could still match up. It seemed that the other party also had a lot of hidden strength. However, he wouldn't be defeated. As the top genius of the younger generation, he had never been defeated before. So this time, he wouldn't allow himself to fail. Wind art, wind kill, the long sword was waved, and the sword qi was like a rainbow, devouring the sky and splitting the earth. A huge green sword shadow was swung out from Bai Zijing's hand, quickly slashing forward. This sword was many times more powerful than the previous one. Feeling the power of this sword, everyone around trembled. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was excited. That's right, the other party was indeed a powerful opponent, worthy of his full strength. The sword crossed the sky, and the cold light illuminated a radius of 10,000 miles. At this moment, Lin Xian held the demonic sword in his hand, like a god of death, and was extremely powerful. Ka ka ka, ice break, the sword qi in Lin Xian's hand carried a terrifying cold ice. This was a killing move that he condensed with the sea god's ice. It was called ice break. At this moment, the blue sword qi was unleashed, and everywhere it passed, everything was sealed in ice. The two sword lights collided in the air, and the void was mercilessly torn apart in an instant. Countless cracks spread out in the distance. Wind kill versus ice break. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Apart from the 100,000 feet tall Mount Hua, all the surrounding mountains exploded in an instant. Are they really just 6-star kings? Why do I feel that they have far surpassed us? A young genius's voice trembled. Everyone was a genius and a 6-star king, but the strength displayed by the other party was on a completely different level from them. This made them feel extremely desperate. Not to mention them, even the faces of those almighties turned dark. They had cultivated for hundreds and thousands of years, but they were actually inferior to two young boys. It made them have the urge to vomit blood. They even felt their hair stand on end. Boom, at this moment, a huge explosion occurred in front. Two sword lights exploded, tearing a black hole. The two of them also quickly retreated 1,000 miles and stabilized their figures. What? Bai Zijing's wind kill was actually blocked. How was this possible? This was one of his trump cards. Bei Chen was extremely shocked, not daring to believe it at all. This wind kill was very terrifying. Once it was used, even mighty figures wouldn't be able to survive. It could be said to be one of the most powerful killing moves. But now, it was actually blocked by someone. Could it be that this kid could really defeat Bai Zijing? He was extremely shocked. At the side, Zhou Jianying shook her head. It was impossible. Although Wind Kill was one of Senior Brother's trump cards, it wasn't his strongest trump card. Just wait and see. Senior Brother still has a trump card. He definitely won't lose. On the other side, Bai Zijing was also shocked. Even he was afraid of the power of Wind Kill. However, the other party was actually able to block it. However, just as Zhou Jianying had said, this was not his only trump card. He had an even more powerful killing move. Moreover, he would not allow himself to fail. Although the other party was strong, he was more confident in himself. With a furious roar, the green sword light on his body shone even brighter, quickly turning into a long green river that fell from the sky. Bai Zijing's aura continued to rise, and a green sword territory quickly appeared. It condensed beside him, becoming one with the green sword in his hand. What a terrifying domain power! Bai Zijing was probably going to launch his most ferocious attack. Everyone was shocked as they looked at the green sword energy in front of them. They were extremely shocked and retreated thousands of miles again. On the other side, Lin Xian also let out a long roar. Dragon-shaped sword energy surged on his body, turning into the dragon sword domain that enveloped him. The power of the sword energy also kept rising, as if a huge dragon was flying rapidly. Boom! Boom! The two of them did not make a move, but it caused a terrifying impact. The two king domains collided, and one turned into a shocking giant sword that pierced through the sky like a green sword. On the other side, dragon-shaped sword energy swept through the surroundings. The two collided intensely in the air, producing extremely violent energy. Even Almighties did not dare to touch such violent energy. Not good, retreat quickly. Although everyone had already retreated thousands of miles, when they saw this scene, they all ran in all directions crazily. At this moment, millions of cultivators were like locusts, fleeing into the distance in a dark mass. Those people retreated thousands of miles away, but they realized that it was still not enough. In front of them, the sword energy turned into ripples that spread out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, the void was quickly sliced open. If there were cultivators around, they would not be able to block it at all. Therefore, they could only retreat again. Lin Xian and Bai Zijing, who were in the center of the storm, also suffered a great impact. Bai Zijing was wearing green battle armor and looked extraordinarily valiant. Mysterious runes flickered on the battle armor, defending against the storm that filled the sky. On the opposite side, Lin Xian wore a black battle armor like a god of war. Boom! Boom! Both of their armors were of very high grade and were able to withstand the attacks of powerful beings. But now, in the face of this energy storm, it seemed somewhat inadequate. Humph, therefore, Bai Zijing had no choice but to use other means. There was a cyan ring on his finger. It was not a storage ring, but a defensive ring. At this moment, he activated Swift and Fierce and poured it into the green ring. Immediately, the ring emitted light, forming a large green bell that enveloped him, forming a second line of defense. After doing this, Bai Zijing revealed a smile. His ring was a top-notch Earth-rank treasure. The defense formed was incomparably powerful. He was very confident. Moreover, this item was very precious. He guessed that the other party definitely did not have it. Now, the attack power of both of them was very strong. Whoever could gain an advantage in defense would be the final victor, therefore, Bai Zijing was very assured now. When the crowd saw this scene from afar, they exclaimed in shock. Heavens, he actually has a supreme-grade ring. The defense of this supreme-grade ring was probably even stronger than Ho Tu's Ho Tu constitution. It's over, it's over. I wonder if that kid named Lin Xian has such a treasure. If not, it would be very difficult for him to resist such a powerful storm. I guess he definitely doesn't have such a defensive ring. That thing is very rare, and Bai Zijing must have spent a lot of effort to get it. That kid named Lin Xian definitely doesn't have it. Everyone discussed animatedly. As for Bei Chen and Zhou Jianying, they heaved a sigh of relief. They also thought that Bai Zijing had gained the upper hand. Lin Xian indeed did not have such a defensive ring. However, his abilities were not what ordinary people could imagine. The next moment, he snorted coldly, and a dragon-shaped sword chi rushed out of his body, transforming into a giant dragon that coiled around his body. True dragon protection. Lin Xian also used a second line of defense. What was that? A giant dragon. Seeing this scene, these people went crazy. They did not expect that the other party would actually create a giant dragon phantom. This scene was 2F asterisk king spectacular, not to mention these people, even Bai Zijing was stunned. Originally, he thought that he had gained the advantage in terms of defense, but he did not expect that the other party would actually create a true dragon phantom to protect him. Did he have to be so perverted? Impossible. It's definitely not a real true dragon phantom, it should be some kind of divine ability. I don't believe that he can compare to my supreme grade ring. Thinking of this, he shouted coldly and quickly charged over while resisting the two types of defenses. Galaxy Sword Technique. The long sword was swung out, and it was as if a galaxy had fallen. Starlight shone all over the sky, surrounding Bai Zijing. He quickly slashed forward. Dragon Roar. Lin Xian raised his hand and slashed. The black demonic sword turned into a black dragon and flew out. In the sky, the clouds rolled, and the huge black dragon phantom flew quickly. In an instant, it collided with the galaxy that filled the sky. Then, energy erupted again. The two of them moved quickly and dodged. At the same time, Bai Zijing formed a seal with his left hand, and a white light flew out from his fingertip. Lin Xian waved the Armageddon black dragon fist, and the violent fist exploded the void, shattering the finger light. The two of them had endless methods. Now, it was not only sword techniques, but also various divine abilities. This was also because the two of them had strong defenses that they could still hold on under such violent energy. If it were anyone else, even if they were a mighty figure, they would have been smashed into pieces by now. Ah, brat, take my strongest killing move, 9 Revolutions Heavenly Origin Sword, buzz, Bai Zijing roared. At this moment, he did not hold back at all and used his most powerful killing move. Buzz buzz buzz, in the sky, a storm raged, and 9 sword lights appeared behind Bai Zijing. Among them, 3 were solid and connected heaven and earth, while the other 6 were illusory and hazy. What, it's actually the 9 Revolutions Heavenly Origin Sword. How does he know this sword technique? Heavens, hasn't this sword technique been lost for tens of thousands of years? He actually learned it, exclamations sounded one after another. Obviously, this 9 Revolutions Heavenly Origin Sword was very famous in the Taiyu dynasty. As a result, when his name came out, the millions of martial artists exclaimed together. Sure enough, senior brother used his strongest killing move. Zhou Jianying was also extremely excited. On the other side, Beichen, Li Mengbai, Chong Lu, Lei Outyin, and the other peerless geniuses were all extremely shocked. Just the 9 terrifying sword chis alone were enough to make them tremble. They knew that they could not even take one. Even Shang Guanqi's expression was extremely solemn. Because he originally thought that he could fight with Bai Zijing, and even had the confidence to defeat Bai Zijing. But now, it seemed that was not necessarily the case. If it was before, he still had confidence. But now that the 9 Revolutions Heavenly Origin Sword was used, he probably had no hope. Legend had it that this was not an Earth-tier cultivation technique, but a Heaven-tier cultivation technique. It was a cultivation technique that had disappeared for tens of thousands of years. Unexpectedly, it actually appeared in Bai Zijing's hands after tens of thousands of years. And from the looks of it, the other party had already cultivated 3 strands of sword chi. Probably not many people below the realm of supreme powerhouses could contend against it. These peerless geniuses had ugly expressions. And those older generation figures were even more exclaiming. All of them widened their eyes as if they were injected with chicken blood. 9 Revolutions Tianyuan Sword, it was actually really the 9 Revolutions Tianyuan Sword, heavens, he had even cultivated it to the 3rd revolution, this kid was going to defy the heavens. It's over, that kid called Lin Xian is definitely going to lose. 9 Revolutions Tianyuan Sword, that was a legendary heaven-tier cultivation technique. Once it was used, that kid would definitely not be able to block it. As expected of Bai Zijing, no wonder he dared to challenge the world's powerhouses. He could even find such a lost martial art. On the other side, Lin Xian also frowned. He could naturally feel the powerful threat brought by the 9 strands of sword chi behind the other party. And at this moment, hearing the exclamations of the people around him, he was even more shocked. Heaven-tier cultivation technique, that was actually a heaven-tier cultivation technique. heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow cultivation techniques. At this moment, all of Lin Xian's cultivation techniques were earth-tier cultivation techniques. The good ones were peak earth-tier, and the bad ones were advanced earth-tier. But he did not have any heaven-tier cultivation techniques yet. He did not expect that the other party actually had a heaven-tier cultivation technique. But fortunately, it seemed that the other party had only cultivated 3 strands of sword qi. The remaining 9 strands of sword qi were all illusory and should not be able to be used. In other words, the other party was not an invincible existence. Moreover, he was not afraid. Although he did not have a heaven-tier cultivation technique, he had the Great Dragon Sword Soul, which was known as an offensive saint technique. Lin Xian did not think that the power of the Great Dragon Sword Soul was weaker than a heaven-tier cultivation technique. Therefore, he decided to use the Great Dragon Sword Soul to resist the other party's 9 revolutions Tianyuan sword. Stop struggling, the 9 revolutions Tianyuan sword is a heaven-tier cultivation technique, you can't resist it. Bai Zijing said in a deep voice. It's not up to you whether you can resist it or not, just attack, Lin Xian snorted coldly. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed. Suddenly, the Great Dragon Sword Soul in his body began to circulate wildly, forming a dragon-shaped sword shadow in front of him. Wang, as soon as the dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared, it brought about a sky-high storm, as if a real dragon had descended into the mortal world. It made everyone tremble. What was this? What a terrifying aura, could that really be a dragon? This guy is too heaven-defying, right? Why do I feel that his aura is not weaker than that 9 revolutions heavenly sword? Cries of surprise could be heard one after another. Clearly, everyone was shocked by the dragon-shaped sword shadow. It can't be, could it be that this brat also knows a heaven-tier cultivation technique? Bei Chen, Li Mengbai, and the others were dumbfounded. Zhou Jianying, on the other hand, was frantically shaking her head. That's impossible. Seeing your brother spent a lot of effort to obtain this heaven-ranked cultivation technique. It was impossible for that brat to have it. What the hell is this? Even Shang Wanqi felt a chill run down his spine. Chong Lu, who was beside him, also had a face full of horror. Although he was very confident in his thick earth physique, when that dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared, he didn't dare to resist at all. In fact, that aura made him tremble. Bai Zijing was even more surprised. Originally, he was full of confidence, thinking that as long as he used his greatest trump card, the 9 revolutions heavenly origin sword, the other party would definitely lose. That was because that was a heaven-tier cultivation technique. A heaven-tier cultivation technique was too terrifying. Perhaps even a peerless powerhouse might not have it. One could imagine how precious it was. However, he didn't expect that the other party could actually execute a dragon-shaped sword shadow. That sharp aura was not weaker than his heaven-tier cultivation technique at all. It even made him suspect that the other party also had a heaven-tier cultivation technique. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, who knew what other means the other party had? Therefore, in the next moment, he decided to activate his 9 revolutions heavenly origin sword. Although he had only cultivated to the 3rd revolution, this was a heaven-tier cultivation technique. He had unlimited confidence. Clang, in the next moment, he stretched out his palm, and a sword qi behind him began to slowly rotate. Along with his arm, it slashed forward. It was as if a galaxy had descended, tearing the sky apart. The power of this sword was too great, far surpassing all the killing moves that Bai Zijing had used before. This was a heaven-tier cultivation technique. Its power was unimaginable. Even those powerhouses in the distance felt their scalps go numb. They didn't dare to resist it at all. Unless someone had a heaven-defying defense or the same heaven-tier cultivation technique, they would be able to resist it. Boom, looking at the sword shadow that came over, Lin Xian's expression was also solemn. He held the dragon-shaped sword shadow in front of him and swung his sword. Cold light flickered, and the dragon roared as it rolled over. Above the 9 heavens, a sword light descended from the sky. Boom, the 2 sword lights collided, and the sky was torn apart. The glaring light made the millions of cultivators not dare to look directly at it. They all closed their eyes. Heaven and earth seemed to have lost their color. The energy that filled the sky was like a wave, pushing everyone. Lin Xian and Bai Zijing immediately activated their strongest defense. The two of them were like small boats in the waves, floating with the wind. Bang! Bang! After the attack, the two of them each took 3 steps back. There was a black hole under their feet. He blocked it. He actually blocked it, damn it, how is this possible? Everyone went crazy. Zhou Jianying, Bei Chen, Li Mengbai, and the others roared crazily, not daring to believe it at all. Bai Zijing's pupils constricted. The other party was really able to block his 9 revolutions heavenly origin sword. This was too surprising. To be honest, this was the strongest young man he had ever met in his life. He had never thought that he would be in danger of failure one day. 2 swords, he still had the last 2 swords. If these 2 swords couldn't defeat the other party, he would really lose. Thinking of this, he roared angrily. The spiritual power in his body circulated crazily like a huge tornado. Then, he stretched out 2 palms and quickly closed them. The remaining 2 sword lights behind him also spun crazily and quickly healed, forming an even more resplendent sword chi. What? He wanted to fuse the 2 sword chis. Seeing this scene, the seniors and peerless geniuses felt their scalps go numb. 1 sword chi was already so terrifying that even a powerhouse couldn't resist it. The power of the 2 sword chis combined was simply unimaginable. Lin Xian also felt the danger. In the process of the 2 sword chis fusing, even the spiritual power in his body started to tremble. He knew that this was the power of a heaven-tier cultivation technique. He had to act quickly. In the next moment, golden light burst out from his eyes. He was like a god of war, mighty and extraordinary. The dragon-shaped sword shadow in his hand grew crazily, reaching a length of 10,000 feet. It was as if it had really become a huge dragon, roaring at the sky. Dragon Soul Slash, 9 revolutions heavenly origin sword. After 2 angry roars, the 10,000 feet long azure dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it rushed out. Boom, the intense collision was like 100,000 bolts of lightning striking down. At this moment, no one could hear anything, and no one could see anything. There was only a blinding light that filled the entire world. The area within a radius of 100,000 miles was completely enveloped by a terrifying energy tide. At this moment, mountains collapsed and beasts roared. The demonic beasts below and the surrounding humans could not resist at all. It was not until a long time later that everyone regained their hearing and vision. Then, they all turned around and looked into the distance. How was it? Who won? This was what they wanted to know the most. In front, the light also gradually disappeared. Then, everyone saw 2 blurry figures. Then, the millions of cultivators were all stunned. Because in front, Lin Xian was holding the dragon-shaped sword shadow with both hands. His face was pale, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Using the Dragon Soul Sword Shadow at full strength consumed a lot of his energy. Fortunately, he did not suffer any serious injuries. It seemed that he had just exhausted too much energy. On the other side, Bai Zijing was half kneeling on the ground. His hair was disheveled, and blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. It dripped into the void, making a tinkling sound. There was a bloody hole on his shoulder. It was pierced by sword chi. Obviously, he had been injured in the exchange just now. Moreover, his right shoulder was injured. As a result, he could not even hold his sword steadily. Everyone was stunned. It was not until a long time later that they exclaimed. Heavens, Bai Zijing was injured. Bai Zijing actually lost, how is this possible? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Bai Zijing actually lost, it's really hard to imagine. I originally thought that Bai Zijing would become the #1 swordsman, but I didn't expect that an even more terrifying person would appear halfway. That kid is called Lin Xian, right? He's too heaven-defying. Countless exclamations sounded. As for the geniuses and older generation figures, they took in a deep breath of cold air as their eyes were filled with astonishment. Li Mengbai, Chong Lu, and Lei Outyan were shocked. Although they thought that they were geniuses and unparalleled in the world, they did not have the capital to be arrogant in front of these 2 people. Beichen's eyes widened, not daring to believe that Bai Zijing would lose. At the side, Zhou Jianying shook her head crazily. Her beautiful face was also filled with shock. Impossible, senior brother lost, how did senior brother lose, how could he be so strong? She felt a strong sense of defeat, a feeling she had not felt for many years. The first time he had it, it was given to him by this young man named Lin Xian. At that time, she was one of the 4 great geniuses of the South Horizon region. Her opponents were only the other 3, but in the Battle of the Azure Dragon, she lost to a youth she had never seen before. That person was Lin Xian. Unexpectedly, the person who had defeated her back then had now defeated her senior brother, an even more dazzling genius. For a moment, she simply could not accept it. On the other side, Xianxia was also stunned. His face was full of shock. To be honest, he had been full of confidence previously, thinking that he would be able to go up against Bai Zijing. But now, he shook his head in denial. Their ultimate moves far surpassed his. Even if he fought with his full strength, he would not be able to defeat them. He had been invited by the 3rd prince to fight against Bai Zijing. But now he realized. He couldn't defeat Bai Zijing. Fortunately, someone had defeated him, and his goal could be considered a success. However, who exactly was this Lin Xian? Why had he never heard of him before? Would he be invited by the 1st prince in the future? Xianxia had no idea at all. He decided that he would definitely report today's matter to the 3rd prince properly. He had to let the 3rd prince get such a talent. In the distance, Bai Zijing was also panting heavily. His face was extremely pale, and he was even twitching a little. It was because this sword was too sharp, and the remaining sharp sword intent on his wound made it impossible for his wound to heal. Therefore, he had really lost this battle. You won. You're the strongest swordsman I've ever seen. Bai Zijing sighed and said this. He was a conceited and proud person who had never been defeated before. Now that he had lost to an even stronger swordsman, he was convinced of his loss. He did not have any complaints. The other party was really powerful, and that dragon-shaped sword shadow made him feel like he was about to die. Lin Xian, on the other hand, took out 2 recovery pills and quickly replenished the spiritual energy he had expended. Then, he said in a deep voice, Bai Zijing, I want you to seal your sword for 100 years and not attack. Can you do it? What? Seal your sword for 100 years, not attack. Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar, and none of them dared to believe it. They did not expect Lin Xian to make such a request. The expressions of Bei Chen, Zhou Jianying, and the others changed. It was because Bai Zijing was the 1st prince's man, and he was a genius swordsman that the 1st prince liked and relied on. Seeing that the battle for the position of crown prince was getting more and more intense, asking Bai Zijing to seal his sword at this time was akin to cutting off one of the 1st prince's arms. Could it be that this Lin Xian was also sent by another prince? In an instant, everyone was shocked, and countless gazes fell on Lin Xian. After hearing this, Bai Zijing was also stunned. Then, he smiled bitterly. Forget it. He had defeated countless sword Dao experts all the way to the south and forced each of them to seal their swords for 30 years. He did not expect that one day, such a thing would happen to him. Shaking his head, he sighed and put away his sword. All right, I promise you. I really want to know who you are. I'm Lin Xian, an itinerant cultivator from a distant island. As for the details, you can ask your junior sister Zhou Jianying. We're old friends. Lin Xian said calmly. After hearing this, Bai Zijing was extremely shocked. What? You know junior sister Zhou? He was really too shocked. He knew about Zhou Jianying's background. She came from a distant island. To them, that place was a barren land. They did not expect that a genius like Zhou Jianying would appear there. It was indeed surprising. However, such a stunning swordsman had appeared in such a barren land and even defeated him. This was even more shocking. He came back to his senses and clenched his fists. Lin Xian, you're very strong. Although I've lost to you this time, I won't give up. The next time I meet you, I'll definitely defeat you. I'll be waiting for you. Lin Xian nodded solemnly, looking very serious. However, he continued to say, however, my target is not you. My target is not Bai Zijing. Everyone was stunned, including Bai Zijing. This was the first time he was looked down upon, and it was indeed a very unpleasant feeling. However, he was stunned at the next moment. This was because he saw Lin Xian holding the sword in his right hand and pointing the tip of the sword at the sky. The arch, as soon as this voice came out, heaven and earth changed color. Countless bolts of lightning even descended from the sky. However, none of them could get close to Lin Xian. Everyone swallowed their saliva crazily. Bai Zijing's face was also pale. His hands were trembling slightly from the force. The other party's goal was actually the arch. He didn't expect the other party to have such ambition. Becoming the arch was the goal of every peerless genius. However, many people had fallen on this path. He was talented enough, but he didn't dare to have such a goal. Because he knew that becoming the arch was simply too difficult. It was an existence that stood above everyone, sweeping through the ages and dominating all directions. One had to experience countless battles and step on the heads and corpses of countless geniuses to reach the peak. It could be said that in the entire true spirit world, in the 5 continents, only one person could become the arch in the end. And this was just a conservative estimate. Or rather, there was none. However, this young man in front of them actually had such confidence and was determined to become the arch. It was simply unbelievable. Ha 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 ha, what big words. You actually want to become the arch? Do you know what kind of existence the arch is? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Just as everyone was in a daze, a disdainful voice sounded. Then, everyone turned their heads in shock, wanting to see who dared to provoke Lin Xian at this time. Bai Zijing also frowned. He could naturally feel the powerful force contained in this voice. Lin Xian's expression was calm. No matter how difficult it is, I have to walk this path. Is that so? Looks like you really don't know what's good for you. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. This was a very young man with a jade-like face, sharp eyebrows, and starry eyes. He wore a sword robe and emitted a sharp aura. It was like an unsheathed sword. The arch was an invincible existence that swept through the ages. Every one of them was unique and couldn't be replicated. Moreover, the arch had displayed heaven-defying aptitude when he was young. Do you think you can be compared to the arch with your current appearance? What a joke, in my opinion, you're just an ant. This young man in a sword robe laughed arrogantly. Everyone else was shocked. Who is this kid? How dare he speak to Lin Xian in such a manner? Who are you? Lin Xian also furrowed his brows and coldly asked. He was also somewhat displeased with this insolent youth. Who am I? Haha, kid, listen up. I'm Tanifei from the Dian Holy Land. What? Someone from the Dian Holy Land, the surrounding people exclaimed. The Dian sacred ground was also a very famous sacred ground. Moreover, the young man in front of them had a very strong aura, which shocked them. At this time, the young man called Tanifei sneered and said again, I came this time to meet that Bai Zijing. I want the world to know who is the true number 1 swordsman. What? Another one who came to challenge the White Peace Realm? Everyone was shocked, but soon, their expressions became very strange. Where's Bai Zijing? Get him to come out and fight me. Tanifei was extremely arrogant, pointing his sword at the world. This made everyone even more silent. At this moment, Bai Zijing also covered his wound and said in a deep voice. I'm Bai Zijing. However, I'm no longer the number 1 swordsman. You've got the wrong person. What? You've lost? Tanifei immediately frowned because Bai Zijing was in a very sorry state now. His aura was chaotic, and he was injured. No matter how he looked at it, he was different from the legendary peerless swordsman. Did you lose? Tanifei frowned. Judging from the situation in front of him, it was very likely that Bai Zijing had lost. So at the next moment, he asked coldly, who defeated you? Him. Bai Zijing stretched out his finger and pointed to the front. Then, Tanifei turned his head and looked in that direction. At the next moment, he was stunned. Because he realized that Bai Zijing was pointing to none other than Lin Xian. What? This kid is the number 1 swordsman. Tanifei frowned, then the corners of his mouth curled up in disdain. Kid, fight me. However, I advise you to obediently give up the title of the number 1 swordsman because you're no match for me at all. At the same time, he sneered, what Bai Zijing? He's so powerful, but I didn't expect him to be a piece of trash. Humph, hearing that, Bai Zijing was enraged. He had never been looked down upon like that before. so even though he was injured now, he had to attack. With a furious roar, the spiritual power in his body circulated crazily as he activated the 9 Revolutions Heavenly Origin Sword. Suddenly, 9 sword lights appeared behind him again. One of them turned into a sharp sword chi and quickly slashed forward. Buzz, what? In an instant, Tanny Fei's expression changed. He didn't expect the other party to be able to unleash such a terrifying sword light. The sword chi made his hair stand on end. He didn't dare to be careless. He opened his mouth and spat out a red light shield in front of him. Bang, there was an earth-shattering sound as his red shield was split into 2. Meanwhile, he was directly sent flying back thousands of miles. Bai Zijing was injured and couldn't unleash the full power of the 9 Revolutions Heavenly Origin Sword. Otherwise, the sword would definitely have seriously injured the other party. How could this be? Why was he so strong? Tanny Fei was stunned. He didn't expect a seriously injured person to be able to unleash such a terrifying sword chi. He couldn't tolerate it. He roared angrily and prepared to attack. However, at this moment, Lin Xian attacked. The other party actually underestimated him, so he decided to teach the other party a lesson. Buzz, a dragon-shaped sword shadow condensed in front of him and was then held in Lin Xian's hand. With a slash of the sword, the shadow of an azure dragon appeared, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, once again filling the entire sky. Clang! Feeling the power of this sword, Tanny Fei's scalp went numb. This sword chi was even more terrifying than the one that Bai Zijing had slashed out previously because Lin Xian wasn't seriously injured. Although he had expended a lot of energy, the power of the dragon-shaped sword shadow wasn't something that ordinary people could imagine. Feeling the threat of death, Tanny Fei's expression became abnormally ugly. He roared angrily and the Dian sword formation flashed out quickly. Countless light swords condensed in front of him, forming a complicated formation. It quickly combined and carried out a powerful defense. In the sky, a white giant figure appeared, completely condensed from sword chi. It enveloped Tanny Fei. In the next moment, the dragon-shaped sword shadow slashed on top of the white giant, splitting it into 2. It even ruthlessly sent Tanny Fei flying again. This time, Tanny Fei even spat out a mouthful of blood and became extremely disheveled. Damn it, kid, how dare you hurt me, I'm going to kill you. He was really angry. He couldn't tolerate being sent flying twice by 2 people in front of millions of cultivators. Seeing that a great battle was about to break out, the surrounding million cultivators cried out in surprise. They hadn't expected such a situation. Lin Xian's victory and becoming the #1 swordsman had already shocked them. But now, another genius from the sacred land of Day had appeared and arrogantly challenged Lin Xian. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, the dragon's word domain appeared again. An enormous spirit energy vortex formed above his head, madly devouring the spirit energy within 100,000 miles to replenish his exhausted strength. Buzz, just as the 2 peerless geniuses were about to erupt, a fiery light appeared in the sky and instantly pierced through the 9 heavens. Then, a giant was formed. He pushed his hands apart, blocking Lin Xian and Tanny Fei. Stop, this battle ends here. A figure appeared in the sky, accompanied by a sharp voice that spread for thousands of miles. Everyone looked up, not expecting another peerless expert to appear. In the next moment, they were shocked. The newcomer was a 16 or 17-year-old youth. His lips were red, his teeth were white, and his features were delicate. He looked like an immortal child. However, the aura emanating from his body made everyone tremble. Not only that, the older generation and the people sent by the various princes also frowned. General Li Hua, this youth was Valurium Palace's General Li Hua. He had finally made his move. Kid, you're not bad. I didn't expect you to actually defeat Bai Zijing. As soon as General Li Hua appeared, he was the first to look at Lin Xian, then revealed a kind smile. Then, he looked at Bai Zijing again. Remember your words. Seal your sword for 100 years. I hope you don't go back on your words. Finally, he looked at Tanny Fei. People from the sacred land of Day, this battle ends here. If you want to fight, do it next time. You don't want to fight someone who has exhausted too much energy, do you? Even if you win, it'll be an unfair victory. Do you want to be laughed at by the world? Humph. Hearing this, Tanny Fei snorted coldly. However, he still looked at Lin Xian with a cold expression. Kid, what's your name? Lin Xian. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you anytime. Lin Xian, right? I'll remember you. The next time we meet, I will kill you with my own hands, Tanny Fei snorted coldly. He then turned around and soared into the sky. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. They did not expect that this battle would not happen in the end. However, what shocked them even more was that Lin Xian was actually a member of the Lurium Palace. It seemed like the Crown Prince competition was about to change again. General Li Hua stepped forward and stood beside Lin Xian. Then, he opened a red scroll. Then, the scroll broke, forming runes that filled the sky. They quickly formed an array and sent Lin Xian and General Li Hua away. The news of the sword meet on Mount Hua quickly spread throughout the Taiyu dynasty. The entire dynasty was in an uproar. They did not expect that Bai Zijing would be defeated in the end, and a youth called Lin Xian actually obtained the title of #1 swordsman. It was also the first time that Lin Xian's name was remembered by the Taiyu dynasty. For a moment, everyone was discussing and guessing the identity and background of this Lin Xian. Valurium Palace. King Valurium laughed heartily. He looked at Lin Xian and nodded in satisfaction. Sir Lin, I did not expect you to be able to defeat Bai Zijing. Your Highness is too polite. It was just a fluke. Lin Xian smiled. King Valurium said that it was not a fluke. Bai Zijing was very strong. In terms of sword skills, almost no one in the younger generation could surpass him. I did not expect that you would succeed. Naturally, I will not go back on my promise to you. From tomorrow onwards, you can enter the second mountain. Thank you, Your Highness. Lin Xian also smiled. The second mountain was the mountain of ice. If he could enter, perhaps his sea god's ice would be even stronger. In the first mountain of fire, Lin Xian had not only absorbed hellfire, but also cultivated 2 killer moves. The first was Hellfire Lotus, the second was Fire God's Roar. What kind of killer moves would he be able to cultivate on the mountain of ice this time? Lin Xian was looking forward to it. Soon, he bid farewell to King Valurium and returned to his residence. He was ready to enter the mountain of ice the next day. After Lin Xian left, another youth in purple appeared in the hall. He was King Valurium's son. At this moment, he said with a face full of shock. Father, he really did it. How did this kid do it? I don't know, but I know that we have found a treasure. Inform the 8th prince and have him come. I want to introduce this Lin Xian to the 8th prince. Yes, I understand. I will contact Brother 8 right away. The youth in purple no longer had his previous disdain. To be honest, Lin Xian's strength was beyond his expectations. In fact, he was shocked. The next day, the sun rose. Lin Xian set off from the valley and flew towards the mountain of ice. Soon, he entered the second mountain of ice. As soon as he stepped in, the wind and snow that filled the sky blew onto his body. It was as if it wanted to freeze him into an ice statue. Lin Xian snorted coldly and used Sea God's ice to resist it. As expected of a mountain that was related to the Hellhound. The ice on this mountain was too terrifying. It could definitely evolve Lin Xian's Sea God's ice. After finding a place, Lin Xian sat down cross-legged and formed a seal with his fingers. He entered a state of cultivation. Time slowly passed. 10 days, 1 month, 1.5 months. On this day, 2 figures came to the Valurium Manor. One of them was a youth. His figure was tall and straight, and his face was handsome. He exuded a heroic aura. He wore green robes with golden dragons embroidered on his sleeves. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. It was obvious that he was no ordinary person. Beside him was a middle-aged man in white robes. The man's face was pale and beardless. An ice sword hung from his waist, and his aura was fierce. Especially his gaze, it was like a peerless divine sword. No one dared to look directly at him. Daoist Long, do you think the person Valurium King wants me to meet this time is Lin Xian? The man in green robes asked with a smile. The middle-aged man beside him said, that's for sure. Valurium King has already pledged allegiance to you, 8th prince. Moreover, it was General Li Hua who took Lin Xian away at the end of the Battle of Mount Hua. This Lin Xian must be Valurium King's man. This time, he must have introduced him to you as well. Hearing this, the man in green robes smiled proudly. He was obviously very satisfied. Valurium King was really lucky to have found such a powerful young genius. Even Bai Zijing was defeated. Moreover, he made Bai Zijing seal his sword for 100 years. It seems that he won't be able to help the first prince in this battle for the position of crown prince. This time, he'll cut off one of Boss Wangzi's arms. I'm afraid that our chances of winning will be much higher. That's only natural. Daoist Long also smiled. Speaking of luck, you're still the luckiest prince. No matter how many geniuses Valurium King has, they'll all be yours in the end. The two whispered to each other as they hurried towards the depths of the Valurium Palace. Soon, King Valurium sensed two powerful auras. The corner of his lips curled up. He knew that the eighth prince was here. With a flicker of his body, he tore through the void and appeared outside. Eighth prince, please come in. King Valurium smiled. The man in green smiled. Royal uncle, you're too polite. I'm a junior after all. You don't have to be so polite. Oh right, I wonder why Uncle Wang is looking for me this time. Could it be that he wanted to introduce me to that young man called Lin Xian? That's right, King Valurium smiled. The eighth prince must have heard about the sword meet of Mount Hua. This Lin Xian must be very powerful. If he could work for the eighth prince, he would definitely increase the eighth prince's chances of winning. Royal uncle, you're too kind. If I succeed, I won't mistreat you, the eighth prince smiled. Then, he looked at Daoist Long and asked, Royal uncle, where is Lin Xian? I want to meet him. Eighth prince, please come with me. King Valurium nodded and led the way. The three of them flew towards the Helm Mountain like lightning. Royal uncle, I have to say that you're really amazing. You must have spent a lot of effort to get this three-headed Hellhound's mountain from an ancient ruin, right? This is a legendary demonic beast on the sky ranking. You actually managed to get your hands on its corpse, looks like. Your luck is really heaven-defying. Eighth prince, you must be joking. There are all kinds of cultivation treasures in the palace. My 3 mountains are really not worth mentioning. King Valurium said. Then, he looked at the mountain in front and said loudly, Sir Lin, are you satisfied with your cultivation? His voice turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the ice mountain. But after waiting for a while, there was no movement. The eighth prince was fine, but Daoist Long, who was beside him, frowned. In the next moment, he snorted coldly. This voice contained a strange power. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, exploding rapidly. The terrifying sound wave spread to the ice in front. Boom boom boom, the void rippled as if it was about to explode. The frost on the ice mountain peak also began to tremble violently. Snow and ice flew everywhere. It looked like an avalanche was about to happen. However, at that moment, an enormous burst of ice energy was drawn out. Then, the wind and snow that filled the sky turned into 2 enormous ice palms that held up all of the mountain peaks. The howling cold wind that filled the sky instantly quieted down. As for that thunderous sound wave, it was instantly sealed in ice. What a powerful method! What a terrifying power of ice! When the eighth prince saw this scene, his brows furrowed. As for Daoist Long, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. When Daoist Long saw that the other party had actually dared to make the eighth prince wait, he was extremely displeased. Therefore, he was prepared to take the other party down a notch. However, he didn't expect that the other party's methods would far exceed his expectations. As expected of the person who could defeat Bai Zijing. He was really powerful. Off to the side, King Valurium smiled but said nothing. The eighth prince's eyes flickered. Now, he was looking forward to the person inside. Inside the ice mountain peak, Lin Xian also slowly opened his eyes. Lin Xian opened his eyes and then frowned slightly. As soon as he circulated his soul power, Lin Xian sensed 3 powerful auras outside. One of them belonged to King Valurium. The other 2 must have an extraordinary identity as well. He sighed and slowly stood up. He knew that he couldn't continue cultivating. However, the results of this 1.5 months were also very significant. He had once again mastered 2 killer moves. One was the offensive Frost Break, and the other was a defensive ability, Ice Guard. The power of Sea God's ice had also increased. In the next moment, Lin Xian tore the void and left the ice mountain peak. Whoosh, soon, he appeared in front of King Valurium and the other two. He found that there were two other people besides King Valurium. One was a young man in a green robe, and the other was a middle-aged man with a pale face and no beard. Both of their auras were very powerful. However, it seemed that the young man's identity should be more honorable. Whether it was the middle-aged man with a pale face or King Valurium, they both stood behind the young man. Needless to say, he should be one of the princes. After all, only princes could make King Valurium cautious. At this moment, King Valurium spoke with a smile. Young Master Lin, this is the 8th prince of the Tai dynasty. The 8th prince, Lin Xian frowned when he heard that. He had learned a little about the situation during the battle at Huashan. There were 3 most powerful princes in the Tai dynasty. Among them, the 1st prince, the 3rd prince, and the 8th prince. Bai Zijing, who he had defeated, was one of the 1st prince's men. He didn't expect King Valurium to support the 8th prince. In the next moment, he cupped his fist slightly. Greetings, 8th prince. Young Master Lin, you are too polite. I have heard about the Battle of Mount Hua. Young Master Lin is indeed a young genius and a peerless swordsman. You were able to defeat Bai Zijing. If you can work for me, my chances of winning the Crown Prince competition will be much higher. Crown Prince competition, hearing this, Lin Xian showed a trace of surprise. He didn't know about this. He had just come to the Tai dynasty not long ago. His original purpose was to come to the nest of 10,000 dragons. He thought that he could only learn about the nest of 10,000 dragons by getting close to the core of the dynasty. Therefore, he came to the Valurium Palace. But he didn't expect that King Valurium would introduce him to the 8th prince and ask him to participate in the Crown Prince competition. To be honest, he wasn't interested in the Crown Prince competition. After all, it had nothing to do with him who became the Crown Prince. However, King Valurium's next words changed his mind. Because King Valurium said, Young Master Lin, I think you don't know about the Crown Prince competition. It's very simple. The Crown Prince competition was a competition for the position of Crown Prince among all the princes of the Tai dynasty. This was an open competition. Every prince could invite the various major factions and outstanding geniuses to help. For example, if the 8th prince became the Crown Prince, everyone who supported him would be baptized by the Dragon Vein. That was the Dragon Vein of the Tai dynasty. Being baptized by the Dragon Vein was absolutely beneficial to cultivators. Dragon Vein baptism, hearing this, Lin Xian was surprised. He was no stranger to the Dragon Vein baptism. When he was in the Heavenly South region, he had participated in the Azure Dragon Society. He was the champion at that time and had been baptized by the Dragon Vein. But the Dragon Vein of the Heavenly South region was incomparable to the Dragon Vein of the Tai dynasty. One could imagine how great the benefits would be if he was baptized by the Dragon Vein of the Tai dynasty. Thinking of this, he understood. No wonder so many experts were willing to participate in the Crown Prince competition. There were such benefits. He thought for a while and nodded with a smile. As long as the 8th prince doesn't mind, I will try my best to become the Crown Prince. Great, hearing this, the 8th prince smiled satisfactorily. With the participation of Lin Xian, a powerful swordsman, the 8th prince's team would become stronger. However, at this moment, Lin Xian said, 8th prince, I can't go back with you now. Can't go back, what's going on? The 8th prince was stunned. Lin Xian said, I have an agreement with King Valurium to help him complete 3 tasks and enter the 3 mountains behind. I have completed 2 tasks and there is still 1 more mountain that I have yet to enter. I will go after I complete the last task. Hearing this, the 8th prince was stunned for a moment before he understood. This must be King Valurium's idea. King Valurium smiled and said, Young Master Lin, since you have joined the 8th prince's team, you don't have to do the 3rd task. You can enter the Lightning Mountain directly. Really? Thank you, Your Highness, Lin Xian was happy. He knew that King Valurium was giving face to the 8th prince. However, he didn't care about it. He didn't care about the relationship between the kings and the princes. All he wanted was strength. At the next moment, Lin Xian said, "Eighth prince, when I come out from the lightning mountain, I will go and find you. I will wait for you." The eighth prince nodded satisfactorily. King Valurium smiled and said, "Since you have met him, why don't you come to my place to drink some spirit tea? I have recently obtained some good spirit tea." "Uncle King, you are too polite. I remember that your Hongling spirit tea is the best," the eighth prince said with a smile. Then, he, Daoist Long, and King Valurium left the place. Lin Xian turned around and entered the lightning mountain. Above the lightning mountain, the last mountain, Lin Xian also had the lightning attribute. However, the gap between it and the sea god's ice and hellfire was getting bigger and bigger. Therefore, he rarely used the power of lightning. But now, the power of lightning within the thunderbolt just so happened to make up for this. Therefore, he began to cultivate in seclusion. On the other side, in the palace. On the other hand, the first prince's expression was unusually gloomy and even somewhat sinister. Because he had lost a general, Bai Zijing, that was his most capable swordsman, who was extremely powerful. Originally, he had planned to rely on the White Sun realm to sweep across the world and obtain a huge advantage. However, he did not expect that he would be defeated at the sword sparring competition on Mount Hua. He was even forced to seal his sword for 100 years. If that was the case, he would not be able to help him at all. And his strength would be greatly reduced. Damn it! Damn it, who can tell me what's going on with that Lin Xian? He had already found out about the sword meet on Mount Hua. He naturally knew that the person who had defeated Bai Zijing was a young man called Lin Xian. However, he had never heard of this person before, which was why he lost so unexpectedly. We also didn't expect Bai Zijing to lose. Yes, it was indeed surprising, the warriors under his command said. However, although Lin Xian's background was unknown, he was definitely related to King Valurium. Otherwise, General Li Hua wouldn't have intervened and taken him away in the end. He must have intervened to protect the kid. Valurium Palace, hearing this, the first prince narrowed his eyes. This King Valurium usually keeps a very low profile. I once invited him, but he politely refused. Now, I don't even know which prince he's standing behind. No matter which prince he's standing behind, as long as the first prince wants him, he'll be yours. Even if you can't get him, you should get rid of him as soon as possible. Otherwise, if one of the princes really does get him, then he'll be a huge threat. After all, someone who could defeat Bai Zijing was absolutely terrifying. Yes, that's right. Thinking of this, the first prince slammed the table, a sharp glint appearing in his eyes. Skyriver Great Master, King of Many Treasures, bring me to Valurium Palace. You must make King Valurium join our side and make him hand over that Lin Xian. If he can't be used by me, then just kill him. There's no need to keep him alive, yes. Don't worry, First Prince. The two men laughed. Skyriver Great Master was an old man in white robes, and King of Many Treasures was a middle-aged man with a long beard. After receiving their orders, they turned and left the great hall. On the other side, the third prince was somewhat happy. This was because the first prince's loss was undoubtedly good news for him. At the same time, he was also curious about Lin Xian's identity. He was on King Valurium's side. The third prince narrowed his eyes. On the side, a middle-aged man holding a feather fan laughed. Your Highness, should we send someone to Valurium Palace? This King Valurium seems to keep a low profile, but he's actually quite ambitious. I'm guessing that he's already joined one of the princes. However, he's not on our side. Your Highness is wise. Actually, I'm thinking the same thing. I feel that we should rope in that Tanny Fei. Since he has a grudge against Lin Xian, we should use him to our advantage. Moreover, Tanny Fei isn't any weaker than Lin Xian or Bai Zijing. Very well, Mr. Yu, then I'll have to trouble you. I'll leave this matter to you. You must rope in Tanny Fei under my command. The third prince smiled. He was very satisfied and trusted this Mr. Yu. Valurium Palace. King Valurium and the eighth prince had left to discuss the details of the battle for the position of crown prince. Lin Xian was still in closed-door cultivation, absorbing the power of lightning with all his might. However, Valurium Manor was greeted by two figures. One was an old man in white robes, and the other was a middle-aged man with a long beard. The Sky River Great Master and the King of Many Treasures had been sent by the first prince. Both of them were great experts with great strength. At this moment, they were surrounded by powerful auras. They stood high in the sky and scanned the ground with their souls. Immediately, their powerful soul power enveloped an area of 10,000 miles. Everything below was captured by the two men. King Valurium wasn't here. Sky River Great Master was a bit surprised. He really hadn't sensed King Valurium's aura. The King of Many Treasures sneered at the side. If he wasn't here, then there was nothing to talk about. Go down and capture that Lin brat. Alright, let's do that. The Sky River Great Master also revealed a sinister smile. Both of them were vicious and merciless. As great experts, they didn't take Lin Xian seriously at all. Lin Xian might be able to contend against one of them, but if the two of them attacked together, he wouldn't have a chance to escape. Where was that brat? After looking around, the Sky River Great Master frowned again. He hadn't sensed the other's aura either. According to the information he'd received from the Sword of Mount Hua, the other was a swordsman with a very fierce aura. It was easy to identify him. However, the Sky River Great Master couldn't find him. Let me do it. The Origin Soul Mirror. It was a powerful Earth-rank treasure that could track anyone's movements. It should be able to find that Lin brat. In the next moment, King of Many Treasures activated the Origin Soul Mirror in his hand. A mysterious aura emerged and enveloped Valurium Manor below. 30 minutes later, King of Many Treasures smiled sinisterly. He'd found his target. Found him? The Sky River Great Ancestor asked when he saw King of Many Treasures smile. King of Many Treasures nodded. Yes, I've found him. Come with me. In the next moment, the two tore through the air and disappeared in a flash of light. They used powerful abilities to conceal their presence so that no one in the manor would know that they'd entered. In order to conceal their presence, King of Many Treasures took out a large purple umbrella that floated above their heads. The purple umbrella was engraved with mysterious Dao runes. Tens of thousands of runes hung down from it, covering the two. All auras were concealed. Therefore, even if there were experts in Valurium Manor, they wouldn't be able to sense them. After flying for a while, they finally arrived in front of Hell Mountain. The Sky River Great Ancestor and King of Many Treasures narrowed their eyes when they saw the three strange peaks that towered into the clouds. What a strange mountain, what terrifying power, the two were shocked. They hadn't expected Valurium Manor to have such a treasure. Why do I feel like this aura belongs to a peerless monster king? Whatever, be careful. There's more to this mountain than meets the eye. That brat's aura is in one of the lightning peaks. Should we attack? The Sky River Great Ancestor asked. Yes. Let's do it here. We'll go all out. I'm sure we'll be able to take down that brat quickly. However, let me set up a formation around him first. King of Many Treasures was called that because he had many treasures. Therefore, it didn't take long for him to take out another heaven-sealing formation, which completely sealed off the three peaks of hell and isolated their auras. After doing all this, the two looked at each other and grinned sinisterly. Hum. The two turned into flickering shadows and tore through the air, flying towards the lightning peaks. They appeared in the lightning peaks in the blink of an eye. Their king domains expanded and enveloped the surroundings. Lin Xian opened his eyes when he sensed this. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. He was not surprised by what had happened. Although he was cultivating in seclusion, there was still the dark red divine dragon beside him. With the dark red divine dragon's strength, it would have discovered the other party long ago. Hence, Lin Xian was prepared. Who are you people? How dare they make a move in Valurium Manor? Lin Xian slowly stood up and asked coldly. In the void, the Tianhe Great Ancestor and the King of Many Treasures were also stunned. They did not expect the other party to be so calm. Could it be that he didn't know his own situation? Kid, it doesn't matter who we are. What's important is that you come back with us obediently. What if I don't? Lin Xian sneers. Then don't blame us for being rude. Attack, the two of them coldly shouted. Then, their king's domains roiled, exploding out with extremely terrifying energy. Space twisted as two massive energies tore through the void. They were like sharp heavenly swords as they viciously slashed towards Lin Xian. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lin Xian executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. A dragon image appeared beneath his feet as he took a step forward, instantly dodging the spatial cracks that filled the sky. He came to the side, his brows furrowed. 2 great experts, and elite great experts at that. It seemed that the other party had come prepared. They must have figured out his strength before making a move. His current combat strength was probably already known during the sword duel on Mount Hua. Therefore, sending an elite great expert would not be enough to take him down. Only 2 elite almighties could pose a threat to him. You're quite fast, but do you think you can dodge all of my attacks? Up above, the Tianhe great ancestor sneered. They had a general understanding of Lin Xian. They knew that he was fast and skilled with the sword. However, the other party knew nothing about them. Therefore, this was their advantage. For 2 elite almighties to take down a young brat, it would be a piece of cake. It seems that you know me very well. But do you really think you know me? Lin Xian sneered. Do you really think you can take me down with just the 2 of you? What a fool's dream, ruffian dragon, go ahead. Fuck. I haven't exercised my muscles in a long time. This is a good time to play with them. The dark red dragon sneered and attacked quickly. It charged toward the Lord of Many Treasures. How dare a snake come over? You're courting death. Don't tell me you think you can contend against me, kid? Seeing the dark red dragon flying over, the Lord of Many Treasures sneered disdainfully. Boom, he struck out with his palm, forming a vast and unparalleled force that enveloped the area below. Bang, however, in the next moment, he was stunned. This was because the dark red divine dragon's divine dragon tail whip had sent his vast energy flying. Not only that, but the other party also stretched out its dragon claws and grabbed at him. That swift and fierce aura made his hair stand on end. Damn it, what's that? How can it have such powerful attack power? The Lord of Many Treasures was stunned. He did not expect his opponent to be so powerful. Therefore, in the next moment, he and the dark red dragon fought. On the other side, Lin Xian had his eyes on the Tianhe great ancestor. What did you say just now? You want to take me away? Let's see if you have the ability to do so. As he spoke, he shouted, clenched his hand into a fist, and quickly punched out. The violent power that filled the sky turned into a black dragon and rushed towards the Tianhe great ancestor. Instantly, the void where he was shattered. The Tianhe great ancestor's expression changed. He quickly retreated and barely dodged the punch. Then, his expression became extremely gloomy. That was because he realized that their advantage was gone. Originally, they thought that it would be 2 against 1 so that they could quickly take down the other party. But now, it seemed that it was impossible. The Lord of Many Treasures was actually restrained by a red snake, so he could only face Lin Xian alone. This would greatly increase the difficulty of his success. But even so, he still had to make a move. He did not believe that a brat could overturn the sky and defeat him. Therefore, in the next moment, he quickly made a move. A blue heavenly river appeared beside him, emitting a rumbling sound. Then, along with his palm, it quickly rushed forward like a divine rainbow that streaked across the void. This attack was too fierce. Everywhere it passed, everything was shattered. The Milky Way that filled the sky enveloped Lin Xian, wanting to kill him. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly and formed a seal with his palm. Ice Guardian. Boom. Boom, boom. Suddenly, a cold aura quickly appeared on his body, forming a huge ice queen that enveloped him. The ice queen was 1,000 feet tall. Her body was hazy, and there were 2 blue wings on her back. At this moment, she quickly closed the dragon and protected Lin Xian. Boom. Boom, boom. The terrifying Milky Way collided violently with the Ice Queen. However, it didn't break. On the contrary, after the collision, countless frost formed on the Milky Way and it quickly froze. Not only that, but the entire space was also filled with endless cold air. The Sky River Great Ancestor felt that the spiritual power and speed in his body were suppressed and became slower than before. Boom. Boom, boom. Just as he was shocked that the other party had such a terrifying ice aura, the wind and clouds above his head changed, forming a huge vortex. Moreover, there was the sound of thunder. Terrifying bolts of thunder appeared above him. This was originally a mountain of thunder, and at this moment, it was surrounded by violent thunder and lightning. However, the Sky River Great Ancestor was more powerful. He used his king's domain to block all the thunder and lightning outside. Thus, he didn't receive the impact of the thunder and lightning. But now, the change above his head made his expression change drastically. He found that his king's domain couldn't block the thunder and lightning above him. Terrifying thunderclouds gathered rapidly, and the black mass made him feel suffocated. 5-colored lightning flashed in the clouds. On the other hand, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Have a taste of my new killer move, 5 thunders. As his voice fell, in the sky in front of him, a bolt of lightning fell. It was 5-colored lightning, and it carried a violent power that filled the sky. Like a wild dragon, it directly struck the Sky River Great Ancestor. Boom! Boom! In the next moment, the 5-colored lightning exploded, and a huge roar sounded. Everything in front of him was completely drowned by the sea of lightning. The huge thunder pierced through the void. This scene made even the King of Many Treasures, who was fighting in the distance, change his expression drastically. He didn't expect that the other party would be so difficult to deal with. It was far beyond his expectations. Sure enough, when the lightning in front of him disappeared, the Sky River Great Ancestor's figure appeared. However, he was in a sorry state. His body was charred black, and it was obvious that he had been struck by lightning. There was even black smoke coming out of his mouth. Ah! Damn brat! I'm going to kill you! The Sky River Great Ancestor roared crazily. It seemed that he was really angry. Boom! Boom! He waved his hands, and the Milky Way around him surged, emitting a mighty power. A terrifying blue light shot into the sky. The Milky Way quickly covered the Tianhe Great Ancestor's body. Then, as his hands moved, 2 huge blue palms were formed and blasted out. He once again charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body was enveloped in the ice barrier. Then, he pulled out the 9-Hell Demon sword and rushed over. With a wave of his sword, a terrifying black sword light tore through the void. It was like the netherworld as it directly appeared in front of the Tianhe Great Ancestor. Peng, the Sky River Great Ancestor slapped the 9 underworld demon sword with both hands, creating a loud sound. The two of them quickly engaged in an intense battle, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. The Milky Way shone brilliantly. At this moment, the Sky River Great Ancestor roared. Immediately, the Sky River on his body changed. Stars appeared in the surging Milky Way, dazzling and emitting a mysterious aura. Pung pung pung, some of the stars rotated and collided violently with Lin Xian's Ice Guardian. Then, Lin Xian was pushed back. Kid, do you think that's all I have? I'll let you know the consequences of provoking me, the Tianhe Great Ancestor sneered. His white hair danced in the wind, and 2 sharp rays of light shot out from his eyes. At this moment, the Tianhe Great Ancestor was like a demon king. He had the power to shatter the heavens and split the earth. He raised his hands high, and the sky gathered to form a huge vortex. Milky Way slash, he raised the Milky Way with one hand and slashed it forward as if it had turned into a blade light. This attack was like a rainbow. It was really like a sky full of stars. With a powerful pressure, it completely enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. His body emitted black flames that instantly covered the area. At this moment, he was like a god of war. His aura was like a rainbow, and he was unstoppable. Fire God Roar, Lin Xian once again used a powerful killer move. Immediately, the Ice Guardian on his body disappeared and was replaced by a flame giant. Roar, with a furious roar, heaven and earth shook, and the mountains and rivers shattered. The powerful sound waves mixed with the terrifying flames formed a violent and boundless black wave that rushed forward. In the next moment, the two collided. The two collided fiercely in the sky. The Milky Way shook, and the light flickered. The terrifying flame energy surged and shattered the void. Clang, another earth-shattering attack. Then, the Milky Way in the sky shattered into pieces under the fire god's roar. He actually broke my Milky Way slash, the Tianhe great ancestor's pupils constricted. He didn't expect the other party's flames to be so powerful that they could burn his Milky Way slash. It really surprised him. However, what made his scalp tingle was still behind. Because on the opposite side, Lin Xian made another move. He raised the 9 darkness demonic sword high, and the flame giant on his body did the same. Whoosh, not only that, but 100 feet long flame sword appeared in the sky. The flames jumped and burned the void. It also emitted a terrifying murderous aura. Whoosh, the sword slashed down, splitting the void into 2 halves. The terrifying flame giant sword completely enveloped the Tianhe great ancestor. It was too shocking. Even in the sky, there was a loud dragon's roar. Because not only did this flame giant sword fuse with the hellfire, but it also had the power of the great dragon sword's soul. It could be said that it made people despair. Even the king of many treasures, who was fighting with the dark red divine dragon, felt his scalp tingle. He also felt the threat of death. In the next moment, he decisively retreated thousands of miles and looked ahead in shock. The void in front of him collapsed, and the Tianhe great ancestor's king's domain was split open by the sword. The power of lightning surged out, and the Tianhe great ancestor's clothes were torn. There was a huge sword scar on his body. The sword scar was very terrifying. It had split open his inner armor, revealing deep white bones. When the king of many treasures saw this scene, his scalp tingled. He turned into a stream of light and quickly arrived beside the Tianhe great ancestor. Then, he soared into the sky, not daring to stay here at all. Want to leave? Not so easy, the dark red divine dragon sneered and flicked its dragon claws, covering the sky and the earth, covering a radius of thousands of miles. The terrifying dragon claws carried the dragon's might and shattered the void. The terrifying power enveloped the 2 of them. The king of many treasures' expression changed. He raised his hand and threw out a large green bell. It grew bigger and bigger, like a green mountain, and resisted the dragon claws in the sky. At the same time, he quickly fled into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he was out of the mountain of lightning. Then, he broke the formation and fled out of Valurium Manor. You want to leave? Let's see if I'll let you. Valurium Manor hadn't noticed the previous battle because of the formation's defenses. But now that the formation had been removed, the aura here immediately attracted Valurium Manor's attention. All of a sudden, a cold aura appeared, and powerful figures quickly descended. What followed was a series of thunderous voices. Who dares to behave so atrociously in the manor? Crack crack, Lord of many treasures felt his scalp go numb when he saw the experts from Valurium Manor. Honored Master Tianhe was even paler. He'd already consumed many treasures to stop his injuries from worsening. But the sword aura on his wounds couldn't be erased in a short time. He knew that he'd lost this time. He'd underestimated his opponent. His opponent was too strong, and the sword aura was too strange. It seemed indestructible. Lord of many treasures sighed. He couldn't face the situation head-on. So, he took out a spatial jade slip. This was a very precious teleportation jade slip. There was a teleportation formation sealed inside, which could teleport people out. That was what he was using right now. Boom, the red jade slip burned, and runes that filled the sky gathered under their feet, forming a spatial array platform. The 2 of them quickly disappeared. When the formation disappeared, several powerful figures suddenly appeared in the surroundings. Then, a giant palm slammed into the spatial vortex. Bang, the palm slammed down with earth-shattering force, but it was still a step too late. Lord of many treasures and honored Master Tianhe had already been teleported away. What's going on? What's going on? General Li Hua had also arrived. He looked at Lin Xian and asked in a low voice. I don't know. They're probably here to assassinate me. I was cultivating on Lightning Mountain when they suddenly attacked. But one of them was heavily injured by me, so they ran away. Heavily injured by you. Hearing this, the experts' eyelids twitched wildly. Although they hadn't seen the newcomers clearly, they could tell from their auras that they were elites among experts. It was inconceivable that such people would be heavily injured by a 6-star king. They knew that Lin Xian was strong enough to defeat Bai Zijing, but no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to contend against 2 elite experts. However, Lin Xian did it, which really surprised them greatly. They knew that the young man before them must have a secret that they were unaware of. Of course, there was no way they could pry into such a secret. Alright, it's good that you're fine. Be more careful. Now that His Highness is not in the mansion, you should be careful. I got it. Lin Xian nodded and said, since their assassination failed, I've decided to leave immediately and head to the royal city to meet up with the 8th prince. Alright, then be careful. General Li Hua nodded and instructed. Indeed, now was the best time to leave, because the news hadn't spread yet. Otherwise, it would have been a while later. After those people received the news and learned of Lin Xian's strength, they would send even stronger assassins. After bidding farewell to General Li Hua, Lin Xian descended from the sky and flew towards the imperial city of the Taiyi Empire. On the other side, Lord of Many Treasures and Master Xianxia had also quickly fled Valurium Manor. Then, the two of them appeared in a barren mountain. Damn it! How could that kid be so strong? Master Xianxia gnashed his teeth, his expression extremely ugly. On the other side, Lord of Many Treasures' expression was grave as well. He hurriedly sent news to the first prince that the situation had changed. The royal palace. The first prince's expression darkened when he received the news. He hadn't expected that two elite experts would fail to capture the young man. This was truly unexpected. Moreover, after this incident, he and Lin Xian had probably formed a grudge. Therefore, it was impossible to recruit the young man. Therefore, he resolved to eliminate Lin Xian immediately. He couldn't allow the other princes to use him. If two elite almighties couldn't kill you, then 4 almighties would do. I don't believe that you can defy the heavens, the first prince sneered. He had no shortage of great experts. Therefore, he immediately sent 4 of them to Valurium Manor to kill the enemy. However, he was destined to fail because Lin Xian had long since left Valurium Manor. On the other side, the third prince was very happy because he'd successfully recruited Tan Yifei, the genius of the Dian sacred land, to his side. Now, he was even stronger than before. He was confident that he would emerge victorious in the battle for the crown prince's position. He would suppress the first prince and the 8th prince. The crown prince's position will be mine, the third prince smiled proudly. Time slowly passed. On this day, Lin Xian's figure appeared above a formation in the capital. He'd used Valurium Manor's transportation formation to arrive at the capital. The capital city was vast and majestic. Moreover, Lin Xian could sense the rich spirit energy in the air as soon as he appeared. He could even feel the surging draconic aura beneath the ground. It was as if a peerless beast was entrenched beneath the earth. Not long after, Lin Xian used the method given to him by General Li Hua to contact the 8th prince. The air rippled as 4 burly men appeared. They were bare-chested, their muscles bulging like horned dragons. Each one of them was incredibly powerful. However, they were merely sedan bearers. They slowly descended while carrying a red palanquin. Are you Lin Xian, Sir Lin? One of the men asked in a low voice as he looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. No, I am. The 8th prince has sent us to receive Sir Lin. They opened the palanquin as they spoke. All right. Lin Xian nodded and climbed into the palanquin. The 4 burly men lifted the palanquin and soared into the air. They turned into a streak of light and disappeared into the air. In an imperial garden. The 8th prince sat in a pavilion, sipping tea and admiring the flowers. At this time a red light flashed in the sky. An enormous red palanquin carried by 4 burly men quickly descended. The 8th prince narrowed his eyes when he saw this. The guards beside him also quickly walked forward. Whoosh, when the palanquin landed, 2 maids opened the curtains respectfully. Lin Xian then walked out from the palanquin. Haha, Sir Lin, we meet again. The 8th prince laughed when he saw Lin Xian walk out. Greetings, 8th prince. Lin Xian cupped his fists and smiled. Come, brother Lin, have a taste of my spiritual tea. This is an 8,000-year-old red robe spiritual tea. Thank you, 8th prince. Lin Xian did not stand on ceremony. He walked into the pavilion and sat on the stone bench. Then, he picked up the cup of spiritual tea in front of him and slowly tasted it. It is indeed a good tea. Lin Xian praised. Indeed, this was an 8,000-year-old spiritual tea. It contained an extremely powerful spiritual energy. If one drank this kind of spiritual tea for a long time, it would be very beneficial to a warrior. Of course, ordinary people could not afford to drink it. Perhaps only the princes and princesses could afford to drink it. Moreover, it was too old. Perhaps only these spiritual grasses and spiritual medicines could grow for so long. Other than that, it was very difficult for human warriors to live to this age. At least a king could not live to this age. The king realm. At most, one could live for 3,000 to 4,000 years. Further up, it would not work. Unless one made a breakthrough. Enter the legendary sage realm. Only then could one continue to live longer. Obtain great power. Otherwise, one would not be able to escape the cycle of reincarnation. Brother Lin, let me tell you about the Crown Prince battle. Next, the 8th prince introduced Lin Xian to the Crown Prince battle. Although the 8th prince had a noble status, before he had become the Crown Prince, his attitude had been very amiable. Not only to Lin Xian, but to all the other prodigies as well, he treated them with the utmost respect. Because he had to rely on these people to become the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince battle was where all the princes fought for the position of Crown Prince. This time, there were a total of 15 princes participating in the Crown Prince battle. Among them, the first prince was the most powerful, followed by the 3rd prince and the 8th prince. Among them, the 3 princes were not too different in strength and were ranked in the first tier. That left the 2nd and 3rd echelons. In the 2nd tier, the 4th prince, the 9th prince, and the 15th prince were more powerful. After that, the 8th prince did not introduce anyone else because those people did not pose any threat to him. The Crown Prince battle was divided into 2 stages. The first stage was a challenge competition. The young elites led by the 15 princes would compete for the first King Jade Talisman. If they won a round, they would get a King Jade Talisman. Those Jade Talismans and Ace Medallions would accompany the princes and the experts to the 2nd stage. The 2nd stage was also a competition. However, there were no rules. As long as one had the most King Jade Talismans in the set time, he would be the Crown Prince. Therefore, either of these 2 stages was very important. If one could collect a large number of King Jade Talismans in the first stage, it would be much easier in the 2nd stage. Of course, these 2 stages had restrictions. The first round had an age restriction. The participants could not be older than 300 years old. The 2nd stage was restricted by one's cultivation level. Those who entered the 2nd stage could not be peerless almighties. In other words, everyone's cultivation had to be below the 8-star king realm. After learning this, Lin Xian had a better understanding of the competition for the position of Crown Prince. At this moment, the 8th prince spoke again. Mr. Lin, although you have defeated Bai Zijing, don't let your guard down. This was because the other princes had too many young experts under them. You still have to be careful. Some of them were not weaker than Bai Zijing. Don't worry, 8th prince, since I have already promised you, then I will definitely do my best. Lin Xian nodded. Next, the 2 of them sipped tea. On the other side, the other princes had all received secret reports. It was no longer a secret that Lin Xian had entered the palace. Therefore, all the princes received the news that Lin Xian was invited by the 8th prince. What? That kid was actually recruited by the 8th prince. After the 3rd prince received the news, his face turned gloomy. Although he had expected this, he still could not calm down when he confirmed the news. After all, the strength that Lin Xian had displayed was really terrifying. The middle-aged man, Mr. Yu, who was fanning himself, said in a deep voice, 3rd prince, although this is unexpected, it is also within our consideration. Although that kid has defeated Bai Zijing, it will not be so easy for him to defeat us. In our hands, we have the Tyrant Fist and the First Saber. It is impossible for him to defeat us, that's right. The 3rd prince calmed down and sat down again. His eyes flickered as he began to think about the future. When the 1st prince heard the news, he flew into a rage. He was about to go crazy because he did not expect Lin Xian to join the 8th prince. This was something that he did not expect. He originally wanted to kill Lin Xian, but now, the 8th prince had benefited. First prince, what should we do? The cultivators under the first prince were also frowning. This was not good news for them either. A mere 6-star king is not a decisive factor. At most, he will only give us some pressure. The first prince also calmed down and snorted coldly. Indeed, he was the son of the current empress, and he had many experts and geniuses under his command. Although he had lost by Zijing, he still had other peerless geniuses. Go and ask mother if the person we invited has arrived, the first prince said. He had already prepared. He had already started making preparations. When Bai Zijing was forced to seal his sword, he had asked his mother to find a mysterious and powerful race. He asked a genius from there to come out and help him. Now that he calculated the time, there should be a result. Sure enough, not long after, his subordinate returned. He also told the first prince that the person had arrived. Is that so? Quickly invite him in. The first prince stood up, very excited. The martialists under his command were also extremely puzzled. Just what kind of powerhouse could make the first prince treat him so seriously? Soon, they saw it. That was because a figure walked in with large strides. It was a young man wearing golden armor. His entire body emitted a resplendent light, and his golden hair was as dazzling as the sun. As he walked, the void trembled rapidly, as if it would split open at any moment. So powerful, who was he? The other cultivators in the hall were extremely shocked, and their scalps went numb. That was because they felt that the blood in their bodies was trembling along with him. This was too terrifying. Even the expressions of those mighty figures changed. The first prince. The young man in golden armor looked forward and nodded slightly, not bowing. However, the first prince was not angry. Instead, he smiled. He smiled and said, "The Golden Lion King lives up to his reputation." What? The Golden Lion King, what a strange name. The other peerless experts were shocked. One of them said, "Could it be the demon race?" They were too shocked because the other party had a dense and monstrous aura. He was like a peerless ferocious beast, causing their hearts to tremble. In fact, with just a glance, their hearts trembled uncontrollably. Hearing this, the young man in golden armor snorted coldly. His gaze was like a sharp sword as he looked in a certain direction. Immediately, the cultivator who spoke earlier spat out a large mouthful of blood. As if struck by lightning, he directly crashed into the wall. It was a middle-aged man. At this moment, he looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His face was incomparably pale. He covered his wound and stared straight ahead. The others were also stunned. Their expressions all changed. How dare you? Who told you to attack here? They were really angry. The other party attacked without saying a word. They didn't even know the reason. The first prince's expression also changed. He quickly stopped them and told them not to move. Someone, bring out the best healing medicine. He helped the middle-aged man up and said, "You're wrong. Don't talk nonsense. He wasn't from the devil race. He was from the war race, he was a human." What? War race? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. However, the elders cried out in alarm. Could it be the legendary war clan? Weren't they extinct? How could they still be alive? Hearing this, the elder's expression changed greatly and he quickly shut his mouth. Because someone had insulted the other party before, the golden youth attacked. Therefore, he didn't dare to speak at all. The first prince explained that the war race hadn't disappeared. They just lived in seclusion in the vast mountains. Ordinary people couldn't find them. This time, it had taken a lot of effort to invite him out from behind the scenes. So that was the case. Hearing this, everyone understood. No wonder this youth was so powerful. The war race was a legendary race that had been passed down since ancient times. They lived for battle and were very powerful. They had ancient battle skills, however, they disappeared 10,000 years ago. In the recent few thousand years, they didn't appear in the Middle State continent. Therefore, everyone thought that they were extinct. They didn't expect that they would appear again. Next, the first prince sent the injured middle-aged man away. Then, he asked someone to bring the Golden Lion King away to rest. The main hall returned to silence. Everyone was still shocked. They didn't expect the first prince to have a genius from the war race. This way, their chances of winning would definitely increase by a lot. This news couldn't be hidden at all. Naturally, the third prince, the eighth prince, and the others also caught wind of it. When the third prince found out that the first prince had invited a genius from the war race, he was extremely shocked. The joy that he originally felt from taking in Tanifei disappeared completely in an instant. His expression became gloomy again. Mr. Yu, who was beside him, also had a serious expression. It seemed that Empress really went through a lot of trouble for the eldest prince. He had actually found the war clan that had been living in seclusion for 10,000 years. It had to be said that it was really surprising. This time around, Bai Zijing had been forced to seal his sword, thinking that the first prince would lose a lot of strength. But from the looks of it now, not only did he not suffer any losses, he even became stronger than before. The war clan was a legendary clan. They were born for battle and were extremely terrifying. The people who came this time were not ordinary people either. They should be stronger than the White Child realm. At the side, Mr. Yu also said, "Third prince, let's arrange the lineup for the first stage." While the third prince was arranging his troops, the eighth prince had also received news from his subordinates. Immediately, he frowned. Lin Xian asked, "What's wrong?" What happened? Previously, he saw that the eighth prince was beaming with joy, but now, his expression was extremely solemn. He guessed that something must have happened. "Brother Lin, I won't hide it from you. Something happened." News had just arrived that the first prince had found a genius from the battle race. Battle race? Lin Xian frowned. What race is that? He did not know. He had not been in the Taiyi dynasty for long. Naturally, he had not heard of the battle race. The eighth prince explained that the battle race was a legendary clan that had been passed down since ancient times. They were born for battle and were extremely terrifying and powerful. However, they had disappeared 10,000 years ago. He did not expect them to reappear now. What? There's actually such a thing? Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect the origin of the battle race to be so mysterious and powerful. It seems that we have to make a good arrangement. The eighth prince also took a deep breath. After that, he had someone bring Lin Xian away to rest. As for himself, his eyes flickered as he sank into deep thought. The other princes also received the news and immediately frowned. It could be said that because of the arrival of the Golden Lion King, these princes were extremely nervous. On the other side, after Lin Xian settled down, he also understood some of the situation. This place was indeed a gathering of geniuses and experts. Not counting the older generation, just the geniuses under the age of 300 were very powerful. On the eighth prince's side, there was a young genius called Lu Fei, who was known as the Silver Dragon Spear Monarch. It was said that his silver spear could sweep across all directions. There was a woman called Duan Qingqing. Her bone-melting palm was unparalleled. On the third prince's side, there was a young man called Fist Tyrant. His pair of tyrant fists were extremely terrifying. In addition, there was a young man called the First Blade. He was very powerful and his blade technique was outstanding. He was not weaker than Bai Zijing. On the first prince's side, there was a man called the Force King. He was known to be extremely strong and unparalleled in close combat. The other one was the Golden Lion King who had just appeared. It was extremely terrifying. As a member of the battle race, it was very mysterious and powerful. It attracted the attention of tens of thousands of people. In addition, under the fourth prince, there was a swordsman called Xianxia. His killing sword technique was extremely terrifying. Once the sword was drawn, it would destroy the enemy. On the ninth prince's side, there was a young man called Gao Jichao. He was very powerful and was said to be an expert of the soul element. On the 15th prince's side, there was a woman called Xiaoyu. It was said that she was a beast tamer and had many terrifying monster kings. Every one of them was a young genius. They were incomparably powerful and made people tremble. Other than these few, the other geniuses were also very terrifying. There were even some who hid their strength and waited for the moment of the competition to unleash their true strength. In the following days, everyone waited quietly and cultivated in silence. On this day, 3 thunderous sounds came from the palace. All the geniuses who were cultivating opened their eyes. Then, they stood up. At this time, the guards quickly came over and respectfully said, "Geniuses, the prince invites you." "Young Master Lin, the 8th prince invites you." A guard came in front of Lin Xian and said respectfully. Lin Xian nodded, stood up, and followed the guard out of the palace. This scene was happening everywhere in the palace. All the princes were gathering their geniuses. It seemed that the first competition was about to begin. In the huge palace, the 8th prince stood with his hands behind his back. Beside him stood the red-robed middle-aged Taoist Long. In front of him were the young geniuses who were taking part in the competition. Each of them was a terrifying genius. They were all under 300 years old. Everyone, there are a total of 5 people taking part in this competition. Each of you will fight 5 times. The competition will be a challenge. In other words, we can challenge any of the prince's martial artists. The other princes can also challenge us. I hope everyone will do their best. The 8th prince said loudly. In front of him, Lin Xian and the others nodded. We will do our best. Not only the 8th prince, but the 3rd prince, 1st prince, 4th prince, and 9th prince were also mobilizing before the battle. After all, this battle would determine whether they could become the crown prince. They had to be careful. Let's go. Then, the 8th prince opened the door of the palace and led everyone into the depths of the palace. At the same time, the 1st prince, 3rd prince, and the others led their people into the depths of the palace. In the depths of the palace, there was a huge space that was specially set up for this competition. When Lin Xian arrived, he immediately squinted his eyes. He realized that this was not an ordinary martial arts arena, but a space. A unique space. Using an independent space as the arena for the competition, one had to admit that it was really a big deal, perhaps only the royal family could do it. Soon, the space door opened and the princes led the geniuses into the space door. The next moment, the scene changed. It was no longer a huge palace or a bustling palace. Instead, it was replaced by a beautiful scenery. Below, there was a huge river. The mountain range was like a group of dragons lying on the ground. There was a huge plain there. There were 4 stone pillars at the 4 corners of the plain as the boundary. That was where the battle would take place. Around it, there were platforms for everyone to rest. Furthermore, the space was not empty. There were some old and middle-aged people who had arrived in advance. They were all members of the royal family. They were here to preside over the first battle. Humph. The 1st prince coldly barked. With a wave of his sleeve, he led the group of experts to the largest platform. Then, they landed forcefully. After that, the 3rd prince also made his move. Let's go. The 8th prince said. Then, he stepped into the air with Lin Xian and the others following closely behind. Other than that, his prince also acted quickly. When everyone arrived on the platform, the atmosphere of the entire space became somewhat tense. Even the princes were filled with hostility. After all, this was a battle that would determine whether or not he could become the crown prince. If they succeeded, they would become the crown prince, the future ruler of the Tai dynasty. How could they not be hostile? Could it be that this was the Lin Xian who defeated Bai Zijing and became the #1 swordsman in the Tai dynasty? At this moment, the 3rd prince, who was on the platform at the side, spoke. He looked at Lin Xian. The moment these words were spoken, the surrounding princes all frowned. The peerless experts around them all wore solemn expressions. For a moment, over 100 pairs of eyes looked at Lin Xian. The void trembled rapidly. Just like a piece of cloth, it was being torn into pieces. Damn it, this guy is trying to sow discord. The faces of the young experts around the 8th prince also became dignified. Feeling these gazes, their scalps were a little numb. Being pressured by so many people at the same time, they were afraid that the situation would be very bad. Lin Xian naturally felt the hostility from those martial artists. In particular, many of the sword carvings were filled with murderous intent towards him. After all, the title of the #1 swordsman was too sensitive. It could be said that whoever obtained the title of #1 would have endless trouble. Lin Xian also knew this point. However, on this occasion, how could he back down? Suddenly, he snorted coldly. An extremely sharp sword wave rushed out of his body and spread in all directions. It shattered all of those gazes. So powerful, the surrounding young experts were shocked. They did not expect that the other party could resist the joint pressure of so many experts. They had to admit that he was indeed very powerful, no wonder he could defeat Bai Zijing. He was indeed worthy of his reputation. However, at this moment, the eighth prince also laughed loudly. Third brother is very concerned about my friend. However, brother Lin was not the only new expert who came this time. There was another one who was said to be the legendary genius of the war tribe. The eighth prince smiled and led the flames of war away from Lin Xian to the first prince. Sure enough, when these words were said, everyone frowned again. Because the title of the genius of the battle group was even more powerful. The war tribe was a legendary race that had disappeared for nearly 10,000 years. Who would have thought that they would appear again now? This was definitely a shocking matter. Therefore, for a moment, all of their gazes looked at the first prince again. Moreover, they locked onto a young man with a golden light. The young man was clad in golden armor and looked extraordinarily valiant. His golden hair danced wildly in the wind, and he was filled with wildness. Was he the genius of the war tribe? Sure enough, what a violent aura. It felt like a peerless demonic beast. He was a peerless enemy. For a moment, the expressions of many young geniuses were incomparably solemn. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. To be honest, the other party's aura was indeed powerful, which made him feel fearful. Was that the war tribe? He was indeed very strong. Lin Xian's heart sank. Just from the aura, he knew that the other party was very strong. Moreover, he knew that the war tribe was rumored to be so godly, so they must have extremely terrifying combat skills. How strong would the other party be, compared to the White Sun realm? Who would be stronger? Other than the golden-haired young man, Lin Xian also discovered a few other powerful figures. According to his judgment, these people should be the experts that he knew from the information. They were distributed among the first prince, the eighth prince, the third prince, and a few other princes. Each of them was a peerless figure and could not be underestimated. Alright, I believe that everyone should have received the rules before. Now, I won't talk nonsense. The competition is about to begin. An old voice sounded. In the sky, on the clouds, a few powerful figures sat cross-legged. They were the hosts of this competition. At this moment, one of the old men said coldly. Dong dong dong, below, on the ground, there was a war drum that was rapidly beating, letting out a low sound. It was like a sudden clap of thunder that quickly reverberated in all directions. Once the war drum beats, you will be guided to the war drum platform. Those who are selected can challenge the experts under the other princes. Each of you will have 5 chances to make a move. I hope that you will make good use of them. The old voice sounded again, and the sound of the war drum became louder and louder. Not long after, the sound of the war drums gradually subsided. Then, everyone felt an inexplicable force attracting them. But soon, the attraction disappeared. Everyone knew that they were not the first to fight. Lin Xian, on the other hand, frowned. He could feel a powerful force calling out to him from the beginning. It wanted him to take the first step. Since that was the case, Lin Xian did not hesitate. He stood up, took a step forward, and arrived on the ground in the distance. What? He was the first to fight. Everyone was surprised to see Lin Xian. They did not expect that the first to fight would be the number 1 swordsman whose name had spread throughout the empire. They did not expect that the first to fight would be Lin Xian. Not to mention the other princes, even the 8th prince was slightly surprised. The experts he brought were also surprised. What number 1 swordsman? How arrogant. How dare he shout like that? Was it so easy to be number 1? Many swordsmen sneered. How could someone who was arrogant be called the number 1 swordsman? At that moment, a young man next to the 6th prince sneered disdainfully. Hearing that, the 8th prince frowned. Lin Xian also raised his head and looked into the distance. He asked coldly. You're not convinced? Come over here, come on, I'm not afraid of you. The young man sneered. He was also an expert swordsman and thought that his swordsmanship was superior. Naturally, he was not convinced by others. So, at that moment, he attacked decisively. In the next moment, he took a step forward, and a terrifying aura surged from his body. His entire body was like a golden stream of light, quickly flying over from the horizon. It was boundless, and it instantly enveloped the entire space. Then, the swordsman attacked. A sharp sword light shone and shot into the sky. Because the moment he arrived, the battle had already begun. Of course, he would not show mercy. What number 1 swordsman? What Lin Xian? He had never heard of them. You're just a piece of trash in front of me. I'll cut you in half with my sword. The swordsman sneered, and the sharp sword light quickly slashed down. The void trembled and was mercilessly torn apart. The sharp sword light instantly arrived above Lin Xian. The terrifying sword chi tore through the heavens and earth, causing Lin Xian's red robes to flutter like leaves in the wind. Go to hell, brat, in the sky, the powerful swordsman sneered. In the distance, the eyes of the martialist princes on the platform flickered. It seemed like they could already see Lin Xian being split in half by this sword. However, Lin Xian stood there like a boulder amidst the terrifying sword chi. He did not dodge at all, nor did he show any fear. His gaze was so deep and calm. It was like a sea of stars, vast and boundless, making it impossible for anyone to see through it. He raised his head slightly and looked at the sharp sword light in the sky. What was going on? Was he scared out of his wits? Why didn't he dodge or counterattack? When the princes and experts in the distance saw this scene, they were all very puzzled. The 6th prince sneered. What a piece of trash. The number 1 swordsman couldn't even withstand a single blow. That brat was probably scared out of his wits. He couldn't even resist. The 6th prince sneered disdainfully. On the other side, the 8th prince was also frowning. The 8th prince was fine, but the martialists he brought were also frowning. This was because they could not figure out why Lin Xian's performance was so bad. In the Sky Palace, Guillermo laughed wildly. He realized that Lin Xian was worse than he had imagined. When he thought of this, he became even more excited. He activated the sword light with all his might and quickly slashed it down. However, he was soon stunned. This was because he saw Lin Xian's eyes. His gaze was so deep and calm. There was no fear in it at all. Oh no, could it be that there was some danger? Guillermo was puzzled. In the next moment, his pupils shrank. This was because he felt a terrifying aura gushing out from the young man below. That aura made him despair. Crack! 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 Blue ice appeared in the sky and instantly froze the sword light. It formed an ice sword and stopped in midair. What? How could this be? Seeing this scene, the surrounding princes and martial artists were all shocked. They could not believe it. The 6th prince turned pale with fright. Damn it, how could it be? When did he make his move? Why didn't I see it? The 6th prince's face was also gloomy. The other princes were even more surprised. On the other hand, the 8th prince heaved a sigh of relief. However, he soon fell into a deep shock. Lin Xian was too powerful. They did not even see how Lin Xian made his move. What a fast speed. What a terrifying power of ice. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Although they had heard of Lin Xian's name before, most of them had not seen Lin Xian make his move with their own eyes. Therefore, they were still doubtful about whether Lin Xian had the strength to defeat Bai Zijing. However, it seemed that Lin Xian was really powerful. Although he did not use his sword technique, that move alone was enough to shock them. Damn it, how could this be? In the sky, Guillermo was even more frightened. His face became extremely ugly. His sword light was extremely sharp, capable of destroying heaven and earth, but at this moment, it was easily frozen by someone. What kind of ice was this? How could it ignore his sword light? He could not figure it out, but he knew that he had underestimated his opponent. As a result, he was now in great danger. After Lin Xian froze his opponent's sword light, he did not immediately make his move. Instead, he looked up at the sky. Then, he asked indifferently. Is this your strength? How dare you look down on me with this little bit of strength? Do you think you can obtain the title of the number 1 swordsman? What a joke, Lin Xian sneered. His opponent could not even withstand one of his ice attacks, and he still wanted to compete with him for the title of the #1 swordsman? How reckless, you're courting death, kid, I'm going to kill you, Guillermo roared crazily. He was a peerless genius and an incomparably powerful swordsman. He was also a capable genius under the 6th prince. No one had ever dared to underestimate him. However, at this moment, his opponent actually looked down on him. This was intolerable, therefore, in the next moment, he roared crazily. Streaks of sharp sword light rushed out of his body and swept across all directions. Each streak of sword light was incomparably resplendent as if they were immortal light. They were extremely sharp. These sword lights swept across together. Nothing could stop them. Even the people who were watching the battle from afar were shocked. They had to admit that Guillermo was really powerful. However, it was a pity that he met Lin Xian. At this moment, waves of violent ice energy appeared on Lin Xian's body. A gigantic ice goddess appeared on his body. It quickly grew larger and enveloped heaven and earth. In an instant, the entire space was covered in ice. Ice and snow spread, and the cold wind in the sky made everyone's heart tremble. As for the golden sword light that Guillermo shot out, it was instantly frozen as well. Extinguish, Lin Xian said indifferently. Then, he pointed out his finger. Along with his action, the huge ice goddess waved her staff and shot out a ball of terrifying cold air. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, thousands of miles were frozen. In an instant, Guillermo and the sword light that filled the sky were frozen into a huge ice sculpture. Shock, absolute shock. When everyone saw this scene, all of them were depressed. They really did not expect Lin Xian to defeat his opponent in one move. How could this be? How could he be so powerful? On the 6th prince's side, everyone was shocked and could not believe it. The 6th prince's face also turned black. Guillermo was also one of his generals and his sword skills were outstanding. He originally thought that he could get a better result this time, but he did not expect that he would be the first one to be defeated in one move. Not only the 6th prince, but the other princes were also shocked. Among them, the 3rd prince and the 1st prince looked dignified. Sure enough, the opponent was as powerful as the rumors said. On the other hand, the 8th prince's side revealed a smile. He was very satisfied with Lin Xian's performance. The first match ended with Lin Xian's victory, and he received a trump jade talisman. The 8th prince was very happy. On the other side, Lu Huangzixuan's face was gloomy as he ordered people to carry Guillermo away. The 8th prince's side won and was in a good mood. At this time, the war drum sounded again and the loud sound pierced the sky. It's my turn. Lin Xian had just returned when a beautiful woman beside him stood up. It seemed that she should be the one to make a move. Her name was Duan Qingqing and she was also a very outstanding genius under the 8th prince. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect it to be the 8th prince's people again. Duan Qingqing arrived at the center of the square like a beautiful fairy. Then, another person stood up. It was a young man. He was a genius under the 11th prince. The battle began quickly, but it also ended quickly. Duan Qingqing was very powerful. Her bone-melting soft palm was incomparably soft, causing people to be injured without even seeing the danger. In less than 10 moves, the man beside the 11th prince spat out blood and was sent flying. He directly admitted defeat and didn't dare to fight anymore. There was no way to defend against that soft power. It penetrated his defense and injured his internal organs. Duan Qingqing had obtained another trump jade talisman. Now, the 8th prince had won 2 battles and obtained 2 trump jade talismans. He was above all the other princes. However, the 3rd prince, the 1st prince, and the other powerful princes were not in a hurry. They knew that this was only the beginning. It was still uncertain who would emerge victorious. As he expected, after Duan Qingqing, the rest of the geniuses made their moves too. The third to appear was a violent young man beside the 3rd prince. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and had short red hair. There was a red string tied around his forehead, and he looked extremely violent. This person was very famous. He was the famous Fist Tyrant. His pair of tyrant fists were extremely violent, tearing the world apart. Fist Tyrant punched out and defeated his opponent. His strength was not any weaker than Lin Xian's previous performance. After Fist Tyrant, a few other geniuses made their moves. Among them, a few of them were very powerful. They defeated their opponents in a few short moves. These people were the ones on the list that Lin Xian had seen before. For example, the first prince's Herculean king was extremely strong. He was like a war demon, easily defeating his opponent. The third prince's first move was even more terrifying. The sharp blade tore the world apart. He didn't even make a move. He just used his eyes to send out a blade light and defeated his opponent. In addition, there was a swordsman who was more eye-catching. The person beside the fourth prince was called Xianxia. This person looked very ordinary. If he was placed in the crowd, no one would be able to tell that there was anything unusual about him. However, when he attacked, the wind and clouds changed color. A terrifying murderous intent spread in all directions, making everyone's hearts turn cold. If it weren't for the royal family's elders in the sky, his opponent would have been killed by a single sword strike. This caused many people to look at Sword 13 with faces full of fear. Because Xianxia's sword technique was a legendary killing sword technique. The moment the sword was drawn, the person would be destroyed. It was terrifying. There was also a man beside the ninth prince called Gao Jichao. He was very terrifying. He used a soul technique. When he used his soul technique, his eyes turned white. It was extremely empty and strange. Soul attacks were impossible to guard against. Therefore, his opponent was directly affected by the illusion and was attacked. In an instant, he was like a puppet being controlled by the other party. The 15th prince was not willing to fall behind. He had a woman in his hand who was very powerful. She looked sweet and petite. She looked like a little bird that relied on people. However, when she fought, it made people's eyelids twitch wildly. This was because the woman directly opened the demon beast pouch. Several terrifying demon kings were released. Each of them was extremely terrifying. They were all 6-star demon kings. At this moment, they joined hands and defeated their opponents easily. These were all very terrifying geniuses. Among so many geniuses, they were so dazzling that people could distinguish them at a glance. However, the more terrifying one was not them, but the golden youth from the battle group. He was wearing golden armor. When he walked out, his opponent immediately admitted defeat. He didn't even have the courage to fight. It couldn't be helped. The terrifying battle intent emitted by the Golden Lion King was too powerful. His opponent's mind was about to collapse. He couldn't fight it at all. This was also the only person who won without a fight. This made the first prince very satisfied. At this moment, a young man in white beside the 14th prince made his move. This young man was very strange. In such a formal and tense situation, he was actually half lying there, holding a red gourd and drinking non-stop. His eyes were even a little blurry. It seemed like he didn't care about the competition at all. Lin Xian looked at this figure and frowned slightly. This person wasn't on the list that the 8th prince gave him. In other words, this person wasn't too outstanding before. Otherwise, he would have been recorded. Because the people on the list were all peerless geniuses under the princes. They were very terrifying. They were worthy of being careful. The drunk young man with the red gourd wasn't on the list. His opponent was one of the first prince's subordinates, a bald man in a black robe. This man's aura was very cold, like a demon king of darkness. It made people's hearts tremble. He looked at the drunk young man and frowned slightly. Then, he sneered. "Kid, you're not my match at all. So, I advise you to give up the competition." Hearing this, the drunk young man opened his sleepy eyes and looked at the bald man, then said, "Giving up is not my style." Hearing this, the bald man in black sneered. "Kid, since you want to die, don't blame me." After saying that, he sneered. With a flash of his body, he quickly charged out. In an instant, he arrived below. Then, he threw out a punch. A terrifying black aura condensed into a pitch-black beast claw that grabbed forward. The claw was extremely terrifying. Black aura surrounded it and emitted a chilling power that made people tremble. The demonic claw, seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and exclaimed. That's right, the bald man was also a very terrifying elite. At this moment, the black claw that he used was called the demonic claw. It instantly tore through the void and grabbed forward. Bang, however, when that drunk young man saw this scene, he shuddered. Then, his legs grew weak, and he fell to the ground. From the looks of it, he was really drunk. In the next moment, everyone was stunned. Because the drunk young man had fallen, he had narrowly avoided the demonic claw. What? That's possible. The corners of the elite's mouths twitched in disbelief. The demonic claw was extremely terrifying. They were not confident that they could dodge it. However, the other party had dodged it in such a manner. They found it hard to believe. The monk in the black robe's face was also gloomy. His killing move had been dodged by a drunkard, which made him feel embarrassed. In the next moment, he roared and the black claw grabbed out again. Black aura filled the sky and completely sealed the entire space. Kid, go to hell. He roared ferociously and slammed the demonic claw down mercilessly. Bang, however, the drunk young man rolled on the ground and dodged it again. What? He dodged it again. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. They did not expect that the other party had dodged the demonic claw twice and in such a comical manner. Damn it, this guy is too lucky. Everyone was discussing. However, Lin Xian frowned slightly. No, it's not luck. He could tell that the other party was definitely not lucky. The reason for that was because the demonic hand was simply too frightening. Even if someone were to fall to the ground, they would not be able to dodge it at all. The other party must have taken advantage of the devil's hand's weakness to dodge it. That's right, a flaw. Any martial art, as long as it was executed by a human, would definitely have a flaw. However, some flaws were hidden very deeply, and some were very small, so ordinary people couldn't find them at all. However, it was clear that the drunk youth had found the devil's hand's weakness twice, allowing him to dodge the two killing moves. That would be interesting. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He realized that this drunk youth was not as simple as he seemed. He should also be a super expert. The others, such as the first saber, the Herculean emperor, and the others were aware of this too. Their expressions were solemn. As for the golden lion king wearing the golden battle armor, it had its eyes closed the entire time. It seemed to have fallen asleep and was not watching any of the matches. It seemed that he was very confident in himself. At the front, the black-robed monk's face was extremely ugly. He had used the devil's hand twice, but he hadn't been able to injure the other party. This made him lose face. He couldn't even get out of the situation. Therefore, he roared angrily, and a strong killing intent appeared in his eyes. It seemed that he was really angry. Boom. Boom, boom. Boundless devil's chi emerged from the black-robed monk's body and quickly enveloped the entire space. Thick black chi appeared on his hands, and demonic runes appeared on his hands. The two devils' hands were like monstrous beast claws, and they quickly closed together. It was as if two black mountains were pressing down from the sky. This attack truly had the power to shatter the heavens and rend the earth. Buzz, faced with such a terrifying ultimate move, the drunk youth abruptly opened his eyes. His drunken eyes suddenly emitted a strange light. It was so sharp that it made people tremble. As expected, the other party wasn't drunk. In the next moment, two red flames appeared on his fists, and an incomparably bright light burst out. As the flames danced, a mysterious power flowed. Then, he waved his fists and punched forward. The void shattered, and the world shook. The devil's chi in the surroundings exploded in an instant. The black-robed monk was also forced back, and he looked at the other party in shock. What happened just now? How did the other party explode with such a powerful force? Damn brat, pretending to be mysterious. I'm going to kill you now. As he spoke, he formed a seal with his hands. Suddenly, a black spear appeared in his hands. It was extremely black, like the spear of the devil from hell. Buzz, the spear waved, bringing with it a biting cold aura, and it quickly tore the void apart. The black light that filled the sky gathered and turned into a black dragon, roaring in front of him. Hee hee. However, the drunk young man merely chuckled. At this time, he didn't dodge. Instead, he opened the wine gourd in his hand again and drank a mouthful of wine. Seeing this scene, everyone was speechless. What time is it now? You still have time to drink? Many people sneered, thinking that this time, the other party was really dead. Because the terrifying aura emitted by the devil's spear made them tremble. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. Even a mighty figure wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, in the face of such a terrifying attack, the drunk youth took a step forward, and then he suddenly spat out the wine in his mouth. Poof, the wine spilled out, but as if it had been ignited, it turned into a monstrous fire, rolling in the sky. In an instant, an endless sea of fire spread in the sky, forming a tsunami that rushed forward. Everywhere it passed, the void was mercilessly burned. The scorching aura seemed to be able to burn the 9 heavens. What a terrifying flame! When the surrounding martial artists saw this scene, their scalps went numb. They didn't expect the drunk youth to be able to launch such a powerful attack. It was unbelievable. Sizzle, in an instant, the surrounding devil's chi was quickly burned. The sky became clear again, and the black torrent formed by the devil's spear was also attacked and melted. The flame was too terrifying. It was like a divine flame that could burn everything. The black-robed monk's face changed. The devil's chi on his body belonged to the dark type. Now that it met the monstrous sea of fire, it was naturally suppressed. Sure enough, in the next moment, the devil's spear in his hand shattered, turning into countless black gas, and was then burned clean. Boom, the monk's face changed drastically, and he quickly retreated, drawing a black light. However, he couldn't escape at all. Boom, he was hit by the sea of fire and was sent flying while vomiting blood. The dark monk had lost. The crowd was shocked and could not believe their eyes. The dark monk was extremely terrifying and was listed as a powerful enemy. However, he had lost to an unknown drunk young man. Everyone could not believe it. The first prince's face was gloomy and his eyes were filled with coldness. He snorted coldly. What a piece of trash! How dare you embarrass me? The dark monk's defeat surprised the crowd. They did not expect the drunk young man to be so powerful. The 14th prince smiled in satisfaction because he knew the strength of the drunk young man. The drunk young man did not usually show his strength, but his true strength was extremely terrifying. As expected, the moment the drunk young man attacked, he displayed a powerful combat strength. The drunk young man appeared in front of the crowd for the first time in this battle. Every peerless genius frowned and was secretly on guard. The competition continued and the various geniuses attacked again. The battle was unusually intense. Among them, there were peerless geniuses, and there were also dark horses. In short, there were winners and losers among the princes. However, overall, the first prince, the third prince, and the 8th prince were in the lead. Following closely behind them were the 4th prince, the 15th prince, the 9th prince, and the 14th prince. Of course, the princes who were lagging behind looked gloomy. However, they were still able to keep their composure. That was because the battle had just begun and everyone had a chance to attack again. Therefore, they could afford to wait. Soon, the rounds were over. Those who had finished their battle quickly sat down cross-legged and quickly swallowed pills and treasures to recover their inner strength and heal their injuries. That was because no one knew when they would have to fight in such a battle. Therefore, they had to maintain their peak condition at all times to achieve good results. Soon, the battle drums sounded. At that moment, Lin Xian opened his eyes again and stood up. Is this guy attacking again? When the crowd saw Lin Xian's actions, they became nervous. Previously, they had witnessed Lin Xian defeating a strong opponent with a single move. Everyone had listed Lin Xian as an extremely dangerous person. Now that they saw him fighting, they became nervous again. That was because they did not know who Lin Xian's opponent would be. If it was him, would he be able to withstand it? Lin Xian took a step forward. His figure was like a sword light as he arrived on the battlefield. Then, he scanned the surroundings. Feeling Lin Xian's sharp gaze, many people trembled and felt their scalps go numb. Some even didn't dare to look straight at him. Powerful kings like the First Blade and the Fist Tyrant snorted coldly as their eyes shone with a fierce light. For a time, it could be said that the atmosphere was extremely tense. Humph, this was especially true for the first slash. His expression was solemn. And his gaze was like a sharp heavenly blade that sliced through the void. A terrifying saber intent gushed out of his body. That was because he was known as the #1 swordsman, while his opponent was known as the #1 swordsman. Both of them were in first place, but it was unknown whose sword was stronger and whose saber was stronger. Therefore, when Saber saw Lin Xian for the first time, his gaze was extremely cold. He even wanted to make a move to determine the victor between them. Clang! Clang! Their gazes collided in the air, creating dazzling sparks. Even the void was cut open, forming cracks. Everyone held their breaths, thinking that there was going to be an earth-shattering battle between the two of them. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian shifted his gaze. What was going on? He didn't challenge the first slash. Could it be that the two of them didn't fight? Everyone was confused. According to the previous scene, it shouldn't have been like this. They were extremely confused and continued to watch. Lin Xian had indeed shifted his target. His opponent this time was not the first slash. It was someone else, someone that he had wanted to kill for a long time. In the next moment, Lin Xian shifted his gaze away from the first slash. However, he didn't move his gaze away. He was still on the platform where the third prince was. He looked at the other person. It was a young man in a sword robe. His face was arrogant, and he carried a large black sword on his back. His entire body was emitting a sharp aura. "Didn't you want to fight me? I'm here now." "Make your move," Lin Xian said coldly. His gaze was fixed on the young man in the sword robe. "Kid, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The young man in the sword robe sneered, then slowly stood up. The gazes of the surrounding geniuses and princes all turned to look at them. In the next moment, they exclaimed. That person was from the sacred land of Day. Is the sacred land of Day also in the hands of the third prince? What a freak. I recognize him. He's Tanifei, the outstanding prodigy of the sacred land of Day. Oh right, during the sword duel on Mount Hua, he confronted Lin Xian. However, they were interrupted in the end and didn't fight. They didn't expect that the battle would continue until today. With this reminder, everyone began to recall what had happened. Indeed, during the sword duel on Mount Hua, Tanifei wanted to challenge Lin Xian but was stopped by General Li Hua. Now, Lin Xian was going to fight again, and the first person he challenged was Tanifei. Kid, I have to say, how dare you challenge me? You're courting death. If that's the case, I'll let everyone know who the real #1 swordsman is. Tanifei revealed a cold smile. The title of the #1 swordsman was too tempting. It was something that every swordsman wanted. Naturally, he was no exception. As long as he could defeat the kid in front of him, he would be able to marry the title. At that time, he could make himself and the sacred land of Day famous in the entire Taiyu dynasty. Buzz, in the next moment, he took a step forward, tore through the void, and flew forward. Seeing this, the surrounding martial artists were shocked. The third prince also narrowed his eyes. He knew that Tanifei's strength was not weaker than Bai Zijing's. Therefore, it was hard to say who would be the final winner between the two of them. However, he had confidence in Tanifei. After all, the sacred land of Day was a very terrifying sacred land, and the Day sword technique was even more terrifying. The eighth prince also took a deep breath and observed with rapt attention. It could be said that this battle had affected everyone's hearts. Kid, choosing me as your opponent is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. In front, Tanifei came to the battlefield, looked at Lin Xian, and sneered. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. So much nonsense. Let's fight. I'll let you know how big the gap is between you and the #1 swordsman. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Hearing the provocation, Tanifei's face turned gloomy. In the next moment, he snorted coldly, and a powerful force surged out of his body, turning into a shocking sword light. It pierced through heaven and earth. Suddenly, countless sword chi appeared in all directions, forming many shining light swords. Boom! Boom, boom. The space exploded in an instant, and a powerful aura instantly filled the entire void. The expressions of those who were watching the battle from afar changed. So powerful, as expected of a genius from the Dayan's sacred land. That sword was too terrifying. The young experts exclaimed. An ordinary-looking young man beside the fourth prince had a solemn look in his eyes. There was a cold light in his eyes. He was Xianxia, a terrifying swordsman. When he felt the sword chi from Tanny Fei, his expression was solemn. As expected of someone from the Dian sacred land, he was indeed powerful. First Blade also had a solemn look on his face. However, he did not know who was more powerful between the two of them. To be honest, he was not confident about the outcome of the battle. Given the current situation, they could only wait quietly. On the first prince's side, the golden-looking young man opened his eyes, and then the corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. "Interesting," he said calmly. At that moment, Tanny Fei also made his move. He snorted coldly and waved his hand. A sharp sword chi was released from his palm. The sword chi was dark and heavy like a mountain, exuding a terrifying pressure. In an instant, it descended from the sky and charged toward Lin Xian. That was the overmount sword technique, an advanced earth-class martial art. It was a terrifying sword technique. When it was unleashed, each ray of sword chi was like an ancient mountain range, abnormally thick and heavy. Not to mention an ordinary king, even an almighty would be suppressed in an instant. It was extremely terrifying. No one expected Tanny Fei to use such a terrifying sword technique as soon as he appeared. Boom, however, a terrifying flame energy surged out of Lin Xian's body. In an instant, the terrifying flame light shot into the sky. Then, Lin Xian threw out a punch. In an instant, it shattered the incomparably pitch-black, mountain-like sword chi. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Although everyone knew that Lin Xian was powerful, they did not expect him to be so violent and domineering. He shattered such a terrifying sword technique with one punch. Even an ordinary almighty would not be able to do that. Humph, seeing this, Tanny Fei coldly harumphed and attacked again. With a clanging sound, the huge black sword on his back was pulled out. Holding it in his hand, it turned into a black city. Carrying an extremely terrifying pressure, it quickly pressed down. Clang, the void exploded in an instant. At this moment, the sky and the ground were filled with terrifying black sword chi. That sharp aura was hard to believe. What a terrifying sword, this should also be a top-grade artifact. The geniuses in the distance were startled seeing this. This was because they could clearly sense how terrifying this sword was. Apart from the sword technique, the black greatsword should also be a terrifying weapon of mass destruction. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to emit such an aura. In the blink of an eye, the sky seemed to have lost its luster, leaving only the black sword. It slashed down quickly, like a black thunder that wanted to destroy everything. However, what was even more shocking was Lin Xian's performance. However, in the face of such a terrifying sword chi, he actually didn't have any intention of dodging. There was no trace of nervousness on his handsome face. Vulcan's roar, in the next moment, he directly attacked. A terrifying hell flame gushed out from his body and quickly bloomed, forming a black giant. Then, the giant threw out a punch. Boom! Boom, boom! The violent black giant threw out a terrifying punch, bringing with it a sky full of black flames and terrifying power. In an instant, the void exploded as it violently slammed into the black greatsword. In the next moment, a terrifying explosion sounded in the sky. The entire void was smashed into nothingness, and cracks filled the sky. In the distance, the crowd gasped. This was because they had only just started fighting, and both sides had already displayed such powerful super skills. It was truly shocking. Beside the 14th prince, the drunk young man squinted his eyes, which were shining with golden light. What a terrifying flame power! What kind of flame was that? He was extremely surprised. Because he was also a fire-type king, he had powerful flames in his hands. However, at this moment, the black flames on Lin Xian's body also posed a great threat to him, so he had to be serious. In the sky, the black greatsword was blocked, and it could not descend at all. Tanny Fei also frowned. He did not expect Lin Xian to be able to block his killer move. It was truly a surprise. Lin Xian said indifferently. "You want to fight for the first sword with just this little bit of strength? You're too naive, you're courting death." Hearing this, Tanny Fei was enraged. In the next moment, he roared again, and the sharp sword chi on his body exploded again. Edgeless greatsword, It was another killer move, and countless black cracks appeared in the sky. The entire space trembled rapidly. Obviously, Tanny Fei had used another terrifying sword Dao killer move. Humph, Lin Xian also snorted coldly and put his palms together. Suddenly, the black giant on his body also changed rapidly. Then, a pitch-black, 100-foot-long black flame greatsword appeared in the sky, held by the giant. Then, it slashed forward. Whoosh, everywhere it passed, the void was mercilessly torn apart. Then, it collided with the black dragon-like greatsword. The sky collapsed again, and everything within a 10,000-mile radius was enveloped by an invisible sword wave. In the sky, countless thunderous sounds were heard. After a long time, it slowly disappeared. Then, two figures could be seen standing in front of them. Both of their faces were solemn. In the distance, the crowd also exclaimed. Those two were so strong, they were the top prodigies of the younger generation. Yes, those two were probably just testing the waters and had not used their full strength yet. After all, Tanny Fei had not used the Dian sword technique yet. Until now, Lin Xian had not drawn his sword, and was only using sword chi to fight. Those two were so strong that no one could fight against them except for a few prodigies. Exclamations were heard one after another. Obviously, the crowd was shocked by the strength of those two. In fact, even the elders of the imperial family in the sky nodded their heads slightly. At this moment, Lin Xian and Tanny Fei in front of them started fighting again. Both of them were extremely fast, like lightning, and kept colliding in the sky. Every time, there would be a patch of sword light that turned into sharp sword chi and scattered in all directions. In an instant, the two of them had exchanged dozens of moves, and the terrifying aura made people shudder. However, the crowd was still shocked. That was because Tanny Fei had not used the Dian sword formation, and Lin Xian had not drawn his sword. Boom! Boom! Lin Xian did not stop attacking. Although he did not draw his sword, the sword chi that he released was sharp. The sword chi contained the power of the great dragon sword soul and was extremely terrifying. The power contained in the sword chi made people want to kneel down and worship it. However, one had to admit that Tanny Fei was extremely powerful. As a skyprite of the Dian sacred ground, his unique skills were terrifying. Moreover, the giant black sword in his hand was a precious treasure. This made him, who was originally fierce, even more violent. Buzz, at this moment, Tanny Fei slashed out again. A terrifying sword light appeared and slashed down. This sword contained a terrifying murderous aura that locked onto Lin Xian and wanted to kill him. The murderous aura was so powerful that it could even hurt one's soul. Buzz, Lin Xian blocked the attack with a backhand. Countless sword chi intertwined on his palm and formed a green dragon divine shield that blocked the terrifying sword light. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he formed a seal with his right hand and a terrifying lightning power surged out from his palm and quickly took shape. It turned into a thunder eagle and flew out instantly. Boom! This thunder eagle was extremely terrifying. It was completely formed by the lightning power and its speed was extremely fast. In an instant, it disappeared into the void like a bolt of lightning. When it reappeared, it was still in front of Tanny Fei. What? It was so fast, Tanny Fei's face changed drastically and his pupils shrank. He did not expect this move at all. Previously, he had seen Lin Xian's ice power and knew that Lin Xian had the power of fire. Therefore, he was on guard against these two powers. However, he did not expect Lin Xian to use three powers. The power of lightning, this surprised him and he could not guard against it. Therefore, in an instant, the Thunder Eagle appeared in front of him and was about to attack him. Buzz, at this critical moment, Tanny Fei used the giant black sword in his hand to block in front of him. Countless sword runes flickered on the giant sword and turned into rays of sword light that formed a terrifying sword screen that protected him. Boom! At the next moment, the wild thunderbolt eagle crashed into the sword screen that filled the sky, causing a huge explosion. The sky was filled with thunder and lightning, completely drowning the sky. Boom! Boom! Thunder rumbled continuously, deafening everyone's ears. The expressions of the surrounding elites and skyprides also changed. They also did not expect Lin Xian to possess the power of lightning. It was truly surprising. This kid was too terrifying. First, he displayed the power of ice and fire. Now, he displayed the power of lightning. Moreover, the power of these three attributes were all so powerful. Where did he come from? A series of discussions took place. Even geniuses like Fist Tyrant and First Saber could no longer stay calm. The reason for that was because the power contained within the three attributes was simply too frightening. It caused them to be extremely fearful. The eighth prince's lips curled into a smile. He thought in his heart that these should be the three powers of the Cerberus. Who would have thought that he would be able to grasp them all? This kid was truly a peerless genius. He was able to grasp the power of the Cerberus in such a short time. The eighth prince had been to Valurium Palace before, so he knew about the existence of the Cerberus Mountain. He also knew that Lin Xian was cultivating in the Cerberus Mountain. Therefore, when he saw the three attributes, he naturally thought of the Cerberus. In the distance, the rumbling of thunder continued, but the sound was getting weaker and weaker. Soon, the sky full of thunder and lightning disappeared, allowing the crowd to see the situation inside. Then, they were all stunned. Because they saw a figure standing in front of them. In front of him was a terrifying light screen that flickered with cold light. It formed a strong defense. However, there was a small gap in the light screen. It was only the size of a palm, but it was enough. It was enough for the wild thunderbolt eagle to enter. Sure enough, on Tanifei's face, there was a small sword. Mark, a wound. Blood flowed down his face, dyeing half of it red. At this moment, under that ferocious face, it was extremely terrifying. Blood, Tanifei's body trembled slightly. He dipped his hand in a drop of blood and held it in front of his eyes. Then, he roared at the sky. Damned brat, how dare you hurt me? I'll kill you. He was too angry. He didn't expect that he would be the first to be injured, moreover, it was his face that was hit. This wasn't a slap to his face, therefore, he was truly angry. In the next moment, he roared. Great development sword technique, along with this voice, streaks of sharp sword light gushed out from the huge black sword. They turned into swords of light in the sky and quickly spread out. Then, they formed a monstrous formation that sealed off the entire space. Great development sword technique, in the sky, countless swords of light emitted a terrifying light. They formed an extremely complex sword formation that completely enveloped Lin Xian. The aura that emanated from it shocked everyone. At this moment, the eyes of First Blade, Fist Tyrant, Sword Shursan, and other geniuses bloomed. This was because the Dian sword formation was truly too powerful. Within the formation, Lin Xian also frowned. He felt the swords of light coming from all directions, and his expression was extremely solemn. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and countless icy auras appeared on his body. Ice protection, an illusion of the goddess of ice appeared, forming a powerful defense that enveloped him and blocked the swords of light that filled the sky. However, at this moment, Tanifei sneered, and the corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful smile. It's useless. No matter how powerful your defense is, you can't block my great development sword formation. Just you wait, you'll be killed very soon. His voice was unusually cold and emotionless. Killed? You're really naive. Do you think you're the only one who has a sword formation? Lin Xian sneered. He stomped his foot, and red sword patterns immediately appeared under his feet. They formed a sword diagram that quickly spread out. With him as the center, it instantly enveloped the entire ground. Demon-slaying sword formation. When the sword formation was formed, it released an extremely terrifying murderous aura. The entire ground seemed to have turned into a sea of blood hell, emitting a dense murderous aura. What? What kind of sword formation is this? It's too terrifying. Everyone was extremely shocked. They were all stunned by the blood-colored aura. In the sky, Tanifei's expression also changed. He did not expect the other party to have mastered a sword formation. Moreover, it seemed to be quite powerful. That murderous aura made him feel uncomfortable all over. However, he soon sneered because he was very confident in the Great Development Sword Formation. The Great Development Sword Formation was the ultimate technique of the Great Development Sacred Ground. No matter what kind of formation the other party had, it could not be compared to his. He was very confident about that. Therefore, in the next moment, he continued to activate the Great Development Sword Formation. Streaks of sword chi flew in the air, forming a sword of light that quickly combined. Buzz, Lin Xian also controlled the demon-slaying sword formation to counterattack. The blood-colored sword chi quickly intertwined and formed a blood-colored phoenix that soared into the sky. Boom! Boom, boom! The blood-colored phoenix soared into the sky and knocked away all the light swords around it. Then, it let out a long cry and turned into a red torrent that charged forward. In the next moment, it collided with the light dragon formed by the light swords. An intense battle broke out in the sky. The two divine beasts that were formed by the light swords seemed to be real and were exceptionally terrifying. However, it was not over yet. Lin Xian waved his hand and immediately, more blood-colored sword chi surged out from the demon-slaying sword formation under his feet and turned into a phoenix that charged forward. 1, 2, 3, 9, the 9 blood-colored phoenixes were completely formed by the sword chi and covered the sky. When they spread their wings, they covered the entire sky. They emitted a monstrous blood aura and sharp sword chi as they charged toward the light dragon. Although the light dragon was formed by the Dian sword formation, it could not withstand the attacks of the 9 blood-colored phoenixes at all. In an instant, it turned into countless pieces and scattered in the sky. Dian sword formation, sword shatters the sky. Seeing this scene, Tanny Fei roared furiously. He waved the giant sword in his hand and quickly activated the Dian sword formation to make another killing move. In the sky, countless sword chi flashed. They were densely packed and extremely mysterious. They intertwined with each other and emitted a mysterious power. Boom! Boom, boom! In an instant, the terrifying sword chi pierced through the 9 blood-colored phoenixes and turned into a ray of light. Then, it charged toward Lin Xian quickly. Seeing this, the surrounding princes and skyprides were all shocked. This was because they had seen how terrifying the 9-headed blood-colored phoenixes were. However, at this moment, Tanny Fei was able to make an even more powerful killing move. This really shocked them. In an instant, everyone turned to look at Lin Xian. They wanted to know if he would be able to block the attack. Lin Xian's expression changed and a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, his palm print and the ice protection appeared again. Not only that, but he was also wearing a black cloak battle armor. Between the ice shield and the black battle armor was the azure dragon divine shield formed by the dragon sword domain. Boom! Boom! When he was done, the sharp sword light slashed down. Soon, it collided with the ice guardian and caused a huge explosion. Sword light and ice exploded all over the sky, drowning out this part of the sky. This strike was earth-shattering. Even a peerless genius like the first blade, Fist Tyrant, was frowning. That brat Lin Xian would most likely be seriously injured if he was hit head-on. That's right, with such a powerful attack, he could only rely on his speed to dodge it. It was simply impossible to resist it head-on. Sounds of discussion could be heard, and the third prince revealed a satisfied smile. The reason for that was because he didn't believe that anyone would be able to withstand his attack. On the other side, the 8th prince frowned. Although he had confidence in Lin Xian, he was still extremely worried at the moment. However, there was nothing he could do now. He could only wait patiently. In front of him, Tanny Fei held the giant black sword in his hand and curled his lips into a cold smile. He knew that his attack had definitely hit his opponent. At the very least, he would be seriously injured. In fact, he might even kill his opponent. Thinking of that, he became even more smug. However, when the energy that filled the sky disappeared, he was stunned. There was even a hint of shock in his eyes. That was because the sword light that filled the sky in front of him had disappeared, and then Lin Xian's figure appeared. A huge crack appeared on the ice goddess statue on his body. It had been slashed open by the sword. However, under the ice goddess statue, there was a coiled azure dragon that formed a divine shield. It was this azure dragon shield that had blocked the sharp sword light, preventing Lin Xian from being injured at all. At that moment, Lin Xian raised his head slightly, his expression incomparably calm. However, there was an extremely cold light in his eyes. What? How could he have blocked it? He wasn't injured. Seeing this scene, the princes and prodigies in the distance were all stunned. They could not believe it at all. That was an extremely terrifying killing move of the Dian sword formation, even they did not dare to take it head-on. They could only dodge. However, someone had actually blocked it head-on. It was really surprising. How did he do it? First Blade, Fist Ba, and the others had grave expressions. The third prince's expression became extremely unpleasant. On the other side, the eighth prince was indeed smiling. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. Impossible, how could that be? In the sky, Tanifei shook his head frantically in disbelief. He was very confident in that attack. Even if it could not kill his opponent, it could at least injure him. However, what was going on now? His opponent had completely blocked his killing move and was not even injured at all. This was simply too inconceivable. Damn it, I don't believe it. Tanifei roared at the sky and activated the terrifying sword formation around him again, wanting to kill his opponent. However, the demon-slaying sword formation under Lin Xian's feet flickered with an extremely terrifying light. Tens of thousands of blood-colored sword chi filled the sky and blocked the Dian sword formation. At that moment, Lin Xian also spoke. The Dian sword formation is indeed powerful, but it can't hurt me. Therefore, you are destined to lose this battle. Hearing that, everyone was shocked. Tanifei's body trembled, and a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. He was Tanifei. He was an outstanding genius of the Dian Holy Land, a terrifying genius. Moreover, he was extremely powerful. This time, he came to compete for the title of the #1 swordsman. However, he had lost. He could not accept losing to a young swordsman that he had never heard of. Ah, I'm going to kill you, Tanifei roared crazily, and a king's domain quickly appeared beside him. It cooperated with the Dian sword formation to form an even more terrifying killing move. However, at that moment, First Blade and the others frowned. Tanifei's condition was not right. Was he going crazy? On the other side, Xianxia also shook his head slightly. It's over. Tanifei must have suffered a serious blow. The most important thing for a swordsman was confidence, because that was the source of confidence in himself. However, at that moment, Tanifei's confidence was shaken. This was fatal for a swordsman. Lin Xian revealed a cold smile. At that moment, he pulled out the 9 darkness demonic sword, and the sword chi on his body erupted once again. At that moment, he was like a sword god, incomparably terrifying. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated, and then he waved a sharp sword light. Ice break, the sword chi that filled the sky emitted a biting cold aura, and then the sword cut through heaven and earth. Bang, this sword directly sent Tanifei flying. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their scalps went numb. They did not expect that the incomparably powerful Tanifei would be defeated by Lin Xian. They did not expect that the incomparably powerful Tanifei was actually defeated in front of Lin Xian too. What level had Lin Xian reached? How could he be so terrifying? Puff, Tanifei spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He struggled to get up, but the sword attack had injured him too severely. He could no longer continue the battle. In the sky, the royal family elder said in a deep voice when he saw this scene. Lin Xian had won this battle. Then, Lin Xian kept his demonic sword. The 8th prince had won another trump jade token. Everyone was shocked. They were afraid of Lin Xian. Peerless experts like First Blade and Fist Tyrant had a serious expression. They wanted to fight with Lin Xian for 300 rounds. Even the Golden Lion King from the war tribe, who was beside the first prince, opened his eyes. There was a strange look in his eyes as he stared at Lin Xian. On the other side, Tanifei was sent off the stage. His face was filled with unwillingness and despair. This battle had dealt a huge blow to him. He had always been conceited and did not put anyone in his eyes. Especially when it came to swordsmanship, he thought that he was the top of the younger generation. But now, he had been defeated and sent flying by a sword attack. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to him. The third prince's face was gloomy. He said coldly, "Damn it. I must not let this kid live. I must at least injure him severely. Otherwise, he would be too much of a threat. Don't worry. Although he is strong, he is still not my match," First Blade said in a deep voice. There was a cold light in his eyes. Fist Tyrant also snorted. "I have 80% confidence in defeating him." Both of them were top-notch skyprides. They were powerful and were at the peak of their respective fields. Therefore, the third prince calmed down with these two people's words. On the other side, the first prince asked, "Are you confident in defeating Lin Xian?" Golden Lion King sneered. "He is not my match at all." Hearing this, the first prince smiled. He knew that he had made the right bet this time. With the Golden Lion King as his trump card, it could be said that this time, he didn't fear anyone. At this moment, First Blade also stood up. It was my turn. The first strike was unleashed. He was extremely domineering, as if he was the saber god, standing in the void. Biting cold killing intent surged in all directions. His opponent was a martial art practitioner under the second prince. When that person saw that his opponent was the first slash, his expression stiffened. Clearly, although he was strong, he was still no match for the first slash. At this moment, First Blade glanced at the young man and said calmly, "If you don't want to die, don't attack." "Humph, although you're powerful, it won't be easy for you to defeat me." The young man gritted his teeth. Although he wasn't as strong as the other party, how could he lose without a fight? Therefore, in the next moment, the young man roared angrily, and an enormous aura surged from his body. At the same time, a king's domain appeared. Facing the first strike, he didn't dare to be careless, and he immediately unleashed his king's domain. Coupled with his killing move, he quickly charged over like a berserk god of war. "You overestimate yourself." Seeing that his opponent was charging over, First Blade sneered disdainfully. In the next moment, he stomped his foot and disappeared on the spot like a bolt of lightning. Then, a sonorous sound was heard in the void, and a blue saber light flashed, cutting through the void and splitting apart the terrifying king's domain. Buzz, the biting cold saber landed directly between the young man's eyebrows. If it had gone a little further, it would have split the young man's body in half. The young man froze in midair, and his expression became extremely ugly. His entire body was drenched in sweat, and he was frightened by the saber light. Although the saber light didn't hit him, the terrifying murderous intent that it emitted made him extremely shocked. At this moment, the expressions of the surrounding people also changed, and they were all extremely shocked. They didn't expect First Blade to be so terrifying that he defeated his opponent in one move. Wasn't this a little too powerful, as expected of the number one swordsman? He was indeed terrifying. That slash was too fast. I couldn't even see the trajectory of the slash clearly. Many prodigies exclaimed. That was because they realized that even when facing First Blade, they didn't have full confidence. They might not even be able to dodge it, and could only take it head-on. "You win." That young man said those words with difficulty. Then, he lost all his strength. He was also a prodigy, but when facing First Blade, he didn't even have the ability to fight back. Seeing this scene, the second prince's face became incomparably ugly. However, there was nothing he could do. His status couldn't be compared to the third prince, so he could only sulk at this moment. After the First Blade, the Golden Lion King next to the first prince also stood up. He took a step forward and arrived at the battle stage below. Then, he stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a golden god of war. He didn't deliberately emit his aura, but that sharp aura was indeed suppressing the crowd to the point that they couldn't breathe. His opponent was a cultivator under the seventh prince. When that cultivator saw that he had to face the Golden Lion King, his expression became extremely ugly, as if he had eaten a dead rat. However, admitting defeat without a fight made him lose face. Therefore, he could only brace himself and fight. One punch. With a simple punch, the Golden Lion King exploded heaven and earth, sending that cultivator flying. Everyone was amazed by the Golden Lion King's strength. Because in such a battle, it was impossible to see how strong the opponent was. It seemed that they could only get a glimpse of the Golden Lion King's strength when fighting against some exceptional prodigy. Next, Xianxia, Quan Ba, Duan Qingqing and the others also made their moves. Both of them settled their battles with ease. Until now, the eighth prince's side was still slightly in the lead. Behind him were the first prince and the third prince. Behind them were the fourth prince, the 15th prince and the 9th prince. At this moment, a tall young man beside the first prince stood up. This young man was even more majestic than the Golden Lion King. His body was filled with power. His upper body was bare, and every muscle was like a dragon. This was the terrifying Herculean king. Legend had it that he had boundless strength, and no one dared to fight him in close combat. His previous performance was also like that. When facing the enemy's attacks, he didn't dodge at all. Those attacks hit his body and made clanging sounds. They didn't cause any damage at all. His body was like a top-grade armor, abnormally sturdy. And his opponent couldn't even take a single punch from him. That was because the strength was too violent. Seeing the Herculean king appear, everyone shook their heads and sighed. They knew that no matter who the opponent was, there was probably no hope. However, when the Herculean king's opponent really stood up, everyone exclaimed. They knew that no matter who his opponent was, there was probably no hope for him. However, when the Herculean king's opponent stepped out, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Everyone was extremely shocked. That was because the Herculean king's opponent was not simple. He was also a peerless genius under the 8th prince. The Silver Dragon Spear Monarch, Lu Fei. His strength was not weaker than the Herculean king's. The silver spear in his hand was like a silver dragon, leaving a deep impression on everyone. They did not expect that this battle would turn out to be between two peerless geniuses. This should be the most intense battle so far apart from Lin Xian and Tan Yifei. At the thought of this, everyone became excited and watched nervously. The 3rd prince also smiled. No matter who won this battle, they would be able to exhaust the top forces of the 1st prince and the 8th prince. To him, there were only benefits and no harm. Lu Fei, you'd better back down. You're no match for me. Your silver dragon spear can't break through my defense at all, the Herculean king said coldly. His voice was also filled with power, causing the void to tremble rapidly. How would you know if you don't try? My silver dragon spear is not something you can imagine, Lu Fei snorted. As a peerless genius, he was naturally not afraid of the Herculean king. So what if his opponent's defense was strong? He was confident in his attack power. In that case, I'll play with you. I'll let you know what it means to have an unparalleled defense. The Herculean king grinned. However, although he was grinning, his body emitted a terrifying aura, as if a peerless demon king was rapidly awakening. Feeling this aura, the surrounding martial artists felt a chill run down their spines and a chill ran down their spines. Humph, Lu Fei was even more direct. He took a step forward and charged over quickly. Then, he clenched his fist and a silver spear quickly appeared. Then, he stabbed out with the spear. Boom, the entire area of silver light trembled and gathered in the sky. Then, it pressed down on the ground. The entire space was completely dyed silver white. That terrifying aura was like a dragon moving out. It was extremely terrifying and made everyone's scalp tingle. In front of him, facing the terrifying spear, the Herculean king also made his move. He did not have any weapons. His pair of fists were his most terrifying weapons. When he moved, his terrifying fist shook the void and carried a sky full of green light as they blasted forward. Savage technique, this was an extremely terrifying mystical ability. Rumor had it that it originated from the ancient times. Now that it was being used by the Herculean king, it carried with it a ferocious aura. His fists seemed to have transformed into two peerless demon kings. They were abnormally terrifying. In an instant, it shattered the void and violently smashed onto the silver spear light. Boom, the collision between the two kings and the Herculean king. The entire sky was distorted, and a huge hole was blasted open in the void. Boundless cracks spread out in all directions. Many martial artists took a deep breath and their bodies trembled. Even a peerless genius like Fist Tyrant had a solemn look on his face. Even Lin Xian's eyes flickered. That was because he discovered that the two of them were truly very powerful. Neither of them were weaker than Tan Yifei. Boom boom, in the sky, as the two of them collided, huge cracks continuously appeared and spread in all directions. Seeing this, Lu Fei frowned. That was because he discovered that his opponent was actually able to contend against him with only a pair of fists. This really surprised him. One should know that he was a peerless genius. The silver spear in his hand was even more terrifying. This strike could even penetrate a mighty figure. However, his opponent's fist was blocked, and he did not receive any damage. It had to be said that it was really too shocking. In the next moment, he snorted coldly, held the silver spear with both hands, and attacked again. Haha! On the other side, the Herculean king let out a hearty laugh as well as he stretched out his arm. That horrifying palm was like a mountain as it slapped out viciously, causing the void to tremble. Boom! Boom! This was an extremely terrifying battle. When the two of them attacked, their battle caused the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. For a moment, the two of them were evenly matched. The surrounding people exclaimed in admiration. The power displayed by these two people was simply too powerful. One had sharp attacks, while the other had unparalleled defense. It could be said that they had reached the pinnacle of their respective realms. Boom! The Herculean king, on the other hand, became braver as he fought. His defense was unparalleled, and his physique was tough. He was not afraid of these attacks at all. Therefore, at this moment, he was like a god of war as he charged over. His entire body exuded a terrifying power. On the other hand, Lu Fei was extremely solemn. The silver spear in his hand continued to fly out like a silver river, stirring up the void. That sharp aura was enough to make people shudder with fear. Boom! There was another earth-shattering collision. Then, Lu Fei's body trembled as he kept retreating. Cracks also appeared on his hand that was holding the silver spear. What? Lu Fei was pushed back and injured. When the crowd saw this, they exclaimed. It seemed that the Herculean king was indeed stronger. I've said it before, you're no match for me, the Herculean king said loudly. On the other hand, Lu Fei snorted coldly as he channeled his power to heal the wounds on his hand. Then, he gripped the silver spear tightly again, and his entire person became extremely fierce. These injuries won't let you defeat me. Next, show me what you're capable of. Otherwise, you'll definitely be injured. At this point, Lu Fei took a step forward, and his body suddenly erupted. A silver light, like a silver divine spear, pierced through the clouds. That aura was so powerful that no one could look directly at it. When the crowd saw this scene, they were shocked. They knew that Lu Fei was probably going to go all out. Sure enough, a king's domain quickly appeared behind him, emitting an unparalleled light. It was as if a silver dragon was circling around him. Not only that, but his aura also suddenly skyrocketed, reaching the peak of a 6-star king. It seemed that he was only one step away from breaking through the 6-star king realm and stepping into the almighty realm. Feeling this aura, many people sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces full of shock. God, he's actually reached the peak of a 6-star king realm. It seems that he's not far from the almighty realm. Yes, this Lu Fei is really terrifying. I didn't expect him to reach such a level. After breaking through to the almighty realm, no one in the younger generation would be a match for him. Discussions sounded one after another. Obviously, everyone was extremely shocked. The young geniuses looked extremely solemn. Because at this point, they were all 6-star kings, and their combat power was at the almighty realm. However, at this time, if someone broke through first and became a true almighty, he would soar into the sky and suppress the other geniuses. At this moment, Lu Fei could be said to be quite powerful. His black hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes were sharp, and the silver spear in his hand was emitting a dazzling light. In the next moment, he stared at the Herculean king and said coldly, "Next, I will be using my full strength. Whether you can withstand it or not will depend on your luck." On the other side, the Herculean king also frowned because his opponent's aura was already enough to pose a threat to him. In the next moment, he shouted coldly and circulated the spiritual power in his body. Then, his body expanded again. Blue patterns appeared on his body, looking very mysterious. Not only that, but these patterns also condensed to form a pattern of a wolf's head on his shoulder. It was abnormally terrifying. His aura also skyrocketed. That was the celestial wolf constitution. Seeing this scene, the imperial family elders in the sky suddenly narrowed their eyes and exclaimed. The young prodigies and princes below were also shocked. The celestial wolf constitution, he actually has the celestial wolf constitution, no wonder he was so powerful. Everyone was too shocked because previously, they thought that the Herculean king was powerful because of the savage technique that had been passed down since ancient times. But now, it seemed that it was not only that. Not only did he master an ancient cultivation technique, but he also had a strange bloodline constitution. What was the celestial wolf constitution? Lin Xian asked with a slight frown. Duan Qingqing was surprised, but soon explained softly. The celestial wolf constitution was a special bloodline constitution that was very powerful. Its power was above the back of earth constitution. It was above the thick earth constitution. Hearing this, Lin Xian was surprised. He had seen the thick earth constitution before, and it had shocked everyone at the sword conference on Mount Hua. That was because it was said to have an extremely strong defense. He did not expect the celestial wolf constitution to be stronger than the back of earth constitution. It was really shocking. No wonder the Herculean king was so terrifying and had such a powerful bloodline. At the front, Lu Fei also frowned. He did not expect the Herculean king to have the celestial wolf constitution. No wonder he was so powerful. The Herculean king laughed. Kid, I have to say, you should be proud that you made me use the celestial wolf constitution, but now, the battle is over. Humph, whether it ends or not, I have the final say. When Lu Fei heard this, he snorted coldly. Then, he clenched the silver spear in his hand and attacked quickly. Boom, with a thrust of the spear, the world shook violently. The king's domain behind him instantly expanded and enveloped the entire space. Spiritual energy surged as the long spear turned into a torrent. An endless amount of killing intent soared into the sky, as if it wanted to suppress the power king alive. The Herculean king also roared. His voice was like a clap of thunder, shaking the void. Then, he threw out a punch. Above the fist, a blue aura spread out and turned into a ferocious wolf head that appeared between heaven and earth. A terrifying aura rushed out of the sky, tearing the world apart. At this moment, the Herculean king seemed to have transformed into a heavenly wolf. The Herculean king's heavenly wolf bloodline was so powerful. In the sky, the first elder of the royal family was shocked. He frowned as he looked at the heavenly wolf's cry. He knew that the silhouette of the heavenly wolf was stimulated from the bloodline of the Herculean king. It was the power of the bloodline, incomparably terrifying. He was afraid that Lu Fei would not be able to win this battle. That was indeed the case. As soon as the silhouette of the heavenly wolf appeared, it tore through the void and slammed onto the silver spear. Instantly, the spear was sent flying. Not only that, the heavenly wolf's claw slammed onto Lu Fei's body and sent him flying. Lu Fei spat out blood and flew backward. His face was extremely pale. This time, he was severely injured. Humph, I told you, you're no match for me. The Power King retracted his fist and snorted coldly. On the other hand, Lu Fei gritted his teeth and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. He grabbed the silver spear beside him and wanted to attack again. However, at this moment, the 8th prince stood up and said loudly, Lu Fei, that's enough. Come back. The 8th prince had no choice but to attack. If Lu Fei continued to fight, he would most likely be severely injured. If he could not recover by then, his losses would be even greater. After all, there would be a competition for the second round. At that time, he would snatch it back. Anyway, a jade token was not a fatal difference. Hearing the 8th prince's words, Lu Fei nodded heavily, then turned around and left the battlefield. This was a clash between the 1st prince and the 8th prince, and the 1st prince won. The 1st prince was naturally satisfied. Originally, he had 2 generals under him. One was the Power King, and the other was Bai Zijing. One of them was unparalleled, while the other had terrifying swordsmanship. Now, although Bai Zijing had sealed his sword and did not attack. However, the Power King was extremely powerful. So far, he had not been defeated. Moreover, he had invited the geniuses of the battle group. This time, he would definitely be able to suppress the 8th prince and the 3rd prince. On the other hand, the 8th prince's side looked solemn. That was because the Power King was too terrifying. However, when Lu Fei returned, the 8th prince asked Lu Fei to quickly sit down and recover. Moreover, he asked his subordinates to give him many natural treasures. They were all precious herbs from the palace, and the recovery effect was amazing. Lu Fei did not stand on ceremony. He sat down cross-legged and swallowed some elixirs to recover. At the side, Lin Xian did not speak, but his eyes were shining brightly. At this moment, He was recalling the previous battle in his mind. He had to admit that the Power King's defensive power had surprised him. Especially the serious constitution and the Barbarian King technique, both of which were very powerful. He was comparing whether his great dragon sword soul could break through the opponent's defense. If he did not use physical attacks, but another path, soul attacks, what would the effect be? One should know that his heavenly secret divine eyes was very terrifying. Although he could not use it at full strength, it was easy for him to use soul illusions and soul attacks together with his soul power. Therefore, although the Power King was powerful, Lin Xian instantly came up with 2 ways to deal with him. Next, the battle continued. Every battle was thrilling. However, at this moment, the crowd exclaimed again. Because they realized that it was going to be another earth-shattering battle. Beside the first prince, the Golden Lion King from the War tribe stood up again. He was like the sun war god, walking in the void. Every step he took brought about great power and light that filled the sky. His opponent was not simple either. It was the third prince's side, Fist Tyrant, who was famous for his fist techniques. Fist Tyrant was a handsome man with short hair and a red string tied around his head. He wore short sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. On his palms, he was wearing 2 red boxing gloves that were covered with veined patterns. These were 2 top-grade artifacts. Together with his violent fist techniques, they could destroy everything. Humph. When the first prince saw this, a smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He knew that he had won again this time. Because he was very confident in the Golden Lion King. On the other hand, the third prince's face was gloomy. Previously, he was still gloating because the 8th prince had lost a great general. However, he did not expect that it would be his turn in the blink of an eye. To be honest, although Quan Ba was very powerful, the Golden Lion King was too terrifying. Up until now, no one knew exactly what kind of strength he had. Because he only used 1 punch in every battle. A simple punch was enough to defeat the enemy. As for his true strength, no one knew. The 8th prince's side also showed interest. This Golden Lion King was not simple. Until now, no one knew how powerful he was. However, it was estimated that Quan Ba would be able to force him to use 80% of his strength. The other princes and skyprides were also discussing. In their opinion, this would definitely be a fierce battle. Perhaps they could use this battle to see the Golden Lion King's true strength. Humph. Quan Ba also snorted coldly and came to the battlefield. He did not say anything and directly started the battle. Boom. With a punch, a red light soared into the sky and mysterious runes appeared around it. This punch carried an indescribable might. It was like the fist of a deity as it blasted out at high speed. It was as if everything in the world had to submit to this punch. This was the Tyrant Fist, the surrounding skyprides exclaimed. They did not expect Quan Ba to be so decisive and use his ultimate move in an instant. The Tyrant Fist was an extremely terrifying fist technique. It was rumored that once it was used, it would sweep across all directions. Boom. On the other side, the Golden Lion King also made his move. He was expressionless and wore a golden armor. He was like a golden god of war as he also struck out with his palm. In an instant, a golden light flickered and a violent shockwave appeared in the sky. It was like a golden sun streaking across the sky. It flew across the sky and collided, causing the entire sky to be torn apart. In the next moment, the 2 fists collided and an intense collision occurred. The light that filled the sky was so dazzling that no one could open their eyes. After the collision, the 2 retracted their fists. And at this time, Fist Tyrant coldly snorted. What battle race? What Golden Lion King? In my opinion, they are nothing more than this. Today, I will suppress you, is that so? On the other side, the Golden Lion King sneered. His fist changed again. At this moment, the golden battle armor on his body shone brightly as streams of golden chi rushed out from his body. They circled around him. Not only that, but mysterious runes also appeared in the surroundings, floating in the sky. Even in the void, an ancient voice rang out. It was extremely mysterious, like the sigh of a Buddha god. What kind of divine ability was this? It was actually so terrifying. Feeling this terrifying aura, everyone felt their scalps go numb. At this moment, even the first saber, the Herculean king, was frowning. That was because at this moment, the aura emitted by the Golden Lion King was simply too powerful. It caused them to feel fear and trepidation. Lin Xian also frowned. He couldn't help but admit that this Golden Lion King was really strong. Furthermore, the golden aura that surrounded him was even more hair-raising. However, in the next moment, the great dragon sword's soul in his body circulated and offset this terrifying aura. However, the others weren't so lucky. Those who were stronger frowned, while those who were weaker directly circulated their spiritual energy to support the defense of their battle armor to resist. Was this the strength of the battle race? It was too terrifying. Damn it, why do I feel like I am facing a peerless powerhouse? Exclamations could be heard one after another, and Fist Tyrant also frowned. Similarly, he felt a terrifying threat. In the next moment, he roared, and a red wave of air burst out from his body. The king domain floated up and surrounded his body. At the same time, the red gloves on his hands also emitted streaks of fiery light, as if they were divine flames. Not only that, Fist Tyrant's eyes were emitting a scorching light. To be honest, although the other party's aura was terrifying, he was too excited at this moment. That was because he had never met such a powerful opponent. He was also a genius. Now that he met such a person, he was naturally excited and wanted to go all out. Boom, in the next moment, he quickly waved his fist, and the fist shadows that filled the sky turned into streaks of light, flickering as they shot out. Tyrant Fist, Tyrant Massacre. That terrifying fist emitted an imposing aura that could sweep through all directions, as well as a shocking murderous aura. On the opposite side, the Golden Lion King still sent out a palm strike. Strange runes flickered on the golden palm, and the golden chi around him also surged. It was like the hand of a Buddha, bringing with it a terrifying power. Lai Kong, a cold voice came from the Golden Lion King's mouth. Sure enough, the entire space was split into two by his palm, and an incomparably terrifying crack appeared. It spread forward. Crack, crack. Crack, the fist shadows that filled the sky, the terrifying aura, and the domineering aura were instantly torn apart by the crack. What? It was resolved so easily. Fist Tyrant's pupils shrank in disbelief. Wasn't the other party a little too strong? The surrounding people also exclaimed. This Golden Lion King was too heaven-defying. It could even resolve Tyrant's killing moves so easily, the first prince sneered. Humph. The power of the war tribe is not something you can imagine. On the other side, the third prince frowned. It looked like Fist Tyrant couldn't win. However, he didn't know how much strength he could make the Golden Lion King use. He estimated that it should be around 80%. If that was the case, only the first saber in his hand could contend against the other party. It's useless. Stop struggling. You're not my match. In front, the Golden Lion King looked at his opponent and said coldly. You're underestimating me, Fist Tyrant only snorted. How could he admit defeat so easily? In the next moment, his fist trembled, and flames filled the sky, forming two terrifying tornadoes that swept in all directions. Tyrant Fist, Heaven Blazing Mad Dance, the two fist shadows turned into two flaming tornadoes that swept out. Everywhere they passed, countless black holes appeared in the space. Overestimating yourself, the Golden Lion King sneered. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly emitted a golden light that pierced through the void like a golden sword. The golden chi around him started to churn. Then, it condensed into the image of a golden lion behind him. Boom, golden kill, another fist was sent out, and the roar of a lion resounded in the sky, shaking the void. Then, that terrifying fist turned into a golden lion and pounced over. This scene was simply too terrifying. The entire sky dimmed as if it had been devoured. Everyone felt the threat of impending death. Some of the weaker ones felt their scalps go numb, and they even had the urge to run away. But fortunately, this move was not aimed at them. In the next moment, the sky regained its clarity, and the huge golden lion closed its bloody mouth. However, soon, everyone was stunned. They realized that Fist Tyrant had disappeared. Where was he? Damn it, he couldn't have been eaten by the golden lion, right? Exclamations could be heard, and everyone's faces turned pale. The more they thought about it, the more likely it was. Fist Tyrant had really been eaten by the golden lion. Damn it. Seeing this scene, the third prince could no longer remain calm. Fist Tyrant was his right-hand man, and he still had to rely on him to obtain the final victory. However, he didn't expect that the Golden Lion King would actually use such a strange ability to swallow the Fist Tyrant. This really surprised him. Boom, boom. Boom, in the sky, the huge golden lion sat cross-legged like a Buddha. However, at this moment, a deafening sound came from its body, and then its body began to change shape. It was as if someone was fiercely attacking it. Along with this attack, the void also trembled. Everyone exclaimed. Fist Tyrant was fighting back, Fist Tyrant was fighting back. After Fist Tyrant was swallowed by the golden lion, he was in a chaotic void, surrounded by a violent flame aura that attacked him. However, as a peerless genius, his strength was not to be underestimated. Therefore, in an instant, he used his king's domain to resist the murderous aura that filled the sky. At the same time, he would use his terrifying fists to attack in all directions, trying to break the golden cage. Boom. Boom, 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, the terrifying fists bombarded the void, causing huge turbulence. However, the golden lion was not simple either. It had not been shattered after such a long time. However, it was only an illusion after all, condensed by the Golden Lion King with its own spiritual power. Therefore, it did not last long before the Golden Lion's illusion was shattered, and a pitch-black hole appeared. It was broken, it was coming out. In the distance, the prodigies and princes all exclaimed when they saw the scene. As expected, Fist Tyrant would not lose so quickly. As for the Golden Lion King, it also narrowed its eyes. To be honest, the other party's strength had also exceeded his expectations. However, he snorted coldly and stretched out his hands, forming a strange seal. Mark of the Fearless Lion. As soon as the mark appeared, a Sanskrit sound rang out between heaven and earth, as if a god was sighing. Then, the huge golden lion in the sky also changed rapidly. It transformed into a huge golden hand. Then, it pressed down fiercely. Boom, this attack was simply too terrifying. It was as if the entire sky was about to collapse. Fist Tyrant had just rushed out of the golden lion's body when he was greeted by this terrifying palm. He was not prepared at all, so he was knocked over in an instant. Boom, the heavens and earth quaked as countless cracks appeared on the ground. Fortunately, this was a unique small space. Otherwise, this palm strike would have destroyed the entire palace outside. Feeling the power of this attack, everyone felt their scalps tingle as they started to worry for Fist Tyrant. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. This attack was too violent. He was afraid that Fist Tyrant would not be able to block it. His guess was right. As expected, Fist Tyrant did not manage to block it and was severely injured by this attack. Alright, you've won this battle. Seeing this scene, the third prince also stood up abruptly. He hurriedly asked his subordinates to carry Fist Tyrant back. Fist Tyrant was his capable general. He would not allow anything to happen to him. Then, he also asked his subordinates to take out many natural treasures to treat Fist Tyrant's injuries. On the other side, the first prince chuckled as he welcomed the Golden Lion King back. When the other princes saw this scene, their faces turned pale. They had already decided that no matter who it was in the future, they had to admit defeat directly when they met the Golden Lion King. Otherwise, the price would be too great. The eighth prince frowned even more. He asked the few king-level skyprides beside him in a low voice, "How confident are you against him?" Hearing this, Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the others were stunned. Then, they shook their heads and smiled bitterly. If it was before, they still had some confidence. But now, after seeing the Golden Lion King in action, they realized that it was really hard to resist. They were all skyprides, similar to Fist Tyrant. But now that Fist Tyrant had suffered a crushing defeat, they might not be able to defeat the Golden Lion King. Therefore, these people shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Seeing this scene, the eighth prince sighed. He knew that there was probably no one under him who could fight against the Golden Lion King. Therefore, he decided that if his men encountered the Golden Lion King, they would also give up. In fact, they would even surround and attack the Golden Lion King in the second round. However, at this moment, Lin Xian said in a deep voice, I think that if I encounter him, it should be a 50-50 chance. What? Hearing this, Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the others were stunned. Even the eighth prince was stunned. The surrounding people all had strange expressions on their faces. What did he say? 50-50 chance against the Golden Lion King, what a joke, everyone didn't believe it. Although Lin Xian was very strong, the Golden Lion King was even more terrifying. They even suspected that the Golden Lion King had the battle strength of an almighty. The eighth prince was overjoyed. He lowered his voice and asked, Brother Lin, are you really confident that you can fight him to a draw? More or less. I just don't know how much strength he is hiding. Hearing this, the eighth prince sucked in a breath of cold air. Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the others also looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. What's going on? Could it be that the Golden Lion King is still hiding his strength? Heavens, hiding his strength? How heaven-defying is he? Moreover, even if you know that he's so heaven-defying, you still dare to say that it's a 50-50 chance. Are you sure you're not joking? Even the eighth prince was shocked. Therefore, he didn't put all his hopes on Lin Xian. He even started to plan how to surround and kill the Golden Lion King in the second stage. On the other side, the third prince gritted his teeth and asked, First Blade, if you face him, how confident are you? First Blade took a deep breath. His gaze was incomparably solemn. He said in a deep voice, if this is his full strength, I have a 30-40% chance of winning. If he's still hiding his strength, then it's hard to say. Then it's only a 10-20% chance. This person is too terrifying. Hearing this, the third prince's face was incomparably ugly. He gritted his teeth. War clan, he knew that the first prince wouldn't be able to invite the war clan. It must be the first prince's mother, the empress. She must have spent a lot of effort to invite them. Then, the competition continued. However, there was a change in the format. The one in first place was no longer the eighth prince but the first prince. The eighth prince and the third prince were tied for second place. On the eighth prince's side, Duan Qingqing also went up. She defeated Gao Jichao, the ninth prince's expert, but lost to First Blade. Therefore, the third prince and the eighth prince were temporarily tied for second place. The eighth prince's side was ranked third. Ha 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 ha, it's my turn again. On the first prince's side, the Herculean king smiled again. He came to the battlefield like a king of beasts. Seeing this, the corners of everyone's mouth twitched. Everyone had seen how terrifying the Herculean king was. Even the Silver Dragon Spear King, Lu Fei, could not break his defense with his violent combat power. One could imagine how powerful the Herculean king was. There were not many people present who dared to say that they could defeat the Herculean king. Therefore, at this moment, when they saw the Herculean king, they were afraid that they would be his opponent. Let's see who it is this time. The Herculean king crossed his arms and stood on the battlefield with a cold smile on his face. At this moment, Lin Xian frowned. In the next moment, he stood up. What? It's him. When the crowd saw that it was Lin Xian who had stood up, they were all stunned before they exclaimed in surprise. They had seen how powerful Lin Xian was. Now, he was basically the #1 swordsman among the younger generation in the Taiyu dynasty. In addition, he had defeated the genius of the Dian Holy Land. Lin Xian's combat power was terrifying. Now, Lin Xian was going to fight the Herculean king. One was outstanding in the construction of techniques, the other was unparalleled in defense. Who would win in this battle? Boy, it's you. The Herculean king was stunned when he saw that his opponent was Lin Xian. But then, he grinned. Although he knew that Lin Xian was powerful, he was not afraid. Because his defense was unparalleled. Judging from the battles displayed by these people, other than the Golden Lion King who was in the same team as him, no one else could pose a threat to him. Even top geniuses like Lin Xian and First Blade were unable to break through his defense. Therefore, he was not afraid of Lin Xian. Instead, he was very excited. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as well and frowned slightly. His opponent's defense was indeed strong, but he had already thought of 2 ways to deal with him. Therefore, he was not afraid. In the next moment, he took a step forward and arrived at the battlefield below. Brat, show me what you've got, I won't dodge. The Herculean king was very domineering. Is that so? Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. In the next moment, he formed a seal with both hands and shouted coldly. 5 thunderclaps. Suddenly, in the sky above, the clouds rolled and turned into black thunderclouds, colliding with each other. Suddenly, the 5-colored heavenly lightning descended from the sky and turned into 5-colored dragons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they struck down. Boom! Boom! An extremely violent aura erupted, and countless black holes appeared in the void. A terrifying aura spread out in all directions. What? It's actually a lightning tribulation. It's not a lightning tribulation, but a divine ability. Damn it, the lightning power that this brat said he had mastered is also terrifying. Damn it, even an almighty might not be able to withstand such a lightning attack. Sounds of discussion could be heard. Everyone looked at Lin Xian with strange looks. They were all guessing what method Lin Xian would use to deal with the Herculean king. However, they did not expect that he would summon a thundercloud and strike down a terrifying energy that was similar to a lightning tribulation. Thunder fell in front of them, and a sea of lightning spread out. The terrifying energy impact made their hearts tremble. When the thundercloud disappeared, the Herculean king's figure also appeared. Damn brat, you're courting death, the Herculean king gritted his teeth. Although the thundercloud did not cause fatal damage to him. However, his body was also charred black by the lightning strikes. Especially his hair, which was standing on end, and he looked very miserable. Seeing this scene, the corners of everyone's mouth twitched, and their faces were strange. The Herculean king's face was gloomy. Lin Xian laughed coldly. What? You were the one who allowed me to attack. Could it be that you can't withstand such an attack? Hearing this, the Herculean king was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He did say that he should let the other party go all out. He would not dodge at all. However, he did not expect the other party to be so cunning. Although the lightning did not hurt him, the negative impact was too great. His miserable appearance at this moment made the surrounding people laugh. Humph, savage art. Support original copy, support subscription. The Herculean king was furious. He decided to quickly finish off a detestable brat in front of him. Therefore, at the next moment, he used the ancient divine ability, savage art. An unusually violent energy surged in his body. Then, he waved his fist. The void trembled, and the fist seemed to have turned into a wild beast that blasted forward. That terrifying aura pressured everyone until they couldn't breathe. Then I'll play with you. Lin Xian roared, and a terrifying aura emerged from his body. He was like a demon king, and no one could look at him directly. A destructive aura surged into his fist. Then, he turned into a black dragon shadow and rushed out quickly. Apocalyptic black dragon fist. With a punch, it could destroy the world. Suddenly, countless thunderous sounds echoed in the sky, and the surrounding wind blew, and thunder flashed. The two of them exchanged blows, and they were evenly matched. The terrifying power caused the void to explode completely. What, is this brat crazy? He dares to compete with the Herculean king in fist techniques. Does he want to die? Idiot, this brat's brain is flooded with water. He gave up his advantage in sword techniques and competed with the Herculean king in fist techniques. This time, he used his weakness to fight the Herculean king's strength. Yes, other than unparalleled defense, the Herculean king's fist techniques were even more terrifying. Perhaps only the Golden Lion King and Fist Tyrant could compete with the Herculean king in fist techniques. The others could not compete at all. That was right. Currently, only the Golden Lion King, the Herculean king, and Fist Tyrant could display shocking power in fist techniques. Other than them, it was impossible for the others to defeat the three of them with fist techniques. But now, Lin Xian, who was known as the #1 swordsman, gave up on sword techniques and competed with the Herculean king in fist techniques. That was really surprising. What an idiot, the first prince sneered. The 8th prince frowned. They were worried that Lin Xian wouldn't be able to break through the Herculean king's defense. But now, Lin Xian did not use sword techniques at all, and he used his fist to fight with the Herculean king. Wasn't that hitting a rock with an egg? However, after the violent energy in front of them dissipated, everyone was stunned. This was because they discovered that the two of them were actually evenly matched in strength. But how was that possible? That was the Herculean king, who was known for his strength. It could be said that his punch could shatter mountains and rivers. However, Lin Xian actually blocked it. What kind of fist technique did he use? Everyone was dumbfounded. The eighth prince was stunned, while the first prince's face was gloomy. The Herculean king frowned. To be honest, when he saw Lin Xian competing with him in fist techniques, he felt disdain. He knew that Lin Xian was powerful, but Lin Xian was powerful in sword techniques. He was confident in his fist techniques. Therefore, in his opinion, his fist could even shatter Lin Xian's arm. However, when he came into contact with Lin Xian, he realized that he was wrong. And it was a big mistake. Lin Xian's fist carried an extremely violent aura. It was like a raging dragon, tearing apart heaven and earth. Even if he was powerful and used the savage art, he could only fight to a draw with Lin Xian. Damn it, what kind of fist technique is that? The Herculean king's face was gloomy. He did not know that Lin Xian was using the Black Dragon Fist of Destruction. Moreover, it was the Black Dragon Fist of Destruction that had reached the greater success stage. When the fist technique was used, the aura of destruction filled the sky. Just like that, Lin Xian blocked the Herculean king's fist technique. Damn it, I don't believe it, savage art, birth of the savage dragon, the Herculean king roared. The aura on his body suddenly surged, emitting a savage aura. It was as if the ancient god of war had awakened. His fist technique was wide open and intertwined with each other. It was as if a savage dragon had been born. Humph, raging dragon 4 heavens. Lin Xian also used the killing move of the Black Dragon Fist. Suddenly, the violent aura that filled the sky turned into 2 black dragon claws. They intertwined with each other and tore apart heaven and earth. Boom! Boom! This collision caused an intense explosion of energy. The Herculean king was not afraid. He had the sky wolf physique and was not afraid of such a storm. As for Lin Xian, he raised his hand and blew out the ice shield. The huge ice goddess protected him firmly. It blew away all the violent energy in the surroundings. He withstood it. He actually withstood it again. Heavens, how did he do it? Everyone was stunned. Originally, they thought that Lin Xian would use his super high-level sword art to fight the Herculean king to a standstill. As for whether or not they could break through the defense, that would depend on luck. But now, Lin Xian did not use a sword art at all. He directly used a fist art to fight with the Force King until the sky fell and the earth split. Furthermore, Lin Xian's powerful defense made everyone's scalp go numb. Lin Xian used the world-destroying Black Dragon Fist to fight with the Herculean king, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to rend. Everyone was extremely shocked. The Herculean king gritted his teeth. He did not expect his opponent to be able to fight him in close combat. It really shocked him. The next moment, he roared. The barbaric power within his body increased once again, directly causing the world to explode, shattering all of Lin Xian's fist techniques. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed when he felt the other party's powerful fist technique. He executed Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly pulled away. Whoosh! Seeing this scene, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, the Force King was still stronger. If Lin Xian was suppressing the Force King in this situation, they would go crazy. One should know that the Force King was known as an unparalleled existence in close combat. Seeing that Lin Xian had been forced back, the Force King snorted coldly. Kid, draw your sword. You are not my match in close combat. If you continue fighting, you will not have any chance of winning. Alright, as you wish. Lin Xian nodded. He had already tested that the Force King was indeed strong in close combat. His current world-destroying Black Dragon Fist could not win against the Force King. Therefore, he prepared a sword. In the next moment, he clenched his fist and a black demonic sword appeared from the void, emitting a cold murderous aura. Then, Lin Xian's aura changed. It changed from violent to sharp sword chi, shooting straight into the sky. The terrifying aura directly pierced through the surrounding void. The great dragon sword soul in his body also started to circulate crazily. Buzz, in an instant, the weapons of the sky prides in the distance started to tremble rapidly, as if they were about to leave their bodies. How could this be? What a terrifying sword intent! Was this the power of the number one swordsman? Many people held their weapons tightly to prevent them from flying out. Xianxia also frowned because he realized that the sword at his waist had also started to tremble slightly. Buzz, in the next moment, he stretched out a strong hand and slowly placed it on the hilt of his sword. Instantly, his long sword quieted down again. However, his expression was extremely solemn. Among those who had weapons, the only one who was not affected was First Blade. The treasured saber in his hand was unusually quiet and emitted a cold light. However, he was not as calm as he looked on the surface. That was because the moment Lin Xian drew his sword, he had also circulated his inner force to suppress the treasured saber in his hand. Otherwise, his treasured saber would also be affected. This guy was indeed not simple. First Blade's gaze was piercingly cold as he stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian was a powerful enemy who was a great threat to him. Moreover, he had a premonition that there would be a battle between the two of them. Let me see just how strong you can be. Alright, First Blade took a deep breath and looked at the battlefield in front of him. Through the battle with the Herculean King, he could clearly analyze how powerful Lin Xian's combat strength was. Even the Herculean King's expression changed when he sensed the strong sword intent emitted from Lin Xian's body. The smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. That was because he realized that his opponent's sword qi was really powerful. That aura made his entire body feel cold. In the next moment, he snorted coldly. Blue lines quickly condensed on his body and formed the celestial wolf physique. Were the two of them going all out? Everyone held their breaths when they saw that scene. At that moment, Lin Xian clenched his right hand and extended his left hand. He even extended 3 fingers. I can defeat you in 3 moves. What? Hearing that, everyone went crazy as if they could not believe their ears. What is he saying? He wants to defeat the Herculean King in 3 moves? Is he kidding me? Yes, although he's the number one swordsman with unparalleled combat strength, the Herculean King is not simple either. The celestial wolf physique was incomparably powerful. Until now, no one had been able to break through his defense. How can such a person be defeated in 3 moves? He probably won't be defeated in 300 moves. I dare say that this kid must be bragging. Just you wait, he'll be slapped in the face soon. Discussions broke out one after another. The 8th prince's side was also stunned. Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the others beside him twitched their mouths slightly. To be honest, they could not understand Lin Xian anymore. The 8th prince could not understand either, so he could only smile bitterly and wait quietly for the result. On the other hand, the 1st prince sneered disdainfully. This kid is really an idiot. He doesn't know how terrifying the Herculean King is. The Herculean King also sneered. I have to say, you're really arrogant. You want to defeat me in 3 moves? To be honest, he was very unhappy. He was known for his unparalleled defense, but his opponent wanted to break through his defense in 3 moves. Injure him? Was that a joke? Lin Xian revealed a confident smile and said coldly, you'll know soon enough whether I'm being arrogant or not. In the next moment, the sword intent on his body erupted again. It was as if countless swords of the gods were soaring into the sky. That terrifying sword Dao aura made everyone tremble. Boom. Boom, boom. Lin Xian's aura continued to rise as if he was a sword god. At this moment, even the Golden Lion King was frowning. He could feel the terrifying aura emitted from Lin Xian's body. Even he felt a sense of threat. The first sword, as his voice fell, Lin Xian's figure had already disappeared. He turned into a flash of light and quickly rushed over with the demonic sword in his hand. Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps, displaying extreme speed, caused Lin Xian's sword light to be extremely fast. So fast, sure enough, when everyone saw this scene, their pupils shrank and they all exclaimed. Many people even stood up with their hands trembling. That was because they could not see Lin Xian's trajectory at all. Clang, the Herculean King's pupils also shrank and his face became extremely shocked. In the next moment, he took a defensive stance. Just as he finished this action, he felt a huge force fiercely hit his body. Clang, an earth-shattering sound was heard, and countless cracks appeared in the void. A huge force crashed into his body and sent him flying. Bang! Bang! The Herculean king blocked with both hands, but he kept retreating. Wherever he passed, the ground was mercilessly cracked. It was as if there was an earthquake. Lin Xian returned to his original position again, and the sharp aura on his body quickly surrounded him. The geniuses and princes in the distance all went crazy. Even the imperial family elders in the sky were shocked. To be honest, the speed that Lin Xian displayed was too shocking. At that moment, their minds went blank. In the next moment, they came back to their senses and hurriedly looked over. They wanted to see if the Herculean king was injured. Soon, they breathed a sigh of relief. This was because they discovered that the Herculean king had been knocked back more than 1,000 meters, leaving countless deep pits in the ground. However, there were no injuries on his body. Was this the sky wolf physique? This is too perverted. Such a powerful sword light had split the sky apart, yet it was unable to harm the Force King at all. This Herculean king was simply the nightmare of all attack-type martial artists. That Lin Xian definitely had the qualifications to be the #1 swordsman, but he just had to meet the Herculean king, who had such an abnormal defense. He reckoned that this time, he would lose. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as well. His opponent was not injured and was only pushed back. This was indeed beyond his expectations. It seemed that the defense of this sky wolf physique was really strong. However, he wasn't particularly worried because he hadn't used his full strength in that attack. He'd only used 70% of his strength. On the opposite side, the Herculean king put down his arm that was blocking in front of him. Then, his expression turned extremely cold. He took a step forward and leapt high into the air like a giant mountain. Afterwards, he arrived near Lin Xian. Bang! When he landed, the ground trembled rapidly. 3 enormous fissures spread out under his feet, forming 3 enormous origin canyons. I've said it before, your attack has no effect on me at all. The way he saw it, the attack from before should have been the other party's full-strength attack. But even so, it did not break his defense. This made the Force King heave a sigh of relief. Is that so? The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled slightly. Following that, he gripped his sword with both hands and raised it high. Immediately, an incomparably terrifying aura emerged from his body. A swift and fierce sword light surged out from his body, rushing straight to the clouds. Following that, it opened up the clouds that filled the sky. His sword Dao aura strengthened again. This time, Sword 13 cried out in surprise too. He was originally a person who could keep his composure. But now, he seriously could not keep his composure anymore. He was a Sword Dao expert. He could clearly perceive that the aura brought about by Lin Xian's sword was even more powerful than before. Could it be that he did not use his full strength in that attack from before? Was this his true strength now? Sword 13's palm was trembling slightly. On the other side, First Blade was also incomparably solemn. His body also emitted a terrifying saber intent. To be honest, this power was beyond his imagination. The Force King's expression also changed. He did not expect that the other party's combat strength and sword intent could actually increase again. It really surprised him. These auras were already threatening his safety. So in the next moment, he roared angrily and displayed the skywolf physique. He quickly charged towards Lin Xian. He would not let the other party slash out this sword. Bang! However, just as he was about to move, Lin Xian also took a step forward. Following that, the demonic sword slashed down. A sword chi that was almost 10,000 feet long fell mercilessly from the sky. This attack, Lin Xian used 90% of his strength. Savage technique, roar of 10,000 beasts. When the Force King saw the huge sword chi descending from the sky, his pupils constricted. In the next moment, he waved his fists, unleashing countless terrifying fist shadows that rushed into the clouds to resist this sword. Bang bang bang, these fist shadows transformed into terrifying beasts. There were cheetahs, lions, tigers, and flying dragons. All kinds of ancient beasts appeared in the sky. They roared at the sky, their voices shaking the 9 heavens. They quickly rushed into the clouds to resist the terrifying sword chi. Poof, however, this sword was truly too terrifying. When the sword slashed down, countless beasts were completely destroyed. Not only that, the entire void was cut in half. Countless spatial cracks spread on the sword edge. Then, this sword completely drowned the Force King. Bang, the sky collapsed, the earth sank, and countless sword chi waves rushed in all directions. Everyone was shocked, and their minds went blank. They really did not dare to imagine who could block this sword. At this moment, even the first prince was worried. On the other hand, the eighth prince smiled. He really did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. When the boundless energy waves disappeared, the Force King's figure appeared. He stood there like a huge mountain, causing people's hearts to tremble. However, there was a terrifying sword mark on his arm. Blood flowed down his palm and dripped onto the ground. The Force King's face was pale, and his eyes were filled with fear and anger. He was injured, the Force King was injured. When everyone saw this scene, they cried out in shock. As the Force King's defense was unparalleled, no one had been able to break through his defense since the beginning of the battle. But now, he was injured. Lin Xian's powerful sword had broken through his defense. Was this the power of the number one swordsman? It was too terrifying. Everyone swallowed their saliva. They realized that they could not resist this sword at all. So powerful. I'm no match for him, Xianxia shook his head and sighed. Previously, he thought that he could fight with Lin Xian because he was confident in his swordsmanship. However, when he saw the sword, his heart was shaken. He could not block the sword at all. Therefore, even if he encountered Lin Xian, he would lose. It was impossible for him to win. On the other side, Xianxia's eyes flickered and his expression was solemn. This sword strike also posed an incomparably huge threat to him. However, he was confident that he could block it. However, what shocked him even more was that the power of the sword was similar to his full-strength attack. Therefore, if he really encountered Lin Xian, it was hard to say who would win. Beside the first prince, the Golden Lion King narrowed his eyes and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Interesting, very interesting indeed. When the surrounding warriors heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched. F***ck, what a terrifying sword aura. Everyone went crazy and you said it was interesting? Do you have to be so perverted? In front of them, on the battlefield. The Herculean King was trembling with anger. He was injured, he was actually injured. This was something that he had never experienced in many years. However, he was injured by his opponent's sword. Kid, you dare to injure me? The Herculean King gritted his teeth and stared at Lin Xian like a monster. Lin Xian snorted coldly. I said that I would defeat you in 3 moves. Humph, don't be so smug. Although you managed to injure me with this sword, you can't easily release such sword aura. Although I'm injured, it's not a fatal injury. The strength of my sky wolf body is not something you can imagine. Having said that, the Herculean King roared and boundless energy gathered towards him. Then, the blue lines on his body spread out and formed mysterious runes to stop the wound. Although the wound could not be healed immediately, the blood stopped flowing. You've successfully angered me. Next, I'll let you know my true strength. The Herculean King was really angry. His voice was filled with anger as if he was an angry demon. Lin Xian, on the other hand, extended a finger. 1 move, just 1 more move and you will be defeated. What? When the surrounding people saw this scene, their scalps went numb. It was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They were abnormally excited. They quickly discussed among themselves. This Lin Xian was too strong. If the next attack landed on the Herculean King's vitals, the Herculean King would be seriously injured. Not necessarily, I am optimistic about the Herculean King. After all, that terrifying sword chi had only managed to break through the Herculean King's defense. But it was only an injury to his arm. This was not a fatal threat to the Herculean King. In other words, the Herculean King wasn't seriously injured at all. It was likely that Lin Xian was in trouble. I think so too. That sword strike just now was probably the ultimate move of that Lin brat. As for the Herculean King's ultimate move, he probably had not used it yet. Comparing the two, the Herculean King was still superior. Sounds of discussion could be heard as the crowd discussed fervently. However, all of their gazes were firmly fixed on the scene before them. Skywolf combat body. In front of them, the Herculean King roared angrily. Immediately, the blue runes on his body flickered rapidly and covered his entire body. Not only that, two blue wolf heads formed on both sides of his shoulders. They were abnormally ferocious and emitted a terrifying aura. On his hands, two huge blue wolf claws formed. They looked like real monsters and emitted a cold light. On his back, there were three blue tails that were rapidly curling. Every time they curled, they brought about a powerful energy wave. At this moment, the Herculean king seemed to have turned into a half-monster. He was abnormally ferocious. In the sky, when the imperial elders saw this scene, they gasped. Could this be the combat form of the sky wolf combat body? The surrounding people were also shocked. They realized that in addition to the Herculean king's defense, his terrifying attack power had increased again. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect that the sky wolf combat body could change its form. Its power had indeed increased by a lot. The sword chi just now probably wouldn't be able to hurt the Herculean king. He had to summon the great dragon sword soul to defeat the Herculean king. However, the great dragon sword soul was his trump card. He wouldn't easily expose it in front of everyone. Therefore, he was prepared to use his second attack, which was the soul attack. In the next moment, he stomped his feet again and rushed over. Skywolf combat body, Skywolf's wrath. The Herculean king also roared and rushed over. His feet cracked the ground, and his body emitted an extremely terrifying aura. His fists transformed into two heavenly wolf phantoms as they quickly attacked, intending to crush Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, everyone in the distance held their breaths and watched carefully. In an instant, Lin Xian and the Herculean king arrived at the center of the field. Their moves were about to collide. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. The demon sword in his hand didn't slash down. Instead, a golden light appeared in his eyes. An extremely powerful soul power surged out. Then, golden runes flickered in his eyes. Buzz, a powerful illusion was cast. On the opposite side, the Herculean king's body trembled and his eyes turned blank. Obviously, he didn't expect Lin Xian to use a soul attack. Therefore, in an instant, he was hit by the terrifying illusion. Boom, in the next moment, he was sent flying and another bloody mark appeared on his body. What? The Herculean king was defeated. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. They were all dumbfounded. They really didn't expect the Herculean king to be defeated. The Herculean king had already displayed the Sky Wolf battle body, which was even more terrifying than his previous defense. However, even so, he was still defeated. How did the other party do it? Also, why did the Herculean king give up at the last moment? Everyone was dumbfounded and didn't know what had happened. The first blade frowned, not understanding the situation. On the other side, the Golden Lion King's eyes flickered and he was also thinking. On the other hand, the Crown Prince suddenly stood up and clenched his fists with a gloomy face. The Herculean king was defeated. How was this possible? How could the Herculean king be defeated? After being sent flying, the Herculean king came back to his senses. He roared crazily, unable to accept the fact in front of him. He wanted to counterattack, but he felt dizzy and his face was extremely pale. Although there was another sword mark on his body, it wasn't fatal. What was fatal was that his soul attack had taken a hit. To be honest, he was too shocked. He didn't expect the other party's third move to be a soul attack. Although his physical defense was unparalleled, his soul power defense was inferior to his physical defense. Moreover, he wasn't prepared at all. How about it? Do you still want to fight? Lin Xian looked at the King Strength King and sneered. The King Strength King snorted. His soul was injured and his strength was greatly reduced. If he continued to fight, he would only lose. He might even be humiliated by his opponent. Therefore, he would not continue to fight. However, he gritted his teeth and said, "Kid, don't be complacent. You only used a despicable method this time. The next time I meet you, I will not lose. I will let you know the power of the Sky Wolf battle body." As he spoke, he took out a few healing pills and quickly swallowed them. At the same time, runes appeared on his body and covered his wounds. However, the soul power injury could not be healed in a short period of time. He could only recuperate slowly. When the King Strength King returned to the viewing platform, everyone looked at him. The Crown Prince asked in a deep voice, "What happened? How did you lose?" He still could not accept the fact. The King Strength King said in a deep voice, "It was soul power. He used a soul attack that I did not expect and did not defend against. However, next time, I will let him know how powerful I am." What? Soul power? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Each and every one of them was extremely shocked. They did not expect that Lin Xian's last move was soul power. It was indeed out of their expectations. One must know that like the King Strength King, they had been paying attention to each other's swordsmanship. They were all guessing what kind of powerful swordsmanship Lin Xian would use to break the King Strength King's defense. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian did not use any swordsmanship at all. Instead, he used a soul attack. This was indeed unexpected. Not to mention the King Strength King, all the other crown princes did not expect this. This Lin Xian was too terrifying. Other than his outstanding swordsmanship, he also had such a powerful soul power attack. Who was this kid? How could he be so powerful? Humph, he was just taking advantage of the situation. If they really fought, the King Strength King would not lose. In short, there were those who supported Lin Xian and those who supported the King Strength King. However, no matter who they supported, the fighting strength of these two people shocked them. Especially Lin Xian, everyone's heart trembled. Because if they faced Lin Xian in the future, they would not only have to guard against his sharp swordsmanship, but they also had to guard against his strange soul power. It could be said that the difficulty had greatly increased. Next, the competition. Due to Lin Xian's victory this time, the 8th prince now had another trump jade talisman, tied with the 3rd prince. After that, the injured people were all recuperating and did not attack again. Besides that, Jianshi San, Duan Xingqing, Gao Jichao, Su Yu, and the others all displayed formidable strength and obtained victory after victory. And soon. That was because they discovered that it was another fierce battle between dragons and tigers. This time, the two parties involved were also two peerless geniuses. 2. This person was also a soul power expert. Everyone was very careful when it came to soul power attacks because they weren't easy to defend against. And they would be seriously injured if they did not handle it well. Therefore, they were especially careful when facing this kind of soul power expert. Especially Lin Xian. He obviously had the means to attack, but he did not use it. He suddenly attacked when no one knew. His lethality was even more terrifying. The Herculean King was a good example. However, Gao Jichao was also a soul power expert. Everyone knew that. Therefore, they could defend and advance when facing such an expert. Sure enough, Sword 3 took out a blue necklace and hung it on his neck. It emitted a layer of blue light, enveloping him. This was a soul defense type artifact. It was used to deal with soul power experts. After wearing the blue necklace, Sword 3 let out a sigh of relief. Although he was a swordsman with superb swordsmanship, he had to be careful when facing soul power. In the next moment, he snorted coldly, and an extremely terrifying killing intent emerged from his body. He cultivated a killing sword technique. It was very cold and ruthless. Therefore, the killing intent on his body was incomparably terrifying. Perhaps there were not many people present who could be compared to this killing intent. On the opposite side, Gao Jichao's body also emitted an extremely strange aura that made people's hair stand on end. Everyone knew that it was soul power. This kind of soul power was formless and intangible. It could not be seen, but it could be felt. Everyone felt a tremor coming from the depths of their souls. One had to admit that Gao Jichao was absolutely terrifying. Even Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He realized that the other party's soul power was indeed powerful. It far surpassed these geniuses. Following the sound of a war drum, Gao Jichao pointed out a finger. Suddenly, a green light accompanied by soul power flew out quickly. This was the combination of a physical attack and a soul attack. It could be said to be extremely dangerous. Sword 3 also snorted coldly. He had already activated his soul power defense. Therefore, he was not afraid. The killing sword technique in his hand flashed again. A sword light flew out. It was very simple and did not have any brilliance. However, the power easily cut open the void. Bang, the sword easily split apart the ice-cold light. But in the next moment, Sword 3's expression changed. Because the blue light screen on his body fluctuated violently. Obviously, he had suffered a soul attack. However, his blue necklace was also a top-grade defensive artifact. Therefore, it blocked the soul attack. However, his back was covered in cold sweat. Strange, it was indeed too strange. The other party's soul power was almost impossible to guard against. If he did not have this kind of soul defense necklace, he would have been injured. But soon, he snorted coldly. Soul power? I have it too. In the next moment, the sword intent on his body suddenly erupted. It turned into a shocking wave of air that swept out in all directions. The sword intent of a swordsman was similar to soul power. It could even completely resist soul power. As a terrifying swordsman, Sword 3 and his sword intent burst out, causing everyone's soul to tremble. Sword intent, well, let's see if your sword intent or my soul power is stronger. On the opposite side, Gao Jichao raised a smile. In the next moment, the soul power on his body rose. Boom! 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 In the void, an invisible energy quickly rushed over. At the same time, a purple light appeared in Gao Jichao's eyes. Not good, it's an illusion attack. When the people in the distance saw this scene, they cried out in alarm. This kind of illusion attack was very terrifying. If one got lost in it, as long as there was a gap of 1 or 2 seconds, they would probably be injured. Sword 3 naturally knew the danger, so he roared. The long sword in his hand quickly slashed out, destroying everything. The sword stabbed out, turning into 3,000 sword lights, moving forward. The sword pierced out, turning into 3,000 sword lights that swept across the front. Like a waterfall, they gushed over. The void shattered, blocking all the illusions outside. Boom! 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 The void ahead rumbled. Xianxia's sword chi was too piercingly cold, carrying a monstrous killing intent. Even if Gao Jichao's soul was powerful, he could not kill it at all. The piercingly cold killing intent mixed with sword intent actually successfully resisted the opponent's soul power. He blocked it, he actually blocked it. In the distance, everyone exclaimed. As for Gao Jichao, the corners of his mouth raised into a smile. Mirage Demon, then, his fingers kept forming seals. The purple light in his eyes flickered rapidly, forming one mysterious rune after another, flickering indeterminately. Soon, the entire sky formed a huge vortex. A cold and gloomy aura emanated from the vortex. Then, a few ferocious demons crawled out of the vortex. That huge body covered the entire void. Demon. This was an extraterrestrial demon. When everyone saw this scene, they were terrified. Even the imperial family elder's eyelids twitched wildly. He did not expect that Gao Jichao would actually use such a terrifying method. Demon, this was an illusory existence. It was very strange and could affect the state of mind of a martial artist. It could cause flaws to appear in the martial artist's heart of martial arts. Once this flaw was attacked by the demon, the consequences would be very tragic. If it was light, one's cultivation would drop. If it was heavy, one would directly go crazy. It was possible that one's cultivation would be crippled. However, the demon was very mysterious and usually could not be seen at all. Moreover, very few people were able to use them. But they did not expect that Gao Jichao would actually use it now. F***ck, is this guy crazy? He actually summoned such a thing. Damn it, he hit it too well. In the distance, those martial artists looked at this scene and felt their scalps go numb. This thing was a threat to any of them. Demon, Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He felt that the ferocious ghost heads above him were a threat to him. However, he snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated and directly cut off the terrifying danger. Extinguished. The great dragon sword soul's strongest attack could destroy everything. Of course, sky fiends could also be killed. However, Lin Xian didn't make a move. He just destroyed the uncomfortable aura around him. Because this heavenly demon was not mainly targeting him, but was targeting Sword 13. Sure enough, Sword 13 was the first to bear the brunt and suffered tremendous pressure. His forehead was covered in sweat. It was obvious that this kind of heavenly demon had a huge impact on him. However, in the next moment, he let out a furious roar and his eyes turned scarlet. A mere skyfiend wants to affect my mind and soul, what a joke. I was born from slaughter, tempering my firm sword intent and immortal killing intent. Nothing can affect me. At this point, the killing intent on his body became even stronger. The surroundings seemed to have turned into a sea of blood and bones. A terrifying murderous aura pierced through the clouds and transformed into 9 blood-colored flood dragons. Now, have a taste of my ultimate move. A feast of slaughter, accompanied by this cold and emotionless voice, the blood-red color of the void overflowed and dyed the entire sky red. Red hurricanes tore through the void. Not only that, a terrifying murderous aura filled every inch of the space. Even the prodigy prince in the distance was trembling slightly. Damn it, how many people had this guy killed? How could his murderous aura be so strong? God of slaughter. This guy was definitely a god of slaughter. These people turned pale and swallowed their saliva wildly. Because this murderous aura was really too terrifying. Even their souls were being threatened. It seemed that it was not weaker than the skyfiend above them at all. At this moment, even First Blade also frowned tightly. The other party's killing intent was too strong, even stronger than his. Of course, what he mainly cultivated was not killing intent, but saber intent. Hence, with a cold snort, a sharp saber intent emerged and revolved around him, blocking the killing intent that filled the sky. On the other side, the Golden Lion King also revealed a cold smile. His body released a golden light, completely enveloping the platform. Lin Xian also nodded slightly. He had seen the Blood Sword King's inheritance before. It was also a kind of king that focused on slaughter. However, the Blood Sword King's murderous aura paled in comparison to Sword 13 in front of him. This Sword 13's killing intent was really too strong, making him somewhat shocked. Of course, this killing intent was still unable to threaten him. And in front, Gao Jichao frowned, his expression becoming incomparably solemn. Because at this moment, the killing intent that filled the sky turned into corporeal blood swords and attacked him. Not only that, 9 flood dragons connected heaven and earth. Each one seemed to be real, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, emitting a terrifying aura. They collided with the skyfiend that appeared in the sky. A series of violent rumbles sounded, and countless large cracks appeared in the void. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. In the end, those skyfiends that appeared in the sky were swallowed by the 9 blood-colored flood dragons. The entire sky was completely shattered. The enormous whirlpool had also completely disappeared. What? My skyfiend mirage was broken, Gao Jichao frowned tightly, not daring to believe it. His skyfiend mirage was very terrifying. Even a powerhouse could not break it at all. The other party actually broke it, have to say, it really shocked him. However, on the opposite side, Sword 13's ordinary face carried a trace of malevolence. His eyes were red like a demon, and there were blood-colored flood dragons spiraling under his feet. The killing feast had just begun. Now, have a good taste of killing, Buzz. Saying so, he slashed out with his sword. Immediately, a blood-colored sword light slashed down from the sky. There were 9 blood-colored flood dragons in the surroundings, baring their teeth and roaring, charging towards Gao Jichao quickly. Whoosh, this murderous aura was too terrifying. Even Gao Jichao did not dare to resist it head-on. In the next moment, he tore the void, and his body disappeared, dodging quickly. Finally, he appeared on the other side. And the place where he was originally at was directly smashed to pieces. Want to escape? You can't escape. Now, the entire world is my killing space. The corners of Sword 13's mouth curled into a sneer. The current him was like a real killing god. Moreover, he had long unleashed his king domain, enveloping the space. The other party absolutely could not escape. Damn it, lunatic, Gao Jichao gritted his teeth. Originally, he thought that Sword 13 was just a little cold. He did not expect that at this moment, the other party was a lunatic. Those blood-red eyes and monstrous murderous aura made him feel abnormally uncomfortable. He did not expect that he actually released a demon with his own hands. In the distance, everyone was also shocked. They had never seen Sword 13 in such a form. How would they know that this was Sword 13's true appearance? Previously, he did not use his full strength at all. Now that the Slaughter Sword Dao was unleashed, it was incomparably terrifying. His entire person also transformed into a killing god. Therefore, there was no suspense in this battle. Even if Gao Jichao was a soul force expert and had a variety of ultimate techniques in his hands, in front of such a terrifying slaughter, it was completely useless. In the end, he was besieged by 18 blood-colored flood dragons and was directly blasted flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Gao Jichao was defeated. The soul expert that made people extremely terrified was actually defeated. This made everyone find it hard to believe. When they saw Sword 13's crazy appearance, their scalps also went numb. Now, they also included Sword 13 in the list of people who could not be provoked. After all, when that slaughter feast was unleashed, it was seriously too shocking. The competition continued. Next, Gao Jichao and Duan Qingqing on the 8th Prince's side fought. In the end, Duan Qingqing was defeated. Because not everyone could be like Sword 13, unleashing an incomparably terrifying slaughter feast. Although Duan Qingqing was also powerful, she was still unable to block this soul attack. On the other side, Sword 13 also became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Once the slaughter feast was unleashed, no one could match it. In fact, even Fist Tyrant was defeated by him. This scene shocked everyone. Because Fist Tyrant was an extremely powerful existence. But they did not expect that he was actually defeated. In fact, they did not expect that a dark horse like Sword 13 would forcibly appear. Up until now, everyone could be said to have a very deep impression of his slaughter feast. That terrifying killing intent even made people not dare to fight back at all. Humph, I'll kill you. Finally, First Blade could not hold back anymore. He stood up and looked at Sword 13. Seeing this scene, everyone cried out crazily, their faces full of shock. They did not expect that First Blade was finally going to make his move. First Blade was an existence even more terrifying than Fist Tyrant. Moreover, up until now, he had not been defeated. More importantly, the people who had fought with him were all defeated by one blade. This terrifying method made people's hair stand on end. Now, First Blade was about to face the Dark Horse Sword 13. Who would be stronger? This was what everyone was looking forward to. Because what Sword 13 displayed before was really too powerful. There were even many people who thought that he might surpass Lin Xian and become the #1 swordsman. Therefore, facing First Blade now, everyone was extremely shocked. Humph, are you finally going to make a move? Although Sword 13's appearance was ordinary, at this moment, he carried a supreme killing intent. Even in the face of the first strike, he did not have the slightest fear. You're not bad. You're worth my time. However, you have no chance of winning at all. The First Blade was even more domineering. Is that so? I've long wanted to experience your 7 Extinction Saber art. You'll see. First Blade said coldly. His aura gradually solidified, as if a peerless divine blade was slowly being unsheathed. On the other side, countless blood-red lights also appeared behind Sword 13, spreading out in all directions. It was about to begin. When the crowd saw this scene, they were all agitated. Their eyes were fixed on the two of them. He didn't want to let go of any details. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as well. He wanted to see just how powerful the first slash was. Boom, a sharp saber light rose from the first saber. It seemed to have turned into a sharp saber and slashed toward the void. Not only that, but his body was also filled with countless saber lights. First Blade's black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were sharp, and he looked like a god of war. Countless people looked up to him. Boom, on the other side, beside Sword 13, the feast of slaughter quickly unfolded. The sky was filled with blood-red lights, forming blood-red dragons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws, spreading out in all directions. It formed an extremely terrifying scene. The aura of the two collided, constantly clashing in the air. Every time, it shattered the void. Boom, at this moment, the First Blade let out a cold shout. The blue saber light on his body erupted once again, shooting straight into the sky. It turned into a huge saber light, shattering all the 9 dragons that rushed over. Around him, a divine saber domain was floating, emitting a terrifying aura. Terrifying. When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, they were all shocked. How terrifying Sword 13's slaughter feast was, they had experienced it before. But now, the first blade was so powerful that it instantly sent 9 blood-red dragons flying. It even completely suppressed the feast of slaughter. One had to admit that it was indeed shocking. What kind of terrifying realm had the first blade reached? No one dared to imagine. Sword 13 also frowned. He did not expect that his feast of slaughter would be suppressed by the other party. Sure enough, the other party was really strong. Storm of slaughter, but in the next moment, his eyes turned red. With a ferocious expression, he quickly waved the long sword in his hand. Boom! Boom, boom! Dragon roars sounded one after another. Suddenly, 18 dragons quickly appeared. That monstrous murderous aura scattered the clouds in all directions. From afar, it was as if a real divine beast had descended into the sky. The 18 dragons quickly attacked the first blade. It was this move that had defeated Gao Jichao. However, the first blade snorted coldly. In the next moment, his powerful hand grasped the blue saber at his waist. 7 blade techniques. First blade, a sonorous sound was heard. Then, the blue saber light suddenly erupted. It was as if the 9 heavens and the Milky Way had descended into the world. It turned into a light that was 100 feet long and fiercely charged forward. Roar! Roar, roar! The 18 blood-red dragons roared in the air. Each of them was like a real demonic beast. Their bodies emitted blood-red light, causing the surrounding void to crack. In the next moment, they quickly blasted towards the blue saber light from all directions. Boom! An extremely terrifying energy storm quickly exploded in the void. The terrifying light was so dazzling that everyone could not open their eyes. In fact, the entire sky was completely covered by this light. In the sky, there was an intense collision. In just an instant, 3 of the dragons were beheaded. They did not resist at all. However, the remaining 15 fled dragons pounced on the blue saber light in a frenzy. But right after that, another 4 fled dragons were split in half. The red light exploded and dyed the entire sky red. It was as if it was real blood. It carried a monstrous smell of blood. It made people want to vomit. However, being besieged by so many blood-red dragons, the shocking blue saber light dimmed. However, the sharp aura on it was getting stronger and stronger. Buzz! At this moment, the first blade struck again. The second blue saber light was slashed out. It was even more violent and huge. Like a torrent, it instantly covered the entire sky. As the saber slashed down, the remaining dozen blood-red dragons were instantly split in half. In an instant, there was a huge blue torrent rolling in the sky, covering the void below. Seeing this scene, Xianxia's pupils constricted. He did not expect that his ultimate move would be broken by the other party in 2 slashes. It really shocked him. The surrounding princes and geniuses were even more shocked. Especially Gao Jichao, whose face was incomparably pale. It was because of that move that he was defeated previously. Unexpectedly, the first slash was so powerful that it broke his opponent's ultimate move in 2 slashes. Boom! The third slash of the 7 ultimate saber techniques. At this moment, the aura of the first slash erupted again. He was incomparably violent, and the huge saber light illuminated the world. With a slash, it carried thousands of rays of light and turned into a terrifying saber light that slashed down from the sky. The light was so dazzling that no one could look directly at it. In the sky, the void was instantly broken, and the mountains and rivers below were even more sunken. Under this slash, nothing could exist. Slaughter feast, Azura, Xianxia also roared, and suddenly the red light on his body shone even brighter. It was bright red like blood. It made the entire sky tremble. Rays of sword chi flew out from his long sword and quickly condensed in front of him, forming a huge blood-red giant. It was indomitable like a huge mountain giant. It held a shield in its left hand and a blood-red divine spear in its right hand, emitting a terrifying aura. Azura, the blood-red giant roared, and then the divine spear in its hand quickly stabbed out. Boom, as the spear stabbed out, blood was burning, and the red light that filled the sky directly pierced through the void. The surrounding mountains collapsed. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Xianxia to have such a terrifying killing move in addition to the 18 blood-red dragons. The blood-red giant was abnormally ferocious, as if it was really an Asura that crawled out of hell. Boom, the blood-red long spear collided with the third saber light, and an earth-shattering collision occurred. Crack! Boom, the red divine spear in the Asura's hand instantly shattered and scattered into the void. However, the 3 blue saber lights also broke into 2 halves from the middle, turning into countless fragments. It was a draw, everyone exclaimed. They did not expect this attack to be evenly matched. The first blade also frowned. He did not expect that someone would be able to block his 7-blade techniques. Thinking of this, he coldly snorted, and the sharp light in his eyes exploded once again. Then, the 4th slash ruthlessly slashed out. It was too fast. One slash after another. There was no pause at all. Ordinary kings would need to spend half a day to unleash such a terrifying move. However, in the first blade hand, it was as smooth as flowing water. It was as if it was not a killing move, but an ordinary move. One could only imagine how terrifying the first strike was. Boom, sure enough. After the first saber strike, on Sword 13's side, Asura had yet to condense a second divine spear. Therefore, he could only defend passively. In his left hand, a huge blood-red shield was raised high. It was like a red mountain standing in the void. On the shield, there were mysterious runes that emitted a bloody aura. At this moment, under Sword 13's urging, it shone even more brilliantly. In the next moment, the 4th saber mark slashed on it. Immediately, the world shook. Mountains and rivers shattered, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. However, this saber strike was too shocking. Therefore, although the blood-red shield was terrifying, it was actually split in half from the middle. Not only that, the Asura's left hand was also cut off. What? Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Sword 13's pupils constricted. In the next moment, he roared. The Asura in front of him roared incomparably. On his right hand, a second blood-red spear condensed again and quickly charged out. It was useless. It was over, 7-blade techniques, the 5th slash. The first blade's expression was cold, and his voice was emotionless. Then, the 5th saber light slashed down. Heaven and earth turned into a tornado and fiercely slashed over. The huge Asura was split into 2 from the middle, turning into 2 pools of blood. It was like a sea of blood flowing on the ground. However, this saber light did not disappear and quickly arrived in front of Sword 13. Damn it, seeing this scene, Sword 13's pupils constricted. He did not expect that the Asura he summoned would be split in half. This made him unable to believe it. At the critical moment, he raised the red longsword in his hand to block. 3,000 streaks of sword energy slashed out in a row, turning into a light screen in front of him. But it was useless at all. The 5th slash of the 7-blade techniques was incomparably terrifying. It tore through the void and ruthlessly tore all of the sword curtains apart. Then, it slammed onto Sword 13's longsword. Immediately, Sword 13 vomited blood and flew backward, directly defeated. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The first slash was indeed incomparably terrifying. Even such a powerful Asura could be killed. Even the terrifying Sword 13 could be defeated. Looks like practically no one was his match. Everyone was extremely shocked. They did not know if that Lin Xian could beat the first slash or not. To be honest, the strength that Sword 13 displayed previously was really too powerful. It made them think that he had already surpassed Lin Xian. And now, the first slash actually defeated Sword 13. Then, could he defeat Lin Xian? This was the anticipation in everyone's hearts. After all, Lin Xian currently had the title of the #1 swordsman. And the first slash was even a peerless swordsman. Between the two people, who was stronger and who was weaker, they were looking forward to it. You're very strong. I lost. In the distance, Sword 13 stood up and quickly swallowed a medicinal pill. At the same time, the blood-colored light on his body disappeared. The scarlet in his eyes also gradually faded, and then returned to normal. The other party was indeed very strong, surpassing him. Because the 7-blade techniques only slashed out 5 times. He knew that the following 2 slashes were even more terrifying. Even if he continued to fight, he probably could not resist. In the next moment, he looked at Lin Xian with a trace of anticipation in his eyes. Because he also wanted to know, if Lin Xian fought the first slash, what would the situation be? Would he win? In the eyes of others, he surpassed Lin Xian. But Sword 13 himself knew that he was still a little inferior compared to Lin Xian. Because from the last time Lin Xian displayed sword energy, Sword 13 knew that the other party had surpassed him. It was just that he did not know, compared to the first slash, who was stronger. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Xian and the first slash. And the first slash lived up to everyone's expectations. He did not leave the arena, and directly pointed his long saber at Lin Xian. Then, he said coldly, "Kid, do you dare to fight?" Seeing this scene, everyone was in an uproar. Crazy, the first slash was indeed interesting, challenging Lin Xian as soon as he came up. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian also stood up and said loudly, "Why wouldn't I dare? However, you've consumed a lot of energy now, so you should recover your strength first. You've consumed a lot of energy, so you should recover your strength first. I won't take advantage of you." "Alright," one ST blade nodded, then roared at the sky. He sucked hard, and the spiritual power in the sky gathered, forming a huge vortex that merged into his body. Not only that, he took out a golden bottle from his storage ring and dripped a drop of golden liquid from it. 10,000-year spiritual liquid. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed. Lin Xian also frowned. He had owned such a thing before, so he naturally knew the power of this effect. It could recover the spiritual power consumed in an instant. As expected, First Blade's aura quickly recovered and reached its peak. Then, he looked at Lin Xian again. "I've already recovered to my peak, so you should have no reason to refuse this time." "As you wish." Lin Xian took a step forward, turned into a stream of light, and arrived at the battlefield in front of him. "Very well, kid, I've wanted to fight you for a long time." Seeing Lin Xian arrive at the battlefield so decisively, First Blade revealed a cold smile. "Next, I'll let you have a taste of my 7 ultimate saber technique." Clang, Lin Xian also pulled out the 9 darkness demonic sword, then said in a deep voice, "You don't have to use the first 4 slashes, I've seen it and it has no effect on me. You can use the 5th slash directly." "What?" Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. Xianxia had just returned to the spectator stand, and when he heard this, his body trembled and he almost fell to the ground. The first 4 slashes are useless against him? Using the 5th slash directly? That's too arrogant. Although he knew that Lin Xian was powerful and had surpassed him, he did not think that Lin Xian could easily take the first 4 slashes. Could it be that Lin Xian still had some sort of trump card? Thinking of this, Xianxia's eyes were like torches as he stared straight ahead. Hearing this, First Blade also frowned. He felt that Lin Xian was too arrogant to want to take his 5th slash directly. However, a cold smile appeared on his face soon after. "Good kid, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish." The next moment, he snorted coldly, and the saber light on his body became extremely sharp again, emitting thousands of rays of light. Then, he raised the saber in his right hand and a terrifying saber intent quickly surged out. The shocking saber radiance soared into the sky and dyed the entire sky blue. What a powerful aura! Was this the 5th move of the 7-blade techniques? Everyone was shocked when they felt the saber intent. The first 4 slashes were already so terrifying. The 5th slash was probably going to shock the heavens and earth. And this Lin Xian actually wanted to directly receive such a powerful attack. Could he withstand it? For a moment, everyone was worried about Lin Xian. Lin Xian also focused his gaze. To be honest, this blade was very strong, but he was not afraid. In the next moment, he gripped the 9 Serenity's demonic sword, and the sword intent on his body quickly erupted. Black flames danced on his body. It exuded a terrifying heat wave. Then, a black lotus flower formed on the sword. Hell Sword Lotus, Lin Xian waved the demonic sword, and the great dragon sword soul and hell fire on his body surged out at the same time. They intertwined with each other, forming a huge lotus flower. The lotus flower spun continuously above him and condensed into form. Each petal was extremely black, and the shape was like a black demonic sword. 9 black sword chi combined with each other, and the aura was monstrous. It was like an ancient mountain, suppressing the first saber in front of it. The first saber also shouted coldly, and his arm suddenly fell. Suddenly, the 5th move of the 7-blade techniques erupted. Boom! This move caused the heavens and earth to split, and ghosts to wail and wolves to howl. There was lightning and thunder all around, and the terrifying saber light made everyone's hair stand on end. On the other side, Lin Xian also swung his sword. The hell sword lotus above him also spun quickly. 9 black sword chi erupted, forming a black sea of fire and sword light that filled the sky. That aura also made people tremble. This was the ultimate move of the two. Once it was used, it caused a strange phenomenon in the heavens and earth. The sky directly split open, and a heavy rain poured down. There was also lightning and thunder all around. There was a strange sound in the sky, as if ghosts were wailing and wolves were howling. The princes who were watching from afar were all stunned. Even the elders of the royal family had solemn expressions. What kind of killer move could cause such a strange phenomenon in the heavens and earth? Boom! In the next moment, the ultimate moves of the two collided. Suddenly, a terrifying energy erupted, and a large crack appeared in the void. Thousands of spatial cracks spread in all directions. Boom! The impact this time was too terrifying. Even the prodigies on the spectator stands in the distance all made a move to resist. They had no choice. The aftermath of this energy had already affected them. Crack! Crack! At the critical moment, the elders of the royal family activated the defensive formation. Ancient and mysterious formation runes flickered on every spectator stand, blocking the aftermath of this energy. Only then did the prodigies let out a sigh of relief. However, they were still looking forward with pale faces. Boom! It was a mess in front of them, and the entire space fell into an extremely chaotic state. Lin Xian and the first saber's figures were still engulfed. There was only a violent flow of energy in the surroundings, and it swept wildly. Boom! At this moment, a black flame suddenly surged out from somewhere in front of them, tearing apart the violent flow of energy. Then, it gathered and formed a black flame giant. It roared at the sky, shattering that part of the world. Not only that, the flame giant put its palms together and formed a giant flame sword that was almost 1,000 feet long. It burned fiercely and connected the heavens and the earth. Accompanying it was Lin Xian's cold voice. Fire god roar! With a furious roar, the giant flame giant slashed down with the giant flame sword. Whoosh! Whoosh! On the other side, countless blue saber lights appeared, forming a huge light ball vortex that slashed out a vacuum. Then, the first saber's figure also appeared. He held a blue saber in his hand and looked around disdainfully. Then, he used the 6th move of the 7 saber techniques. It was another intense collision. The cracks in the sky were even more terrifying. Each of them stretched for thousands of miles, and one could not see the end of it. It was pitch black as if the entire world had been torn apart. In the entire sky, tens of thousands of lightning flashed in those cracks. Sword chi and saber lights filled the sky, and there was a terrifying whistling sound. There was even a rain of blood floating down from the sky. However, this was not real blood. It was formed by the convergence of these energies. It was a phenomenon of heaven and earth. The prodigies in the distance were enveloped by the formation. When they saw this scene, their lips turned pale, and their faces were filled with horror. This was because they realized that these two people were too powerful. They could not resist such an attack at all. He's really strong. I'm no match for him. Xianxia looked at this scene and sighed. He realized that his estimation was right. Lin Xian was stronger than him. That was because he could not block the 4th move of the 7 ultimate saber technique. However, the other party was able to block the 6th move, far surpassing him. At this moment, the most nervous ones were the 8th prince and the 3rd prince. Both of them clenched their fists and their eyes flickered. That was because this battle was very important to them. The first prince had the Golden Lion King and was very powerful. Lin Xian and the first blade were both their trump cards. It could be said that they were the strongest people in their hands. Now, the two of them were fighting. Who would win and who would lose? This would determine who would be ranked second behind the first prince. Therefore, the two of them were very nervous. In front of them, in the countless cracks and blood rain, two figures flashed out. It was Lin Xian and the first blade. Among them, Lin Xian was dressed in a red robe that was as red as blood and was not stained by any dust. Nor was there any energy fragments. He was like a banished immortal, dodging quickly in the energy storm that filled the sky. On the other side, it was the first blade. His clothes trembled and his black hair fluttered. His entire person carried a terrifying murderous aura. He also strode over, crushing the void. Boom! Lin Xian slashed out with his sword, carrying the aura of the galaxy. The terrifying sword chi surged forward like a dragon. The first blade's saber light was like a galaxy, extremely dazzling. It carried the power of the stars and the sharp saber light, rolling over. The casual attacks of the two of them carried the aura of supreme cultivation techniques. It was unimaginable. Soon, the distance between the two of them was less than 1,000 meters. At this moment, the first blade attacked again. The seventh move of the 7 ultimate saber technique. The voice was like thunder, resounding between heaven and earth, causing everyone's hearts to beat wildly. Some people even fell to the ground. It could not be helped. The aura was too terrifying. After this voice, several blue saber lights appeared beside the first blade and surrounded him. Each of them was indomitable. Then, the 7 saber lights merged into one, forming an even larger saber light that tore through heaven and earth. What? The 7th move was actually the combined energy of the first 6 moves. Heavens, just how terrifying would this be? Despair filled their faces. Everyone had already witnessed the power of the first 6 slashes. As for the 7th slash, it was formed by combining the first 6 slashes. One could imagine how powerful it was. How heaven-defying would it be? It's over. This move is too terrifying. That Lin Xian probably won't be able to withstand it. Unless he had a heaven-defying trump card, it was impossible for him to win. Sure enough, the first slash was really powerful. Numerous discussions were heard. At this moment, the Herculean king's face turned slightly pale. He gritted his teeth and said, "Even I wouldn't be able to defend against this strike, let alone that brat." Indeed, this saber strike could already break through his heavenly wolf physique. Therefore, his expression was extremely solemn. Since the Herculean king had said so, everyone was even more convinced that Lin Xian would not be able to block it. The third prince sneered coldly. "Humph, the might of the first saber strike is not something you can imagine. The 7 extinction saber technique is incomparably heaven-defying, especially the 7th slash. Its power was several times that of the first 6 slashes. Among the mighty figures, no one could block it." On the other hand, the 8th prince was extremely nervous. He also felt the terror of this move. Unless Lin Xian really had a heaven-defying trump card, he was afraid that he would really lose. Damn it, this made him very unwilling to accept it. In front, Lin Xian also frowned slightly. The threat that this move brought to him was also huge. He took a look. Even his ice guardian would not be able to block it. The black robe battle armor was also not enough. Unless he hid in the black earth. However, a battle was not just about passively taking a beating. If he could not defend, then he would not defend. He had the Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and extreme speed. He was confident that he could dodge the slash. Moreover, everyone had underestimated his strength. He was a swordsman with the great dragon sword soul. His attack power definitely surpassed his opponent's. Therefore, Lin Xian was prepared to take this move head-on. He did not need to use the great dragon sword soul. He only needed to use the full power of the great dragon sword soul. Boom, roar, suddenly, a deep dragon roar sounded from his body. Then, heaven and earth were torn apart, and lightning from the 9 heavens descended. At the same time, the sword aura on his body suddenly erupted. That aura kept rising and tearing the void. What, he could still increase his sword chi. Seeing this scene, everyone went crazy. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was definitely going to lose. But now, it seemed that it was not certain. Indeed, the eighth prince also stood up excitedly. This sword chi was so powerful, it was not weaker than the first slash. He was simply too excited, because he had discovered that Lin Xian's aura was still continuing to rise. How was this possible? On the other hand, the third prince's pupils shrank. Originally, he was already confident that he would win when he used the first slash. But now, his opponent still had a trump card. Could it be that his opponent was still hiding his strength? Thinking of this, his face was extremely ugly. The first slash also frowned. His opponent's sudden burst of aura was not good news for him. He knew that he could not wait any longer and had to stop his opponent. In the next moment, he quickly made his move. The seventh move of the seven blade techniques was quickly slashed out. Boom, this slash made the entire world blur. It was impossible to withstand it. In an instant, it arrived above Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was also extremely powerful. His power was unimaginable. In the next moment, he shouted coldly, and the demonic sword in his hand suddenly enlarged, turning into a black dragon that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, and flew out. Boom! 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 The sky fell and the earth cracked. Countless saber lights crisscrossed, and a dragon roar sounded. Sensing the dragon's roar, the blood in the royal elders and princes' bodies began to churn incessantly. One by one, they were shocked. Damn it, what's going on? Why is there the aura of the path of the dragon? They were too shocked because as members of the royal family of the Taiyu dynasty, they all had the aura of the path of the dragon in their bodies. They could connect with the dragon veins of the earth. But now, the familiar aura of the path of the dragon came from the battlefield in front of them. They could not believe it at all. Also, what was going on with the dragon roar that appeared in the sky? Could it be that someone had something to do with the dragons? They were indeed too shocked. In the Middle Continent, only the royal family of the 9 great dynasties could display the aura of the path of the dragon. Other than that, it was impossible for others. Of course, other than the legendary and mysterious dragons. However, the dragons were legends. They had disappeared for tens of thousands of years and had never appeared at all, therefore, when they saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. On the other side, even the Golden Lion King frowned. On the other side, even the Golden Lion King furrowed his brows. 2 sharp golden lights shot out from his eyes, piercing through the void as if he wanted to see the truth. What, it's him, soon, the Golden Lion King frowned. Because he used a great ability to see the situation in front of him. He saw a ferocious azure dragon coiling around Lin Xian's body. It was very terrifying. That dragon aura was coming from Lin Xian's body. He was not a member of the royal family. Why did this aura feel so familiar? The Golden Lion King's expression was very serious. He realized that there was a cloud of mist around the other party's body, making him unable to see clearly. Ka ka ka, boom boom boom. At this moment, the situation in front of him changed. The shocking attack of the two caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Soon, cracks appeared on the huge blue sword light in the sky. Then, it exploded, turning into countless light rain. However, the black demonic sword slashed down heavily, enveloping the first blade. Bang, the first blade's pupil shrank. At this critical moment, he used his strongest defense. A blue armor appeared on his body. Then, a blue light shield suddenly enlarged above his head. Otherwise, he would have 2 defensive rings on his hand, which also propped up a light shield. 4 layers of powerful defense were resisting. However, it was useless. The 9 darkness demonic sword was too sharp. This sword slashed through all the defenses. The first blade was sent flying. He won. Seeing this scene, the 8th prince waved his fist excitedly. He was too happy. He did not expect that the situation that he was bound to lose would turn around. As for the others, they were all in an uproar. They were all dumbstruck. The 3rd prince's side was dead silent. The 3rd prince's face was even more ashen. He did not expect that the first blade would lose in the end. Damn it. What kind of sword technique is this? It's so terrifying. The 3rd prince gritted his teeth and looked forward with extreme reluctance. He did not expect that he would not be able to recruit Lin Xian as his subordinate because he was a step late. And it was because of this young man that he suffered a fatal blow. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth, and a strong killing intent appeared in his eyes. In the second round of the competition, they would need to surround and kill their opponents. He had to get rid of the other party. He couldn't allow this threat to remain. The first prince's face was also gloomy. The power that Lin Xian displayed was enough to threaten him. Therefore, a fierce killing intent appeared in his eyes as well. The Golden Lion King also said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, when I meet him, I will personally deal with him." Hearing this, the first prince smiled, his lips curling into a smile. He knew that the Golden Lion King would not boast. Since the other party had said so, he should be able to defeat that Lin Xian. He had absolute confidence in the Battle Clan and the Golden Lion King. As for the others, they were completely stunned. Lin Xian's victory was beyond everyone's expectations. This was something that they had not expected at all. But now, it seemed that the other party was indeed terrifying. He was definitely the #1 swordsman. Until now, Fist Tyrant, the Herculean King, Xianxia, and the other peerless geniuses looked at Lin Xian and frowned. They admitted that they were not his opponent. In other words, almost no one was Lin Xian's opponent now. Of course, there was one exception, and that was the Golden Lion King. The Golden Lion King coldly snorted, and his eyes shone brightly. He looked at Lin Xian, and a terrifying battle intent rose from his body. Interesting. Originally, I thought that other than the War Clan, no one else would be able to enter my eyes. I didn't expect you to break my understanding. Not bad, you are interesting. You are worthy of me making a move. What? Hearing this, everyone felt their scalps go numb. Lin Xian was already so powerful, and the Golden Lion King still dared to treat him with such an attitude. Could it be that he was even more powerful? However, when they thought of the mysterious legends of the Battle Clan, they were extremely excited. Lin Xian also turned his head and looked at the Golden Lion King. It was indeed very powerful, and from the looks of it, its strength should be above the first slash. He also wanted to fight with the Golden Lion King. Although he had used 100% of the power of the Dragon Sword Soul when facing the first slash. However, that was not his final battle strength. He still had a trump card. 100% power was not the final strength of the Dragon Sword Soul. With Lin Xian's current strength, he could unleash 120% of its power. Apart from that, when he summoned the Dragon Sword Soul, its attack power was even more terrifying. Therefore, he was confident that he could fight with the Golden Lion King. However, it was a pity that the two of them did not fight in the first round. Lin Xian fought with another cultivator next, and his opponent immediately admitted defeat. The Golden Lion King also defeated his opponent a few times, but in the end, he was not able to fight with Lin Xian. In the end, other than Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King, who won all 5 battles and obtained 5 Jade Emperor tokens, the others had more or less lost. However, overall, the first prince was ranked first. He had obtained 22 Jade Emperor tokens. In second place was the 8th prince, who obtained 19 Jade Emperor tokens. The third prince obtained 18. After that, the 4th prince, who had soared 13, obtained 15 Jade Emperor tokens. The 15th prince and the 9th prince were ranked 5th and 6th respectively. They had 12 Jade Buddha King medallions and 10 Jade King Father medallions. The first round also came to an end. Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King did not fight in the end, which was disappointing. However, the previous battles had made them very excited. Thinking back, they were still trembling with excitement. Moreover, they knew that this was only the first round. Apart from that, there was still the second round. The competition in the second round would be even more intense. Moreover, it would not be a one-on-one battle, but a battle to see the combined strength of the princes. At that time, an incomparably shocking battle would definitely break out. Moreover, they believed that Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King would definitely fight in the second round. Because now, the 8th prince, who was ranked second, and the 1st prince, who was ranked first, would definitely not be able to get along. Brother Lin, this is great. I did not expect you to be so strong. The eighth prince was also very satisfied with the second place. Then, he looked at Lin Xian, Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the others and said, "Everyone, you have worked hard. You should quickly recover your strength. I have provided all kinds of heavenly treasures for everyone. If you have any special needs, feel free to tell me. As long as I can get it, I will not be stingy." On the other side, the first prince was also very satisfied. Although he had lost by Zijing, with the addition of the Golden Lion King, he still maintained his first place. Moreover, he believed that he would have a greater advantage in the second round. Therefore, he was not nervous at all. On the other hand, the third prince was gnashing his teeth. Because in his opinion, even if he couldn't get first place, he would definitely be second. He didn't expect that the second place would be snatched away by the eighth prince. And he was only third. Not only that, his top general, the first slash, was also defeated. "Damn it, I can't let that brat continue to be arrogant," the third prince gritted his teeth. "In the second stage, I'll go all out to kill that brat and severely injure him. I don't believe that old eight and that brat called Lin Xian can be so arrogant." The second stage would begin 3 days later. Therefore, everyone came out of the special space and returned to their respective palaces to rest. As for the princes, they were making plans. They must get rid of that Lin Xian first. The third prince gritted his teeth. The first prince also made the same plan. As for the other princes, they said in a deep voice, "We must be careful of Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King." In the first stage, it was best for everyone to act as a team and not be alone. Especially not facing Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King alone. Plans appeared one after another. Most of them were guarding against Lin Xian and the Golden Lion King. There was no other way. These two were the ones who won the first stage. Their strength was terrifying. No matter who it was, they wouldn't have any chance of winning if they fought alone. To deal with such peerless geniuses, they had to work together. As for the eighth prince, he also said that our main enemies are the first prince and the third prince. Other than that, we have to be careful of that sword 13. We should also act as a team and not be alone. "Oh right, brother Lin, if you were to face the Golden Lion King, how confident are you?" Hearing this, Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the other geniuses all looked over. Lin Xian thought for a while and said, 50-50. He didn't know the specifics. After all, the other party should have hidden a lot of strength and ultimate moves. Hearing this, Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, and the other geniuses' mouths twitched. Even the eighth prince's eyelids were twitching. This was because Lin Xian had said 50-50 during the first strike. Now that they were facing the even more powerful Golden Lion King, they were still evenly matched. This greatly surprised them. They even suspected that Lin Xian was still holding back. They had guessed correctly. Lin Xian had indeed held back his strength. He still had 2 powerful trump cards that he had yet to use. Especially if he used the Great Dragon Sword Soul, his battle prowess would increase in all aspects. Of course, Lin Xian did not let his guard down. He knew that as a genius of the war race, the Golden Lion King must be extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, the second trial was finally ushered in. The second stage was not in the Taiyi dynasty, but in a special space domain. This domain was very extraordinary. It was different from the first stage's battle space. The second stage was in a space that had been passed down from the Taiyi dynasty since ancient times. It could be said to be a secret realm. The Crown Prince selection had always been held in this mystic realm. As for the second stage, each prince brought a different group of people. In the first stage, each prince could bring 5 young geniuses. As for the second stage, the elders were allowed to participate. However, all participants had to be below the 8-star king realm. Not only that, each prince could bring a different number of people. The first prince had the most people. The second prince, the 8th prince, had 14 people. The third prince, had 13 people. The fourth prince, had 12 people. The fifth prince, the 15th prince, had 11 people. In addition, all the other princes could only bring 10 people. Although the difference in numbers was not big, the largest difference was only 5 people. However, this time, the people they brought were definitely peerless geniuses and top experts. One expert was enough to influence the entire lineup. As for how the game was going to be played, it would depend on these princes. Soon, all the princes brought their peerless experts to the Grand Imperial Palace. This was the center of the imperial city, and it was the place with the strongest dragon qi in the entire Taiyi dynasty. Here, Lin Xian could feel the powerful dragon qi under his feet. It was as if a real dragon was lying down below. In front of him, there was a middle-aged man who looked very handsome. He was wearing a golden dragon robe with 9 golden dragons embroidered on it. He had a crown on his head, and his face was intimidating. The place where he stood was surrounded by the shadows of dragons. He was the current emperor of the Taiyi dynasty. Beside him stood a woman wearing a phoenix crown and a phoenix robe. She looked very noble, and her phoenix eyes looked down on the common people. She was the empress of the Taiyi dynasty, the mother of the first prince. Behind the two of them stood the elders of the royal family. Although they were old, their eyes flickered with rich power. Then, these elders stood in 8 directions, and their palms were also covered with dragon seals. Power surged out of their bodies, and they flew into the ground. Soon, the dragon patterns on the ground flickered, and the shadows of dragons appeared. They even let out a low dragon roar. At this moment, the emperor in front also took a step forward. Then, he pressed his palm forward. On his golden robe, the 9 golden dragons seemed to come alive. They flew into the sky and circled around each other, forming a huge dragon diagram that covered the sky. Crack! Crack, boom! Boom, boom! The ground trembled, and streams of dragon aura shot into the sky. There were a total of 81 streams of dragon aura in the surroundings. Lin Xian realized that there were very complicated runes under their feet. Each of them was a dragon pattern, and there was a shadow of a dragon. These dragon runes covered the entire ground. Then, the emperor in front of him said in a deep voice, "Now, the second round of the assessment has begun." As his voice fell, the dragon patterns on the ground flickered more and more. Then, the 81 streams of dragon aura intertwined with each other, enveloping everyone. Then, they tore through the void and disappeared. Buzz, when Lin Xian, the 8th prince, and the others appeared again. They realized that they were surrounded by mountains and a vast primeval forest. Roars could be heard from afar, bringing with them a barbaric aura and terrifying demonic aura. Is this where the second round will be? As soon as Lin Xian appeared, he activated the great dragon sword soul, and he immediately regained his clarity. Then, he looked around. The 8th prince and the other skyprides around him also activated their spiritual energy to recover their bodies. This time, the 8th prince could bring 14 people. Other than himself, there was Lin Xian, Lu Fei, and Duan Qingqing. There was also a young man called Su Wenshan. Other than them, the rest were middle-aged or older people. Taoist Long, whom Lin Xian had met before, was also among them. These people had powerful auras, and they were of different species. There were many kings with powerful attacks, but there were also array masters and soul power experts. There were even beast tamers. It could be said that they were well equipped. It wasn't just the 8th prince's side. The other princes also had similar arrangements. They were all trying their best to perfect their equipment. This was because the second round lasted for a long time, a full month. The second stage lasted for a long time, a full month. During this month, anything could happen. Moreover, there were many powerful monster kings in this space. If they could be tamed, they could also use them for their own purposes. In that case, the benefits would be huge. Moreover, it could give others a surprise attack. Apart from that, there were also ancient cities, ancient ruins, and even cemeteries and caves left behind by powerful experts. Those places contained a large number of restrictions and were very dangerous. However, if they could break them and obtain the treasures inside, they might be able to improve. In fact, they might even be able to turn defeat into victory. These people came in to search for the jade tokens in the hands of the other princes and explore the ancient ruins. The 8th prince looked around and said, "How about this? This space is very big and there are many of us. I think we can divide into 3 teams. I'll lead one team, Priest Long will lead one team, and Brother Lin will lead one team. 14 people, including the 8th prince, made a total of 15 people. They were divided into 3 teams of 5 people each. Hearing that the 8th prince and Priest Long would each lead a team, the older generation and peerless geniuses nodded slightly. However, when they heard that Lin Xian would lead a team, they frowned slightly. That was because Lin Xian was a young man. Moreover, he was only a 6-star king and not a mighty figure. Therefore, they were a little confused about this suggestion. The 8th prince smiled and said, "Everyone, don't worry. Brother Lin's strength is far beyond your imagination. In the first stage, he won all 5 battles. He even won against a peerless swordsman like the First Blade. Therefore, he was definitely capable of leading a team." Hearing this, those who had not watched the first round of the competition sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, they started to fight Lin Xian again. "Alright, let's divide it like this," Priest Long also said. Among them were Duan Qingqing and the 8th prince. Other than them, there were 3 older generation figures. On Priest Long's side, there was Lu Fei, the young man named Su Wenshan, and 2 other experts. On Lin Xian's side, other than himself who was young, the others were all older generation figures. To be honest, although Lin Xian was powerful, being led by such a young man still made these older generation figures somewhat unhappy. But since the 8th prince said so, they couldn't resist. "Since the team is already very good, let's split up. By the way, Brother Lin, here are 3 pieces of the Jade Buddha King medallion. You can use them to communicate with us from afar." The 8th prince gave Lin Xian 3 Jade Buddha King tablets. Among them, the 8th prince took 6 while Daoist Long took 5. With these jade talismans, they were able to establish a weak connection. At the very least, he knew the general direction of the other party. However, they were unable to sense any specific information. "How about this? Let's set the deadline as 5 days. After 5 days, we'll meet here and see how much we've gained." "Good," Lin Xian nodded, and so did Daoist Long. Then, the 3 teams quickly ran in 3 different directions. Although they were moving quickly, they had already prepared some things before they entered, including the map in each of their hands. The map marked out the dangerous areas, the monster hordes, and the ancient ruins in this space. It could be said that other than the areas that they had never been to, the other areas had already been mapped out by these people. Moreover, these people also had something to transmit signals. It was a small bell, but it could only transmit messages 3 times before it had to be refined again. Lin Xian opened the map and looked in a direction. Then, he said, "Let's take a look at this area first." The other older generation figures took a look and frowned slightly. There were groups of demonic beasts roaming about in this area. "Are you sure there's no danger here?" "That's right, kid. Although you're powerful and are valued by the 8th prince, I'm afraid you're lacking in experience. I think we should listen to what the older generation figures have to say." Just then, a middle-aged man said in a deep voice. "No need." However, Lin Xian shook his head and kept the map. "Since the 8th prince has handed the team to me, I have the right to make the decision. I hope you seniors can cooperate with me." As he spoke, he took the lead. His figure flashed, and his entire person flew out. "Sigh, he's too young. He doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Just then, the middle-aged man shook his head. The other old man snorted coldly. "Let's wait and see. There'll be problems. The 8th prince has let a kid guide us. He's too naive." Another old man said. "It's nothing. Anyway, there's only 5 days. I believe that he'll have problems within these 5 days. When we return, we'll give the 8th prince a suggestion to change the team leader." The few of them discussed for a while and then followed behind. However, they obviously didn't believe in Lin Xian. Lin Xian's team had 5 people. Other than himself, there was a middle-aged man and a woman in red. Other than that, there was an old man in black and an old man in blue. These 4 people were all Almighties. Moreover, they were the elites of the Almighties. It could be said that he was extremely powerful and had incomparably rich combat experience. Therefore, they naturally looked down on the younger generation like Lin Xian. Lin Xian naturally knew what these people were thinking when they looked at him. However, he didn't care. The reason why he could lead these people was because of his true strength. Therefore, he believed that it wouldn't take long for these people to know why the eighth prince asked him to be the leader. Therefore, in the next moment, he turned around and flew out quickly. The others could only shake their heads and sigh. They also flew out. This space was different from the outside. The spiritual energy was more abundant, but the gravity was heavier. In other words, everyone's original cultivation strength was suppressed here. They could only use about 80% of their original strength. However, this wasn't a big deal to them. This was because this space was open to everyone. If you're suppressed by 80%, so am I overall, everyone's strength was the same. But soon, they realized that something was wrong. This was because they couldn't keep up with Lin Xian's speed. Immediately, these experts of the older generation frowned. Damn it. How could this be? How could this kid fly so fast? Could it be that he wasn't affected by the space's suppression? To be honest, they were really surprised. Now, their speed was 80% of their original speed. It could be said that they were much slower than before. However, Lin Xian's speed was so fast that it far surpassed them. His speed was so fast that it far surpassed theirs. They couldn't believe it. Damn it, was this kid a king who specialized in speed? The black-robed elder frowned. The blue-robed elder snorted coldly. Was this kid specifically targeting them? Did he really think that he could make things difficult for them? How naive. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. The spiritual power in his body erupted, forming a powerful airwave that accelerated his speed again. Seeing this, the other three also circulated their power and sped up to catch up. To be honest, these people were wrong. Lin Xian didn't mean to make things difficult for these people. He was just flying at his previous speed. Although the space here was somewhat suppressive on him, for some reason, when he used the Great Dragon Sword Soul, the suppression disappeared. In other words, to Lin Xian, there was almost no difference between the inside and outside. Lin Xian was very surprised. However, he knew that the Great Dragon Sword Soul was extremely mysterious. It must have played a role in offsetting the suppression. Therefore, his speed was normal for the outside world. The speed of the others was suppressed to 80%. In comparison, he naturally flew faster than the others. Boom, boom. Boom, therefore, when he heard the sound of the air exploding behind him, Lin Xian turned his head and immediately frowned. In the next moment, he understood. It seemed that he had been so focused on flying that he had forgotten that these people were being suppressed. Therefore, in the next moment, he also slowed down. In fact, he even swayed his body and flew down. Why did he suddenly land? When the older generation figures saw this scene, they frowned again. The blue-robed elder snorted coldly. Let's go down and see what he's up to. The four of them were about to land. Lin Xian looked at them and said, "This space is very strange." This space was somewhat special, and it formed a certain restriction on kings. Moreover, we have been traveling for such a long time. If we encounter an enemy, we won't be able to fight them in peak condition. Therefore, I think it's better to capture a few flying beasts and let them carry us while we sit on them. This way, we can travel quickly and maintain our peak physical strength. This is a good idea. The woman in red nodded her head after hearing that. However, the other black-robed old man said, "But we are all attack-type kings. None of us are beast tamers." That's right. The blue-robed old man also said. Moreover, the demonic beasts here had been neglected for a long time. They were very ferocious. It was impossible for them to submit to humans. These people completely disagreed with Lin Xian's suggestion. He even felt that it was too childish to think of such a method. However, Lin Xian smiled and said, "Don't worry, I can tame these demonic beasts." What? You can? Hearing this, the few of them were stunned. They hadn't seen Lin Xian's performance in the first round with their own eyes, so they didn't know how strong Lin Xian was. They only judged based on the final rankings. However, they knew that Lin Xian was a swordsman. His swordsmanship was powerful, but he might not be able to tame demonic beasts. Therefore, the four of them obviously didn't believe him. Lin Xian ignored the four of them. He circulated his soul power and searched the surrounding dozens of miles. Soon, a smile appeared on his face. He found that there were a few flying demonic beasts in front of him. In the next moment, he turned into a bolt of lightning and flew over at high speed. This kid can't be thinking of taming demonic beasts, right? The middle-aged man frowned slightly. However, the blue-clothed old man coldly snorted. What kind of joke was this? His strength was valiant, but it was only valiant within the younger generation. Moreover, he could kill demonic beasts, but taming demonic beasts wasn't something an ordinary person could do. It required powerful soul power and special techniques. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few beast tamers. However, the woman in red looked into the distance. Let's go over and take a look. It's futile to go over. The black-robed old man shook his head, unmoved. They didn't think that Lin Xian could succeed. However, after about half an hour, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the distance. The few of them looked up and were stunned. Their eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. In the sky ahead, Lin Xian was sitting on a demonic crane, flying quickly. There were 2 demonic cranes flying on both sides of him. They were flying in the same pattern. The demonic aura on their bodies soared into the sky, bringing with it a powerful storm that tore through the void. This is? They were shocked and couldn't believe it. Could it be that he really succeeded? Just as they were in a daze, Lin Xian landed slowly with the 3 demonic cranes. The powerful storm blew the clothes of the 4 people. Instantly, they were awakened. Then, the middle-aged man asked, "Young friend Lin, did you really tame them?" "No way, how did you do it?" The red-clothed woman was also extremely shocked. As for the 2 old men behind her, the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. Previously, they thought that it was impossible for him to succeed, but now it seemed that he really did it. It surprised them. Could it be that he's really a beast tamer? Thinking of this, the 2 old men's expressions became extremely solemn. They realized that they had underestimated this kid who was a few thousand years younger than them. At this moment, Lin Xian opened the map, pointed at it, and said, "We're in Tianfeng Forest, and there are 2 ancient ruins nearby. How about this, we'll split into 2 groups and explore these 2 ancient ruins. Then, we'll meet here." "What? Split up?" Hearing this, the middle-aged woman was stunned. "What if we meet enemies after splitting up?" The middle-aged man also asked. Indeed, it was very common to see a team of 5 people. If they split up into 2 or 3 people, they wouldn't be able to escape at all. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Don't worry, with 2 seniors together, it shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, we have these tamed demonic beasts in our hands. Their combat power is not bad, and their flying ability is very strong. Even if they can't win, they can run away. How about this, I'll trouble you 2 to explore the one on the right. I'll bring the other 2 to explore the one on the left." Lin Xian also realized that the 2 old men didn't seem to trust him, so he couldn't be bothered with them. He let the 2 of them explore alone, while he brought the other 2 to the other side. "All right." The 2 old men looked at each other and nodded in agreement. To be honest, they made a mistake in their judgment. Now that their faces were red, it would be very awkward for them to stay here. Perhaps later on, this brat would take out some other ability to slap their faces. Slap. They might as well hide as far away as possible. Otherwise, if they were stimulated again, their old hearts wouldn't be able to take it. Hence, the 2 of them looked at each other, then rode on the demonic beast and soared into the sky, disappearing into the sky. The middle-aged man and the woman in red who were left behind said worriedly, "Little friend Lin, will the 3 of us be in danger?" To be honest, among the 5 of them, the 2 old men had the highest cultivation, but now, the 2 of them had left. As for the remaining 3, Lin Xian was only a 6-star king. Although his strength was at the level of a mighty figure, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat those late-stage mighty figures at all. The 2 middle-aged men were only at the mid-stage mighty figure realm. Therefore, they were very worried. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Don't worry, trust me. You won't be in danger as long as you follow me." Then, he put away the map. "Let's go to the left. You 2 ride on this demonic beast first, I'll tame another one later." As he said that, he moved his body and quickly soared into the sky. The woman in red and the middle-aged man looked at each other. They could only shrug, sit on the demonic beast, and quickly soar into the sky. Not long after, Lin Xian caught another double-headed eagle and sat cross-legged on it. The group of people flew towards their destination. After about half a day, the middle-aged woman frowned. "Little friend Lin, this route doesn't seem to be right." The middle-aged man looked at the map and then looked around. "Yes, the destination should be in that direction." "I know." Lin Xian also opened his eyes and woke up from his cultivation. Then, he said, "Let's not go to that destination for now." "Not going to the destination for now? Then where are we going?" The two of them were stunned. They didn't understand what Lin Xian was doing. Lin Xian said, "I've already sensed the aura of other kings nearby. They should be the subordinates of some prince. Since I've encountered them, it's impossible for me to not attack them." He just didn't know how many Jade Buddha King tokens they had. "What? You want to rob them?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man and the woman in red were stunned. Damn, is this kid alright? What kind of joke was this? There were only 3 of them now. If they encountered other groups, it would be too late for them to run. This brat actually wanted to rob him? Are you kidding me? Moreover, what puzzled them the most was that there were other kings around. Why didn't they sense it? One had to know that both of them were mid-stage 7-star kings, and they were extremely powerful existences among the Almighties. However, they didn't find anything even after sensing around. Could it be that this kid's soul force was even more terrifying than the 2 of them? Thinking of this, the corners of their mouths twitched. However, after around the time for half an incense stick to burn, a few strands of formidable fluctuations suddenly arose from afar, and it instantly caused the middle-aged man and the red-clothed woman to be shocked. Sure enough, someone was coming. It seemed that this kid's soul power was really strong. They were extremely shocked. Then, one by one, they stood up as if they were facing a great enemy. Why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to leave? If they were surrounded by them, the situation would not be good. Leave? Why did he have to leave? I still want to rob them. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. As they spoke, the strands of aura in the distance quickly rushed over and then turned into human figures. When they looked at Lin Xian, they were also stunned, and then they all smiled. Haha, there are actually people, and it's a small group of 3. It seems that we're really going to strike it rich this time. I wonder which prince's subordinates are so bold to form a small group of 3. Could it be that they don't want to live anymore? Who knows? They're probably idiots. Their brains must have been flooded with water. A few sneers could be heard. They didn't take Lin Xian and the other 2 seriously at all. Indeed, because there were 5 of them on their side. Moreover, among the 5 of them, there was no younger generation. All 5 of them were almighties and extremely powerful. Their auras connected the heavens and the earth, suppressing the surroundings. Oh no, it's the second prince's men. On Lin Xian's side, the red-clothed woman frowned. She looked ahead and said quickly. The middle-aged man beside her also frowned. Damn it, Demon Blade King is also here. He looked at the tall figure in front of him, and his scalp went numb. It was a man in a black robe, and he looked extremely fierce. A long green saber hung on his waist, emitting a demonic aura. Demon Blade King looked at Lin Xian and the other 2 with a disdainful smile. Then, he said coldly, "The 3 of you, hand over your jade talismans, king tokens, and storage rings. I can let you live. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you." Hearing that, the middle-aged man and the red-clothed woman felt their scalps go numb, and a trace of despair appeared in their eyes. It's over. Demon Blade King was an extremely terrifying existence, and his strength was far beyond theirs. In addition, the other side had so many people. They couldn't win at all. It seemed that this time, not only would they lose all their treasures, but they would also lose the 3 King Jade talismans. Thinking of this, they were very regretful. They shouldn't have agreed to let the 2 old men leave. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to fight 5 against 5, even if Demon Blade King was powerful. If worse came to worst, they could run away. But now, they were facing 5 people, and they couldn't resist at all. However, Lin Xian smiled. Demon Blade King was indeed powerful, but it seemed that his strength was about the same as the first slash. Even the first slash was defeated by him. Although the other party was a veteran, so what, therefore, he was not afraid at all. As for the other mighty figures, he didn't take them seriously at all. Therefore, the next moment, he said with a smile, "Very well, hand over your storage rings, jade talismans, and king tokens, and I'll let you live. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you." Lin Xian's words were very simple. He returned the words to those people. On the other side, Demon Blade King and the others were stunned when they heard that. They couldn't even believe their ears. Among them, an old man sneered, "What did he say? He wants to rob us, ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter, where did this kid come from? Is there something wrong with his brain, can't he see what kind of scene he's in?" On the other side, a purple-clothed woman covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes full of contempt. They didn't know Lin Xian at all, because the first battle was only participated by the younger generation and the princes. These old people didn't participate in the battle, so they naturally didn't know Lin Xian. Moreover, so what if they knew him? In their opinion, they were all old people who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years. In the face of a young boy, how could they let him do anything? "Kid, it seems like you don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, I'll personally take the jade token and your storage rings." Devil Blade King snorted and was about to attack. At this moment, another middle-aged man stood out. This man wore a green robe and had a small mustache. His eyes were cold and sinister. He laughed. "There's no need for Devil Blade King to attack a kid. Let me do it." "All right." Devil Blade King nodded and did not attack. Indeed, his opponent was too young and not worth his time. At this moment, the green-robed man walked out. He looked at Lin Xian and sneered. "Kid, I advise you to surrender obediently. Kneel on the ground and hand over all your treasures. Otherwise, you're dead meat. You talk too much." Lin Xian snorted coldly. Since he had already decided to attack, there was no need for him to hesitate. In the next moment, he pulled out the 9 Darkness demonic sword and flew forward. "You're courting death." The green-robed man snorted when he saw that Lin Xian dared to attack. In the next moment, his eyes became sharp and a majestic aura surged out from his body. Then, he waved his 2 palms. Jasper palm, as he waved his palms, the sky was instantly filled with light. 2 large palms that looked like precious jade flew toward Lin Xian. The aura was extremely terrifying. Ordinary almighties would not be able to resist it. One could imagine that the green-robed man was also an elite almighty. Lin Xian sneered in disdain. Such a person was nothing in his hands. Buzz, a sword light flashed and turned into a shocking rainbow that slashed down from the sky. Then, the 2 large palms were split apart by the sword. "What? How is this possible?" Seeing this, the green-robed man's pupils shrank. In the next moment, he was also sent flying by the sword. Stunned. Everyone was stunned. Whether it was the other almighties or Lin Xian's 2 companions, they were all stunned. What did they just see? An elite almighty was sent flying by a sword? Is this really done by a young man in his 20s? Thinking of this, their scalps went numb. On Lin Xian's side, the middle-aged man and the red-clothed woman swallowed their saliva madly. On the other hand, the faces of the people on the other side became incomparably ugly. The man who was sent flying spat out large mouthfuls of blood. A sword wound appeared on his body, almost splitting him in half. With just 1 sword strike, he had already lost the ability to fight. He was too terrified. There was nothing he could do. Lin Xian had not held back at all. This sword contained the frightening power of the great dragon sword spirit. Furthermore, in this space, the other party's cultivation was suppressed. Therefore, there was a huge gap between the 2 of them. A single sword strike was enough to finish off the other party. "Damn it, kill him," the people on the other side were stunned for a few seconds. Then, they came back to their senses and gritted their teeth. This time, 2 mighty figures flew out. One of them was that purple-clothed woman, and the other was an old man. The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Boom, crescent slash, Pegasus fist, a crescent moon appeared in the sky, crushing the void. Then, it turned into a sharp ray of light and viciously slashed towards Lin Xian. On the other side, the void trembled and cracked open. Then, spiritual energy filled the sky and condensed into a Pegasus. It was as white as a mountain. It stepped on the void, and there were two wings on its back that were almost 10,000 feet long. It swept across like a heavenly blade. This Pegasus shadow quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Two powerful killing moves instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Oh no, seeing this scene, the middle-aged man and the red-clothed woman on Lin Xian's side changed their expressions drastically. Lin Xian probably would not be able to resist such a killer move. The two of them wanted to help Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He let out a long roar, and the sword chi on his body suddenly erupted. The fire deity roared. Boundless hellfire spread, and then a huge black giant quickly appeared from his body. It was 10,000 feet tall and roared at the sky. With a roar, a sea of fire spread across the sky and blocked the shocking attack. Then, a giant flame sword that was 10,000 feet long appeared in the flame giant's hand. It was extremely black, and the divine fire on it jumped. The sword slashed down. Boom, in the sky, the huge moon was split in half, and on the other side, the Pegasus was cut in half. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. That was not the end. Lin Xian controlled the flame giant to wave the huge flame sword and sweep it in all directions. That terrifying sword chi transformed into a furious black dragon, rampaging through the area. Suddenly, the purple-clothed woman and the yellow-robed elder were sent flying. Everyone gasped again, and their faces were filled with horror. What kind of technique was that? How could he defeat three elite mighty figures in an instant? Who was that person? That was too terrifying. On the other side, the second prince's people were stunned. On the other side, the middle-aged man and the red-clothed woman were also shocked. The Devil Blade King's face was gloomy. He originally thought that Lin Xian was just an ordinary young man. So what if he was a genius? He did not take him seriously at all. After all, compared to the older generation of powerhouses like them, the younger generation of geniuses was nothing. However, he did not expect that the other party was so powerful that he could injure three of them in a short period of time. He had to make a move. Otherwise, they would be defeated this time. He was the famous Devil Blade King, and he would not allow such a thing to happen. How dare you injure my people? Even the Heavenly King will not be able to save you today. The Devil Blade King was furious. He took a step forward, and a sharp sword light appeared on his body. It instantly cut open the void and slashed fiercely at Lin Xian. Humph, I'm not afraid of you, Lin Xian snorted and took a step forward as well. In the next moment, a sword light also rushed out from his body like a rainbow to meet the attack. The sword and the saber collided in the air, and countless cracks were torn in the air. Then, the two of them disappeared in the sky. What? He blocked it, the Devil Blade King frowned. The other party was more powerful than he had imagined. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He said to the two people behind him, "The two of you should be able to get rid of the injured ones and the other almighty, right?" The middle-aged man and the woman in red were stunned, but then they nodded. The two of them could definitely get rid of the three severely injured ones and the almighty. They still wanted to say something, but when they saw the expression on Lin Xian's face, they shut up. This was because they felt that even the Devil Blade King might not be able to defeat the young man in front of him. Because the other party was too mysterious. In the next moment, the two of them swayed their bodies and flew into the distance. As for that Demon Blade King, he was furious. The other party was trying to take advantage of the situation. He was really courting death. In the next moment, a sharp light burst out from his eyes and turned into two green sword lights. The middle-aged man and the woman in red were shrouded. Feeling the sharp sword lights, the two of them were shocked. They immediately put up their armor to defend themselves. The two men's expressions changed drastically when they felt the sharp blade light. They immediately activated their armors to defend themselves. They had no choice. Devil Blade King was too powerful. He was far stronger than them. However, the two green blade lights did not land. They were shattered by the two sword auras that Lin Xian shot out. Your opponent is me, Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Kid, you're courting death. Devil Blade King was furious when he saw this. How dare his opponent stop him? Damn it, Lin Xian sneered. There was a rule in the first stage. He was not allowed to kill anyone. However, there were no rules in the second stage. He would kill anyone who dared to provoke him, even if the other party was the prince's subordinate. Therefore, Lin Xian did not have any scruples. He stomped his feet and countless red sword runes appeared. They were densely packed and instantly covered the entire ground. A huge sword diagram formed under his feet. It shone with a terrifying light and emitted a mysterious energy. The sword diagram not only covered Lin Xian but also Devil Blade King. In an instant, thousands of blood-red sword lights appeared around Devil Blade King. Each of them was extremely sharp. They carried a monstrous aura that could destroy the sky. Get lost, Devil Blade King was furious. He pulled out the long blade at his waist. He swung his blade. Suddenly, a green light shone. Then, green flames danced and burned fiercely in the sky. The flames formed a sea of blade lights and shattered the hundreds of blood-red sword auras around him. Boom, boom. Boom, at the same time, a green field appeared around him. It kept expanding and formed a safe zone around him. It blocked the blood-red sword lights that filled the sky. Kid, do you think you can threaten me with that little strength of yours? You're too naive. Today, I'll show you the power of my Devil Blade King. Devil Blade King's eyes shone with a terrifying light as he spoke. Then, his hair turned green too. They danced in the wind like green poisonous snakes. Devil Blade Slash. As the saber slashed down, the green saber light turned into a saber light storm and swept over in this direction. For a time, the entire void was cut into pieces, and wounds could be seen everywhere. This gale of saber light was not only sharp but also scorching hot. The green flames circled around him, pulsating like will-o'-the-wisps. In an instant, the area within a radius of 100 miles was completely covered. The mountains, trees, and rivers below were instantly destroyed and turned into ashes. Nothing was left behind. One could only imagine how terrifying this slash was. Demon-slaying sword formation, Qilan's fury. Lin Xian also shouted coldly. The demon-slaying sword formation around him flickered and emitted a monstrous blood aura. Then, streaks of blood-red sword light quickly condensed and shot up into the sky. It transformed into a huge blood-colored Qilan. It was hundreds of meters tall, and its entire body was covered in bloody light, dyeing the sky red. It was as if a real divine beast had descended from the ancient times. The murderous aura on his body was too strong, causing people to tremble all over. With a roar, the blood Kirin spat out a red ball of light. It was as big as a meteor. It tore through space and rolled forward. Immediately, the green flames that filled the sky and the terrifying saber light were all shattered. Qilan kill, go, Lin Xian shouted angrily. Suddenly, countless streams of blood-red aura surged between heaven and earth. It was like a sea of blood, carrying with it a monstrous and terrifying power. Then, the blood Kirin quickly rushed forward, turning into a stream of light. It carried with it a soul-stirring spiritual aura as it quickly attacked. As it ran, its body emitted a monstrous sea of blood and a sharp sword aura. It was like a demon king walking in the sky. Boom! Boom! On the other side, Demon Blade King was furious. He held the demon blade in his hand and slashed it down. Suddenly, a shocking saber light shot up into the sky, tearing apart the aura in the sky and slamming into the giant blood Kirin. It was a shocking collision. The two forces were too strong. They tore apart the sky and suppressed all directions. The Almighties who were fighting in the distance frantically retreated, looking frightened. Demon Blade King smiled coldly. But soon, his smile froze. Because he realized that his saber light was quickly being shattered. Then, the Kirin in front of him rose into the sky. Its aura was even more terrifying. Not only that, but the Kirin's blurry figure was now very real. Its body was covered with scales. Each of them was very lifelike. Its huge eyes were red like rivers of blood. Tens of thousands of sharp sword chi revolved around his body as he charged over again. Damn it, how is this possible? Demon Blade King's pupils shrank. How could his opponent be so powerful? The sword aura was too shocking. It was even more powerful than his saber light. But his opponent was just a young man. How could he be stronger than him? He could not believe it. He had been cultivating for 1,000 years, and his saber skills were terrifying. Otherwise, he would not have been called Demon Blade King. But now, he realized that he could not suppress his opponent. However, what shocked him even more was yet to come. That was because Lin Xian had made another move. A green sword light tore through the void. It was so terrifying that no one dared to look at it directly. It was too dazzling and terrifying. It tore through the void and slashed at Demon Blade King. Bang! The sword was so fast that Demon Blade King did not have time to react. It was already in front of him. In a hurry, he could only raise his saber to block. Clang! In the next moment, the huge force sent the demon blade in his hand flying. His entire arm was numb, and he was pushed back 3,000 miles. Buzz! Lin Xian stepped on the demigods and turned into a stream of light. He instantly arrived in front of Demon Blade King. Damn it, how could he be so powerful? Demon Blade King was shocked and could not believe it. His opponent's speed was too fast. He arrived in front of him in an instant. Now, he had lost the long saber in his hand. However, as a powerful king, he still had other means. Wind and Thunder Fist. With a roar, Demon Blade King quickly waved his fist. Immediately, the fist flashed with an incomparably terrifying gale and the power of lightning that filled the sky. The whole sky around him was boiling, and it turned into a huge shadow of Wind and Thunder Fist. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The momentum was extremely great. The middle-aged man and the woman in red in the distance had finished their battle. However, when they saw the fist at this moment, their scalps went numb. They did not expect that Demon Blade King's fist skills were so terrifying in addition to his saber skills. Lin Xian sneered. He was not afraid at all. He swung his sword. Like a sword god, a terrifying sword light pierced through the sky and smashed down fiercely like a real dragon. The void cracked. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Two balls of light exploded in the sky, emitting an incomparably bright light that made people unable to open their eyes. End of chapter 2081. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.